1. Genesis 1.1 Just a barrel of monkeys. There were no windows in the Bryn 2 facility. Rotation meant that outside was always down, underfoot, out of mind. The wall screens told a pleasant fiction, a composite view of the world below that ignored their constant spin, showing the planet as hanging stationary, still off in space. The green marble to match the blue marble of home, 20 light-years away. Earth had been green in her day, though her colors had faded since. Perhaps never as green as this beautifully crafted world, though, where even the oceans glittered emerald with the phytoplankton maintaining the oxygen balance within its atmosphere. How delicate and many-sided was the task of building a living monument that would remain stable for geological ages to come. It had no officially confirmed name beyond its astronomical designation, although there was a strong vote for Simiana amongst some of the less imaginative crew members. Dr. Avrana Kern now looked out upon it and thought only of Kern's world, her project, her dream, her planet. The first of many, she decided. This is the future. This is where mankind takes its next great step. This is where we become gods. This is the future, she said aloud. Her voice would sound in every crew member's auditory center, all 19 of them, though 15 were right here in the control hub with her. Not the true hub, of course, the gravity-denuded axle about which they revolved. That was for power and processing, and their payload. This is where mankind takes its next great step. Her speech had taken more of her time than any technical details over the last 2 days. She almost went on with the line about them becoming gods, but that was for her only. Far too controversial, given the non-ultra natura clowns back home. Enough of a stink had been raised over projects like hers already. Oh, the differences between the current Earth factions went far deeper, social, economic, or simply us and them. But Kern had got the Bryn launched all those years ago against mounting opposition. By now, the whole idea had become a kind of scapegoat for the divisions of the human race. Bickering primates, the lot of them. Progress is what matters, fulfilling the potential of humanity and of all other life. She had always been one of the fiercest opponents of the growing conservative backlash, most keenly exemplified by the non-ultra natura terrorists. If they had their way, we'd all end up back in the caves, back in the trees. The whole point of civilization is that we exceed the limits of nature, you tedious little primitives. We stand on others' shoulders, of course. The proper line, that of accepted scientific humility, was on the shoulders of giants. But she had not got where she was by bowing the knee to past generations. Midgets, lots and lots of midgets, she thought, and then she could barely keep back the appalling giggle on the shoulders of monkeys. At a thought from her, one wall screen and their mind's eye HUDs displayed the schematics of Bryn 2 for them all. She wanted to direct their attention and lead them along with her towards the proper appreciation of their triumph. There, the needle of the central core encircled by the ring of life and science that was their torus-shaped world. At one end of the core was the unlovely bulge of the sentry pod, soon to be cast adrift to become the universe's loneliest and longest research post. The opposite end of the needle sported the barrel and the flask. Contents, monkeys and the future, respectively. Particularly, I have to thank the engineering teams under Drs. Fallon and Mehdi for their tireless work in reformatting. And she almost now said Kern's world, without meaning to, our subject planet to provide a safe and nurturing environment for our great project. Fallon and Mehdi were well on their way back to Earth, of course, their 15-year work completed, their 30-year return journey begun. It was all stage setting, though, to make way for Kern and her dream. I am, what all this work is for. A journey of 20 light-years home. Whilst 30 years drag by on Earth, Only 20 will pass for Falorn and Medi in their cold coffins. For them, their voyage is nearly as fast as light. What wonders we can accomplish. From her viewpoint, engines to accelerate her to most of the speed of light were no more than pedestrian tools to move her about a universe that Earth's biosphere was about to inherit. Because humanity may be fragile in ways we cannot dream, so we cast our net wide and then wider. Human history was balanced on a knife edge. Millennia of ignorance, prejudice, superstition, and desperate striving had brought them at last to this. That humankind would beget new sentient life in its own image. Humanity would no longer be alone. Even in the unthinkably far future, when Earth itself had fallen in fire and dust, there would be a legacy spreading across the stars, an infinite and expanding variety of Earthborn life, diverse enough to survive any reversal of fortune until the death of the whole universe, and perhaps even beyond that. Even if we die, we will live on in our children. Let the nuns preach their dismal, all-eggs-in-one-basket creed of human purity and supremacy, she thought. We will out-evolve them. We will leave them behind. This will be the first of 1,000 worlds that we will give life to. For we are gods and we are lonely, so we shall create. Back home, things were tough, or so the 20-year-old images indicated. Avrana had skimmed dispassionately over the riots, the furious debates, the demonstrations and violence, thinking only, how did we ever get so far with so many fools in the gene pool? The non-ultra-natura lobby were only the most extreme of a whole coalition of human political factions. The conservative, the philosophical, even the die-hard religious, who looked at progress and said that enough was enough, who fought tooth and nail against further engineering of the human genome, against the removal of limits on AI, and against programs like Avrana's own. And yet they're losing. The terraforming would still be going on elsewhere. Kern's world was just one of many planets receiving the attentions of people like Falorn and Medi, transformed from inhospitable chemical rocks, Earth-like only in approximate size and distance from the sun, into balanced ecosystems that Kern could have walked on without a suit in only minor discomfort. After the monkeys had been delivered and the sentry pod detached to monitor them, those other gems were where her attention would next be drawn. We will seed the universe with all the wonders of Earth. In her speech, which she was barely paying attention to, she meandered down a list of other names from here or at home. The person she really wanted to thank was herself. She had fought for this, her engineered longevity allowing her to carry the debate across several natural human lifetimes. She had clashed in the financiers' rooms and in the laboratories, at academic symposiums, and on mass entertainment feeds just to make this happen. I have done this. With your hands have I built, with your eyes have I measured, but the mind is mine alone. Her mouth continued along its prepared course, the words boring her even more than they presumably bored her listeners. The real audience for this speech would receive it in 20 years' time, the final confirmation back home of the way things were due to be. Her mind touched base with the Bryn 2's hub. Confirm barrel systems. She pinged into her relay link with the facility's control computer. It was a check that had become a nervous habit of late. Within tolerance, it replied. And if she probed behind that bland summary, she would see precise readouts of the lander craft, its state of readiness, even down to the vital signs of its 10,000-strong primate cargo, the chosen few who would inherit, if not the Earth, then at least this planet, whatever it would be called. Whatever they would eventually call it, once the uplift nanovirus had taken them that far along the developmental road. The biotechs estimated that a mere 30 or 40 monkey generations would bring them to the stage where they might make contact with the sentry pod and its lone human occupant. Alongside the barrel was the flask. the delivery system for the virus that would accelerate the monkeys along their way. They would stride, in a mere century or two, across physical and mental distances that had taken humanity millions of long and hostile years. Another group of people to thank, for she herself was no biotech specialist. She had seen the specs and the simulations, though, and expert systems had examined the theory and summarized it in terms that she, a mere polymath genius, could understand. The virus was clearly an impressive piece of work, as far as she could grasp it. Infected individuals would produce offspring mutated in a number of useful ways: greater brain size and complexity, greater body size to accommodate it, more flexible behavioral paths, swifter learning. The virus would even recognize the presence of infection in other individuals of the same species, so as to promote selective breeding, the best of the best giving birth to even better. It was a whole future in a microscopic shell, almost as smart, in its single-minded little way, as the creatures that it would be improving. It would interact with the host genome at a deep level, replicate within its cells like a new organelle, passing itself on to the host's offspring until the entire species was subject to its benevolent contagion. No matter how much change the monkeys underwent, that virus would adapt and adjust to whatever genome it was partnered with, analyzing and modeling and improvising with whatever it inherited, until something had been engineered that could look its creators in the eye and understand. She had sold it to the people back home by describing how colonists would reach the planet then, descending from the skies like deities to meet their new people. Instead of a harsh, untamed world, a race of uplifted sentient aides and servants would welcome their makers. That was what she had told the boardrooms and the committees back on Earth, but it had never been the point of the exercise for her. The monkeys were the point, and what they would become. This was one of the things the nuns were most incensed about. They shouted about making super beings out of mere beasts. In truth, like spoiled children, it was sharing that they objected to. Only child humanity craved the sole attention of the universe. Like so many other projects hoisted as political issues, the virus's development had been fraught with protests, sabotage, terrorism, and murder. And yet we triumph over our own base nature at last, Kern reflected with satisfaction. And of course, there was a tiny grain of truth to the insults the nuns threw her way, because she didn't care about colonists or the neo-imperialistic dreams of her fellows. She wanted to make new life, in her image as much as in humanity's. She wanted to know what might evolve, what society, what understandings, when her monkeys were left to their own simian devices. To Avrana Kern, this was her price, her reward for exercising her genius for the good of the human race. This experiment, this planetary what-if. Her efforts had opened up a string of terraformed worlds, but her price was that the firstborn would be hers and home to her new-made people. She was aware of an expectant silence and realized that she had got to the end of her speech, and now everyone thought she was just adding gratuitous suspense to a moment that needed no gilding. "Mr. Suring, are you in position?" she asked on open channel, for everyone's benefit. Suring was the volunteer, the man they were going to leave behind. He would orbit their planet-sized laboratory as the long years turned, locked in cold sleep, until the time came for him to become mentor to a new race of sentient primates. She almost envied him, for he would see and hear and experience things that no other human ever had. He would be the new Hanuman, the monkey god. Almost envied, but in the end Kern rather preferred to be departing to undertake other projects. Let others become gods of mere single worlds. She herself would stride the stars and head up the pantheon. I am not in position, no. And apparently he felt that was also deserving of a wider audience, because he had broadcast it on the general channel. Kern felt a stab of annoyance. I cannot physically do everything myself. Why is it that other people so often fail to meet my standards when I rely on them? To Suring alone she sent. Perhaps you would explain why. I was hoping to be able to say a few words, Dr. Kern. It would be his last contact with his species for a long time, she knew, and it seemed appropriate. If he could make a good showing, then it would only add to her legend. She held ready on the master comms, though, setting him on a few seconds' delay, just in case he became maudlin or started saying something inappropriate. This is a turning point in human history, Suring's voice, always slightly mournful, came to her, and then through her to everyone else. His image was in their mind's eye HUDs, with the collar of his bright orange environment suit done up high to the chin. I had to think long and hard before committing myself to this course, as you can imagine. But some things are too important. Sometimes you have to just do the right thing, whatever the cost. Kern nodded, pleased with that. Be a good monkey and finish up soon, Suring. Some of us have legacies to build. We have come so far, and still we fall into the oldest errors, Suring continued doggedly. We're standing here with the universe in our grasp, and instead of furthering our own destinies, we connive at our own obsolescence. Her attention had drifted a little, and by the time she realized what he had said, the words had passed on to the crew. She registered suddenly a murmur of concerned messages between them, and even simple spoken words whispered between those closest to her. Dr. Mercian meanwhile sent her an alert on another channel. Why is Suring in the engine core? Suring should not be in the engine core of the Needle. Suring should be in the sentry pod, ready to take his place in orbit and in history. She cut Suring off from the crew and sent him an angry demand to know what he thought he was doing. For a moment his avatar stared at her in her visual field, then it lip-synced to his voice. You have to be stopped, Dr. Kern. You and all your kind, your new humans, new machines, new species. If you succeed here, then there will be other worlds, you've said so yourself, and I know they're terraforming them even now. It ends here. Non ultra natura, no greater than nature. She wasted vital moments of potential dissuasion by resorting to personal abuse until he spoke again. I've cut you off, Doctor. Do the same to me if you wish, but for now I'm going to speak and you don't get to interrupt me. She was trying to override him, hunting through the control computer systems to find what he had done, but he had locked her out elegantly and selectively. There were whole areas of the facility's systems that just did not appear on her mental schematic, and when she quizzed the computer about them, it refused to acknowledge their existence. None of them was mission-critical, not the barrel, not the flask, not even the sentry pod, therefore none were the systems she had been obsessively checking every day. Not mission-critical, perhaps, but facility-critical. He's disabled the reactor safeties, Mercian reported. What's going on? Why's he in the engine core at all? Alarm, but not outright panic, which was a good finger in the air for the mood of the crew all around. He is in the engine core because his death will be instant and total, and therefore probably painless, Kern surmised. She was already moving, to the surprise of the others. She was heading up, climbing into the access shaft that led to the slender central pylon of the station, heading away from the outer floor that remained down, only so long as she was close to it, climbing up out of that spurious gravity well towards the long needle they all revolved around. There was a flurry of increasingly concerned messages. Voices called out at her heels. Some of them would follow her, she knew. Suring was continuing blithely. This is not even the beginning, Dr. Kern. His tone was relentlessly deferential even in rebellion. Back home, it will have already started. Back home, it is probably already over. In another few years, maybe, you'll hear that Earth and our future have been taken back for the humans. No uplifted monkeys, Dr. Kern. No godlike computers. No freak shows of the human form. We'll have the universe to ourselves, as we were intended to, as was always our destiny. On all the colonies in the solar system and out, our agents will have made their move. We will have taken power, with the consent of the majority, you understand, Dr. Kern. And she was lighter and lighter, hauling herself towards an up that was becoming an in. She knew she should be cursing Suring, but what was the point if he would never hear her? It was not such a long way to the weightlessness of the needle's hollow interior. She had her choice then, either towards the engine core, where Suring had no doubt taken steps to ensure that he would not be disturbed, or away. Away, in a very final sense. She could override anything Suring had done. She had full confidence in the superiority of her abilities. It would take time, though. If she cast herself that way down the needle, towards Suring and his traps and locked barriers, then time would be something she would not have the benefit of. And if the powers, that be refuse us, Dr. Kern, that hateful voice continued in her ear, then we will fight. If we must wrest mankind's destiny back by force, then we shall. She barely took in what he was saying, but a cold sense of fear was creeping into her mind, not from the danger to her and the Bryn too, but what he was saying about Earth and the colonies. A war, impossible, not even the nuns. But it was true there had been some incidents, assassinations, riots, bombs. The whole of Europa base had been compromised. The nuns were spitting into the inevitable storm of manifest destiny, though. She had always believed that. Such outbursts represented the last throes of humanity's under revolvers. She was now heading the other way, distancing herself from the engine core as though the Bryn had enough space within it for her to escape the coming blast. She was utterly rational, however. She knew exactly where she was going. Ahead of her was the circular portal to the sentry pod. Only on seeing it did she realize that some part of her mind, the part she always relied on to finesse the more complex calculations, had already fully understood the current situation and discerned the one slim but possible way out. This was where Suring was supposed to be. This was the slow boat to the future that he, in a sane timeline, would have been piloting. Now she ordered the door to open, relieved to discover that this, the one piece of equipment that was actually his particular business, seemed to have remained free of Suring's meddling. The first explosion came, and she thought it was the last one. The Bryn creaked and lurched around her, but the engine core remained stable, as evidenced by the fact that she herself had not been disintegrated. She tuned back into the wild whirl of frantic messaging between the crew. Suring had rigged the escape pods. He didn't want anyone avoiding the fate he had decreed for himself. Had he somehow forgotten the sentry pod, the detonating pods would push the Bryn 2 out of position, drifting either towards the planet or off into space. She had to get clear. The door opened at her command, and she had the sentry hub run a diagnostic on the release mechanism. There was so little space inside, just the cold sleep coffin, don't think of it as a coffin, and the termini of its associated systems. The hub was querying her. She was not the right person, nor was she wearing the proper gear for prolonged cold sleep. But I don't intend to be here for centuries, just long enough to ride it out. She swiftly overrode its quibbles, and by that time the diagnostics had pinpointed Suring's tampering, or rather identified, by process of elimination, those parts of the release process that he had erased from its direct notice. Sounds from outside suggested that the best course of action was to order the door closed, and then lock the system so that nobody from outside could intrude on her. She climbed into the cold sleep tank, and around that time the banging started. those others of the crew who had come to the same realization as her, but slightly later. She blocked out their messaging. She blocked out Suring too, who was obviously not going to tell her anything useful now. It was better if she didn't have to share her head with anyone except the hub control systems. She had no idea how much time she had, but she worked with the trademark balance of speed and care that had got her where she was now. Got me leading the Bryn 2 facility and got me here in the Sentry pod. What a clever, doomed monkey I am. The muffled banging was more insistent, but the pod only had room for one. Her heart had always been hard, but she found that she had to harden it still further and not think of all those names and faces, her loyal colleagues that she and Suring between them were condemning to an explosive end. Which I myself have not yet escaped, she reminded herself. And then she had it, a workaround jury-rigged release path that avoided Suring's ghost systems. Would it work? She had no opportunity for a dry run, nor had she any other options. Nor, she suspected, any time. Release, she ordered the hub, and then shouted down all of the different ways it was programmed to ask, "Are you sure?" until she felt the movement of mechanisms around her. Then it wanted her to go into cold sleep immediately, as had been the plan, but she made it wait. If the captain was not going down with her ship, she would at least watch its demise from a distance. And how much distance would that need? There were, by then, several thousand messages clamoring for her attention. Every member of the crew wanted to talk to her, but she had nothing to say to any of them. The Sentry pod had no windows either. Had she wanted, it could have shown her a HUD display of the rapidly receding Bryn 2 as her little capsule of life fell into its prearranged orbit. Now she returned to the Bryn's systems, her internal comms boosted by the Sentry hub, and instructed it, launch the barrel. She wondered if it was just poor timing, but in retrospect that had probably been Suring's first and more carefully performed task. Subtle enough to slip by in all her checks, because of course the actual mechanical release for flask and barrel was virtually beneath her notice. On the shoulders of others, she had said, but she had not stopped to think about those beneath her in that pyramid of achievement. Even the lowliest of them had to agree to bear her weight, or all of it would come falling down. She saw the flare not even in her mind's eye, but through the brief flower of damage reports from the Bryn 2's computers, as all of her colleagues and her facility, and Suring the traitor, and all of her work became abruptly no more than a rapidly disassociating cloud of fragments, a ghost breath of dissipating atmosphere, with some unrecognizable organic remains. Correct course and stabilize. She had been expecting a shockwave, but the Sentry pod was already far enough away, and the Bryn 2's energy and matter were so minuscule compared to the distances involved, that barely any adjustment was required to ensure the Sentry pod remained within its programmed orbit. Show me. She braced herself for the image, but really, at this remove it seemed almost nothing. A flash, a tiny burned boat of all her ideas and friends. In the final analysis, it had all been nothing more than a barrel of over-evolved monkeys after all. From this distance, against the vast and heedless backdrop of everything else, it was hard to say why any of it had ever mattered at all. Distress beacon, she ordered, because they would need to know on Earth what had happened. They had to know that they must come and collect her, wake her like Sleeping Beauty. After all, she was Dr. Kern. She was the future of the human race right here. They needed her. 20 long years for her signal to reach Earth. Far more than that for the rescue to come back, even with the best fusion engines employed to accelerate to 3/4 light speed. But her frail body would survive that long and cold sleep, and more than that. Some hours later, she saw the end of it. She saw the barrel hit atmosphere. It was not on the planned trajectory, the conflagration of the Bryn 2 having sent it off on a tangent, so that it narrowly avoided being hurled forever into empty space. Its cargo would not care, in the long run. The barrel burned, streaking like a meteor through the atmosphere of the green world. Somehow the thought of the insensate terror that its primate occupants must be going through, as they died in ignorance by fear and burning, touched her more than the death of her fellow humans. And wouldn't Suring claim that as evidence that he was right? From force of habit, a redundant professional thoroughness, she located the flask, watching as the smaller canister fell through the atmosphere at a gentler angle, delivering its viral cargo to a world devoid of the simians it was intended for. We can always get more monkeys. That was a curious mantra, but it made her feel better. The uplift virus would last for millennia. The project would survive the treachery and death of its creators. She herself would ensure it. Listen for a change in radio signals. Wake me when you hear it, she instructed. The pod computer was not happy about that. It required more exacting parameters. Kern thought over all the developments back home she might want to be appraised of. Listing them all was tantamount to trying to predict the future. Then give me options. Her HUD streamed with possibilities. The pod computer was a sophisticated piece of engineering, complex enough that it could feign sentience, if not quite own to it. Upload facility, she noted. It was not the most pleasant thought in the world, but was she not always saying how much easier life would be if she could arrange everything herself? The pod could upload an image of her consciousness into itself. Albeit an imperfect copy, it would form a Kern computer composite that would be able to react to external events in a simulation of her own best judgment. She scanned through the caveats and notes more cutting-edge technology that they were due to have pioneered. Over time, it was predicted that the AI network would further incorporate the uploaded Kern so that the composite would be able to make finer and finer distinctions. Potentially, the end result would be something smarter and more capable than the simple sum total of human and machine combined. Do it, she instructed, lying back and waiting for the pod to begin scanning her brain. Just let them be quick with the rescue party. 1.2 Brave Little Huntress. She is Portia, and she is hunting. She is 8 millimeters long, but she is a tiger within her tiny world, fierce and cunning. Like all spiders, she has a body of 2 parts. Her small abdomen holds her book lungs and the bulk of her gut. Her head body is dominated by 2 huge eyes facing forwards for perfect binocular vision, beneath a pair of tiny tufts that crown her like horns. She is fuzzy with hair in broken patterns of brown and black. To predators, she looks more dead leaf than live prey. She waits. Below her formidable eyes, her fangs are flanked by limb-like mouthparts, her palps, colored a startling white like a quivering mustache. Science has named her Portia labiata, just another unassuming species of jumping spider. Her attention is fixed on another spider at home in its web. This is Cytodes pallida, longer-limbed and hunchbacked and able to spit toxic webbing. Cytodes specializes in catching and eating jumping spiders like Portia. Portia specializes in eating spider-eating spiders, most of whom are larger and stronger than she. Her eyes are remarkable. The visual acuity of a primate peers out from those pinhead-sized discs and the flexible chambers behind them, piecing together the world around her. Portia has no thoughts. Her 60,000 neurons barely form a brain, contrasted with a human's 100 billion. But something goes on in that tiny knot of tissue. She has already recognized her enemy and knows its spit will make any frontal assault fatal. She has been playing with the edge of the Cytodes' web, sending tactile lies to it of varying shades to see if it can be lured out. The target has twitched once or twice, but it will not be deceived. This is what a few tens of thousands of neurons can do. Portia has tried and failed, variation after variation, homing in on those that evinced the most response, and now she will go about things differently. Her keen eyes have been examining the surroundings of the web, the branches and twigs that hang over and below it. Somewhere in her little knot of neurons, a three-dimensional map has been built up from her meticulous scrutiny, and she has plotted a painstaking course to where she may come at the cytodes from above, like a minute assassin. The approach is not perfect, but it is the best the environment will allow, and her scrap of brain has worked all this out as a theoretical exercise ahead of time. The planned approach will take her out of sight of her prey for much of the journey, but even when her prey is beyond view, it will remain in her tiny mind. If her prey was something other than cytodes, then she would have different tactics, or would experiment until something worked. It usually does. Portia's ancestors have been making these calculations and decisions for millennia, each generation fractionally more accomplished, because the best hunters are the ones that eat well and lay more eggs. So far, so natural, and Portia is just about to set off on her quest when movement attracts her gaze. Another of her species has arrived, a male. He has also been studying the cytodes, but now his acute eyes are locked on her. Past individuals of her species might have decided that the little male was a safer lunch than the cytodes and made plans accordingly, but now something changes. The presence of the male speaks to her. It is a complex new experience. The crouching figure there at the far side of the cytodes' web is not just prey-mate irrelevant. There is an invisible connection strung between them. She does not quite grasp that he is something like her, but her formidable ability to calculate strategies has gained a new dimension. A new category appears that expands her options 100-fold. Ally. For long minutes, the two hunting spiders examine their mental maps, while the cytodes hangs patiently oblivious between them. Then Portia watches the male creep around the web's edge a little. He waits for her to move. She does not. He moves again. At last he has got to where his presence changes her instinctive calculation of the odds. She moves off along the course that she had been plotting out, creeping, jumping, descending by a thread, and all the while her mind retains its image of that three-dimensional world and the two other spiders inside it. At last she is in position above the cytodes' web, back in sight of the motionless male. She waits until he makes his move. He skitters on to the silken strands, cautiously testing his footing. His movements are mechanical, repetitive, as though he is just some fragment of dead leaf that has drifted into the web. The cytode shifts once, then remains still. A breeze shivers the web and the male moves more swiftly under cover of the white noise of the shaking strands. He bounces and dances abruptly, speaking the language of the web in loud and certain terms. Prey. Prey here, trying to escape. The cytodes is instantly on the move and Portia strikes, dropping down behind her displaced enemy and sinking her fangs into it. Her poison immobilizes the other spider swiftly. The hunt is concluded. Soon after, the little male returns and they regard one another, trying to build a new picture of their world. They feed. She is constantly on the verge of driving him away, and yet that new dimension, that commonality, stays her fangs. He is prey. He is not prey. Later, they hunt together again. They make a good team. Together they are able to take on targets and situations that, alone, either would have retreated from. Eventually, he is promoted from prey not prey to mate, because her behaviors are limited as regards males. After the act of mating, other instincts surface and their partnership comes to an end. She lays her clutch, the many eggs of a very successful huntress. Their children will be beautiful and brilliant and grow to twice her size, infected with the nanovirus that Portia and the male both carry. Further generations will be larger and brighter and more successful still, one after the other selectively evolving at a virally accelerated rate, so that those best able to exploit this new advantage will dominate the gene pool of the future. Portia's children will inherit the world. 1.3 The lights go out. Dr. Avrana Kern awoke to a dozen complex feeds of information, none of which helped her restore her memories of what had just happened, or why she was groggily returning to consciousness in a cold sleep unit. She could not open her eyes. Her entire body was cramping, and there was nothing in her mental space except the overkill of information assailing her, every system of the sentry pod clamoring to report. Eliza mode. She managed to instruct, feeling queasy, bloated, constipated, and overstimulated all at once as the machinery of the coffin labored to bring her back to something resembling active life. "Good morning, Dr. Kern," said the sentry hub in her auditory centers. It had assumed a woman's voice, strong and reassuring. Kern was not reassured. She wanted to ask why she was here in the sentry pod, but she could feel the answer continually just about to hit her and never quite landing. "Just give me something to get my memories back together," she ordered. "That is not recommended," the hub cautioned her. "If you want me to make any kind of decision," and then everything fell back into her head in pieces, dams breaking to unleash a flood of horrifying revelation. The Bryn, too, was gone. Her colleagues were gone. The monkeys were gone. Everything was lost except her. And she had told the hub to wake her when the radio signals came. She took what was intended to be a deep breath, but her chest would not work properly and she just wheezed. About time, she told the hub, for all that statement would be meaningless to the computer. Now it was talking to her. She instinctively felt she should converse with it as though it was human. This had always been a vexing side effect of the Eliza mode. How much time has elapsed, Earth standard? 14 years and 72 days, doctor. She felt her throat open a little. That can't be. No point telling a computer it couldn't be right, but it wasn't right. It wasn't long enough. Word couldn't have got back to Earth and a rescue ship arrived back in that time. But then the hope set in. Of course, a ship had already been heading for her before Suring destroyed the Bryn, too. No doubt the man's status as a non-agent had been uncovered long before, when their ridiculous uprising had failed. She was saved. Surely she was saved. "Initiate contact," she told the hub. "I'm afraid that is not possible, doctor." She tutted and called up the system's feeds again, feeling better able to cope with them. Each part of the pod opened for her, confirming its working order. She checked the comms. Receivers were within tolerance. Transmitters were working, sending out her distress signal, and also performing their primary function, broadcasting a complex set of messages to the planet below. Of course, it had been intended that someday that same planet would become the cradle to a new species that might receive and decode those messages. No chance of that now. It's all. Her croaky voice infuriated her. "Clarify, what's the problem?" "I'm afraid that there is nothing to initiate contact with, doctor," the hub's Eliza mode told her politely. Her attention was then directed to a simulation of space surrounding them. Planet, sentry hub. No ship from Earth. Explain. "There has been a change in radio signals, doctor. I require a command decision as to its significance, I'm afraid." "Will you stop saying, 'I'm afraid'?" she rasped angrily. "Of course, doctor." And it would, she knew. That particular mannerism would be barred from its speech from that moment on. "Since you entered cold sleep, I have been monitoring signals from Earth." But Kern's voice shook a little. "Suring mentioned a war. Has there been news of a war? And on the heels of that, would the hub even know to wake me? It wouldn't be able to filter for content like that. So what? It had been there, lost amidst the profusion of data, but the hub highlighted it now. Not a presence, but an absence. She wanted to ask it, "What am I looking at?" She wanted to tell it that it was wrong again. She wanted it to double-check, as though it was not checking every single moment. There were no more radio signals from Earth. The last trailing edge of them had passed the sentry pod by, and radiating out from Earth at the speed of light, were already out of date by 20 years as they fled past her into the void. I want to hear the final 12 hours of signals. She had thought that there would be too many of them, but they were few, scattered, encoded. Those she could interpret were pleas for help. She tracked them back another 48 hours, trying to piece it all together. The hub's rolling recorder had retained no more than that. The precise details were already lost, speeding away from her faster than she could possibly pursue. Suring's war had broken out, though. That was all she could think. It had come and begun snuffing out colonies across human space. The lights had gone out across the solar system, as the nuns and their allies rose up and wrestled with their enemies for the fate of mankind. That there had been an escalation seemed incontrovertible. Kern was well aware that the governments of Earth and the colonies possessed weapons of terrifying potential, and the theoretical science existed for far worse. The war on Earth had gone hot, that much she could tell. Neither side had backed down. Both sides had pushed and pushed, pulling new toys from the box. The beginnings of the war were lost from her 2.5-day radio window, but she had the dreadful suspicion that the entire global conflict had lasted less than a week. And now, 20 light-years away, Earth lay silent, had lain silent for 2 decades. Were there people there at all? Had the entire human race been exterminated save for her, or had it simply been thrown back into a new dark age, where the dumb brute people looked up at those moving lights in the sky and forgot that their ancestors had built them? The stations, the insular colonies, the others, she got out. One of the last transmissions from Earth was in all frequencies, all directions electronic virus, Doctor, Eliza reported dolorously. Its purpose was to infest and disable any system that received it. It appears that it was able to penetrate known security. I surmise that the various colony systems have all been shut down. But that means Avrana already felt as cold as any human could have. She waited for the chill of realization, but there was none. The insular colonies and the handful of extrasolar bases were still being terraformed. They had been built early on in mankind's space-going history, and after the technology had been developed, the extensive presence of human settlements there had slowed the process down. So many individual toes to tread on. Tabula rasa planets were so much swifter, and Kern's world was the very first of these to be completed. Beyond Earth, mankind was terribly, terribly reliant on its technology, on its computers. If such a virus had taken over the systems on Mars or Europa and disabled those systems, that meant death. Swift death, cold death, airless death. How did you survive then? How did we survive? Doctor, the virus was not designed to attack experimental, uploaded human personality constructs. Your presence within my systems has prevented me being a suitable host for the virus. Avrana Kern stared past the lights of her HUD at the darkness inside the sentry pod, thinking about all the places in the greater dark beyond where humanity had once made a fragile, eggshell home for itself. In the end, all she could think of to ask was, "Why did you wake me?" "I require you to make a command decision, Doctor." "What command decision could you possibly need now?" she asked the computer acidly. "It will be necessary for you to return to cold sleep," the hub told her, and now she bitterly missed the "I'm afraid," which had added a much-needed sense of human hesitancy. However, a lack of information concerning current external circumstances means that I am likely to be unable to determine an appropriate trigger to reawaken you. I also believe that you yourself may not be able to instruct me concerning such a trigger, although you may give me any instructions you wish. or alternatively simply specify a particular period of time. In the alternative, you may simply rely on your personality upload to wake you at the appropriate time. The unspoken echo of that sounded in her mind, or never. There may never be a time. Show me the planet. The great green orb that she spun about was produced for her, and all its measurements and attributes, each linking to a nested tree of additional details. Somewhere in there were the credits, the names of the dead who had designed and built each part and piece of it, who had guided its plate tectonics and sparked its weather systems into life, fast-tracked its erosion and seeded its soil with life. But the monkeys burned, all for nothing. It seemed impossible that she had been so close to that grand dream, the spread of life throughout the universe, the diversification of intelligence, the guaranteed survival of Earth's legacy. And then the war came, and Suring's idiocy, just too soon. How long can we last? Was her question. Doctor, our solar arrays should enable our survival for an indefinite period of time. Although it is possible that external impact or accumulated mechanical defect may eventually result in the cessation of function, there is no known upper limit on our working lifespan. That had probably been intended as a pronouncement of hope. To Kern, it sounded more like a prison sentence. "Let me sleep," she told the pod. "I require guidance on when to wake you." She laughed at it, the sound of her own voice hideous in the close confines. "When the rescue ship arrives, when the monkeys answer, when my undead uploaded self decides, is that sufficient? I believe I can work within those tolerances, Doctor. I will now prepare you for a return to cold sleep. Sleep for a long, lonely time. She would return to the tomb, and a simulacrum of herself would stand watch over a silent planet, in a silent universe, as the last outpost of the great spacefaring human civilization. 2. Pilgrimage. 2.1 2,000 years from home. Halston Mason started awake into a nightmare of claustrophobia, fighting it down almost as quickly as it hit him. Experience allowed him to recognize where he was and why that was no cause for alarm, but the old monkey instincts still had their moment of glory, shrieking trapped. Trapped, in the halls of his mind. Fucking monkeys. He was freezing cold, and enclosed in a space that his body barely fit into, with what felt like 1,000 needles withdrawing themselves from his gray and nerveless skin, and tubes being yanked from more intimate regions, none of it done with much sense of tender care. Business as usual for the suspension chamber. He would like to think that he really hated suspension chambers, but that wasn't exactly an option for any member of the human race right now. For a moment he thought that this was it. He was being woken up but not released, to be trapped instead behind the frigid glass, unheard and unnoticed on a vast and empty ship of iced corpses heading forever into the nowhere of deep space. The primal claustrophobia jumped him for a second time. He was already fighting to lift his hands, to beat at the transparent cover above him, when the seal hissed and the dim, undirected light was replaced by the steady glare of the ship's lamps. His eyes barely flinched. The suspension chamber would have been preparing his body for this awakening long before it deigned to spark his mind back to life. Belatedly, he wondered if something had gone wrong. There were a limited number of circumstances in which he would have been revived, after all. He could hear no alarms, though, and the very limited status readout within the chamber had all been safe blue bars. Unless that's what's broken, of course. The Ark ship Gilgamesh had been built to last a very long time indeed, using every piece of craft and science that Halston's civilization had been able to wrest from the cold, vacuum-withered hands of their forebears. Even so, had there been an option, nobody would have trusted it, for how could anyone have faith that a machine, any machine, any work of the hands of humanity, could last throughout the appalling periods of time that would be required for this journey. Happy birthday. You're now the oldest man in history, said a sharp voice. Now get your feet under you, you lazy tosser. We need you. Halston's eyes focused on a face, nominally a woman's. It was hard, lined with a bony chin and cheekbones, and her hair the same close crop of stubble as his own. Suspension chambers were not kind to human hair. Issa Lane, chief key crew engineer of the Gilgamesh. He started trying to make some joke about never thinking she'd say she needed him, but he slurred the words and lost it. She understood enough to look at him contemptuously. Need isn't the same as want, old man. Get up. And button your suit, your arse is hanging out. Feeling like a 100-year-old cripple, he hunched and clambered and swung his way out of the coffin-shaped tank that had been his resting place for. Oldest man in what now? Lane's words came back to him with a jolt of realization. Hey, he said thickly. How long, how far out? Are we even clear of the solar system? We must be for her to say that. And as if he could see through the close, confining walls, he had a sudden sense of the vast emptiness that must be out there beyond the hull, a void that no human had plumbed since before the Ice Age, since the millennia-ago days of the old empire. The key crew suspension room was cramped, barely space for the two of them and the ranks of coffins. His own and two others open and empty, the rest still holding the not-quite corpses of other vital crew, against the need for them to resume an active role aboard ship. Lane threaded her way over to the hatch and swung it open before answering, glancing back over her shoulder with all her mockery gone. 1,837 years, Mason. Or that's what the Gilgamesh says. Halston sat back down on the lip of the suspension chamber, his legs abruptly insufficient to keep him standing up. How's he holding up? Have you? The sentences kept fragmenting in his head. How long have you been up? Have you checked over the cargo, the others? I've been up for 9 days now while you were being lovingly licked awake, Mason. I've gone over everything. It's all satisfactory. They did a good, solid job when they built this boy. Satisfactory, he sensed the uncertainty in that word. Then everyone's. Satisfactory in that we have a 4% chamber failure rate amongst the cargo, she told him flatly. For just short of 2 millennia, I think that counts as satisfactory. It could have been worse. Right, yes, of course. He got to his feet again and made his way over to her, the floor chilly against his bare skin, trying now to work out if they were accelerating or decelerating, or if the crew section was just spinning about its axis for gravity. Certainly, something was keeping him on the floor. If there was some sense that could split hairs between different flavors of ersatz gravity, though it was one his forebears had somehow failed to evolve. He was trying not to think about what 4% meant, or that the handily impersonal word cargo referred to a very large fraction of the surviving human race. And you need me for what anyway? Because most of the others were still asleep, and what bizarre set of circumstances could possibly require his presence when most of command, science, security, and engineering were still locked in a freezing, dreamless stasis? There's a signal, Lane told him, watching for his reaction carefully. Yes, I thought that would get you moving. He was nothing but questions as they negotiated the passage that led through to comms, but Lane just set a punishing pace and ignored him, letting him weave and stumble as his legs tried to betray him with every few steps. Vrygayan was the third early riser, as Halston had anticipated. Whatever the emergency, it required the Gilgamesh's commander, its chief engineer, and its classicist. But what Lane had said accounted for that neatly. A signal. And out here, what could that mean? Either something wholly alien, or a remnant of the old empire, Halston's area of expertise. It's faint and badly distorted. The Gilgamesh took too long, really, to even recognize it for what it was. I need you to see what you can make of it. Guyan was a thin, small-framed man, with a nose and mouth that both seemed to have been salvaged from a far broader face. Halston recalled his command style as being a mixture of aggressive motivation and good delegating skills. It seemed like only a few days ago that Halston had been under that stern gaze as he climbed into his suspension chamber, but when he probed his memories to determine just how many days, he uncovered an uncrossable gray area, a dim sensation that his sense of time was out of joint. 2,000 years will do that to you, apparently. Every minute or so, he was struck afresh by the revelation of how ludicrously lucky they all were just to be here. Satisfactory, as Lane had said. "Where's it coming from, though?" Halston asked. "Is it where we thought it would be?" Guyan just nodded, his face composed, but Halston felt a thrill of excitement go through him. It's there. It was real all this time. The Gilgamesh had not just cast itself randomly into the void to escape the end of all that they had left behind. They were one step short of being quite as suicidal as that. They had been following the maps and charts of the old empire, looted from failed satellites, from fragments of ship, from the broken shells of orbital stations containing the void-mummified corpses of Earth's former masters. Vacuum and stable orbits had saved them while the ice was scouring the planet below. And amongst the relics were the star maps, detailing where in the galaxy the ancients had walked. They showed him the signal, as it was distantly received by the Gilgamesh's instruments. It was a relatively short message, repeating interminably. No busy radio chatter of a bustling extrasolar colony. That would surely have been too much to hope for, given the time that had elapsed. "Maybe it's a warning," Guyan suggested. "If so, and if there's some danger, we need to know." "And if there's some danger, what precisely do we do about it?" Halston asked quietly. "Can we even change our heading enough now without hitting the system?" "We can prepare," Lane said pragmatically. "If it's some cosmic event that we somehow haven't picked up and that somehow hasn't destroyed the transmitter, then we might have to try and alter course. If it's a plague or hostile aliens or something, then, well, it's been a long time, I'll bet. Probably it's not relevant anymore. But we have the maps. Worst comes to worst, we can plot a course for the next world," Guyan pointed out. "We'll just slingshot past their sun and be on our way." By then Halston had stopped paying attention to him and just sat hunched, listening by earpiece to the Gilgamesh's rendition of the signal, looking over visual depictions of its frequency and pattern, calling up reference works from their library. He adjusted the Gilgamesh's interpretation of the signal, parsing it through all the known decoding algorithms that long-dead civilization had used. He had done this before plenty of times. All too often the signal would be encoded beyond the ability of modern cryptography to unpick. At other times there would be plain speech, but in one of those problem languages that nobody had been able to decipher. He listened and ran his encryptions, and words began to leap out at him, in that formal, antique tongue of a vanished age of wonder and plenty, and an appalling capacity for destruction. "Imperial Sea," he declared confidently. It was one of the more common of the known languages, and if he could just get his brain working properly, it should be child's play to translate it now he'd cleaned it up. There was a message there, finally opening like a flower to him, spilling out its brief, succinct contents in a language that had died before the ice came. "What?" Guyan started angrily, but Halston held up a hand for silence, letting the whole message play again and enjoying his moment of prominence. "It's a distress beacon," he announced. "Distress as in go away," Lane pressed. "Distress as in come and get me," Halston told them, meeting their eyes, seeing there the first spark of hope and wonder that he himself felt. Even if there's no one, and almost certainly there's no one, there will be tech, functioning tech. Something waiting there for us for thousands of years. Just for us. For a moment, this revelation was strong enough that their generalized low-level dislike of him almost vanished. They were three shepherds leading their human flock to a new, promised land. They were the founding parents of the future. Then Gaian clapped his hands. Fine. Good work. I'll have the Gilgamesh wake key personnel in time to start deceleration. We've won our gamble. No word said for all those left behind, who had not even been given the chance to play, or to wonder about the handful of other Ark ships that had taken different courses, the Earth spitting out the last gobbets of its inhabitants before the rising tide of poison overcame it. Back to your slabs, both of you. There was still at least a century of silent, death-cold travel between them and the signal's source. Give me just half a watch awake, Halston said automatically. Gaian glared at him, remembering suddenly that he had not wanted Halston among key crew, too old, too fond of himself, too proud of his precious education. Why? Because it's cold, because it's like being dead, because I'm afraid I won't wake up or that you won't wake me, because I'm afraid. But Halston shrugged easily. Time enough to sleep later isn't there. Let me look at the stars at least. Just half a watch and then I'll turn in. Where's the harm? Gaian grumbled his contempt at him, but nodded reluctantly. Let me know when you go back, or if you're last man up then. Turn out the lights, yes, I know the drill. In truth, the drill was a complex double check of ship systems, but the Gilgamesh itself did most of the hard stuff. All of key crew were taught how to do it. It was barely more taxing than reading down a list. Monkey work. Gaian stalked off, shaking his head, and Halston cocked an eye towards Lane, but she was already going over the engineering readouts, a professional to the last. Later, though, as he sat in the cupola and watched the alien starfield, 2,000 years from any constellations that his ancestors might have known, she came to join him, and sat with him for a fidgety 15 minutes without saying anything. Neither of them could quite voice the suggestion then, but by raised eyebrow and abortive hand movement, they ended up out of their ship suits and clasped together on the cool floor, whilst all of creation wheeled gently overhead. 2.2 Earth's other children. The name she answers to has both a simple and a complex form. The simple form comprises a series of telegraph gestures, a precise motion of the palps conveying a limited amount of information. The longer form incorporates a backing of stamping and shivering to add a subtle vibrational subtext to that crude flag waving, varying with mood and tense, and whether she speaks to a dominant or submissive female, or to a male. The nanovirus has been busy, doing what it can with unexpected material. She is the result of generations of directed mutation, her presence mute witness for all those failures who never bred. Call her Portia. To travel the forest is to travel the high roads, branch to branch, each tree a world in miniature, crossing where the branches touch. Now upside down, now right side up, scaling vertical trunks then leaping where the branches give out, trailing a lifeline and trusting to the eye and the mind to calculate distance and angle. Portia creeps forwards, judging ranges. Her branch juts out into the void, and she spends a careful minute considering whether she can make the jump to the next, before deciding that she cannot. Above her, the canopy fades out into a network of twigs that can't possibly bear her weight. Portia is far larger than her tiny ancestress, half a meter from fangs to spinnerets, an arachnophobe's nightmare. The support of her exoskeleton is aided by internal cartilage once used for little more than muscle attachment. Her muscles are more efficient too, and some of them expand and contract her abdomen, drawing air actively over her book lungs rather than just passively taking in oxygen. This permits a boosted metabolism, regulated body temperature, and a life of swift and sustained action. Below is the forest floor, no place to be crossed lightly. There are larger predators than Portia abroad, and although she is confident in her ability to outthink them, that would involve lost time and dusk is close. She scans her surroundings and considers her options. She has the excellent eyesight of the tiny huntress she evolved from. The great dark orbs of her principal eyes are considerably larger than those of any human. She turns her body to bring her companions into view, trusting to her peripheral eyes to warn her of danger. Bianca, the other female, is still behind at the trunk, watching Portia and willing to trust her judgment. Bianca is larger, but Portia leads, because size and strength have not been their species' most prized assets for a very long time. The third of her party, the male, is lower than Bianca, his legs spread out for balance as he hangs on the tree, looking downwards. Possibly he thinks he is keeping watch, but Portia feels he is probably just letting his mind wander. Too bad. She needs him. He is smaller than she. He can jump further and trust to more slender branches. The three of them are out of their territory by 50 days. Theirs is a species given to curiosity. That same ability that allowed their tiny ancestors to create a mental map of their environs has become the ability to imagine, to ask what is beyond the forest. Portia's people are born explorers. She raises her palps, white side out, and signals, "Come here." No need to give him his name. Females do not refer to males by name. He catches the motion in his lateral eyes and twitches. He is always twitching, afraid of his own shadow, wretched creature. She has distinct opinions on him, and more complimentary ones concerning Bianca. Her world consists of over 100 individuals, mostly females, with whom she enjoys carefully maintained relationships. The nanovirus has been driving her species hard towards a communal existence. Although her brain is decidedly smaller than a human's, just as the original Portia could use her minuscule knot of neurons to accomplish remarkable things, this distant daughter has an impressive ability to solve problems: physical, spatial, theoretical, social. Her species has proved fertile ground for the virus's attentions. Cautiously, the male crosses beneath Bianca and springs up to her branch, safety line trailing in a white thread behind him. "Bridge across," she tells him when he is close enough to communicate with properly. "Quick now." The basic content of her speech is visual, in a rapid semaphore of the palps. A wealth of context, mostly her general dissatisfaction with him, is provided in the vibrations of her flurrying feet. He flashes his humble acquiescence briefly and heads out as far along the branch as he dares, settling and resettling his feet over and over as he considers the jump ahead. Portia flashes her exasperation back to Bianca, but her companion is watching something below. An apparition like a walking carpet is creeping along the forest floor, another spider, but a species that the nanovirus has managed to gift with a greater size and little else. As bulky as half a dozen Portias, it would kill her in a moment if only it could catch her. Bianca is hungry. She indicates the ground crawler and idly suggests they break their journey now. Portia considers and finds the suggestion has merit. She waits until the male has made his jump across, easily, despite all his trepidation, and leaves him hauling himself back along his own line to begin the bridge work. Then she flashes a message to Bianca, and the two of them begin to descend. The hairy hunter below is intent on its own hunger. The forest is not short of prey species of varying sizes, many of them abortive results of the nanovirus's work. There are some surviving vertebrate species, mice, birds, dwarf deer, snakes, but the virus has tried and failed with them. Kern's experiment called for monkeys, and she ensured that the green planets chosen would suffer no competition from close cousins. The vertebrates that the monkeys were intended to interact with were designed to reject the virus. They have changed hardly at all. Nobody considered the invertebrates, the complex ecosystem of tiny creeping things intended to be nothing more than a scaffolding by which the absent monkeys would ascend. In so many cases, as with the great tarantula descendant below that Portia is considering, whilst the virus was able to provoke growth, the sought-for neural complexity never arose. Often the environmental pressure to select for such a facility was simply lacking. A sense of self and the ability to contemplate the universe are not necessarily survival traits in and of themselves. Portia is a rare exception, though not the only exception, where increased cognitive capacity granted an immediate and compelling advantage. The carpet-like hunter stops, the faintest of vibrations reaching it. The forest floor is strewn with its thread, forming a messy but effective sense organ that alerts it to the movements of its prey. Against a creature as simple as this, Portia and her kin prefer hunting methods that have not changed in thousands of years. Portia has discerned the pattern of threads below, running through the leaf litter, almost hidden save to eyes as keen as hers. She reaches down with a foreleg and plays them carefully, speaking eloquently the language of touch and motion, creating a phantom prey, and giving it the illusion of size, distance, and weight entirely conjured by her skill. She places herself in the primitive mind of the ground hunter, as surely as if she could actually implant her thoughts there. It advances a handful of steps, testing out this sensation, not wholly convinced. She wonders if it has had some near escapes with her kind before. The great shaggy abdomen is up, ready to shake out a cloud of barbed hairs that will choke Portia's book lungs and irritate her joints. She reaches down gingerly again, prying and tugging, suggesting that the illusory prey is getting further away, soon to escape entirely. Her body is mottled and irregular as her ancestors were, and the ground hunter's simple eyes have not made her out. It takes the bait suddenly, in a hairy rush across the forest floor towards nothing, and Bianca drops on its back, fangs first, driving them in where its legs meet its body, and then springing away a few body lengths to be out of the way of any riposte. The hunter lunges after her, but stumbles even as it does so, abruptly unsteady. Moments later it is twitching and quivering as the venom takes effect, and the two females wait for it to grow motionless, though still alive, before closing in to feed. Bianca in particular remains taut for another leap to escape if need be, her abdomen heaving slightly in and out as she forces air past her book lungs. Up above, the male is looking down plaintively, and when Portia checks on him, he signals for permission to feed. She tells him to finish his work first. A moment later he has dropped down practically on top of her, sending her leaping instinctively backwards, landing clumsily and flipping onto her back before righting herself angrily. Bianca has come within a whisker of killing the male, but he is stamping and signaling frantically. Danger coming. Danger. Spitters. And he is right. Here come her kind's ancestral foes. The spitting spiders, the cytodes, have marched in step with Portia's kin all the way from their minuscule beginnings. They are somewhere between her and the ground hunter in size, but size was not the key to dominance even in the ancient days before the virus. Now she sees them creep warily forwards, a whole troop of them. 6, no, 8 individuals, spread out but watching, come down off their web to hunt. They hunt in packs, these uplifted spitters, and Portia has an understanding that they are not beasts, whilst not having achieved whatever she has become. They are the big, shambling killers constantly on the edge of Portia's world, brutal lurking primitives whose unseen, implicit presence keeps hatchlings from straying too far from the nest. If the numbers had been equal, then Portia and Bianca would have contested the kill, for they see that the spitters have been following the path of the same prey. 8 is too many, though, even with the additional tricks the three travelers can utilize. The cytodes will throw out their sprays of sticky, venomous webbing. Although their eyesight is weak, and Portia and her kind are smart enough to anticipate and agile enough to dodge, the sheer number of nets will make the odds of their escaping poor. Conversely, the spitters are well aware of the danger that Portia's kind poses. The two species have clashed over untold generations, each time with more understanding of the enemy. Now both recognize that the other is something less than kin, but something more than prey. Portia and Bianca make automatic threats, lifting their forelimbs and displaying their fangs. Portia is considering whether her secret new weapon would even the odds. Her mind plays out likely scenarios, with and without the male's assistance. The enemy numbers seem too great for her to be sure of victory, and her task comes first. In her mind is a meta-plan, just the sort of A to B route finding that her distant antecedents performed, save that her goal is not just a spatial location, but an intangible victory condition. A fight now with the spitters would likely leave her in no position to achieve what she has set out to do. She signals to the other two to fall back, making her gestures large and slow enough that the inferior eyes of the spitters will read them. Can they understand her? She does not know. She could not even say whether they have some way of communicating amongst themselves that approximates to her own visual and vibrational language. Still, they hold off, no spitting, and only a minimal threat display from them, as Portia and her cohorts retreat. Bianca's feet pluck out a muttering refrain of frustration and annoyance. Being larger than Portia, she is quicker to seek physical confrontation. She is here because that has its uses, but for that same reason she knows to follow Portia's lead. They ascend once more, aware now that they must hunt again, and hope that the Cytodes clan will be satisfied with what was left here for them. Sometimes the spitters follow, if they have the numbers, and then it would be a choice of fast flight or turn and ambush. By dark, they have brought down an orb web builder, and the male jumps on an unwary mouse, neither of which makes a hearty meal. Portia's active lifestyle and altered anatomy mean that she needs considerably more food than her predecessors, pound for pound. If they were to be forced to live by hunting alone, then their journey would take far longer than it should. Amongst her baggage, however, Bianca has a quartet of live aphids. She lets the little creatures out to suck sap, fending the male off in case he forgets that they are not for eating, or not yet. After dusk, when Portia has spun a makeshift tent in the canopy, complete with warning lines in all directions, the aphids produce glutinous honeydew, which the spiders can drink as though it was the nourishing, liquidized innards of their prey. The domesticated creatures meekly return to Bianca's webbing afterwards, understanding only that they are safe with her, not realizing that, in extremis, they themselves will become the meal. Portia is still hungry. Honeydew is subsistent stuff, nourishing without the satisfaction of taking real prey. It is difficult for her to crouch there, knowing that there are aphids and the male within reach, but she can look ahead and see that her long-term plan will suffer if those are consumed now. Her lineage has always specialized in looking ahead, and in looking beyond, too. Now she squats at the entrance to the makeshift tent forming their camp, Bianca and the male nestling beside her for warmth, and looks out through the gaps in the canopy at the lights populating the night sky. Her people know them and see paths and patterns in them, and realize that they, too, move. Portia understands that their celestial journeys are predictable enough to use when navigating her own. One, though, is special. One light does not tread a slow and year-long course over the heavens, but hurries past, a genuine traveler just as she is. Portia looks up now and sees that tiny glint of reflected light passing overhead, a solitary motile speck in the vast dark, and she feels a kinship with it, lending to that orbiting pinpoint as much of an arachnomorphic personality as she can conceive of. 2.3 Enigma Variations. This time they had all of key crew out of the morgue, Halston almost the last one to appear, stumbling on numb feet and shivering. He looked better than a lot of them, though. His little jaunt, mere moments of personal time and over a century ago, had loosened him up. Most of the people he was now looking at had last opened their eyes while the Gilgamesh shared a solar system with the failing husk of Earth. They were crammed into the briefing room, all gray faces and shaven heads, some of them looking malnourished, others bloated. A few had pale mottling across their skins, some side effect of the sleep process that Halston couldn't guess at. He saw Guyan, looking more alert than anyone else there, and guessed the mission commander had ordered himself to be woken early, so that he could assert his bright, brisk dominance over this room full of zombies. Halston checked off the departments: command, engineering, science, and what looked like the whole of security, too. He tried to catch Lane's eye, but she barely glanced at him, nothing in her manner admitting to any century-ago liaison. Right. Guyan's sharp tone drew all ears as a final few stumbled in. We're here. We've made it with 5% loss of cargo and around 3% system deterioration according to the engineers. I consider that the greatest vindication of the human spirit and strength of will that history has ever known. You should all be proud of what we've achieved. His tone was adversarial, certainly not congratulatory, and sure enough he went on. But the real work is yet to come. We have arrived, and, as you all know, this was supposedly a system the old Empire space fleet frequented. We set our course for here because these were the closest extrasolar coordinates where we could hope to find a livable habitat, and perhaps even salvageable tech. You all know the plan. We have their star maps, and there are other such locations within a relatively short journey of here. Just a short hop compared to the distances we've already traveled without mishap. Or with just 5% mishap, Halston thought, but did not say. Guyan's belief in the extent of the Imperial presence within this system was also highly speculative, from the classicist's own perspective, and even Old Empire was a maddeningly inaccurate term. Most of the others looked too groggy to really think beyond the words themselves, though. Again he glanced at Lane, but she seemed to be focused only on the commander. What most of you do not know is that the Gilgamesh intercepted transmissions emanating from this system on our way in, which have been identified as an automatic distress beacon. We have functioning technology. He hurried on before anyone could get a question in. The Gilgamesh has therefore plotted a flight path solution that will break us around the star, and on the way out will come by slow enough for a meaningful pass close to the source of that signal, the planet there. Now his audience started waking up, and there was a rising babble of questions that Guyan waved down. That's right. A planet in the sweet spot, just like we were promised. It's been thousands of years, but space doesn't care. It's there, and the old empire has left a present for us too. And that could be good or it could be bad. We're going to have to be careful. Just so you know, the signal isn't from the planet itself, but from some sort of satellite, maybe just a beacon, maybe something more. We're going to try and open communications with it, but no guarantees. And the planet? Someone asked. Guyan indicated Renaz Vitas, the head of the scientific team. We're loath to commit so far, the slender woman began, another who'd obviously been up for a while, or perhaps by nature unflappable. The analysis made by Gilgamesh on our way in suggests something only slightly smaller than Earth, at close to Earth's distance from the star, and with all the right components: oxygen, carbon, water, minerals. So why not commit? Why not say it? Halston identified the speaker, Big Karst, who led the security detail. His chin and cheeks were raw, red, and peeling horribly, and Halston remembered suddenly how the man had refused to lose his beard for the suspension chamber, and was now apparently paying the price. I remember him arguing with engineering over that, he thought. It should have seemed just days before, according to his personal waking history, but, as he had noticed last time, there was clearly something imperfect about suspension. Certainly, Halston could not feel the centuries that had passed since they abandoned Earth, but something in his mind acknowledged that lost time, the sense of a yawning, terrible wasteland, a purgatory of the imagination. He found himself reluctant to consider ever going back under. "Why, in all honesty," Vitas replied brightly. "It's too good to be true. I want to overhaul our instruments. That planet is too Earth-like to be believed." Looking around at all the suddenly sour faces, Halston raised his hand. "But of course it's like Earth," he got out. The looks turned on him were not encouraging, some merely creased with dislike but rather more with exasperation. What's the bloody classicist want now, desperate for some attention already? "It's a terraforming project," he explained. "If it's like Earth, that just shows it's finished or near finished. There's no evidence the ancients ever actually practiced terraforming," Vitas told him, her tone an obvious put-down. "Let me take you through the archives. It's mentioned 100 times in their writings." But instead, Halston just shrugged, recognizing the showmanship of it all. "There is," he told them. "Out there. We're heading straight towards it." "Right," Guyan clapped his hands, perhaps annoyed that he had not been listening to his own voice for 2 minutes at a stretch. "You each have your tasks, so go and make ready. Vitas, run checks on our instrumentation as you proposed. I want us to conduct a full inspection of the planet and satellite as we close. Lane, keep a close eye on ship systems as we approach the star's gravity well, the gill. Not done anything but go in a straight line for a long time. Karst, get your people reacquainted with their kit, just in case we need you. Mason, you're working with my people on monitoring that signal. If there's anything active there to respond to us, I want to know about it." Hours later, and Halston was almost the last person left in the communications suite, his dogged academic patience having outlasted most of Guyan's people. In his ear, the signal, full of static, still pulsed its single simple message, clearer now than it had been out beyond the system, and yet saying no more. He had been sending responses regularly, seeking to spur something new, an elaborate academics game where he formulated queries in formal imperial C in the hope of seeming like the sort of caller that the beacon was crying out for. He started at a sudden movement beside him, as Lane slumped into the neighboring seat. "How's life in engineering?" He took out the earpiece. "Not supposed to be about people management," she grunted. "We're having to thaw out about 500 coffins from cargo to run repairs on them. Then we're having to tell 500 recently awoken colonists that they need to go right back into the freezer. Security have been called in. It's ugly. So, have you even worked out what it says yet? Who's in distress?" Halston shook his head. "It's not like that." "Well, yes, it is. It says it's a distress beacon. It's calling for help, but there are no specifics. It's a standard signal the old empire used for that purpose, intended to be clear, urgent, and unmistakable, always assuming you're even a member of the culture that produced it. I only know what it is because our early spacefarers were able to reactivate some of the stuff they found in Earth orbit and extrapolate function from context." So say hi to it. Let it know we've heard it." He sucked in the breath of the annoyed academic, starting off with the same pedantic, "It's not," before her frown made him reconsider. "It's an automated system. It's waiting for a response it recognizes. It's not like those extrasolar listening post things we used to have searching for any kind of signal pattern at all. And even those, I was never convinced by them, by the idea that we could necessarily recognize an alien transmission for what it was. That's too rooted in our assumption that aliens will be in any way like us. It's, you understand the concept of cultural specificity. Don't lecture me, old man. It's, will you stop with that? I'm what, 7 years older than you? 8. You're still the oldest man in the universe." Hearing that, he was very aware that he honestly did not know how the pair of them stood, one to another. So maybe I was just the last man in the universe right then. Or me and Guyan at most. Apparently it doesn't matter now anyway. "Yeah, well, you'd been up for how long before they woke me?" he goaded her. "Keep pulling those long hours and you'll catch up real soon, won't you?" She had no ready comeback, and when he glanced at her, her face was long and pensive. This is no way to run a civilization, he thought. But of course, that's not what we are, not anymore. We're a civilization in transport, waiting to happen somewhere else. Maybe here. We're the last cutting of old Earth. The pause stretched out between them, and he found he had no way of breaking its hold until Lane abruptly shook herself and said, "So, cultural specificity. Let's talk about that." He was profoundly grateful for the lifeline. "So I know it's a distress beacon, but that is literally only because we've had prior contact with Imperial tech, and in sufficient context that we can make assumptions, some of which may be wrong, even. And this isn't an alien species, this is us, our ancestors. And in turn, they won't recognize our signals necessarily. There's this myth that advanced cultures will be so expansively cosmopolitan that they'll be able to effortlessly talk down to the little people, right? But the Empire never intended its tech to be forward compatible with primitives, meaning us. Why would it? Like everyone else, they only ever intended to talk to each other. So I'm telling this thing, hello, here we are. But I don't know what protocols and what codes their system is expecting to receive from whatever rescuer would have been planned for, however many thousand years ago. They can't even hear us. We're just background static to them." She shrugged. "So what? We get there and send Karst over with a cutting torch and open her up." He stared at her. "You forget how many people died in the early space years trying to get at Empire tech. Even with all the systems fried by their old electromagnetic pulse weapons, there were still plenty of ways for it to kill you." Another lift of the shoulders, indicating a tired woman at the edge of her reserves. "Maybe you forget how much I don't like Karst." Did I forget? Did I ever know that? He had a vertiginous sense that maybe he had, but that any such knowledge had fallen unnoticed from his head during the long, cold age of his suspension. And it genuinely had been an age. There had been whole discrete periods of human history that had not lasted so long. He found himself holding on to the console as though, at any moment, the illusion of gravity gifted by the Gilgamesh's deceleration would vanish, and he would simply slip away in some random direction, with all connection lost. These are all the people there are, with the image of that roomful of near strangers he had never had a chance to get to know before they sealed him in the coffin. This is life and society and human contact, now and forever. It seemed to be Lane's turn to find the silence awkward, but she was a practical woman. She simply got up to go, drawing away sharply as he tried to put a hand on her arm. "Wait." It came out more as a plea than he had intended. "You're here, and I need your help." "On what?" Help me with the beacon signal. There's always been a lot of interference, but I think it's possible there's actually a second signal clashing with it on a close frequency. Look. He passed a handful of analyses over to her screen. Can you clean it up, compensate it out if it's noise, or at least something? I'm running out of things to try right now. She seemed relieved at actually getting a sensible request from him and resumed her seat. For the next hour, the two of them worked wordlessly side by side, she with what was now her task, and he in sending increasingly desperate inquiries aimed at the satellite, none of which evinced any response. Eventually, he felt that he might as well just be sending over gibberish for all the difference it made. Then, Mason, from Lane, and there was something new in her tone. You're right, it is another signal, a pause, but we're not getting it from the satellite. He waited, seeing her fingers move over the panels, checking and rechecking. It's from the planet. Shit, you're serious. And then, with a hand to his mouth. Sorry, I'm sorry. Not language befitting the dignity of etc., but... No, this is definitely a shit-worthy moment. It's a distress call. It's repeated. It's not like your distress signal. Much more complex. It must be actual live talk. It's not repeating. For a moment, Halston actually felt her hope peak, pulling the air between them taut with the untold potential of the future. And then she hissed. Bollocks. What? No, it is repeating. It's longer and more complicated than your distress call, but this is the same sequence again. Hands on the move once more. And it's, her bony shoulders sagged. I think it's bounce. Come again. I think this other signal is bouncing from the planet. Most likely hypothesis. The satellite is sending a signal to the planet and we're catching bounce back. Fuck, I'm sorry, I really thought. Lane, are you sure? She cocked an eyebrow at him because he was not joining in her dejection. What? The satellite is communicating with the planet, he prompted. It's not just a bounce back of the distress call, it's something longer. A different message sent to the planet than for the rest of the universe. But it's just on a loop, same as... She slowed down. You think there's someone down there. Who knows? But they're not broadcasting. Who knows? It's a terraform world, whatever Vita says. It was created to be lived on. And even if the satellite is nothing but a call for help these days, if they seeded the world with people. So maybe they really are savages. Maybe they don't have the tech to receive or transmit, but they could still be there. On a world specifically made for humans to live on. She stood up suddenly. I'm off to fetch Guyan. For a moment he looked at her, thinking, seriously, that was the first thing you thought of. But he nodded resignedly and she was off, leaving him to listen in on the newfound contact between satellite and planet and try to work out what it signified. To his great surprise, it took him very little time to do so. It's what? Guyan demanded. The news had brought along not just the commander but most of the key crew as well. A series of mathematics problems, Halston explained to them all. The only reason it took me as long as it did was that I was expecting something more sophisticated, something informative like the beacon. But it's maths. Weird maths, too, Lane commented, looking over his transcription. The sequences get quite complicated, but they're set out step by step from first principles, basic sequences. She was frowning. It's like, Mason, you mentioned extrasolar listening posts before. It's a test, yes, Halston agreed. An intelligence test. But you said it was pointed at the planet, Karst stated. Which raises all kinds of questions, yes, Halston shrugged. I mean, this is very old technology. This is the oldest working tech that anyone anywhere ever discovered. So what we're seeing could just be the result of a breakdown, an error. But yes, makes you think. Or not, Lane put in dryly. When the others just stared at her, she continued in her snide tone. Come on, people, am I the only one thinking it? Come on, Mason, you've been trying to get the thing to notice you for how long now? We've rounded the star on our approach to the planet, and you're still drawing blanks. So now you say it's setting some sort of maths test for the planet. Yes, but... So send in the answers, she suggested. Halston stared at her for a long time, then glanced sideways at Guyan. We don't know what. Do it, Guyan ordered. Carefully, Halston called up the answers he had compiled, the early problems solved easily on his fingers, the later ones only with artificial help. He had been sending plaintive signals to the distant satellite for hours. It was simple enough to dispatch the string of numbers instead. They waited, all of the key crew. It took 7 minutes and some seconds for the message to reach its intended destination. There was some shuffling. Karst cracked his knuckles. One of the science team coughed. A little over 14 minutes after sending, the distress beacon ceased. 2.4 Poor relations. Portia's people are natural explorers. As active carnivores with a considerably more demanding metabolism than their forebears, too many of them in one place will quickly overhunt any home territory. Traditionally, their family units fragment often. The females who are weakest, with the fewest allies, are the ones who venture further afield to establish new nests. Such diasporas happen regularly although they lay far fewer eggs than their ancestors, and although their standards of care are far below human so that infant mortality rates remain high, the species population is in colossal expansion. They are spreading across their world, one broken family at a time. Portia's own expedition is something different, though. She is not seeking a nesting ground, and there is a home that her present plans require her to return to. In her mind and her speech, it is the great nest by the Western Ocean, and several hundred of her kind, most but not all relatives of one degree or another, reside there. The basic domestication of the aphids and their husbandry by the spiders has allowed the great nest to grow to unprecedented size, without the shortages that would prompt migration or expulsion. Over several generations, the social structure of the great nest has grown exponentially more complex. Contact has been made with other nests, each of which has its own way of feeding the modest multitudes. There has been some halting trade, sometimes for food but more often for knowledge. Portia's people are ever curious about the further reaches of their world. That is why Portia is traveling now, following the paths of stories and rumors and third-hand accounts. She has been sent. The three of them are entering already claimed territory. The signs are unmistakable, not merely regularly maintained web bridges and lines amid the trees, but patterns and designs stating by sight and scent that these hunting grounds are spoken for. This is exactly what Portia has been looking for. Ascending as high as they can go, the travelers can see that, to the north, the character of the formerly endless forest changes dramatically. The great canopy thins, fading away in patches to reveal startling stretches of cleared ground. Beyond that there are still trees, but they are of a different species and regularly spaced, in a manner that looks jarringly artificial to their eyes. This is what they have come to see. They could simply avoid this little piece of family turf that they have come across and go look. Portia's plan, however, the step-by-step route that she has plotted from the start of their trek to its successful conclusion, specifically calls for her to gather information. For her ancestors, this would mean painstaking visual reconnaissance. For her, it means asking questions of the locals. They proceed with caution and openly. there is a real possibility that the incumbents may chase them off. However, Portia can mentally put herself in their place. Consider how she herself would look upon an intruder. She can think through the permutations enough to know that an aggressive or covert entrance will increase the chance of a hostile reception. Sure enough, the locals are sharp enough to spot the newcomers quickly, and curious enough to make their presence known at a distance, signaling for Portia and her fellows to approach. There are 7 of them, 5 females and 2 males, and they have a neat nest strung between 2 trees, liberally surrounded with trip lines to warn them of any overbold visitors. Also present are a brood of at least 2 dozen spiderlings of various ages, hatched from a communal creche. Fresh from the egg, they are able to crawl and take live prey, and understand a variety of tasks and concepts without having to be taught. Probably no more than 3 or 4 of them will reach adulthood. Portia's people lack a mammal's helpless infant stage and the maternal bond that accompanies it. Those that do survive will be the strongest, the most intelligent, and the best able to interact with others of their kind. The palp semaphore language allows for communication over a mile away in clear conditions, but is not suitable for complex discussions. The more subtle step vibration speech will not travel far across the ground or down a branch. In order to hold a free and frank exchange of views, one of the local females spins a web that stretches between several trees, large enough for everyone to rest a few feet on its many anchor points and follow the conversation as it progresses. One of the locals climbs onto the web, and at her invitation, Portia joins her. "We bring you greetings from the great nest on the Western Ocean," Portia begins, meaning, "We are but 3, but we have friends. We have traveled far and seen many things." For information is often a trade good in itself. The locals remain suspicious. They are spoken for by their largest female, who shudders upon the web and shifts her feet, saying, "What is your purpose? This is no place for you. We do not seek to hunt," Portia states. "We do not come to settle. We shall soon return to the great nest. Word has come to us. The concept is expressed very clearly to their minds, vibrations twanging down a taut line. They are naturally equipped to think in terms of information transmitted at a distance. The land beyond your land is of interest, unrest amongst the locals. It is not to be traveled, their leader says. If that is so, then that is what we have come to discover. Will you tell us what you know? More disquiet, and Portia is aware that her mental map of what is going on must have a hole somewhere, because they are reacting in a way she cannot account for. Their leader wishes to appear bold, however. Why should we? "We will tell you things in return, or we have understanding to exchange." For the spiders, mere telling and understanding are 2 distinctly different currencies. The locals step back off the web at a signal from their leader and huddle close, keeping several eyes on the newcomers. There is a shuffling huddle of speech, softly stepped out so that it does not reach their visitors. Portia retreats as well, and her 2 companions join her. Bianca has no particular ideas, save that she is anticipating having to go up against the lead female, who is noticeably bigger. The male, though, surprises Portia. "They're afraid," he suggests. "Whatever is ahead of us, they are afraid that we may stir it up and it will attack them." It is natural for a male to think about fear, Portia decides. That she agrees with him makes finding out the truth about their destination all the more important. At last, the locals return to the web and negotiations resume. "Show us your understanding," their leader challenges. Portia signals to Bianca, who unwraps one of the docile aphids from alongside her abdomen and displays it to the skittish surprise of the locals. The little beast is milked for honeydew, and Portia wraps up a sagging parcel of the sweet stuff and deposits it in the center of the web, where the locals approach it. Once they have tasted it, and once they understand Portia's mastery over the animals, they are more than ready to make some manner of deal. The value of an independent food source is immediately evident to them, especially given their mysterious northern neighbors, who might soon threaten their hunting grounds. What of these will you trade? The local leader asks, eagerness evident in her movements. We have 2 of these beasts for those that give us a full account of what lies beyond your lands, Portia offers, knowing that this is not what the locals really wish to trade for. Also, we have eggs, but the raising and care of these creatures requires skill, or they will die young and you will have nothing. There is now an urgent channel of talk running between the lead female and the others, and Portia catches fragments of it along the web. They are too agitated to be careful. You said you could trade. The big female demands. Yes, we can trade this understanding, but we will ask for more in return. Portia is not referring to teaching, but to something deeper, one of the secrets of her species, continuing success. The nanovirus itself is subject to variations in its transcription. It was designed that way in order to creatively accomplish its hardwired aim, to bring the host to a detected level of sophistication set by its creators, and once its victory conditions are met, to cease further assistance. Its creators included such safeguards so as to prevent their proteges continuing to develop into superhuman monkey gods. The virus was intended for a primate host, however, and so the end state that it has been programmed to seek is something that Portia labiata can never become. Instead, the nanovirus has mutated and mutated in its inbuilt quest to reach an impossible goal, the end that justifies all conceivable means. More successful variants lead to more successful hosts, who in turn pass on the superior mutated infection. From the microscopic point of view of the nanovirus, Portia and every other affected species on the planet are merely vectors for the onward transmission of the virus's own evolving genes. Long ago in Portia's evolutionary history, her species, social development was greatly accelerated by a series of mutations in the reigning infection. The virus began to transcribe learned behavior into the genome of sperm and egg, transforming acquired memes into genetically inheritable behavior. The economic, force-evolved brains of Portia's kind share more structural logic with each other than chance-derived human minds do. Mental pathways can be transcribed, reduced to genetic information, unpacked in the offspring, and written as instinctive understanding. Sometimes concrete skills and muscle memory, but more often whole tranches of knowledge, rag-edged with loss of context, that the newborn will slowly come to terms with throughout its early life. The process was piecemeal at first, imperfect, sometimes fatal but more reliable with each generation as the more efficient strains of virus prospered. Portia has learned a great deal in her life, but some things she was either born with or came to her as she developed. Just as all new-hatched spiderlings can hunt and creep and jump and spin, so Portia's early moltings brought with them an innate understanding of language and access to fragments of her forebears' lives. That is now ancient history, a facility that Portia's people have possessed from back before their histories began. More recently, however, they have learned to exploit the nanovirus's enhanced capabilities, just as the virus in turn is exploiting them. He has the understanding, Portia confirms, a flick of one palp indicating her male follower. But we will trade like for like. You have understanding of how to live here and the precautions you take. That is what we seek. The next moment, she realizes she has overplayed her hand, because the big female goes very still on the web, a particular hunting stillness that signals raw aggression. So your great nest will come to our lands after all. You are not here to hunt, and yet tomorrow your kin intend to hunt here, because such traded understanding would not benefit Portia herself, but only generations to come, those whose genomes are as yet unwritten. We seek understanding of all places, Portia protests, but the language of motion and vibration is a hard one to dissemble in. Enough unintended body language leaks into it to confirm the suspicions of the big female. Abruptly, the local leader has reared up, two pairs of legs raised high and her fangs exposed. It is a brute language unchanged for millions of years. See how strong I am. Her rear legs are bunched ready to spring. Reconsider. Back off, Portia warns her. She herself is tensed up, but she is not showing submission nor retreating, nor measuring her legs against the others. Go now or fight, the angry female demands. Portia notes that she does not necessarily have the wholehearted support of her fellows, who are anxiously flagging up concern or sending cautioning words along the strands of the web. Portia creeps sideways and feels a new dancing from behind her, a charging advance from Bianca that also serves as a kind of battle hymn. The local leader is obviously thrown by the fact that her opponent's speaker is not also their fighter, and she backs off a little, warily. Moreover, Bianca has armor. There is a functional limit to how much understanding any individual can inherit from the virus. New information rewrites the old, though perhaps each generation's ability to store such innate knowledge is a little greater than the last. This band of backwoods locals will have a handful of tricks all their own, carefully preserved down the years. Their individuals can learn and teach, but their inbuilt knowledge base is limited. A larger community like Great Nest has a great many understandings to draw upon, different lineages passing on their mysteries and trading with others. Different discoveries, tricks and knacks can be combined and experimented with. Great Nest is more than the sum of its parts. Bianca is no artisan, not by learning nor by inherent understanding, but she wears the fruits of others' labors. Curved wooden shields she has glued to her palps, dyed in aggressive, clashing colors. She rears high, measuring legs against the big female, but then hunches down, her shields raised. They fight in the manner of their kind. They display, threaten, bare their fangs. They dance across the web, each step sounding like a goading word. The local female is larger, and she knows how this goes. Her greater size will convince the smaller intruder to back down, because otherwise the newcomer will die. Portia's kin share something with tool-using man. They are very able to harm each other. They were spider killers from the first, and their venom will immobilize an enemy of their own species as easily as it would a spitter. If matters come to that, usually the victor will give in to instinct and feed. For this reason, they have a culture that shies away from actual violence because of the risks inherent in any clash. The danger they pose to one another has been a great civilizing influence, just as much as has that sense of kinship their shared viral heritage gifted them with. But Bianca is not backing down, however clearly her opponent outmatches her. The threat displays become more and more aggressive, the big female leaping and darting about the web, whilst Bianca sidles sideways and keeps her shields up against the eventual pouncing strike that must be coming. Portia, for her part, spins her thread and readies herself to use another Great Nest innovation, this one new enough that she has had to learn it, though perhaps she may be able to virally gift it to her offspring. The big female springs just as Portia is ready. Bianca takes the fang strike on her shields, the impact knocking her over onto her back. The female rears up for another strike, infuriated. The stone that strikes her knocks her clean off the web, tumbling down to hang by her safety line, twitching and convulsing. Her abdomen is cracked open on one side where the missile tore through, and the loss of fluid to her body is already causing her remaining limbs to curl in upon themselves involuntarily. Portia has already reloaded, the slingshot of silk strung in a taut V between her wide-placed front feet, and her powerful hind legs. The locals stare at her. A couple have crept partway towards their injured leader, but Bianca is ahead of them, dropping to drive her fangs into her victim's cracked carapace. Portia assesses the locals. They have adopted a submissive posture, thoroughly cowed. One of the other females, not the largest but perhaps the boldest, steps deferentially onto the web. "What do you want?" she dances out. "Good. Let us trade," Portia states as Bianca rejoins her. "Tell us about your neighbors." After they are done, each side weighing what it is willing to share against the relative bargaining power of the other party, Portia's male scuttles onto the web and distills his understanding of aphid husbandry into a neatly silk-wrapped packet of sperm. One of the local males performs a similar service with his own day-to-day knowledge of his family's territory and its aggressive neighbors. This active use of the viral transcription is not behavior prompted by the virus itself, but a cultural tradition amongst Portia's people. Information as currency, by means of a transfer that incidentally assists the virus in propagating its genetic code. At the same time, the next generation of spiderlings will share kinship, a bridge between Portia's great nest and this little family, part of a great web of such interrelations whose connections can be traced, community to community, across much of the planet. What the locals now say about the North is alarming, a potential threat that Portia's great nest seems likely to encounter quite soon. At the same time, it is intriguing, and Portia decides that the plan requires a closer personal look. 2.5. All these worlds are yours. The reply that came back from the satellite was not intentionally encoded, but Halston still sweated over what seemed to him an age, trying to turn the radio signal into something comprehensible. In the end, it gave up its secrets under the combined might of Lane, the Gilgamesh, and himself, presenting him with a curt, brief message in classical Imperial C that he could at least make a stab at translating. Finally, he leant back in his seat, aware that all eyes were fixed on him. "It's a warning," he told them. "It's saying that we're transmitting from incorrect coordinates or something like that. It says we're forbidden here." "It looks as though it's warming up," observed one of the science team, who had been taking readings from the distant object. "I see a swift increase in energy usage. Its reactor is increasing output." "It's awake then," Guyan declared, somewhat vacuously in Halston's opinion. "I reckon it's still just automatic signals," Lane guessed. "Tell it we're responding to its distress call." Halston had already phrased a reply in scholar's language which read as formally as an academy exercise. Then had Lane and the Gilgamesh transcribed the message into the same electronic format the satellite was using. The waiting, as the signals danced across those millions of kilometers of void, was soon stretching everybody's nerves. "It's calling itself the second Bryn Sentry habitat," Halston translated eventually. "It's basically telling us to alter our course to avoid the planet." Before Guyan could ask, he added, "And it's not mentioning the distress call now. I think, because we've gone in with an answer to whatever it was signaling to the planet, it's that system we're interacting with." "Well, tell it who we are and tell them we're coming to help them," Guyan instructed him. "Seriously, I'm not sure." "Just do it, Mason." Why would it be signaling elementary maths to the planet? Vitas complained to nobody in particular. "I can see all sorts of systems coming online, I think," added her underling at the sensor suite. "This is incredible. I've never seen anything like it." "I'm launching some drones, both for the SAT and for the planet," Karst announced. "Agreed," said Guyan. "It doesn't recognize us," Halston reported, frantically translating the latest message from the satellite, stumbling over its antique grammar. "It says we're not authorized here. It says something about biological hazard." And at the shudder that went through the crew, no, wait, it's calling us an unauthorized biohazard. I think it's threatening us. How big is this thing again? Karst demanded. A little under 20 meters on its longest axis, was the reply from the science team. Well then, bring it on. Karst, this is old Empire tech, Halston snapped. We'll see what that's worth when the drones get there. As the Gilgamesh was still fighting to slow down, the drones outstripped it rapidly, their own thrust hurrying them towards the planet and its lone sentinel at an acceleration that a manned craft could not have managed without pulping its occupants. I have another warning to divert, Halston reported. Look, I think we're in the same position as with the distress call. Whatever we're sending it just isn't being recognized by the system. Probably if we were supposed to be here, we'd have the right codes or something. You're the classicist, so work them out, Guyan snapped. It's not like that. It's not like the old empire had a single, password or something. We have archives of imperial transmissions, don't we? So just strip some protocols from those. Halston sent a glance of mute appeal towards Lane, but she was avoiding his gaze. Without entertaining any hope whatsoever, he began pairing ID and greetings codes from those fragments of old Empire recordings that had survived, and throwing them at random towards the satellite. I've got signal from the drones on screen, Karst reported, and a moment later they were looking at the planet itself. It was still just a glint, barely distinct from the surrounding starfield, even with the best magnification of the drone's electronic eyes, but they could see it growing. A minute later, and Vitas pointed out the tiny pinprick shadow of its moon passing across the planet's surface. Where's the satellite? Guyan demanded. Not that you'd see it at this distance, but it's coming round from the far side, using the planet's atmosphere and the moon to bounce its signal to us. Drone parties splitting off now, Karst reported. Let's take a proper look at this Bryn thing. More warnings. Nothing's getting through to it, Halston slipped in, aware that by now nobody was really listening to him. Karst, remember, no damage to the satellite once you contact, Guyan was saying. Whatever tech's there, we want it in one piece. No problems, and there she is, starting our run right now. Karst. Relax, Commander. They know what they're doing. Halston glanced up to see the drones fixing their aim at a point on the growing green orb circumference. Look at that color, Vitas breathed. Unhealthy, Lane agreed. No, that's old Earth color, green. This is it, one of the engineers whispered. We're here, we made it. Visual on the satellite, Karst announced, highlighting a tiny glint on the screen. This is the second Bryn Sentry habitat, Halston read out insistently. This planet is claimed by the something, exaltation program, and any interference is forbidden. Exaltation what? Lane asked sharply. I don't know. Halston was racking his brains for references, hunting through the ship's archives. There was something about. The old empire fell because it descended into sinful ways. You know the myth cycle. A few grunts of confirmation. The exaltation of beasts, that was one of the sins of the ancients. Karst let out a yelp of surprise, and moments later the transmissions from his satellite-bound drones exploded into static. Ah, shit. Everything heading for the satellite just died, he bellowed. Lane, Guyan started. Already on it, last moments of a busy silence as she worked. Here, this is the last one to go by about a second. There, brief power surges and the other drones are gone. Then this one goes right after. It just blew your drones, Karst. What with? Why would it need a... Look, that thing could be serious military hardware for all we know, Lane snapped. Or it would need to be ready to track and deal with deep space object impact, suggested Vitas. Anti-asteroid lasers, maybe. Lane was frowning at the readouts. I'm not sure it did shoot. Karst, how open are the drone systems? The security chief swore. We are still heading towards it, Halston pointed out. Even as he said this, some of the other drone screens were dying. The machines Karst had been sending planet-side. The satellite was snuffing them out the moment it rounded the world enough to obtain line of sight. What the fuck's going on? Karst demanded, fighting for control, sending his last pair of machines zigzagging towards the planet. A moment later there was a sudden energy spike, a colossal expenditure of power from the satellite, and one of the two surviving machines was gone. Now that was a shot, Lane confirmed grimly. That atomized the bastard. Karst swore foully as he coded instructions for the last machine, sending it spiraling towards the planet, trying to keep the curve of the horizon between the drone and the satellite. Are those weapons a danger to the Gilgamesh? Guyan asked, and the room fell silent. Probably yes. Vitas sounded unnaturally calm. However, given how much energy we've just seen, its ability to use them may be limited. It won't need a second shot at us, Lane said grimly. We're not going to be able to deviate from this course, not significantly. We're already decelerating as much as is safe. We have too much momentum. We're plotted to come into orbit. It's telling us to leave or it will destroy us, Halston said tonelessly. As the Gilgamesh's computers adapted, they became quicker at bringing him a comprehensible record of the signal, and he found that he was now reading the reproduction of an ancient script almost fluently. Even before any demands from Guyan, he was already phrasing his reply, travelers in distress. Do not initiate hostile action. Civilian transport ship requires assistance. Lane was looking over his shoulder critically as he sent it. It is adjusting its positioning, from the science team. Pointing at us, Guyan concluded. It's an inexact comparison, but yes, in the minds of everyone there. Halston could feel his heart hammering madly. Travelers in distress. Do not initiate hostile action. Civilian transport ship requires assistance, but the message wasn't getting through. Guyan opened his mouth to issue some desperate order, but Lane burst out. Send it back its own distress call, for fuck's sake. Halston goggled at her for a moment, then let out a cry of some nameless emotion, triumph inextricably mixed with annoyance at not having thought of it himself. Moments later it was done. There were some hard minutes then, waiting to see how the satellite would react, to see if they had been in time. Even as Halston returned the satellite's own distress signal to it, the attack could already have been sent leaping across space towards them, fast enough that they would not even know until it struck. Finally, Halston sagged back in his seat with relief. The others were crowding round, staring at his screen, but none of them had the classical education to translate it until he put them out of their suspense. Please hold for further communication, he told them, or something like that. I hope it's gone to wake up something more sophisticated. There was a murmur of conversation behind him, but he was counting the minutes until the next transmission arrived. When the screen filled instantly with code, he was elated for a fraction of a second before letting out a hiss of exasperation. It's gibberish. It's just a wall of nonsense. Why is it? Wait, Lane interrupted him. It's a different sort of signal, that's all. Gilgamesh has matched the encoding with some stuff in your archives, old man. It's audio, it's speech. Everyone was silent once more. Halston glanced around at a cramped room full of bald men and women, all looking in less than good health, still shivering from the aftereffects of their unthinkably long suspension, and all unable to keep up with the revelations and emotional trauma of their current situation. I'm honestly not sure who's even still following this. Probably it's still an automated. He started, but tailed off, not sure if he even had the energy for the argument. Right. Gilgamesh has done his best to decode, based on the fragments in archive, Lane reported. Everyone want to hear this? Yes, Guyan decided. What came to them from the ship's speakers was hideous. A corroded, static-spiked mess in which a female voice could just be discerned. Nothing but isolated words breaking in and out of the interference, words in a language that nobody but Halston could comprehend. Halston had been watching the commander's face because it had been obvious to him what they would get, and he saw a spasm of rage spike there briefly before being fought down. Oh, that's not good. Mason, translate. Give me time, and if you can clean it up any lane. Already on it, she muttered. Behind them, the others began speculating cautiously. What had been speaking? Was it merely an automatic message, or Vitas was speculating on the old Empire's supposed intelligent machines, not just a sophisticated autonomous engine like the Gilgamesh, but devices that could think and interact as if they were human, or more than human. Halston hunched over his console, phones to his ears, listening to the incrementally clearer versions that Lane was scrubbing for him. At first he couldn't understand more than a few words, having to slow the transmission down and focus on small slices of it, while trying to wrestle with a thoroughly unexpected intonation and pattern of speech. There was a lot of interference, too, a weird, irregular rise and fall of static that kept interfering with the actual message. I've got the drone into the atmosphere, Karst announced abruptly. Everyone had almost forgotten him, as he sent instructions to his one surviving remote, with no idea of whether each refinement to its course would arrive in time to prevent its destruction. When he had the attention of the majority, he added, "Who wants to see our new home?" The drone's images were grainy and distorted, a high-altitude scan of a world so green that one of the scientists asked if the picture had been recolored. "You're seeing exactly what the drone's seeing," Karst assured them. "It's beautiful," someone put in. Most others simply stared. It was beyond their experience and their imagination. The Earth that they remembered had not looked like this. Any such verdant explosion had been locked away in the years before the ice, and it never returned after the toxic thaw. They came from a planet immeasurably poorer than this one. All right. The conversation behind Halston had grown into a hubbub of speculation, then died away into ennui in the time it had taken him to adjust to the new transmission. Translation here. He sent it to their screens. The second Bryn Sentry habitation acknowledges your request for assistance. You are currently on a heading that will bring you to a quarantine planet, and no interference with this planet will be countenanced. Please provide full details of your emergency situation so that habitat systems may analyze and advise. Any interference with Kern's world will be met with immediate retaliation. You are not to make contact with this planet in any way. We'll see about that, Karst declared, and doesn't know about the last drone then. I've said it so as to try and keep to the far side of the planet from that thing. Mason was still playing back the message, trying to work out what that continuing interference was. Like the distress call, it sounded as though there was some other message hitching a ride along with the satellite's signal. Is it still sending down to the planet? He asked Lane. It is, but I've compensated for that. You shouldn't be getting. Kern's world, Vitas noted. Is that a name? Kern and Bryn are phonetic, Halston admitted. If they're words, then they're not in my vocabulary files. What response? Will it understand if we speak to it? Guyan pressed. I'll send an encoded message like before, Halston told him. Whatever it is, it's not speaking Imperial C the way the textbooks think it should be spoken. Different accent, different culture maybe. I don't think I could speak to it well enough to be properly understood. Send this. Guyan shunted over a block of text for Halston to translate and encode. We are the Ark ship Gilgamesh, carrying 500,000 humans in suspension. It is of utmost priority that we are able to establish a presence on your planet. This is a matter of the survival of the human species. We require your assistance in preserving our cargo. It's not going to work. Halston wondered whether Guyan had somehow heard some other message from the satellite, because that wasn't an appropriate response as far as he was concerned. He sent it off, though, and returned to listening to the previous transmission, recruiting Lane to try and parse out the rider signal, to separate out something comprehensible. And then abruptly he began to hear it, listening between the words, stock still and gripping his console as the meaning came through to him. The second Bryn Sentry habitation acknowledges your request for assistance. You are currently on a heading that will bring you to a quarantine planet, and no interference with this planet will be countenanced. Please provide full details of your emergency situation so that habitat systems may analyze and advise. Any interference with Kern's world will be met with immediate retaliation. You are not to make contact with this planet in any way. Cold, so very long, waiting, why won't they come? What has happened? Can they all really have gone? Is there nobody, nothing left at all of home? So very cold, coffin, cold, nothing is working, nothing working, nothing left. Eliza. Why won't you answer me, speak to me, put me out of my misery? Tell me they're coming, tell me they're going to come. And take me, wake me, warm me from this cold, so cold, so cold, so cold, so cold, so cold, 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 cold. Mason had kicked his seat back from his position, but the voice still droned and grated in his earphones. Absolutely the same voice as the main message's formal efficiency, but twisted by a terrible despair. We may have a problem. New transmission coming through, from Lane, even whilst others were demanding to know what Halston meant. What should I do with the drone? Karst put in. Just sit on it for now. Tell it to keep itself blocked from communications with the habitat, Guyan told him. Mason. But Halston was already working through the new transmission. It was a far shorter, punchier message than the first, but the words stuck in his mind. Habitat. That was my translation. Did the ancients mean that? They couldn't really have meant something for someone to live in. 20 meters across for however many millennia. No, that can't possibly. It says, do we want to speak to Eliza? He choked out. Inevitably, someone had to ask, who's Eliza? As though anybody there could have answered the question. We do, Guyan decided, which was just as well as Halston had already sent the response. Minutes later, the delay shorter each time. As they neared the planet, something new spoke to them. Halston recognized the same voice as before, though considerably clearer, and still with that horrible stream of consciousness backing, constantly trying to break through. His translation for the others came swiftly. By now he reckoned he must be as fluent in Imperial Sea as anyone had ever been in post-glacial history. He passed it around the others' screens. Good evening, travelers. I am Eliza Kearns, composite expert system of the second Bryn Sentry habitat. I'm sorry, but I may have missed the import of some communications that you have already sent to me. Would you please summarize what was said? There was an interesting split in the listeners then. Command and security remained mostly unmoved, whilst science and engineering were thrown into sudden debate. What did the voice mean by expert system? Was Halston sure that was the proper translation? Was it actually an intelligent machine, or just something pretending to be one? Halston himself was busy piecing together that background message, although he felt less and less happy about it. The words, the very tone of horror and desperation in his ears, were making him feel ill. Good evening, travelers. I am Eliza Kearns, composite expert system of the second Bryn Sentry habitat. I'm sorry. I may have missed the import of some communications that you have already sent to me. Would you please summarize what was said? What are you doing? What are you in my mind? Taking, why can't I wake up? What am I seeing? The void, only alone. And nobody, nothing, there is no ship. Why is there no ship? Where are there is no Eliza Kearns? Has stolen me, stolen mine, stolen mind. Halston resent the Gilgamesh's last substantive transmission. We are the Ark ship Gilgamesh, carrying 500,000 humans in suspension. It is of utmost priority that we are able to establish a presence on your planet. This is a matter of the survival of the human species. We require your assistance in preserving our cargo. And the reply: I'm sorry, it will not be possible for you to approach or contact Kearns' world in any way. This is an absolute interdiction in line with Exaltation Program guidelines. Please let me know if any other assistance may be given. Avrana, I'm Avrana's monkeys are all that matters if everyone's gone. What do we have to exalt and save exaltation itself? There can be no contact contamination. Suring will not win, we will exalt. But must it be so cold, slow, hard to think? Same words from a different computer. Guyan spat angrily. Lane was looking over Halston's shoulder, staring at his translation of the second, hidden voice. He saw her mouth the words, the fuck. Mason, I don't care how you phrase it, dress it up as fancy as you like. It needs to understand that we are human and that we need its help, Guyan said. If there's some old-world way of overriding its programming, of getting through to whatever that is, we need you to find it. No pressure then, but Halston was already planning out his response. It was not a linguistics problem, no matter what Guyan might think. It was a technological problem, but one that even Lane was surely little better equipped to deal with than he was. They were speaking to a functioning, autonomous imperial system. The imp-blasted hulks in orbit around Earth had contained nothing like it. Eliza, he sent back, we are in desperate need. We have traveled far from Earth to find a new home for that part of the human race we are responsible for. If we cannot locate such a home, then hundreds of thousands of human beings will die. Does your system of priorities allow you take responsibility for such a result? The Gilgamesh archives did not contain them, but Halston had an idea that he had read somewhere of some philanthropic rules imposed on the fabled old artificial intelligences. I'm sorry, but I cannot permit you to compromise the exaltation experiment at this time. I understand that you have other concerns, and I am allowed to tender such help as my priorities allow. If you attempt to influence the planet, then you will leave me no choice but to take action against your vessel. What ship? Let me see. The ship is coming from Earth. But is it Suring's Earth or my Earth? Or no Earth is left for any ship to come silently? They stopped sending so long, so cold. So, let me out, you bitch, you witch, Eliza, you stole my mind, my name. Can't keep me here, let me wake, let me speak, let me die, let me be something. So much for that. It really is just the same line as before. We've got nowhere except. What? Guyan demanded. I want to try something a bit lateral, Halston explained. Is it likely to get us blown up ahead of schedule? I don't think so. Then you try whatever you've got, Mason. Halston steeled himself and transmitted a simple, surreal question. Is there anybody else there we could talk to? You're taking the piss, Lane said in his ear. Better ideas. I'm engineering. We don't do ideas. He managed a weak smile at that one. Everyone else was on tenterhooks, awaiting the response, save for Guyan, who was glowering at Halston, as though his fierce regard could somehow inspire the classicist to greater efforts of antiquarianism. Would you like to speak to my sister? Please, 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 please. Lane swore again, and Guyan stared down at his own screen. Another murmur of baffled speculation was rising around them. Right, look, I have a theory, Halston explained. We're talking to some sort of automated system still, obviously, even if it's programmed to respond in a human-like manner. But there's something else there. It's different. It seems less rational, so we could see if it will let us do things that the main expert system won't. Worst comes to worst, we could even turn it against the main system, somehow, I don't know. But what is it? Vitas asked him. Why would they have two systems? Fail-safe, Halston suggested, because he was keeping his worst suspicions very much to himself. Try it, Guyan said. Karst, I want some solutions if this turns ugly. Our current course will bring us into the planet's attraction at the right speed to make orbit. The only alternative is to stop decelerating now and just fly past, and then what? The question was plainly rhetorical, the hard-pressed commander showing the working of his sums. Then we set course for the next point on the star maps and somehow hope there's something different there. We've seen this planet now. This is going to be our home. Mason, tell it. Why, yes, Eliza, please let us talk to your sister. Halston tried to match the expert system's polite and formal manner of speech. He was not sure what they would get back, and he was ready to shut down the comms if it was just that anguished mad babbling, because there could be no dialogue with that, no possibility of negotiating with that internalized storm of insanity. We're being told to stand by, he reported, when the instruction came. After that, there was nothing else for a long time. The Gilgamesh continued to fall inexorably towards the green planet's gravity well. The satellite was still silent when Lane and her team began their anxious watch over ship systems, as the ancient Ark ship began to creak and strain at the unnatural imposition of an external source of mass, large and close enough to claw at the vessel's structure. Everyone there felt a subtle shifting. For the whole waking portion of the journey, their perception of gravity had come from the ship's gradual deceleration. Now an alien force was reaching for them, subtly tugging with insubstantial ghost fingers, the first touch of the world below. All signs suggest stable orbit for now, Lane reported tensely. There followed a slow-motion comedy as deceleration ceased, and then rotation began, gravity creeping across the floor to make a new home against the wall, and the Gilgamesh's consoles and fittings shudderingly adjusting. For a minute, there was no point of reference. A room full of weightless people trying to remember their long-ago training, hauling on each other to get to the right surface before they could be slammed into it. In the commotion, awkwardness, and a series of minor medical calls, the whole business of their imminent destruction was almost forgotten. New transmission, Halston alerted them as the signal came in. In his ear those same female tones sounded, but the intonation, the rhythm of the speech was quite different and stripped free of that tortured backing. I am Dr. Avrana Kern, chief scientist and administrator of the Second Bryn Exaltation Project, was his translation. Even through the filter of archaic Imperial C, the voice was stern and proud. What are you? What is your provenance? That doesn't sound like a computer, Lane murmured. Of course it's a computer, Vitas snapped. It's simply a more sophisticated approximation of. Enough, Guyan cut through the argument. Mason. We are an Ark ship from Earth, Halston sent, seeking permission to establish a colony on Kern's world. If the thing he was talking to was in any way human, he guessed that a little flattery couldn't harm. Whose Earth, though? Suring's Earth or my Earth? Came the swift reply. Now that they were in orbit, there was barely any delay. It was almost like a real conversation. Real conversation with a faceless machine mind, Halston reminded himself. He sent his translation round the room looking for help, but nobody had any suggestion as to what the satellite meant. Before he could give any kind of answer, a new transmission came in. I do not recognize you. You are not human. You are not from Earth. You have no business here. Eliza shows me all that she sees of you, and there is nothing of Earth in you, but why can I not see you for myself? Why can I not open my eyes? Where are my eyes? Where are my eyes? Where are my eyes? And then an abrupt cessation of the message, leaving Halston shaken because that was it. A segue straight into the voice of madness without a moment's warning. I don't think it's a computer, he said, but soft enough that only Lane heard him. She was reading over his shoulder still, and nodded soberly. Our vessel is the Ark ship Gilgamesh from Earth. This ship was built after your time, he prepared and sent, with a bitter awareness of the sheer understatement implicit in that. He was dreading what they might receive back. Good evening. I am Eliza Kern, composite expert system of the AM, instructed to require you to return to your point of origin. Send them away. I don't want them. If they say they came from Earth, they can go back, go back, go back. I don't want can't no. It's completely deranged, Karst stated flatly, and that with the benefit of only half of what was being said. Can we keep the planet between us or something? Not and retain stable orbit, one of Gaian's team reported. Seriously, remember how big the gill is. We can't just flit him about like your drones. Halston was already sending, because Gaian had stopped dictating and it now seemed to be down to him. Return to Earth is not possible. Please may we speak to your sister again, Eliza, pleading for the life of humanity in a dead language, having to make the call between artificial intransigence and what he was increasingly sure was real human crazy. That other voice again, delivering a rant that he got down as, why can't you just go back where you came from? Are you Suring's people? Did we win? Did we throw you out? Are you here to finish what he started? What happened here? Demanded Vitas incredulously. What's Suring, a warship? Earth is no longer habitable, Halston sent, even as Lane warned. That's going to push her over the edge for sure, Mason. He had dispatched the message even as she said it, the hollow feeling in his stomach arriving a moment later. She's right at that. But there was a measure more sanity in Dr. Avrana Kern's voice when it replied. Nonsense. Explain. The Gilgamesh archives had histories, but whoever would have thought they would need translating into a language only historians were now interested in. Instead, Halston did his best. History 101 for the lost time traveler, based on best guesses as to what had actually happened beyond the dawn of his recorded time, back when the old empire had held sway. There was so little he could actually say. The gap between the last thing Kern must know and the earliest definite fact that Halston could rely on was insuperable. There was a civil war between factions of the empire, he explained. Both sides unleashed weapons the nature of which I do not understand, but which were effective in devastating higher civilization on Earth and completely destroying the colonies. He remembered seeing the eggshell ruins on Europa. The in-system colonies had all predated any apparent later expertise in terraforming that the empire had come to possess. They had been hothouse flowers on planets and moons haphazardly altered to better support life, reliant on biospheres that must have required constant adjustment. On Earth, people had lapsed back into barbarism. Elsewhere, when the power had failed, when the electromagnetic weapons had destroyed the vital engines, or the electronic viruses murdered the artificial minds, They had died. They had died in alien cold, in reverting atmospheres, under corrosive skies. Often they had died still fighting each other. So little had been left intact. He typed it all out. As though writing an abstract to a history text, he noted with dry precision that a post-war industrial society may have persisted for almost a century, and may even have been regaining some of the sophistication of its predecessors, when the ice came. The choked atmosphere that had smothered the planet in gloom had shouldered out the sun, resulting in a midnight glacial cold that had left very little of that abortive rebirth. Looking back down the well of time, Halston could make no definite statements about those who were left, nor about the frozen age that followed. Some scientists had speculated that, when the ice was at its height, the entire remnant human population of Earth had been no more than 10,000 all told, huddling in caves and holes around the equator, and staring out at a horizon rigid with cold. He went on into more certain waters, the earliest unearthed records of what he could truly think of as his people. The ice had been retreating. Humanity had sprung back swiftly, expanded, fought its small wars, reindustrialized, tripping constantly over reminders of what the species had previously achieved. Human eyes had looked to the skies again, which were crossed by so many moving points of light. And he told Kern why they could not go back. Because of the war, the Empire's war from thousands of years before. For so long, scholars had taught that the further the ice receded, the better for the world, and yet nobody had guessed what poisons and sicknesses had been caught up in that ice, like insects in amber, the encroaching cold protecting the shivering biosphere from the last excesses of empire. There is no returning to Earth, he sent to the pensively silent satellite. In the end, we could not counterbalance the increasing toxicity of the environment, so we built the Ark ships. In the end, all we had was old star maps to guide us. We are the human race, and we've had no transmissions from any other Arks to say that they've found anywhere to stay. Dr. Avrana Kern, this is all we have. Please may we settle on your planet. Because he was thinking in human terms, he expected a decent pause then for his opposite number to digest all that potted history. Instead, one of the science crew shouted out, "New energy readings. It's activating something." "A weapon?" Guyan demanded, and all the screens briefly went blank, then flared to life again with nonsense scattering across them, fragments of code and text and simple static. "It's got into the Gilgamesh control system," Lane spat. "It's attacking our security. No, it's through. Fuck, we're open. It's got full control. This is what it did to your drones, Karst, the ones it didn't just vaporize. We're fucked." "Do what you can," Guyan urged her. "What the fuck do you think I can do? I'm locked out. Balls to your cultural specificity, Mason. It's all over our fucking system like a disease." "How's our orbit?" someone asked. "I have no feedback, no instrumentation at all." Vita's sounded very slightly tense. "However, I've not felt any change in thrust, and mere loss of power or control should not affect our position relative to the planet." Like all those hulks orbiting Earth, Halston thought helplessly. Those fried, dead ships, with the vacuum-dried bodies of their crews still in place after thousands of years. Abruptly, the lights jumped and flickered, and then a face appeared on every screen. It was a bony, long-jawed face. That it was a woman, was not immediately obvious. Details kept filling in. Dark hair drawn back, skin shaded and textured, harsh lines about the mouth and eyes. Unflattering by modern criteria, but who could name the ancient aesthetics that this face acknowledged? It was a face from an era and a society, and an ethnicity that time had otherwise erased. The kinship between it and the crew of the Gilgamesh seemed tenuous, coincidental. The voice that rang out through the speakers was unmistakably the same, but this time it was speaking the crew's own common language, although the lips did not sync. I am Dr. Avrana Kern. This is my world. I will brook no interference with my experiment. I have seen what you are. You are not from my earth. You are not my humanity. You are monkeys, nothing but monkeys. You are not even my monkeys. My monkeys are undergoing uplift, the great experiment. They are pure. They will not be corrupted by you mere humans. You are nothing but monkeys of a lesser order. You mean nothing to me. Can she hear us? Guyan asked quietly. If your own systems can hear you, then I can hear you, Kern's voice spat out. Are we to understand that you are condemning the last survivors of your own species to death? It was a remarkably mannered, patient display from Guyan. Because it seems that is what you are saying. You are not my responsibility, Kern pronounced. This planet is my responsibility. Please, Lane said, ignoring Guyan when he gestured at her to shut up. I don't know what you are, if you're human or machine or whatever, but we need your help. The face froze, nothing but a still image for a handful of heartbeats. Lane, if you've, Guyan started, and then abruptly Kern's image began to break up, distorting and corrupting on screen, features bloating or atrophying and then flickering into nothing. The voice spoke again, a plaintive whisper in its native tongue, and only Halston could know what it was saying. I am human. I must be human. Am I the system? Am I the upload? Is there anything of me left? Why can I not feel my body? Why can I not open my eyes? The other thing, the Eliza thing, it was mentioning some other help, Lane murmured, although surely even a whisper would be overheard. Can we just ask it? I will help you, Kern said, speaking their language again, sounding calmer now. I will help you leave. You have all the universe except this world of mine. You can go anywhere. But we can't, Guyan started. Then Lane broke in. I'm back in, checking all systems. A tense minute to ensure that, at the very least, the ship's computer was telling her that everything was still working. We've got new data flagged up. It's just dumped a whole load of stuff on us. The Gilgamesh recognizes star maps. Mason, I've received some stuff in that jabber of yours. Halston scanned over the jumble of data. Not sure, but it's linked to the star maps. I think his mouth was dry. Other terraforming projects. I think we've been given the keys to the next system. It's giving us destinations. It's selling out its neighbors, was what he did not say. Given that it was listening, it's bribing us to go away. I think something here might even be access codes. How far? Guyan demanded. Just under 2 light years, Vitas reported briskly. Just a step, really. Through a long, stressed silence, they waited for Guyan's decision. The face of Avrana Kern was back on some of the screens, glowering at them, twitching, distorting, reforming. 2.6 Metropolis. Negotiations with the locals have gone sufficiently well, now that Portia and her party have established their superiority, and the incumbents have lent the 3 travelers a male to serve as a guide in the lands to the north. The creature is slightly smaller than Portia's own male companion, but of a quite different character, bold to the point of impudence by Portia's standards. He has a name. Call him Fabian. Portia, whilst aware that males give themselves names, has very seldom needed to know any, even with the concentration of that gender to be found at Great Nest. She guesses that in a small family unit such as these locals, males are likely to be more self-reliant, therefore both more capable and more independently minded. Still, she finds his brashness off-putting. Bianca appears to find him less objectionable, and on their trip north, Portia catches Fabian displaying for her a tentative offer to gift her his sperm. Bianca has not yet shown herself receptive, but Portia notes that she has not chased him off either. Portia herself has put several clutches of eggs behind her. Females seldom depart great nest without having passed on their lineage, and she feels this current behavior is distracting from their mission. On the other hand, Bianca has fought for her and probably considers playing with this new male her reward. Portia only hopes she can keep her desires in check. It would be more diplomatically advantageous if Fabian was not killed and eaten during the throes of passion. They do not have to travel far to the north to see just what has been growing here at the edge of the great nest's web of awareness. Soon they begin coming across felled trees, their trunks showing a combination of blackening, chewing, and surprisingly clean cuts, often painstakingly scissored into sections. Frequently, the entire root system has been unearthed as well, ensuring that nothing will regrow. The forest is under wide-scale attack, its fringes being gnawed away. Fabian can remember when there were more trees, he communicates. The clearing of land continues year to year, and Fabian's inherited understanding suggests that it is happening faster now than in his mother's time. Beyond that ragged edge, the other trees, the foreign trees, are set out in discrete stands. They are small and squat and bulbous, with fleshy leaves and trunks that are warty with protrusions. The exaggerated space between each copse is a fire break, something the spiders are very familiar with. Their planet's oxygen levels are higher than Earth's. Lightning-sparked fires are a constant threat. What they are seeing is no work of nature. This is a plantation on a grand scale, and the laborers tending it are plainly visible. Everywhere Portia turns her eyes, there are more of them, and if she looks beyond the checkerboard of groves, she can make out a steep-sided mound that must be the upper reaches of the plantation owner's colony, the bulk of it being hidden underground. A pall of smoke hangs over it like bad weather. Portia's kin are well aware that they are not the sole inheritors of their world. Whilst they cannot know how the nanovirus has been reshaping life here for millennia, there are certain species she shares the planet with that her people recognize as something more than animals. The spitters are a low-end example, barely removed from a state of brute nature, but to look into their small, weak eyes is nonetheless to recognize that here is a thing of intellect, and hence, danger. The western oceans that Portia's great nest looks over are home to a type of stomatopod with which her people have cautious, ritualized relations. Their ancestors were fierce, inventive hunters, equipped with unparalleled eyesight and deadly natural weapons, and used to living in colonies where negotiations over living space were common. They, too, proved fertile ground for the virus, and have developed on parallel lines with Portia's own kin. Perhaps because of their aquatic environment, perhaps because they are by nature prone to wait for prey, their society is simple and primitive by Portia's standards, but the two species have nothing to compete over, and in the literal zone they sometimes swap gifts, the fruits of the land in exchange for the fruits of the sea. Of more pressing concern are the ants. Portia understands the nature of ants. There are colonies near the great nest, and she has both personal and genetically encoded dealings with them to draw upon. It is the great nest's collective experience that ant colonies are complicated neighbors. They must be dealt with decisively. Left to themselves, they will always expand in a manner detrimental to any species that the ants themselves have no use for, which would naturally include Portia's own. They can be destroyed. Her inherited understandings include chronicles of such conflicts, but war with even a small colony is costly and wasteful. Alternatively, preferably, they can be accommodated and limited by careful manipulation of their decisions. Portia knows that ants are not like her people, nor like the spitters or the stomatopods of the western shallows. She knows that individual ants themselves cannot be treated with, communicated with, or even threatened. Her comprehension is coarse, of a necessity, but approximates to the truth. Each ant does not think. It has a complex set of responses based on a wide range of stimuli, many of which are themselves chemical messages produced by other ants in response to still more eventualities. There is no intelligence within a colony, but there is such a hierarchy of interacting and codependent instinct that it seems to Portia that some manner of entity is behind a colony's actions and reactions. With ants, the nanovirus has simultaneously failed and succeeded. Amongst the ants' network of reactive decision-making, it has inculcated a strategy of experimentation and investigation that approaches rigorous scientific method, but it has not led to intellect such as any human or spider would recognize. Ant colonies evolve and adapt, throw up new castes, investigate and make use of resources, devise new technologies, refine them and interrelate them, and all this without anything approaching a consciousness to direct it. There is no hive mind, but there is a vast and flexible biological difference engine, a self-perfecting machine dedicated to the continuance of itself. It does not understand how what it does functions, but it constantly expands its behavioral repertoire and builds upon those trial-and-error paths that prove fruitful. Portia's understanding of all this is very limited, but she has a grasp of how ants do and do not work. She knows that individual ants cannot innovate, but that the colony can, in a strange way, make what appear to be informed decisions. Application of force and reward, a narrowing of the colony's viable options, so that the most advantageous is the one the spiders intend it to choose, can lead to a colony accepting boundaries on its territory and its place in the world, and even to become a productive partner. The colonies are perfect exponents of game theory. They will cooperate where that course is less costly and more beneficial than other strategies, such as all-out genocidal war. The colonies that she is already familiar with, near Great Nest, are surely less than a tenth the size of what she is now looking at. Fabian explains that there were once several warring colonies here, but one has become dominant. Instead of driving its lesser neighbors to extinction, the ruling colony has incorporated them into its own survival strategy, permitting their continuance in return for making them into extensions of itself, utilizing food that they gather and technologies they have developed. It is this world's first superstate. Portia and the others have a brief, agitated conversation. This super colony is far enough from Great Nest not to threaten it now, but they can look ahead and envisage that its very existence here endangers their people's future. A solution must be found, but to think through a plan like that, Portia's kin at home will need all the information she can bring back to them. They are going to have to continue their journey into the land of the ants. Fabian is surprisingly useful. He has traveled further than this himself. In fact, his family makes a habit of it. It is dangerous, but they have developed ways of minimizing the risk of raising the alarm, and when hunting has been lean, the ants' larders are a last resort. A new column of ants has arrived, and they are here for timber. The spiders retreat further into the trees and watch as the insects set to work breaking up the already fallen trunks into manageable sections, using acid and the strength of their jaws. Portia is swift to spot something new, a cast that she has never seen before. Smaller branches are severed and carried off by unexceptional-seeming workers, but the large trunks are dealt with by ants with long, curved mandibles, equipped with jagged inner edges. These they fix to the circumference of a trunk and move their mouthparts in incremental opposition, scoring around and around so as to cut a circular section away. Those mandibles did not emerge from the cocoon with the rest of the ant, however. They gleam in the sunlight in a way quite unlike anything Portia has seen before. Rigid, toothed sleeves that make remarkably quick work of biting and sawing the wood into pieces. With Fabian taking the lead, the spiders ambush an ant logging party, trapping and killing them quickly and efficiently, then decapitating them and dissecting them for their scent glands. The ants are smaller than Portia, between 15 and 30 centimeters long, and the spiders are stronger, swifter, and far more efficient fighters, one-on-one. What they must avoid is a general alarm, where large sections of the colonies are mobilized against them. The ants communicate principally by pheromones. To Portia's keen chemical senses, the air is thick with them. They use the ants' scent to disguise their own, and they carry the severed heads with them, secured to their abdomens. In extremis, they can try to divert ant attention by a morbid form of puppetry, manipulating the dead antennae of their victims in a pretense of communication. They travel swiftly. Their victims will be missed, but the initial response will target where they were, not where they are now. Their road is the high one. They travel through the upper reaches of the ants' plantations, and whenever they reach a firebreak, one of them scuttles across the intervening ground with a thread that then forms the spine of a temporary bridge. With their own scent disguised, they travel over the ants' heads and beneath their notice. Fabian demonstrates that the protrusions on the trunks of the ant-tended trees can be lanced with a fang to release a sweet, nourishing liquid not unlike the honeydew of aphids, a taste they know the ants relish. This plantation agriculture is obviously a useful secret, and Portia adds it to the list of observations to include in her report when she returns home. For now, they press on towards the main colony mound, avoiding the ants where they can, killing them swiftly where they cannot. Each small alarm will contribute to a generally raised awareness across the nest, until significant insect resources are devoted to locating intruders, whose presence has been deduced by the colony's ineluctable internal logic. Portia's goal is to investigate the central colony mound, which promises more secrets. During the day, the air shimmers over parts of it, and there are plumes of smoke venting from stubby chimneys. At night, some of the ants' entrances glow dimly. In the darkness of their home, the ants start fires in the oxygen-rich atmosphere, ignited by exothermic reactions from chemicals that certain of their castes can produce. Complex arrangements of internal passageways use the temperature differentials to stimulate airflow, heating, cooling, and oxygenating their nests. The ants also use fire for land clearance and as a weapon. Portia's world, the underlying geology that existed before the terraforming, is rich in shallow deposits of metals, and the ants dig deep to build their nests. In this colony, centuries of burning has led to charcoal production, and occasional inadvertent smelting has been systematized into the forging of tools. The blind watchmaker has been busy. Entering the mound itself is more than Portia dares, and she is tempted to leave with all the information she has gathered. Curiosity urges her on, though. Atop the mound, beneath the hanging shroud of smoke, is a spire that gleams in the sun brightly enough to draw the eye. Like all of her kind, she is driven to investigate anything new. This reflective beacon is the highest point on the mound, and Portia wants to know what it is. Portia finds her band of infiltrators a vantage point in the nearest plantation to the mound, and considers the paths taken by the chains of ant workers. Inside the brain that bulks out the underside of her body, she has fallen into a way of thinking that her diminutive ancestress would recognize, constructing an internal map of the world, and then deconstructing that to find the best course to where she needs to go next. "I will go alone," she instructs Bianca. "If I do not return, then you must go home and report." Bianca understands. Portia descends by line from the tree that provided her watchtower and begins her journey, following the itinerary that she spent so long plotting. The ants follow particular paths that their constant travel has packed down into flat, smooth roads representing the most efficient routes. Portia navigates a delicate, cautious path between these thoroughfares. She moves haltingly, pausing, quivering, then drifting on, gauging the lightly gusting wind and letting her onward progress follow its patterns, as if she herself was nothing but some overlarge piece of wind-blown debris. The vibrations of her movement are swallowed up in the entropy of the world at large. With her scent disguised, she can ghost past the near-blind ants as though she is invisible. The going gets more complex and more dangerous as she reaches the mound itself. Her careful plan knows constant amendment, and she comes close to discovery several times. Once she uses the detached head of one of her victims, in a brief moment of feigned contact, to put off a wandering cleaner who is paying too close attention to her. Her painstaking progress has taken hours, and the sun has set. This leads to outdoor ant activity dropping off and makes her progress easier. Only then does she reach the summit. The ants have built a stumpy spire here, as already observed, and atop it is something new, a pale crystal that gleams translucently in the moonlight. She has no idea what this is for, and so she waits in the hope that the ants themselves will show her. After the moon begins to dip towards the far horizon, they do. All of a sudden there are ants issuing out onto the mound's summit in considerable numbers, so that Portia must move rapidly and keep moving until she has found somewhere that they do not intend to occupy, which means some way further back down the shallow gradient. The insects are forming a carpet, a net of their bodies, touching antennae and limbs. Portia is baffled. They seem to be awaiting something, or that is how she interprets their behavior. It is unant-like. It concerns her. Then another of the insects emerges from a small hole at the base of the spire and climbs up it. It flicks one antennae towards the crystal, with the other directed downwards to make contact with the general host gathered below it. Portia's wide, round eyes gather as much of the moonlight as they can and focus on this newcomer, this small, unprepossessing ant. It has a prosthesis on its antenna like the tree cutters, but this is a fine cap of the same material, metal, though Portia does not know that tapers to invisibility, so that the ant is now touching the crystal with a tiny, delicate, hair-like wire. And as Portia watches, the ants begin to dance. She has never seen anything like it. Shivers go through the entire mat of them, apparently originating in that contact between metal feeler and crystal, and spreading through the assembled host. They are sent into constant waves of motion, each transmitting to its neighbor some rhythmic message that holds the entire congregation rapt. Portia watches in quiet bewilderment. She is no mathematician. She does not quite grasp the series of arithmetical progressions, series and transformations that are represented in the waves of motion passing through the ants, no more than the ants themselves do. But she can grasp that there is some pattern there, some significance to what she is seeing. She does her best to interpret what she sees in light of her experiences, and those experiences she has inherited, but there is nothing comparable in the whole history of her own world. The ants feel the same. Their constant exploration of possibilities has resulted in this solitary contact with something vast and intangible, and the colony processes the information it receives and attempts to find a purpose for it, more and more of its biological processing power being applied to the task, more and more ants quivering under the pulsed rhythms of a distant radio signal. Intent on trying to find pattern and plan in the scene before her, Portia's hungry eyes note one more element, and she wonders, is that important? Like humans, Portia's people are quick to see patterns, sometimes when there are none. Hence she makes the association quickly, seeing the timing as too close to be coincidental. When the gathering of ants breaks up and hurries inside, without warning and all at once, it is just as the traveler, the swift-moving star that she has often watched coursing across the sky, is passing beneath the horizon. She makes a plan then, swiftly and without much forethought. She is intrigued, and her species is driven to investigate anything new, just as the ants are, though in very different ways. Once most of the ants are gone, she approaches the spire carefully, wary of triggering some alarm. Lifting her palps, she lets the wind ruffle them, feeling its strength and direction and matching her movements to it. She ascends carefully, foot over foot, until she finds the crystal before her. It does not seem so large, not to her. She sets to spinning a complex package of silk that she holds with her rear legs. She is keenly aware of being at the very center of the great colony. A mistake at this point would go very badly. She has left matters almost too late. Her presence, through the vibrations of her work, has been detected. From its hole at the spire's base, the small ant that led the congregation abruptly emerges and touches one of her feet with its uncovered antenna. Immediately it lets out an alarm, a chemical sharp with outrage and fury at finding an alien, an intruder in this place. As the scent passes outwards, it is picked up by tunnel guards and other castes that have remained close to the exterior. The message is passed on and multiplied. Portia drops on the ant beneath her and kills it with one bite, removing its head as she did with the others, although she knows she cannot bluff her way out of this one. Instead, she scuttles up the spire again, seeking as much height as it will give, and seizes the crystal from the top. She secures her 2 trophies to her abdomen with webbing, even as the ants begin to swarm out over the exterior of their colony. She sees plenty there with tools and modifications that she is suddenly no longer sufficiently curious to investigate. She jumps. An unassisted leap from the spire would land her in their very midst, to be savagely held and stung and dismembered alive. At the apex of her upward spring, though, her hind legs kick out their burden of carefully folded silk, forming a fine-spun net spread between them that catches the wind Portia was so carefully measuring earlier. It is not taking her quite back towards Bianca and the others, but she has no control over that. At this moment, her chief priority is to get away, gliding over the heads of the enraged insects as they lift their metal-sheathed mandibles and try to work out where she could have gone. Her descendants will tell the story of how Portia entered the temple of the ants and stole the eye of their god. 2.7 Exodus. Gaian took his time over his decision, as the Gilgamesh followed its long curving path around this solitary island of life in the vast desert of space. Its trajectory constantly balanced between the momentum that would fling it away and the gravity that would draw it in. The face of Dr. Avrana Kern, whoever and whatever she truly was, flickered and ghosted on their screens, sometimes inhuman in its stoic patience, at other times twisted by waves of nameless, involuntary emotions, the mad goddess of the green planet. Knowing that Kern was listening and could not be shut out, Gaian had no way to receive the counsel of his crew, but Halston felt that the man would not have listened anyway. He was in command, the responsibility his alone to bear. And of course, there was only one answer, for all the agonized pondering that Gaian might give to the question. Even if the sentry habitat had not possessed weapons capable of destroying the Gilgamesh, the Ark ship systems were at Kern's mercy. The airlocks, the reactor, all the many tools they relied on to keep this bubble of life from the claws of the void. Kern could just switch it all off. "We'll go," Gaian agreed at last, and Halston reckoned he wasn't the only one who was relieved to hear it. "Thank you for your help, Dr. Avrana Kern. We will seek out these other systems and attempt to establish ourselves there. We will leave this planet in your care." Kern's face sprang into animation on the screens, though still moving almost randomly and completely divorced from the words. "Of course you will. Go take your barrel of monkeys elsewhere." Lane was murmuring, "What is this business about monkeys?" in his ear, and Halston had been wondering the same thing. Monkeys are a sort of animal. We have records regarding them. The Empire used them in scientific experiments. They look something like people. Here, I've got images. "Gilgamesh has got a course plotted," Vita stated. Guyan looked it over. "Replot. I want us to swing by this planet here, the gas giant. We won't be able to gain anything useful by slingshotting." "Just do it," the commander growled. "Here, get me an orbit." Vita's pursed her lips primly. "I don't see what would be served by an orbit." "Make it happen," Guyan told her, glowering at one of Kern's images as though waiting for it to challenge him. They felt the change of forces as the Gilgamesh's fusion reactor brought the engines back online, ready to coax the vast mass of the Ark ship off its comfortable orbit and hurl it out into space once more. Without warning, Kern's face was gone from the screens, and Lane quickly ran a check of all systems, finding no trace of the intruder's presence there. "Which is no guarantee of anything," she pointed out. "We could be riddled with spy routines and security back doors and who knows what." She did not add, "Kern could have set us to explode somewhere in deep space," which Halston reckoned was generous of her. He saw the same thought on everyone's face, but they had no leverage, no options, just hope. Pinning the whole future of the human race on hope, he considered. But then hadn't the whole Ark ship project been just that? "Mason, tell us about the monkeys," Lane suggested. He shrugged. "Just speculation, but the thing was talking about an exaltation program. Exaltation of beasts, the old stories say." "How do you exalt a monkey?" Lane was studying the archive images. "Funny-looking little critters, aren't they?" "The signal to the planet and the mathematics," Vitas mused. "Are they expecting the monkeys to respond?" Nobody had any answers. "You've set our course," Guyan demanded. "Naturally," came Vita's immediate reply. "Fine, so the whole universe is ours except the one planet worth living on," the commander stated. "So we don't stake it all on whatever's at this next project we're being sent to. We'd be fools to. It could be as hostile as here. It could be worse. There might not be anything there. I want humanity to have a foothold here, just in case." "A foothold where?" Halston demanded. "You said yourself that was the only planet." "Here." Guyan brought up a representation of one of the system's other planets, a streaky, bloated-looking gas giant like some of the outer planets of Earth's system, then narrowing in on a pallid, bluish moon. "The Empire colonized several moons back in Earth's system. We have automated base units that can carve us out a home there. Power, heat, hydroponics, enough to survive." "Are you proposing this as the future of the human race?" Vitas asked flatly. "The future, no. A future, yes," Guyan told them all. "We will head off first to see if this Kern has sold us something of worth or not. After all, whatever's there isn't going anywhere. But we're not betting all we have on that. We'll leave a functioning colony behind us, just in case. Engineering, I want a base unit ready to deploy once we arrive." Right." Lane was running calculations, looking at what the Gilgamesh's sensors could say about the moon. "I see frozen oxygen, frozen water, even tidal heating from the gas giant's pull, but it's still a long way short of cozy. The automated systems are going to take, well, a long time, decades, to get everything set up so that someone can be left there. I know, detail a roster of science and engineering to be woken at regular intervals to check progress. Wake me when it's near completion." At the general groan, Guyan glared around at them. "What? Yes, it's back to the chambers. Of course it is. What did you think? Only difference is, we've one more wake-up call before we set off out of the system. We maximize our chances as a species. We establish ourselves here." He was looking at the screens, where the gradually receding green disk of Kern's world was still showing. The unspoken intent to return was plain in both his face and his tone. Vitas had meanwhile been running her own simulations. "Commander, I appreciate your aims, but there was limited testing of the automatic base systems, and the environment they will be deployed into does seem extreme." "The old empire had its colonies," Guyan stated. "Which died," Halston thought. "Which all died. True, they had died in the war, but they had primarily died because they were not stable or self-sufficient, and when the normal business of civilization was interrupted, they had not been able to save themselves. You won't get me living there if I have any choice in the matter." "All doable," Lane reported. "I've a base module ready for jettison. Give it long enough and who knows what we might cook up down there. A regular palace, probably. Hot and cold, running methane in every room." "Just shut up and do it," Guyan told her. "The rest of you, get ready to go back to suspension." "First off," Karst interrupted, "who wants to see a monkey?" They all looked at him blankly and he grinned. "I'm still getting signals from the last drone, remember, so let's look around." "Are you sure that's safe?" Halston put in, but Karst was already sending the images to their screens. The drone was moving over an unbroken canopy of green, that unthinkable wealth of foliage that had been denied to them. Then the viewpoint dipped, and Karst was sending the drone down, corkscrewing it through a gap in the trees, zigzagging its way delicately around a lattice of branches. The world now revealed was awe-inspiring, a vaulted cathedral of forest overshadowed by the interlocking boughs above, like a green sky held up by the pillars of tree trunks. The drone glided on through this vast and cavernous space, keeping ground and canopy equally distant. The expressions of the Gilgamesh crew were hungry and bitter, staring at this forbidden birthright, an Eden not made for human touch. "What's that ahead?" Lane asked. "Detecting nothing." "Just a visual glitch," Karst replied, and then abruptly their viewpoint was swinging wildly, wheeling in midair with frustrated forward momentum. Karst swore, fingers flying as he tried to send new instructions, but the drone seemed to be caught on something invisible or near invisible. Halston could only see brief glints in the air as the drone's viewpoint spun and danced. It happened very swiftly. One moment they were staring out into the clear space ahead that the drone was being inexplicably denied, and then a vast hand-like shadow eclipsed their view. They had a moment's glimpse of many bristling legs spread wide, two fangs like curved hooks striking savagely towards the camera with ferocious speed and savagery. On the second impact, the picture shattered into static. For a long while nobody said anything. Some, like Halston, just stared at the dead screens. Vita's had gone rigid, a muscle ticking frantically at the corner of her mouth. Lane was replaying the last seconds of that image, analyzing. Extrapolating from the drone and its camera settings, that thing was the best part of a meter long, she remarked at last, shakily. "That was no fucking monkey," Karst spat. Behind the Gilgamesh itself, the green world and its orbiting sentinel fell away into obscurity, leaving the Ark ship's crew with, at best, mixed feelings about it. 3. War 3.1 Rude Awakening. He was hauled unwillingly into consciousness within the close confines of the suspension chamber with the thought in his mind, "Didn't I do this before?" The question came to him substantially before he recalled his own name. Halston Mason sounds familiar. Fragmentary understanding returned to him as though his brain was ticking off a checklist. With Lane, Green Planet, Imperial Sea, would I like to speak to Eliza, Dr. Avrana Kern. Moon Colony, Moon Colony, and he jolted into full comprehension with the absolute certainty that they were going to send him to the colony, to that freezing wasteland of frozen solid atmosphere that Vry had decided would be humanity's first stab at a new home. Guyan had never liked him. Guyan had no more use for him. They were waking him now to transport him to the colony. No, why would they wake him before dispatch? What could he contribute to the founding of a lunar colony? They had already taken him there, insensible in his chamber. He was waking in the eggshell confines of the base structure, to tend the Maya-culture vats forever and forever and forever. He could not keep the conviction at bay that they had already done this to him, and he tried to thrash and kick in the close interior of the suspension chamber, shouting loud in his own ears, battering at the cool plastic with shoulders and knees, because he could not get his arms up. "I don't want to go." He was shouting, even though he knew he had already gone. "You can't make me," even though they could. The lid opened suddenly, wrenched up as soon as the seal broke, and he nearly jackknifed out entirely to hit the floor face first. Arms caught him, and for a moment he just stared around him, unable to work out where he was. "No, no, no, it's all right. It's the key crew room. I'm still on the Gilgamesh. I'm not on the moon. They haven't taken me." The arms that had caught him were being none too gentle about setting him on his feet, and when his knees buckled, someone grabbed him and shook him, ramming his back against the chamber so that the lid slammed shut and trapped a fold of his sleep suit. Someone was shouting at him. They were shouting at him to shut up. Only then did he realize he was screaming at them, the same words over and over, that he didn't want to go, that they couldn't make him. As if to give the lie to that, whoever was manhandling him slapped him across the face, and he heard his voice wind down to a puzzled whimper before he could get control over it. Around then, Halston realized that there were 4 people in the room, and he didn't know any of them. 3 men and a woman, all strangers, total strangers. They wore ship suits, but they weren't key crew. Or if they were, Guyan hadn't woken them for the pass at the Green Planet. Halston blinked at them stupidly. The man who held him was tall, lean and long-boned, looking around Halston's own age, with little scars around his eyes that spoke of recent surgical correction, recent presumably meaning several thousand years ago, before they put him to sleep. The classicist's eyes passed over the others, a young-looking woman, heavily built, a small, thin man with a narrow face that was withered up on one side, perhaps a suspension chamber side effect, a squat, heavy-jawed man standing by the hatch who was constantly glancing outside. He was holding a gun, holding a gun. Halston stared at the weapon, which was some sort of pistol. He was still having difficulty interpreting what he was seeing. He could think of no reason whatsoever why there would be a gun involved in this scenario. Guns were on the manifest for the Gilgamesh, certainly. He was aware that, of all the trappings of old Earth carried on to the Ark ship, guns had certainly not been left behind. On the other hand, they were surely not something to be carried about aboard a spaceship full of delicate systems, with the killing vacuum waiting just outside. Unless the gun was there to force him to go down to the moon colony, but it would hardly take a gun. Karst or a couple of his security detail would surely suffice and run less risk of damaging something vital aboard the Gilgamesh, something more vital than Halston Mason. He tried to phrase an intelligent question, but managed just a vague mumble. "You hear that?" the tall, lean man told the others. "He doesn't want to go. How about that, eh?" "Scholes, let's move," hissed the man at the door, the one with the gun. Halston's eyes kept straying to the weapon. A moment later he found himself strung between Scholes and the woman, being awkwardly push-pulled through the hatch, the gunman leading, pointing his weapon along the corridor. In Halston's last glimpse through the hatch before Witheredface closed it, he saw that the status panels for the other key crew chambers were all showing empty. He had been the only person left to sleep late. "Someone tell me what is going on," he demanded, although it came out sounding like babble. "We need you," the woman started. "Shut up," snapped Scholes, and she did. By that time, Halston reckoned he could have stumbled along under his own power, but they were hustling him along faster than he could get his feet under him. A moment later, he heard some loud noises from back the way they had come, as if someone had dropped something heavy. It was only when the gunman turned back and began returning fire that he realized the sound had been shooting. The pistol made little tinny noises that were oddly unimpressive, like a big dog with a tiny bark. The answering sounds were thunderous booms that shook the air and rattled Halston's eardrums, as though the wrath of God was being unleashed in the next room. Disruptors, he recognized. Crowd control weapons relying on detonating packets of air. Theoretically non-lethal and certainly less dangerous to the ship. "Who's shooting at us?" He got out, and this time the words sounded clear enough. "Your friends," Scholes told him shortly, which ranked amongst the world's least comforting answers in the circumstances, leaving Halston with the twin assurances that his current company did not consider him a friend, and that his actual friends, whoever they were ambivalent at best about hurting him. "Is the ship? Is something wrong with the ship?" he demanded, his tone telling him secondhand how frightened he must be. His emotions seemed to be buzzing about somewhere else in his mind, kept apart from his higher brain by the slowly thawing wall of the suspension chamber. "Shut up or I will hurt you," Scholes told him, in a tone suggesting that he would enjoy doing so. Halston shut up. The one with the withered face had been lagging behind them, and then suddenly he was down on the ground. Halston thought the man had tripped. He even made an abortive, automatic motion to try and help before he himself was dragged away. Witheredface was not getting up, though, and the gunman knelt by his corpse, dragged a second pistol from the back of the dead man's belt, and then leveled both weapons at attackers Halston had not even seen. Shot. No disruptor burst for Witheredface. Someone on the other side, Halston's friends purportedly, had apparently run short of patience, prudence, or mercy. Then there were two other people passing by to give the gunman assistance, a man and a woman, both armed, and the amount of gunfire from behind increased dramatically. But it was plain from Scholes' slowing pace that he reckoned he was safer now. Whether that translated into any greater safety for Halston himself seemed to remain a live question. His mouth instinctively thronged with all manner of protests, questions, pleas, and even threats, but he bit them all back. He was hauled on past another half-dozen armed people, all strangers, all in ship suits, before being shoved through a hatch, and sent sprawling unceremoniously across the floor of a small systems room, which was just a narrow space between two consoles with a single screen taking up most of the back wall. There was another gunman there, whose startled reaction to his appearance was probably the closest Halston had yet come to actually being shot. There was also another prisoner, sitting with her back to one of the consoles, with hands secured behind her. The prisoner was Issa Lane, chief engineer. They dumped him beside her, restraining his arms in the same way. Scholes then seemed to lose all interest in him, stepping outside to join a hushed but heated discussion with some of the others, of which Halston could only catch the odd word. He heard no more gunfire. The woman and the gunman who had brought him in were still in the room, meaning that there was barely space for anyone else. The air was stuffy and close, smelling strongly of sweat and faintly of urine. For a moment, Halston caught himself wondering if he had simply dreamt all that he remembered since leaving Earth, if some defect of the suspension chamber had drawn him into some grand hallucination where he, the classicist, was suddenly considered a necessary and useful figure among the crew. He glanced at Lane. She was regarding him miserably. It struck him that there were lines on her face that were foreign to him, and her hair had grown to something more than mere stubble. She's catching me up. Am I still the oldest human in the universe? Perhaps just. He eyed their guards, who seemed to be paying far more attention to what Scholes was saying outside than to their two charges. He essayed a whisper. What's going on? Who are these maniacs? Lane eyed him bleakly. Colonists. He considered that one word, which opened a door onto a hidden past where someone, Guyan probably, had royally screwed up. What do they want? Not to be colonists. Well, yes, I could have guessed that, but they've got guns. Her expression should have curdled into contempt, stating the obvious when every word might count, but instead she just shrugged. They got into the armory before it kicked off. So much for Karst's fucking security. They want to take over the ship. If they have to. He guessed that Karst and the security detail were trying to redeem themselves by doing their best to stop that happening, which had apparently now escalated to pitched gun battles in the fragile corridors of the ship. He had no idea of the numbers involved. The moon colony would house several hundred colonists at least, perhaps with more being kept in suspension there. Surely, there weren't 1,000 mutineers currently running loose on the Gilgamesh. And how many did Karst have? Was the man waking up secondary crew to use as foot soldiers and shoving guns into their cold hands? What happened? He demanded, the question aimed more at the universe than anyone in particular. Glad you asked. Scholes pushed into the room, virtually elbowing the gunman out to give himself space. What was it you said when we hauled you out of bed? I don't want to go, was it? Well, join the club. Nobody here signed on for this journey to end up freezing in some death trap on a moon, without an atmosphere. Halston stared at him for a moment, noticing the lean man's long hands clenching, seeing the skin round his eyes and mouth twitch involuntarily. He guessed it was the mark of some drug or other that had been keeping the man awake and going since who knew how long. Scholes himself held no gun, but here was a dangerous, volatile man who had been pushed about as far as he could go. Ah, sir, Halston began, as calmly as he could manage. You probably know that I'm Halston Mason, classicist. I'm not sure if you actually wanted me, or if you were just after whoever you could get for a hostage, or I don't really know what's going on here, if there's anything, any way that I can get out with your skin intact, Scholes interjected. Well, yes. Not up to me, the man replied dismissively, seeming about to turn away, but then he refocused and looked at Halston again as if with fresh eyes. Fine, last time you were about, things were different. But believe me, you do know things, very valuable things. And I appreciate you're not to blame, old man, but there are lives at stake here, hundreds of lives. You're in this, like it or not. Not, decided Halston grimly, but what could he say? Signal the comms room, Scholes ordered, and the woman twisted her way over to one of the consoles, virtually sitting on Halston's shoulder as she sent the commands. A long moment later, Guyan's luring face appeared on the wall screen, glaring thunderously at all and sundry. He, too, looked older to Halston's eyes, and even more lacking in human kindness. I take it you're not about to lay down your arms, the Gilgamesh's commander snapped. You take it right, Scholes replied levelly. However, there's a friend of yours here. Perhaps you want to renew your acquaintance. He prodded Halston in the head to make his point. Guyan remained impassive, narrow-eyed. What of it? There was no real clue that he recognized Halston at all. I know you need him. I know where you're intending to jaunt off to once you've consigned us all to that wasteland, Scholes told him. I know you'll need your vaunted classicist when you find all that old tech you're so sure of. And don't bother searching the cargo manifests. This was said with bitter emphasis, by a man who until recently had been merely a part of that cargo, because Nestle here is the next best thing, not an expert like your old man, but she knows more than anyone else. He clapped the woman beside him on the shoulder. So let's talk, Guyan, or else I wouldn't give much for your classicist and your chief engineer's chances. Guyan regarded him, all of them, without expression. Engineer Lane's team is quite capable of covering for her in her absence, he said, as though she had simply gone down with some transient infection. As for the other, we have the codes now to activate the Empire installations. The science team can handle it. I will not negotiate with those who defy my authority. His face vanished, but Scholes stared at the empty screen for a long time afterwards, hands clenched into fists. 3.2 Fire and the Sword. Generations have passed this green world by, in hope, in discovery, in fear, in failure. A future long foreseen is coming to pass. Another Portia from the great nest by the Western Ocean, but a warrior this time, in the manner of her kind. Her surroundings right now are not great nest but a different metropolis of the spiders, one she thinks of as 7 trees. Portia is here as an observer, and to lend what aid she might. All around her, the community is a hive of furious activity as the inhabitants scurry and leap and abseil about their frantic business, and she watches them, her scatter of eyes taking in the chaos on all sides, and compares the sight to a disturbed ant's nest. She is capable of the bitter reflection that circumstances have now dragged her people down to the level of their enemy. She feels fear, a building anxiety that makes her stamp her feet and twitch her palps. Her people are more suited to offense than defense, but they have been unable to retain the initiative in this conflict. She will have to improvise. There is no plan for what comes next. She may die, and her eyes look into that abyss and feed her with a terror of extinction, of unbeing that is perhaps the legacy of all life. There are signals being flagged by messengers and lookouts posted high in the trees above, as high up as 7 trees, silk scaffolding extends. They signal regularly. The signal is time counting down. How long this place now has left before the enemy comes. The message wires that are strung between the trunks and their multitude of spun dwellings thrum with speech, as though the community is raging against the inevitability of its destruction. Neither Portia's death nor 7 trees' destruction is inevitable. The community has its own defenders, for in this time, in this age, every spider conurbation has dedicated fighters who spend their time training for nothing other than to fight, and Portia is here along with a dozen from Great Nest, in support of their kin. They wear armor of wood and silk, and they have their slingshots. They are the diminutive knights of their world, facing an enemy that outnumbers them by hundreds to 1. Portia knows she needs to calm herself, but the agitation within her is too great to be suppressed. She needs some external reassurance. At the high point of the nest's central tree, she finds it. Here is an expansive tent of silk whose walls are woven with complex geometric patterns, the crossing threads drawn out according to an exacting plan. Another handful of her kind are already there, seeking the reassurance of the numinous, the certainty that there is something more to the world than their senses can readily grasp, that there is a greater understanding, that, even when all is lost, all need not be lost. Portia crouches down with them and begins to spin, forming knots of thread that make a language out of numbers, a holy text that is written anew whenever one of her people kneels in contemplation, and that is then consumed when they arise. She was born with this understanding, but she has learned it anew as well, coming to temple at an early age just as she has come here now. The innate, virus-hardwired understanding of these mathematical transformations, that she inherited did not inspire her in the same way, as being guided through the sequences by her teachers, slowly coming to the revelation that what these apparently arbitrary strings of figures described was something beyond mere invention, was a self-evident and internally consistent universal truth. Of course, in Great Nest, her home, they have a crystal that speaks these truths in its own ineffable way, just as most of the greatest nests have now, that pilgrims from lesser communities often journey great distances to see. She has watched as the votive priestess touches the crystal with her metal probe, feeling the pulsing of the message from the heavens, dancing out that celestial arithmetic for the benefit of the congregation. At such times, Portia knows, the messenger itself would be in the skies overhead, going about her constant journey, whether at night and visible, or hidden by the brightness of the daytime sky. Here in Seven Trees there is no crystal, but to simply repeat that message, in all its wondrous but internally consistent complexity, to spin and consume and spin again, is a calming ritual that settles Portia's mind and allows her to face whatever must soon come with equanimity. Her people have solved the mathematical riddles posed by the orbiting satellite, the messenger, as they think of it, learning the proofs first by rote and then in true comprehension, as a civic and religious duty. The intrusion of this signal has seized the attention of much of the species in a relatively short period of time because of their inherent curiosity. Here is something demonstrably from beyond, and it fascinates them. It tells them that there is more to the world than they can grasp. It guides their thinking in new ways. The beauty of the maths promises a universe of wonders if they can but stretch out their minds that bit further. A jump they can almost, but not quite, make. Portia spins and unravels and spins, soothing away the trepidation consuming her, replacing it with the undeniable certainty that there is more. Whatever happens this day, even if she should fall beneath the ironclad mandibles of her foes, there is a depth to life beyond the simple dimensions that she can perceive and calculate in, and so, who knows? Then it is time, and she backs out of temple and goes to arm herself. There is considerable variation in the settlements of Portia's people, but to human eyes they would look messy, possibly nightmarish. Seven Trees now encompasses more than the original seven, the thicket of trunks interlinked by hundreds of lines, each part of a plan, each assigned a specific purpose, whether structural, as a thoroughfare, or for communication. The vibratory language of the spiders transmits well-down silk threads over some distance, and they have developed nodes of tensioned coils that amplify the signal so that speech can pass for kilometers between cities in calm weather. The dwelling places of her kin are silk tents pulled taut by support lines into a variety of shapes, suitable to a species that lives its life in 3 dimensions and can hang from a vertical surface as easily as resting on a horizontal one. Meeting places are broad webs where a speaker's words can be transmitted to a crowd of listeners along the dancing of the strands. In the high center, shadowing much of the city, is the reservoir, a watertight net spread wide that catches rain and runoff from a grand area around 7 trees, the water channeling to it through troughs and pipes from a multitude of smaller rain catchers. Around 7 trees, the forest has been cut back by the semi-domesticated local ants. Previously, this has been a fire break. Soon it will be a killing ground. Portia crawls and leaps her way through 7 trees and sees that the sentries are signaling first contact with the enemy. The settlement's automated defenses have been triggered. All around her, the evacuation is ongoing. Those who are not dedicated fighters gathering what they can, supplies, and those few possessions they cannot simply recreate, and abandoning 7 trees. Some carry clutches of eggs glued to their abdomens. Many have spiderlings clinging to them. Those young that are not sensible enough to hitch a ride are likely to die. Portia swiftly draws herself up to one of the lofty watch towers, looking out towards the tree line. Out there is an army of hundreds of thousands advancing towards 7 trees. It is an independent arm of the same great ant colony her ancestress once scouted out, a centuries-old composite life form that is taking over this part of the world day by day. The nearby forest is riddled with traps. There are webs to catch incautious ants. There are spring lines, pulled taut between ground and canopy, that will stick to a passing insect, then detach and whip the luckless creature upwards to trap it in the high branches. There are deadfalls and pits, but none of them will be enough. The advancing colony will meet these dangers as it meets all dangers, by sacrificing enough of itself to nullify them, with the main thrust of its attack barely slowing. There is a particular caste of expendable scout now ranging ahead of the ant's main column, specifically to suicidally disarm these defensive measures. Now there is movement in the trees. Portia focuses on it, seeing those scouts that survive washing forwards in a chaotic mass, obeying their programming. The ground between them and 7 trees is only lightly trapped, but they have other difficulties to face. The local ants are on them instantly, sallying forth valiantly to bite and sting, so that within meters of the tree line the ground becomes messy with knots of fighting insects, insensately dismembering each other and being dismembered in turn. To human eyes, the ants of the 2 colonies would seem indistinguishable, but Portia can discern differences in coloration and pattern, extending into the ultraviolet. She is ready with her slingshot. The arachnid defenders start their barrage with solid ammunition, simple stones gathered from the ground, chosen for their convenient size and heft. They target those scouts that break loose from the ant melee, picking them off with deadly accuracy, each shot plotted and calculated exactingly. The ants are incapable of dodging or reacting, unable to even perceive the defenders at their high vantage points. The death toll amongst the insects is ruinous, or it would be if this host was anything but the disposable vanguard of a much greater force. Some of the scouts reach the foot of 7 trees, despite the bombardment. But after a meter or so of bare trunk, each tree boasts sheer web skirts that angle up and out, a surface that the ants cannot get purchase on. They climb and fall, initially mindless in their persistence. Then a sufficient concentration of messaging scent builds, and they change their tactics, climbing up over one another to form a living, reaching structure that extends blindly upwards. Portia stamps out a call to arms, and her sisters from Great Nest muster around her. The local defenders are less well armed, lacking both experience and innate understanding of ant war. She and her fellows will lead the charge. They drop swiftly from the heights onto the ant scouts and begin their work. They are far larger than the attackers, both stronger and swifter. Their bite is venomous, but it is a venom best used against spiders, so they now concentrate on using their fangs at the intersections of the insects' bodies, between head and thorax, between thorax and abdomen. Most of all, they are more intelligent than their enemies, better able to react and maneuver and evade. They tear apart the scouts and their bridge building with furious haste, always moving, never letting the ants latch on to them. Portia leaps back to the trunk, then scuttles over to cling effortlessly to the same silk underhang that the ants could not climb. Upside down, she sees fresh movement at the tree line. The main column has arrived. These new ants are larger, though still smaller than herself. They are of many castes, each to its own speciality. At the head of the column, and already accelerating along the scouts, sent trail towards 7 trees, come the shock troopers. Their formidable mandibles sport barbed, saw-edged metal blades, and they have head shields that spread back to protect their thoraxes. Their purpose is to monopolize the defenders' attention and sell their lives as dearly as possible, so as to allow more dangerous casts to close the distance. More of the enemy are even now entering the tunnels of the local ant's nest, spreading confounding chemicals that throw the defending insects into confusion, or even enlist them to the cause of the attacker. This is one way that the megacolony grows, by co-opting rather than destroying other ant hives. For foreign species such as Portia, though, there is no purpose and no mercy. Back in 7 trees, the remaining local males are hard at work. Some have fled, but most of the evacuees are female. Males are replaceable, always underfoot, always too numerous. Many have been instructed to remain in the city until the last, on pain of death. Some have fled anyway to take their chances, but there are still plenty to cut any remaining lines between the settlement and the ground, to deny the ants easy access. Others are hurrying from the reservoir with silk parcels bulging with water. Portia notes such industry with approval. The front ranks of the column are nearing. The armored ants suffer less from the slingshots, but now other ammunition is brought into play. Portia's people are chemists of a sort. Living in a world where scent is so vital, a small part of their language, but a very large part of the way the rest of the world perceives itself. They have developed numerous inherited understandings with respect to the mixing and compounding of chemical substances, most especially pheromones. Now, the slingers are sending over silk-wrapped globules of liquid to splash amongst the advancing ants. The scents thus released briefly cover up the attacker's own constant scent language, denying them not only speech, but thought and identity. Until the chemicals dissipate, the affected sections of the attacking army are deprogrammed, falling back on base instincts and unable to react properly to the situation around them. They blunder and break formation, and some of them fight each other, unable to recognize their own kin. Portia and the other defenders attack swiftly, killing as many as they can while this confusion persists. The defenders are taking losses now. Those metal jaws can sever legs or tear open bodies. Portia's warriors wear coats of silk and plates of soft wood to snare the saw teeth, shedding this armor as they need to, repairing it when they can. The column is still advancing, despite everything the defenders can do. The males are splashing water about the lower reaches of 7 trees, proactive fire fighting, for the ant colony is now deploying its real weapons. Near to Portia, there is a flash and gout of flame, and 2 of her comrades are instantly ablaze, like staggering torches kicking and shriveling and dying. These new ants brew chemicals inside their abdomens, just like certain species of beetle. When they jut their stingers forwards and mix these substances, there is a fierce exothermic reaction, a spray of heated fluid. The atmosphere of Portia's world has an oxygen content a few % higher than Earth's, enough for the searing mixture to spontaneously ignite. The technology of Portia's kind is built on silk and wood, potential energy stored in tensioned lines and primitive springs. What little metal they use is stolen from the ants. They have no use for fire. Portia gains height and reverts to her sling. The flamethrower ants are lethal at short range, but vulnerable to her missile fire. However, the ants now control all the ground around 7 trees, and they are bringing forward more far-reaching weapons. She sees the first projectile as it is launched, her eyes tracking the motion automatically, a gleaming sphere of a hard, transparent, fragile material. For the ants have stumbled upon glass in the intervening generations, now arcs overhead and shatters behind her. Her lateral eyes catch the flare as the chemicals within it mix and then explode. Below, behind the shielded shock troopers, the artillery is at work. ants with heads encased in a metal mask that includes a back-facing tongue, a length of springy metal that their mouthparts can depress and then release, flicking their incendiary grenades some distance. Their aim is poor, blindly following the scent clues of their comrades, but there are many of them. Although the males of 7 trees are rushing with water to douse the flames, the fire spreads swiftly, shriveling silk and blackening wood. 7 trees starts to burn. It is the end. The defenders who can do so must leave or roast. For those that leap blindly, though, the metal jaws of the ants await. Portia scales higher and higher, racing against the flames. The upper reaches of the settlement are cluttered with desperately reaching bodies. Warriors, civilians, females, males. Some shudder and drop as the smoke overcomes them. Others cannot outstrip the hungry fire. She fights her way to the top, jettisoning the wooden plates of her armor while spinning frantically. Always it has been thus, and at least she has one use for the inferno that is stoking itself below her. The thermals will give her height so that she can use her self-made parachute to glide beyond the reach of the rapacious ant colony. For now, only for now. This army is closing on Great Nest, and after that there will only be the ocean. If Portia's kind cannot defeat the mindless march of the ants, then nobody will be around to write the histories of future generations. 3.3 Rock and a Hard Place. There was an awkward silence for some time after Scholes left. The unnamed gunman and the woman, Nessel, went about their duties without speaking to one another. She bent over the computer displays, he scowling at the prisoners. Having confirmed to his own satisfaction that furtive squirming resulted only in the restraints cutting deeper into his wrists, Halston became more and more oppressed by the silence. Yes, there was a gun pointing his way. Yes, the Gilgamesh was obviously playing host to a conflict that could plainly get him killed at any moment, but he was bored. Just out of suspension, freshly woken from decades of involuntary hibernation, and his body wanted to do something. He found he had to bite his tongue to stop himself speaking his thoughts aloud, just to vary the tedium. Then someone varied it for him. There were some distant bangs that he identified after the fact as gunshots, and someone passed by the hatch with some muttered instruction he missed hearing. The gunman caught it, though, and was out on the instant, running off down the corridor and taking his gun with him. The small room seemed remarkably more spacious without it. He glanced at Lane, but she stared at her feet, avoiding his gaze. The only other person there was Nessel. "Hey," he tried. "Shut up," Lane hissed at him, but still looking away. "Hey," Halston repeated. "Nessel, is it? Listen." He thought she would just ignore him, but she glanced over sullenly. "Bridget Nessel," she informed him, "and you're Dr. Halston Mason. I remember reading your papers back when, Halston agreed weakly. "Well, that's flattering, I suppose. Scholes was right, then. You're a classicist yourself." "Student," she told him. "I didn't follow it up. Who knows, if I had, maybe we'd be in each other's places right now." Her voice sounded ragged with emotion and fatigue. Just a student. He remembered his last classes back before the end. The study of the old empire had once been the lifeblood of the world. Everyone had been desperate to cut a slice off the secrets of the ancients. In Halston's time, it had fallen out of favor. They had seen the end coming by then, and known that there would not be enough broken potsherds of lore from the old days to stave it off. Known that it was those same ancients, with their weapons and their waste, that had brought that long-delayed end upon them. To study and laud those antique psychopaths during the Earth's last toxic days had seemed bad taste. Nobody liked a classicist. Nessel had turned away, and so he spoke her name again, urgently. "Look, what's going to happen to us? Can you tell us that, at least?" The woman's eyes flicked towards Lane with obvious distaste, but they looked kinder when they returned to Halston. "It's like Scholes says, it's not up to us. Maybe Guyan will end up storming this place, and you'll get shot. Maybe they'll break through our firewalls and cut off the air or the heat or something. Or maybe we win. If we win, you get to go free. You do anyway. Another sidelong glance at Lane, who now had her eyes closed, either resigned to her situation or trying to unmake it all, to just blot out her surroundings. Look, Halston tried, I understand you're fighting Guyan. Maybe I'm even sympathetic about that. But she and I, we're not responsible. We're not a part of this. I mean, nobody consults me about these things, do they? I didn't even know this thing was, that any of this was going on until you slapped me awake back there. You, maybe, Nestle said, abruptly angry. Her, she knew. Who'd the commander have overseeing the technical details then? Who was arranging to ship us down there? Who had her fingers in every little piece of the work? Only the chief engineer. If we shot her right now, it'd be justice. Halston swallowed. Lane continued to be no help, but maybe he could now see why. Look, he said again, more gently, surely you must see that this is crazy. Do you know what I think is crazy? Nestle returned hotly. It's setting up some fucking icebox of a base on a moon we've no use for, just so Guyan can run a flag up his dick and say he's claimed this system for Earth. What I think is crazy is expecting us to go there peaceably, willingly, and just live there in that artificial hell, while the rest of you just fuck off on some wonder trip that'll take you how many human lifetimes to get there and return. If you ever do. We're all a lot of human lifetimes from home, Halston reminded her. But we slept, Nestle shouted at him. And we were all together, all the human race together, and so it didn't count and it didn't matter. We brought our own time with us, and we stopped the clock while we slept and started it when we woke. Why should we care how many thousands of years went by on dead old Earth? But when the gill heads off for wherever the fuck it's going, us poor bastards won't get to sleep. We're supposed to make a life down there on the ice, inside those stupid little boxes the automatics have made. A life, Dr. Mason. A whole life inside those boxes. And what? And children. Can you imagine? Generations of ice dwellers, forgetting and forgetting who we ever were, wasting away and never seeing the sun except as just another star. Tending the vats and eating mulch and putting out more doomed generations who could never amount to anything, while you, all you glorious star travelers, get to sleep wrapped in your no time and wake up 200 years later as if it's just the next day. She was shouting now, almost shrieking, and he saw that she must have been awake for far too long, that he had cracked the dam, let it all pour out after his thoughtless words. And when you woke up, all of you chosen who weren't condemned to the ice, we'd be dead. We'd be generations dead, all of us. And why? Because Guyan wants a presence on a dead moon. Guyan wants to preserve the human race, Lane said sharply. And whatever we encounter at the next terraforming project could obliterate the Gilgamesh, for all we know. Guyan simply wants to spread our chances as a species. You know this. Then let him fucking stay. And you can stay too. How about that? When we win control, when we take the ship, the two of you can go keep the species going in that icebox on your own. That's what we'll do, believe me. If you live that long, that's just what we'll do with you. Lane did her best to shrug it off, but Halston could see her jaw clench against the thought. Then Scholes came ducking back in, snagging Nestle's arm and dragging her aside for a muttered conversation in the doorway. Lane, Halston started. I'm sorry, the woman said flatly, wrong-footing him. He was not sure what she was apologizing for. How far does this go? Halston murmured. How many of them? At least 24. He could barely make out Lane's whispered words. They were supposed to be the pioneers, that was Guyan's plan. They'd go down awake to start everything off. The rest would be shipped down as freight, to be awoken as and when. I see that all worked out beautifully then, Halston remarked. Again her expected caustic response did not come. Some barbed edge seemed to have been filed off Lane since he had last seen her, all those decades before. "How many's Karst got?" he pressed her. She shrugged. "The security detail's about a dozen, but there's military he could wake up. He'll do it too. He'll have an army." "Not if he's got any sense." Halston had been pondering this. Why would they take orders from him to start with? "Who else is there?" "Not good enough. Have you actually thought about what we're doing, Lane? I don't even mean this business," a jerk of the head towards Scholes, "but the whole show. We don't have a culture. We don't have a hierarchy. We simply have a crew for life's sake." Guyan, who someone once considered fit to command a large spaceship, is now titular head of the human race. "It's the way it's got to be," Lane replied stubbornly. Scholes disagrees. "I reckon the Army will disagree too if Karst is stupid enough to start waking people up and putting guns in their hands. You know what's a good lesson of history? You're screwed if you can't pay the Army, and we don't even have an economy. What could we give them as soon as they realize what's going on? Where's the chain of command? What authority does anyone have? And once they've got guns and a clear indication of where they might wake up next, why should we ever expect them to go back to the chambers and sleep? The only currency we have is freedom, and it's plain that Guyan's not going to be handing that out." "Oh, fuck off, historian." At last he got a rise out of her, though he wasn't looking for it by then. "And although I don't want to think about what happens if Scholes wins, what happens if he loses?" "When he loses." "Whatever, but what then?" Halston insisted. "We end up shipping all those people down to a penal colony for life. And what happens when we return? What do we hope to find down there with that for a beginning?" "There won't be any down there, not for us." It was Scholes again, pulling that trick of suddenly being in front of them, now squatting on his haunches, hands resting on his knees. "If the worst comes to the worst, we still have a plan B thanks to you there, anyway, Dr. Mason." "Right," looking the man in the face, Halston didn't know what to make of that. "Maybe you'd like to explain." "Nothing would please me more," Scholes smiled thinly. "We have control of a shuttle bay. If all else fails, we're getting ourselves off the Gill, Dr. Mason, and you're coming with us." Halston, still thinking slowly after the suspension, just goggled at him. "I thought the point was not to go somewhere." "Not to go to the ice," Nessel said from behind Scholes. "But we know there's somewhere else in this very system, somewhere made for us." "Oh," Halston stared at them. "You're completely mad. There are monsters there." "Monsters can be fought," Scholes declared implacably. "But it's not just that there's a satellite. It came within a hair's breadth of destroying the whole of the Gilgamesh. It sent us away. There's no way a shuttle can possibly get." He stammered to a halt because Scholes was smiling at him. "We know all this. She told us," a companionable nod towards Lane. "She told us we'd never make the green planet, that the ancient tech would get us first. But that's why we have you, Dr. Mason." Maybe Nessel's grasp of the ancient languages would be enough, but I'll not take that chance. Why should I when you're right here and desperate to help us? The chief mutineer stood up easily, still with that razor grin on his face. Halston looked at Lane, and this time she met his gaze and he read the emotion there at last. Guilt. No wonder she'd been easy on him. She was cringing inside, knowing that she had brought him here. "You told them I could get them past Kern," he demanded. "No," she protested. "I told them it couldn't be done. I said that, even with you, we barely made it. But you managed to get them thinking of me," Halston finished. "How was I to know these fuckwits would just—" Lane started before Scholes stamped on her ankle. "Just a reminder," he growled, "of who you are and why you deserve all you get. And don't worry if we have to take the shuttle, you'll be right there with us, Chief Engineer Lane. Perhaps then you might feel like using your expertise to prolong your own life, for once, rather than just to ruin other people's. 3.5. Bearing a flaming sword. Halston and Lane had been left to their own limited devices for some time, constantly overseen by one or other of Scholes's people. Halston had been hoping to have more words with Nessel, on the basis that he might just be able to trade enough on his doctorate to gain some sort of cooperation from her. But she had been redeployed by her leader, perhaps for that exact reason. Instead, there had been a succession of taciturn men and women with guns, one of whom had bloodied Halston's lip just for opening his mouth. They had heard distant shots on occasion, but the anticipated crescendo never seemed to arrive, nor did the fighting recede entirely out of earshot. It seemed that neither Scholes nor Karst was willing to force the matter to any sort of conclusion. "It's times like these," Halston started, speaking softly for Lane's benefit only. She raised an eyebrow. "Times like what, Mason? Being held hostage by lunatic mutineers who might kill us at any second. How many times like those have you had, exactly? Or is the world of academia more interesting than I thought?" He shrugged. "Well, on the basis that we were all under a death sentence on Earth, and then, the last time we were working together, a mad computer person hybrid thing wanted to kill us for disturbing its monkeys. I think it's been times like these all the way, to be honest." Her smile was faint, but it was there. "I'm sorry I got you into this." "Not half as sorry as I am." At that point, Scholes burst in with a half-dozen followers crowding the hatch behind him. He shoved something into the hands of the guard that the man quickly donned. A mask. They were all putting on oxygen masks. "Oh, fuck," Lane spat. "Karst's got control of the air vents." From her tone, it was something that she had been anticipating for some time. "Cut him loose." From behind the mask, Scholes's voice emerged with the tinny precision of his radio transmitter. Immediately someone was bending over Halston, severing his restraints, hauling him to his feet. "He's coming with us," Scholes snapped, and now Halston could hear gunfire again and more of it than before. "What about her?" A nod towards Lane. "Shoot the bitch." "Wait, hold on." Halston got out, flinching as the gun swung back towards him. "You need me. Then you need her. She's the chief engineer, for life's sake. If you're going anywhere on a shuttle, if you're serious about going up against Kern, against that killer satellite, then you need her. Come on, she's key crew. That means she's the best engineer on this ship." And despite his words, when the gun swung back towards Lane, "No, seriously, wait. I know you can force me to do whatever you want, but if you kill her, I'll fucking fight you to my last breath. I'll sabotage the shuttle. I don't know what I'll do, but I'll find something. Keep her alive and I'll do everything you need, and everything I can think of to keep you alive. To keep us all alive. Come on, it makes sense. Surely you can see it makes sense." He could not see Scholes's expression, and for a moment the chief mutineer just stood there, statue, still, but then he nodded once and exceedingly grudgingly. "Get them both masks," he snapped. "Get them up, resecure their arms and bring them along. We're getting off this ship right now." Outside in the corridor waited a dozen or so of Scholes's people, most of them also wearing masks. Halston looked from one set of visor-framed eyes to the next until he picked out Nessel, not quite a familiar face but better than nothing at all. The rest of them, men and women both, were strangers. "Shuttle Bay, now," was Scholes's order, and then they set off, shoving Lane and Halston ahead of them. Halston had no idea about much of the Gilgamesh's layout, but Scholes and his party seemed to be taking a decidedly circuitous route to wherever they were going. The chief mutineer was constantly muttering, obviously in radio contact with his subordinates. Presumably, there was some serious offensive by security going on, and certainly the pace quickened, and quickened again, first to the shuttle bay winds. Then one of the mutineers stumbled and fell, leaving Halston wondering if he'd missed the sound of a shot. Nessel dropped to one knee beside him and began fiddling with his mask, and a moment later the man was stirring drunkenly, staggering to his feet with Scholes roundly cursing him. "Since when did we have poison gas on the ship?" the classicist demanded wildly. Again, the whole episode was assuming a dreamlike quality. Lane's voice sounded right in his ear. "Idiot, just fucking with the air mix would do it. I'd guess these monkeys have been fighting for control of the air conditioning since they made their stupid stand, and now they've lost. This is a spaceship, remember. The atmosphere is whatever the machines say it should be." All right, Halston managed to reply as someone shoved him hard in the back to get him to pick up speed. "What?" the man beside him demanded, shooting him a suspicious look. Halston realized that Lane's voice had not broadcast to the rest of them, only to him. "I despair of you, old man," came her murmur. "These masks do have tongue controls, you realize. Of course you don't, and neither do these clowns. You have 4 tabs by your tongue. Second one selects comms menu. Then third for private channel. Select 9. It'll show in your display." It took him the best part of 10 minutes to get through that, slobbering over the controls and terrified that one false drool would turn his air supply off. In the end, it was only when their escorts halted abruptly for a furious discussion that he was able to work it out. "How's this?" "Clear enough," came Lane's dry response. "So how fucked are we, eh?" "Was that seriously what you wanted to say?" "Look, Mason, they hate my guts. What I really want to say is that you should talk them into letting you go. Tell them you're a crap hostage, or that they don't need you or something." He blinked, seeking out her eyes but finding only the lamps reflecting in the plastic of her visor. "And you?" "I am more fucked than you, by an entire order of magnitude, old man." "They are all they're all in big trouble," he came back. "Nobody's getting on to that planet." "Who knows? I wasn't exactly planning anything like this, but I have been thinking around the problem." "Get moving," Scholes suddenly snapped. Then people were shooting at them from ahead. Halston had a glimpse of a pair of figures in some sort of armored suit, dark plastic plates over shiny gray fabric, presumably the full security detail uniform. They were lumbering forwards, holding rifles awkwardly, and Scholes hauled Lane in front of him. "Back, or she goes first," he yelled. "This is your one and only chance to give yourselves up," came what might have been Karst's voice from one of the suits. "Guns down, you turds." One of the mutineers shot at him, and then they were all at it. Halston saw both figures stagger. One was knocked flat over onto its back. It was only the frustrated momentum of the bullets, though. There was no sign of penetration, and the fallen security man was already sitting up again, leveling his gun. "Faceplates! Aim for the face," Scholes shouted. "Still bulletproof, you moron," Lane's taut voice in Halston's ear. "Wait," the classicist yelled. Hold it." And Lane convulsed in Scholes's grip with a howl that was abominably loud in Halston's ear. "You twat! I'm half deaf," she snapped. The man next to Halston grabbed at his arm to try and rope him in as a second human shield, and the classicist pulled away instinctively. A moment later the mutineer was on the ground, 3 dark patches spread across his shipsuit. It was too quick for Halston to feel any reaction. Another mutineer, a woman, had managed to close with security, and Halston saw a knife flash out. He was in the middle of thinking what a feeble threat that must be when she got the blade into one of them, and ripped a gash down the man's arm, the gray material parting stubbornly, armor plate peeling back. The injured security man flailed, and his companion Karst turned and shot at her, bullets scattering and ricocheting from his companion's armor. Go. Scholes was already moving on, hauling Lane behind him. Get a door closed between us and them. Get us time. Have that shuttle warmed up and ready. The last words presumably directed to some other follower already sitting in the bay. Shots followed them, and at least one other mutineer simply dropped, sprawling as they fled. But then Nestle had a heavy door sliding down behind them, hunching over the controls presumably to try and jam them in some jury-rigged way to delay security that little bit more. Scholes left her to it, but she caught up with the main pack soon after, showing a surprising turn of speed. No waiting for stragglers once we're at the shuttle, then. Halston was seeing his opportunity to make a stand diminishing. He lunged at the masked tongue controls until he was on general broadcast again. "Listen to me, Scholes, all of you," he started. One of the mutineers cuffed him across the head, but he bore it. "I know you think there's some chance if you can get off the ship and head for the terraform project. Probably you've seen the pictures of that spider thing that lives there. And yes, you've got guns. You'll have all the tech from the shuttle. Spider's no problem, sure. Seriously, though, that satellite will not listen to anything we've got to say. You think we'd be anywhere but that damn planet otherwise. It was within a hair of carving up the whole Gilgamesh, and it blew up a whole load of spy drones that tried to get near. Now, your shuttle's way smaller than the Gil, and it's way clumsier than drones. And I swear, I do not have anything I can say that will work on the insane, whatever that's in that satellite." "Then think of something," was Scholes's cold response. "I am telling you," Halston began, and then they spilled out into the shuttle bay. It was smaller than he had thought, just a single craft there, and he realized he knew nothing about this side of the ship's operations. Was this some special yacht for the commander to gad about in, or were all the shuttles in their own separate bays, or what? It was an utter blank to him, not his area, nothing he had needed to know. "Please listen," he tried. "They made the mistake of showing us what our new home was going to be like," came Nestle's voice. "I swear the commander never imagined that anyone might defy his almighty wisdom. You can say what you like, Dr. Mason, but you didn't see it. You didn't see what it was like." "We'll take our chances with the spiders and the AI," Scholes agreed. "It's not an AI, but he was already being bundled into the shuttle with Lane right alongside him. He could hear more shooting, but certainly not close enough to change things now. Get the bay doors open. Override the safeties," Scholes ordered. "If they're after us, let's see if those suits of theirs can handle vacuum." And even as Lane was muttering, "They can," for Halston's ears only, he felt the shuttle's reactor begin to shift them forwards. He was about to leave the Gilgamesh for the first time in 2,000 years. The shuttle cabin was cramped. Half the mutineers had decamped to the hold, where Halston hoped there were belts and straps to secure them. Acceleration was currently telling every loose object or person that down was the rear of the ship, and when they reached whatever speed fuel economy dictated was their safe maximum, there would be no effective down at all. Halston and Lane occupied the rearmost two seats of the cabin, where people could keep an eye on them. Scholes himself had the seat next to the pilot, with Nestle and two others sitting behind him at the consoles. Halston's gut lurched under the pressure of the acceleration as they made their getaway. For a moment, he thought he was about to lose his stomach contents through the hatch into the hold behind him, but the feeling passed. His bloodstream was still swimming with suspension chamber drugs that fought hard to stabilize his sudden feelings of instability. The first thing Lane said to him once the shuttle got clear was, "Keep the mask. We need a secure channel." Her tightly controlled tones came through the receiver beside Halston's ear. Sure enough, the mutineers were removing their breathing masks now they were in an environment they had full control of. One of them reached back for Lane, S, and she bucked her head upwards sharply as he grabbed it, so that she ended up wearing the thing as a sort of high-tech bandana covering her mouth. Halston tried the same trick but just ended up in an awkward pulling match with the man without achieving anything. "Sod you, then," he was told. "Suffocate if you like." Then the mutineer turned away. Lane leant over quickly, teeth digging into the rubber seal so she could yank his mask down like hers. For a moment she was cheek to cheek with him, eye to eye, and he had a weird feeling of horribly inappropriate intimacy, as though she might kiss him. Then she regained her balance, and the two of them sat there with masks in identical, awkward positions, Halston thinking, how much more like conspirators could we look? The mutineers had other priorities, though. One of the men sat at a console, apparently fighting the Gilgamesh's attempts to override control of the shuttle, whilst Nestle and another woman were giving reports on the systems powering up. After listening a while, Halston realized that they were waiting to see if the Ark ship had any weapons it could bring to bear. They don't even know. Are they wondering if Lane and I will save them by being here? Because, if so, they weren't listening to Guyan closely enough before. At last, Lane piped up for all to hear, although her voice echoed hollowly over Halston's mask speaker as well. The Gilgamesh only has its anti-asteroid array, and that's forwards facing. Unless you decide to moon the front cameras, there's nothing able to come your way. They regarded her distrustfully, but Nestle's report seemed to confirm the same. What would happen if an asteroid was going to hit us in the side? Halston asked. Lane gave him a look that said eloquently, and that's what's important right now. The odds are vanishingly unlikely. It wasn't resource effective. To protect the entire human race, Nestle demanded, more as a jab at Lane than anything else. The Gil was designed by engineers, not philosophers. Issa Lane shrugged, or as much as she could with her hands still secured. "Let me free. I need to work." "You stay right there," Scholes told her. "We're clear now. It's not like they can just turn the Gil around and come after us. We'd be halfway across the system before they could build up any speed." "And how far is this tin box going to get you exactly?" Lane challenged him. "What supplies do you have? How much fuel?" "Enough. And we always knew this was a one-way trip," the chief mutineer said grimly. "You won't even get one way," Lane told him. Immediately Scholes had his seat belt undone and fell the short distance towards them, gripping hand over hand along the seat backs. The movement was fish-like, effortless enough that the man had plainly put in some training time back home. "If the Gil isn't shooting, I'm feeling less and less certain why we need you," he remarked. "Because it's not the ship you need to worry about. That satellite out there is a killer. It's got a defense laser that will just carve this boat into tiny pieces. The Gilgamesh's array is nothing to that. That's why we have the esteemed Dr. Mason," Scholes told her, hovering over her like a cloud. "You need to let me loose on your systems. You need to give me full access and let me rip the fuck out of your comms panel." Lane smiled brightly. "Or we're all dead anyway, even if it doesn't shoot. Mason, you tell them. Tell them about how Dr. Avrana Kern said hello." Their acceleration was leveling out, weightlessness replacing the heavy hand that had been pressing Halston back into his seat. After a blank moment, then catching Lane's eye, the classicist nodded animatedly. "It took over our systems completely. We had absolutely no control. It went through the Gilgamesh's computers in seconds, locked us out. It could have opened all the airlocks, poisoned the air, purged all the suspension chambers." His voice trailed off. At the time he had not quite appreciated just what might have happened. "Who is Dr. Avrana Kern?" one of the mutineers asked. Halston exchanged looks with Lane. She is what's in the satellite. She's one of the things in the satellite, rather. There are the basic computers, and then there's something called ELIZA, which Maybe it's an AI, a proper AI, or maybe it's just a very well-made computer. And then there's Dr. Avrana Kern, who might also be an AI. Or might be what? Nestle prompted him. Or might just be a stark, raving, mad, psychotic human being left over from the old empire, who's taken it into her head that keeping us off the planet is the single most important objective in the universe, he managed, looking from face to face. Fuck, said someone, almost reverently. Evidently something in Halston's testimony had sounded convincing. Or maybe she'll be having a good day and she'll just take over the shuttle systems and fly you back to the Gilgamesh, Lane suggested sweetly. Ah, on that subject, the pilot broke in. It looks like our damage to the drone bays has paid off. There's no sign of a remote launch, but... Wait, Gil is launching a shuttle after us. Scholes spun himself around and coasted over to see for himself. Guyan is really pissed, came Lane's voice sotto voce in Halston's ear. He's crazy, the classicist replied. She regarded him impassively, and for a moment he thought she was going to defend the man, but then, yeah, no, he's crazy all right. Perhaps it's the sort of crazy you need to have got us all the way out here, but it's starting to go off the bad end of the scale. They're telling us to cut engines, surrender our weapons, and give up the prisoners, the pilot relayed. What makes them think we'd do that now that we're winning? Scholes stated. The look that passed between Lane and Halston was in complete accord that here, in spirit, was Vry Guyan's very double. Then Scholes was hovering above them again, staring down. You know that we'll kill you if you try anything, he told Lane. I'm trying to keep track of all the ways this venture is likely to kill me, but yes, that's one of them. She looked up at him without flinching. Seriously, I am more concerned about that satellite. You need to cut us free right now. You need me isolating the ship's systems so that thing can't just walk in and take over. Why not just cut the comms altogether? One of the mutineers asked. Good luck on getting Mason to sweet-talk the satellite if we can't transmit and receive, she pointed out acidly. Feel free to have someone looking over my shoulder at all times. I'll even talk them through what I'm doing. If we lose power or control for one moment, if I think you're trying to slow us so the other shuttle can catch up with us. Scholes started. I know. With a scowl, the chief mutineer produced a knife and severed Lane's bonds, and Halston's too, as an afterthought. You sit there, he told the classicist. Nothing for you to do yet. Once she's done her work, you'll get your chance with the satellite. Apparently he didn't feel that making overt death threats was necessary to keep Halston in line. Lane, clumsy in the lack of gravity, flailed over to the comms console and belted herself down in the seat next to Nestle. Right, what we're after here. She started, and then the language between them got sufficiently technical that Halston failed to follow. It was obvious that the work would take some time, though, both reprogramming and physically cutting connections between comms and the rest of the shuttle's systems. Halston gradually fell asleep. Even as he was dropping off, he felt this was a ridiculous thing to do, considering the constant threat to life and limb, combined with the fact that he had been out of the world for a century, or so not so long ago. Suspension and sleep were not quite the same, however, and as the adrenaline now ebbed from his system, it left him feeling hollowed out and bone-weary. A hand on his shoulder woke him up. For a moment, stirred from dreams he could barely recall, he spoke a name from the old world, one a decade dead even before he embarked on the Gilgamesh, millennia dead now. Then, Lane, because he heard a woman's voice, but instead it was Nestle the mutineer. Dr. Mason, she said, with that curious respect she seemed to hold for him, they're ready for you. He undid his seatbelt and allowed them to pass him unceremoniously hand over hand across the ceiling until Lane could reach out and snag him and drag him into the comms chair. How far out are we? he asked her. It's taken me longer than I'd thought to make sure I cut every single connection to comms. And because our friends here don't trust me, and kept getting me to stop in case I was doing something nefarious. We've shielded all the shuttle's systems from any outside transmission, though. Nothing is accepting any connection that isn't hardwired into the ship itself, except the comms. And the comms don't interact with the rest of what we've got in here. The most Dr. Avrana Kern can manage now is to take over the comms panel and shout at us. And destroy us with her lasers, Halston pointed out. Yeah, well, and that. But you better get on with telling her not to right now because the SAT started signaling. Halston felt a shudder go through him. Show me. It was a familiar message, identifying the satellite as the second Bryn Sentry habitat and instructing them to avoid the planet, just what they'd got when they interrupted the distress beacon the first time. But that time we'd signaled it, and it hadn't noticed us inbound. This time we're in a much smaller ship, and it's taking the initiative. Something's still awake over there. He remembered the electronic specter of Avrana Kern appearing on the screens of the Gilgamesh comms room, her voice translated into their native tongue, a facility with language that neither he nor Lane had felt the need to comment on to the mutineers. Instead, though, he decided to keep matters formal just for now. He readied a message, "May I speak to Eliza?" translated it into Imperial C, and sent it, counting the shortening minutes until a response could be expected. "Let's see who's home," Lane murmured in his ear, peering over his shoulder. The response came back to him, and it was disturbing and reassuring in equal measures. The latter because at least the situation on the satellite was as he remembered. You are currently on a heading that will bring you to a quarantine planet, and no interference with this planet will be countenanced. Any interference with Kern's world will be met with immediate retaliation. You are not to make contact with this planet in any way. "Monkeys, the monkeys are back, they want to take away my world," is only for me, and my monkeys are not as they say as they seem as much as they claim to be from Earth. I know better vermin. They are vermin leaving the sinking ship of Earth has sunk, and no word, none. The translation came easily. Nestle, poised at his other shoulder, made a baffled noise. "Eliza, we will not interfere with Kern's world. We are a scientific mission come to observe the progress of your experiment. Please confirm permission to land." Halston thought it was worth a try. Waiting for the reply was just as wearing on the nerves as he remembered. "Any idea when we'll be in range of its lasers?" he asked Lane. "Based on Karst's drones, I think we have 4 hours 19 minutes. Make them count." Permission to approach the planet is denied. Any attempt to do so will be met with lethal force as per scientific devolved powers. Isolation of experimental habitat is paramount. You are respectfully requested to alter your course effective immediately. "Filthy, crawling vermin coming to infect my monkeys will not talk to me. It has been so long, Eliza. Why will they not speak? Why will they not call to me? My monkeys are silent, so silent. And all I have to talk to is you, and all you are is my broken reflection." "Eliza, I would like to speak to your sister Avrana," Halston sent immediately, aware of time falling away, their limited stock of seconds dropping through the glass. "Brace yourselves," Lane warned. "If we didn't get this right, we might be about to lose everything, possibly including life support." The voice that spoke through the comms panel, without anyone giving it permission, was sticking to Imperial C at that moment, though to Halston its haughty tones were unmistakable. The content was little more than a more aggressive demand that they alter their course. "Dr. Kern," Halston sent, "we are here to observe your great experiment. We will not alter anything on the planet, but surely some manner of observation is permitted. Your experiment has been running for a very long period of time. Surely it should have come to fruition by now. Can we assist you? Perhaps if we gather data you may be able to put it to use. In truth, he had no certain idea what Kern's experiment was, though by now he had formed some theories, and he was simply bouncing off what he had gleaned from Kern's own stream of consciousness thoughts, transmitted along with Eliza's sober words. "You lie," came the reply, and his heart sank. "Do you think I cannot hear the traffic in this system? You are fugitives, criminals, vermin amongst vermin. Already the vessel pursuing you has asked me to disable your craft so that they may bring you to justice." Halston stared at the words, his mind working furiously. For a moment there he had been negotiating with Kern in good faith as though he was actually a mutineer himself. He had almost forgotten his status as hostage. His hands hovered, ready to send the next signal. "Why don't you do just that?" Something cold pressed into his ear. His eyes flicked sideways to catch Nestle's hard expression. "Don't even think it," she told him. "Because if this ship gets stopped, you and the engineer won't live to get rescued. Shoot a gun in here and you're likely to punch a hole straight through the hull," Lane said tightly. "Then don't give us an excuse." Nestle nodded at the console. "You might be the expert, Dr. Mason, but don't think I'm not catching most of this." Typical that now I find an able student, Halston thought despairingly. "So what do you want me to say?" he demanded. "You heard what I heard then, that she knows what we are. She's receiving all the transmissions from the Gilgamesh and the other shuttle." "Tell her about the moon colony," Scholes snapped. "Tell her what they wanted us to do. Whatever we're talking to now has been in a satellite smaller than this shuttle since the end of the old empire." "You're looking for sympathy," Lane demanded. "Dr. Kern, we are human beings like you," Halston sent, wondering how true that latter part could possibly be. "You could have destroyed the Gilgamesh and you did not. I understand how important your experiment is to you," another lie, "but please, we are human beings. I'm a hostage on this vessel. I'm a scholar like you. If you do as you say, they will kill me." The words passed into cold, dead imperial sea like a treatise, as though Halston Mason was already a figure long consigned to history, to be debated over by academics of a latter age. The gaps between message and response were ever shorter as they closed with the planet. "You are currently on a heading that will bring you to a quarantine planet, and no interference with this planet will be countenanced. Any interference with Kern's world will be met with immediate retaliation. You are not to make contact with this planet in any way. They are not my responsibility, so heavy a whole planet is mine. They must not interfere with the experiment, must proceed. Or what was it all for nothing if the monkeys do not speak to me? And my monkeys are all that's left of the human now. These vermin come these vermin." "No," Halston shouted, "not back to Eliza," startling the mutineers. "What's going on?" Scholes demanded. "Nestle. We've dropped back a step or something." Halston sat back numbly, his mind quite blank. Suddenly Scholes was speaking in his ear. "Is that it then? You're out of ideas," in tones crammed with dangerous subtext. "Wait," Halston said, but for a perilous moment his mind remained completely empty. He had nothing. Then he had something. "Lane, do we have the drone footage?" Lane scrabbled and clawed her way over to another console, fighting for space with the mutineer already seated there. "Karst's recording. Yes, I have it." "Get it onto the comms panel." "Are you sure? Only. Please, Lane." Circumventing the comms isolation without opening the ship up to contamination was a surprisingly complex process, but Lane and one of the mutineers set up a second isolated Dropbox with the data, and then patched it into the comms system. Halston imagined the invisible influence of Dr. Kern flooding down the new connection, only to find just another dead end. Dr. Avrana Kern, he readied his next message. I think you should reconsider the need of your experimental world for an observer. When our ship passed your world last, a remote camera captured some images from down there. I think you need to see this. It was a gamble, a terrible game to play with whatever deranged fragments of Kern still inhabited the satellite, but there was a gun to his head. And besides, he could not deny a certain measure of academic curiosity. How will you react? He sent the message and the file, guessing that Kern's recent exposure to the Gilgamesh's systems would allow her to decode the data. Bare minutes later, there was an incomprehensible transmission from the satellite, very little more than white noise, and then, "Please hold for further instructions. Please hold for further instructions. What have you done with my monkeys? What have you done with my monkeys?" And then nothing, a complete cessation of transmission from the satellite, leaving those in the shuttle to fiercely debate what Halston had done and what he might have achieved. 3.6 Dulce et decorum est. Great Nest has no strict hierarchy. By human standards, in fact, spider society would appear something like functional anarchy. Social standing is everything, and it is won by contribution. Those peer groups whose warriors win battles, whose scholars make discoveries, who have the most elegant dancers, eloquent storytellers, or skilled crafters, these garner invisible status that brings them admirers, gifts, favors, greater swarms of sycophantic males to serve as their workforce, petitioners seeking to add their talents to the group's existing pool. Theirs is a fluid society where a capable female can manage a remarkable amount of social mobility. Or, in their own minds, their culture is a complex web of connections respun every morning. One key reason this all works is that the middling unpleasant labor is undertaken by males, who otherwise have no particular right to claim sanctuary within the nest at all, if they lack a purpose or a patroness. The hard labor, forestry, agriculture, and the like, is mostly undertaken by the domesticated ant colonies that the great nest spiders have manipulated into working with them. After all, the ants work by nature. They have no inclination or capacity to consider the wider philosophy of life, and so such opportunity would be wasted on them. From the point of view of the ant colonies, they prosper as best they can, given the peculiarly artificial environment they find themselves enmeshed in. Their colonies have no real concept of what is pulling their strings, or how their industry has been hijacked to serve Great Nest. It all works seamlessly. Portia's is a society now pulled taut to breaking point. The fact of the encroaching ant column demands sacrifices, and there is no chain of command to determine who must make them, and for whose benefit. If the situation becomes much worse, then Great Nest will start fraying apart, fragmenting into smaller fugitive units, and leaving only a memory of the high point of spider culture. Alternatively, some great leader might arise and take control of all, for the common good, and later, if human examples can be valid guidelines, for the personal good. But either way, the great nest that Portia knows would cease to be. It would not be the first lost metropolis. In its ceaseless march across the continent, the ant colony has obliterated 100 separate, distinct, and unique cultures that the world will never know again, exterminating individuals and overriding ways of life. It is no more than any conquering horde has ever done in pursuit of its manifest destiny. Portia's military exploits have won some esteem for her peer group, but Bianca is currently their greatest asset, one of the nest's most admired and maverick scholars. She has improved the lives of her species in a dozen separate ways, for she has a mind that can see answers to problems others did not even realize were holding them back. She is also a recluse, wanting little more than to get on with her experiments, a common trait for those driven to build on their inherited understandings, which suits Portia's peers well, as otherwise Bianca might decide that she was owed rather more of the group's good fortune. However, when she sends a messenger, her peers come running. Should Bianca suddenly feel unappreciated, she would have her pick of the peer groups of Great Nest to join. Bianca is not within Great Nest proper. True science demands a certain seclusion, if only so that its more unexpected results can be safely contained. Portia's people are, by ancestry, born problem solvers, and given to varying their approach until something succeeds. When dealing with volatile chemicals, this can have drawbacks. Bianca's current laboratory, Portia discovers, is well within the territory of one of the local ants' nests. Approaching the mound along a trail marked out for the ants to avoid, she feels herself reluctant, pausing often, sometimes lifting her forelegs and displaying her fangs without intending to. The old association between ants and conflict is hard to shake. The chamber she finds Bianca in would have been dug by the ants themselves, before being cordoned from their nest by the application of colony-specific scents. Such measures have been attempted in the past to ward a settlement from attack by the encroaching supercolony, but never successfully. The ants always find a way, and fire does not care about pheromones. Silk coats the walls of the chamber, and a complex distillery of webbing hangs from the ceiling, providing the mixing vessels of Bianca's alchemy. A side chamber houses a pen of some manner of livestock, perhaps part of the experiment, perhaps simply convenient sustenance. Bianca presides over the whole enterprise from up on the ceiling, her many eyes keeping track of everything, signaling to her underlings with palps and sudden stamping motions when her direction is required. Some light falls in from the entryway above, but Bianca is above the routines of night and day, and has cultured luminescent glands from beetle larvae to glitter, amid the weave of her walls like ersatz constellations. Portia lets herself down into the chamber, aware that part of the floor is also open, giving on to the ant colony below. Through the thinnest skein of silk, she can see the constant, random bustle of those insects going about their business. Yes, they work tirelessly, if unknowingly, for Great Nest's continued prosperity. But if Portia cut through that membrane and entered their domain, then she would meet the same fate the ants reserve for all intruders, unless she had some chemical countermeasure to preserve her. She greets Bianca with a flurry of palps to renew their acquaintance. The exchange contains a precisely calculated summary of their relative social standings, referencing their mutual peers, their differing expertise, and the esteem that Bianca is held in. The alchemist's reply is perfunctory without being discourteous. Asking Portia to wait, she turns her main eyes on the busy laboratory below them, checking that matters in hand can be left without her close attention for a few minutes. Portia gives the activity below a second glance and is shocked. Your assistants are male. Indeed, Bianca agrees, with a stance that suggests this topic is not a new one. I would have thought they would prove insufficient for the complexity of such work, Portia assays. A common misunderstanding. If well coached and born with the pertinent understandings, then they are quite able to deal with the more routine tasks. I did once employ females, but that results in so much jostling for status and having to defend my preeminence, too much measuring of legs against each other and me to get the work done. So I settled on this solution. But surely they must be constantly trying to court you, Portia replies perplexedly. After all, what else did males actually want out of life? You have spent too long in the pier houses of the idle, Bianca reproaches her. I choose my assistants for their dedication to the work, and if I do accept their reproductive material from time to time, it's only to preserve the new understandings we come up with here. After all, if they know it, and I know it, the chances are good that any offspring should inherit that understanding as well. Portia's discomfort with this line of reasoning is evident in her shifting stance, the rapid movement of her palps. But males do not. That males can transmit to their offspring knowledge that they learn during their lives is an established fact, as far as I am concerned. Bianca stamped harder to impose her words over Portia's. The belief that they can only pass on their mothers' understandings is without foundation. Be glad for our peer group that I at least comprehend this. I try to choose mates who hatched from our own creche, as they're more likely to already possess worthwhile understandings to pass on, and the cumulative effect is to compound and enrich our stock overall. I believe this will become common practice before either of us pass on. When I have time, I will start trading on the understanding of it to those few in other peer groups who are likely to appreciate the logic. Assuming either of us is granted so much time, Portia tells her forcefully, I will not be remaining in Great Nest long, sister. How can I help you? Yes, you were at 7 Trees. Tell me of it. Portia is surprised that Bianca knows even that much of Portia's comings and goings. She gives a creditable report, focusing primarily on matters military, the tactics used by the defenders, the weapons of the enemy. Bianca listens carefully, committing the salient details to memory. There are many at Great Nest who believe that we cannot survive, Bianca tells her when she is done. No peer group wishes to attract general scorn by being the first to abandon us, but it will happen. When one is gone, once that gap has been bridged, there will be a general rush to leave. We will destroy ourselves and lose all we have built. It seems likely, Portia agrees. I was at temple earlier. Even the priestess seemed distracted. Bianca huddles against the ceiling for a moment, in a posture of disquiet. It is said that the message is contaminated, that there are other messengers. I have spoken to a priestess who said that she felt a new message within the crystal at the wrong time, and without meaning, just a jumble of random vibrations. I have no explanation for that, but it is concerning. Perhaps that message is meant for the ants. Portia is staring down at the scuttling insects below. The sense image of a jumble of random vibrations seems apposite. You are not the first to suggest it, Bianca tells her. Thankfully, my own thoughts on message and messenger are just that, my own, and they do not prevent me from working towards the salvation of our nest. Come with me. I have researched a new weapon, and I need your assistance in deploying it. Portia feels a sudden hope for the first time in many days. If any mind can find a way forward, it is Bianca's. She follows the alchemist to the animal pens, seeing within them an unruly throng of ant-sized beetles, 20 centimeters at most. They are a dark red in coloration and most remarkable for their antennae, which spread out into a disk of fine fronds like circular fans. I have seen these before, Portia says uncertainly with hesitant movements. Great confronter of our enemies as you are, it seems likely, Bianca confirmed. They are a species of unusual habits. My assistants have gone into the colony below, at some risk to themselves, to find them. They live amongst the ants and yet remain unmolested. They even eat the ants' larvae. My assistant's reports indicate that the ants themselves are persuaded to feed these creatures. Portia waits. Any communication from her at this juncture would be futile. Bianca has this entire encounter already planned out, point by point, to a successful conclusion. I need you to gather capable and trusted warriors, perhaps 24, Bianca instructs her. You will be courageous. You will test my new weapon, and if it fails, you are likely to die. I need you to confront the colony marching against us. I need you to walk right into the heart of it. Infiltrating an ant colony is no longer just a case of taking some heads and stolen scent glands. The super colony has developed its defenses. A blind chemical arms race run against the spider's ingenuity. The ants now use the chemical equivalent of shifting ciphers that change over time, and in different detachments of the sprawling colony, and Portia's kin have been unable to keep up. The chemical weapons the spiders use to disrupt and confuse their enemies are short-lived, and barely an annoyance in the face of the sheer scale of the enemy. The increased security of the colony has had a catastrophic impact on a number of other species. Ant nests are ecosystems in their own right, and many species live in uneasy communion with them. Some, like the aphids, provide services and the ants actively cultivate them. Others are parasitic: mites, bugs, beetles, even small spiders, all of them adapted to steal from the ants' table or to consume their hosts. The majority of such species are gone from the super colony now. In adapting to defend against the external enemy, the increased chemical encryption used by the ants has also unmasked and eliminated dozens of unwelcome guests within the ants' domain. A very few, however, have managed to survive by ingenuity and superior adaptation. Of these, the possid beetles of Bianca's current area of study are the most successful. The possids have dwelt within ant nests for millions of years, utilizing various means to lull their unwitting hosts into accepting them. Now the nanovirus has been working with them, and although they are not as intelligent as Portia, they still have a certain cunning and the ability to work together, and utilize their versatile pheromonal toolkit with considerable insight. Each individual possid has a suite of chemicals to manipulate the ants around it. The individual ants, sightless and living in a world entirely built on smell and touch, can be fooled thus. The possid chemicals artfully create an illusory world for them, guiding their hallucinations to induce suborned units of the ant colony to do their bidding. It is fortunate for Portia and her people that the possids have not yet quite reached a level of intellect that would allow them to look beyond their current existence as a self-serving fifth column amongst the ants. It is easy to envisage an alternate history where the advancing ant colony became merely the myriad-bodied puppet of hidden beetle overlords. The changing chemical codes of the colony provide a constant challenge to the possids, and individual beetles exchange chemicals continuously to update one another, with the most efficient keys for unlocking and rewriting the ants' programming. However, the simple feat of living undetected amongst the ants is left to the possid's secret weapon, a refinement of their ancestral scent that Bianca has detected and become fascinated by. Portia has listened carefully as Bianca sets out her plan. The scheme seems somewhere in between dangerous and suicidal. It calls for her and her cohorts to seek out the ant column and ambush it, to walk straight into it past the multitude of sentries, as though they were not there. Portia is already considering the possibilities: an attack from above, dropping from the branches or from a scaffolding of webbing, plunging into that advancing torrent of insect bodies. Bianca, of course, has already thought this part through. They will find the column when it is halted for the night in a vast fortress made of the bodies of its soldiers. I have developed something new, Bianca explains. Armor for you, but you will only be able to don it when you are about to make your attack. Armor strong enough to ward off the ants. Portia is justifiably doubtful. There are too many weak points on a spider's body. There are too many joints that the ants can seize upon. Nothing so crude. Bianca always did like keeping her secrets. These possids, these beetles, they can walk through the ant colonies like the wind. So will you. Portia's uncertainty communicates itself through the anxious twitching of her palps. And I will kill them then. As many as I can. Will that be enough? Bianca's stance says otherwise. I had considered it, but even you, sister, could not stop them in such a way, I fear. There are just too many. Even if my protection kept you safe for that long, you could kill ants all day and all night, and still there would be more. You would not keep their army away from Great Nest. Then what? Portia demands. There is a new weapon if it works. Bianca stamps out her annoyance. There is no way of testing it but to use it. It works on these little colonies here, but the invaders are different, more complex, less vulnerable. You will simply have to hope that I am correct. You understand what I am asking of you for our sisterhood, for our home. Portia considers the fall of 7 trees, the flames, the ravenous horde of insects, the shriveling bodies of those who were too slow or too conscientious to escape. Fear is a universal emotion, and she feels it keenly, desperately wanting to flee that image, never to have to face the ants again. Stronger than fear are the bonds of community, of kinship, of loyalty to her peer group and her people. All those generations of reinforcement, through the success of those ancestors most inspired by the virus to cooperate with their own kind, now come to the fore. There comes a time when someone must do what must be done. Portia is a warrior trained and indoctrinated from an early age so that now, in this time of need, she will be willing to give up her life for the survival of the greater entity. When? She asks Bianca. Sooner is better. Gather your chosen. Be ready to leave Great Nest in the morning. For tonight the city is yours. You have laid eggs. Portia answers in the affirmative. She has no clutch within her ready for a male's attentions, but she has laid several in the past. Her heritage, genetic and learned, will be preserved if Great Nest itself is. In the grander scheme of things, that means that she will have one. That night, Portia seeks out other warriors, veteran females she knows she can rely on. Many are from her own peer group, but not all. There are others she has fought alongside, whom she has sometimes fought against, in displays of dominance whom she respects, and who respect her. Each one she approaches cautiously, feeling her way, telegraphing her intent, paying out Bianca's plan length by length until she is sure of them. Some refuse. Either they are not persuaded by the plan, or they lack the requisite degree of courage, which is, after all, near total fearlessness. A devotion to duty almost as blind as that of the ants themselves. Soon enough Portia has her followers, though, each one then taking to the high roads of Great Nest to make the most of this night, before the morning calls upon them to muster. Some will resort to the company of their peer groups, others seek out entertainment, the dances of males, the glittering art of weavers. Those who are ready will let themselves be wooed, then deposit a clutch of eggs in their peer house, so as to preserve as much of themselves as they can. Portia herself has learned many things since her last laying, and feels some remorse that those understandings, those discrete packets of knowledge, will be lost when she is lost. She goes to temple again, seeking that fugitive calm that her devotions bring, but now she remembers what Bianca has said, that the voice of the messenger is not alone, that there are faint whisperings in the crystal that worry the priestesses. Just as she has always believed that the mathematical perfection of the message must have some greater, transcendent significance beyond the mere numbers that compose it, so this new development surely has some wider meaning too vast to be grasped by a poor spider knotting and spinning that familiar tally of equations and solutions. What then does it mean? Nothing good, she feels. Nothing good. Late that night, she sits in the highest reaches of Great Nest, staring at the stars and wondering which point of light up there is whispering incomprehensible secrets to the crystals now. 3.7 War in Heaven. Kern had severed all contact, leaving the mutineers' shuttle to glide on towards the green planet, eroding the vast intervening distances a second at a time. Halston did his best to sleep, crouching awkwardly on a chair that was ideally designed to cushion the stresses of deceleration, but very little else. He drifted in and out of slumber because Kern's absence had not shut down radio communications. He had no idea who fired the first linguistic shot, but he was constantly being woken by a running argument between Karst, on the pursuing shuttle, and whoever was manning the mutineers' comms at the time. Karst was his usual dogmatic self, the voice of the Gilgamesh with the authority of the whole human race behind him, via its unelected representative, Vry. He demanded unconditional surrender, threatened them with a spaceborne destruction even Halston knew the shuttles were not capable of, vicariously invoked the dormant satellite's wrath, and when all else failed, descended to personal abuse. Halston developed the idea that Guyan was holding Karst personally responsible for the mutineers' escape. There was mention made of him and Lane, however. That was the only positive. Apparently Karst's orders did include recovery of the hostages at some level, though possibly not top priority. He demanded to speak to them, to be sure they were still alive. Lane shared a few acid words with him that both satisfied him on that issue and dissuaded him from asking any more. He continued to include their return unharmed in his list of monomaniac demands, which was almost touching. The mutineers, for their part, bombarded Karst with their own demands and dogma, going into considerable detail about the difficulties the moon colony would face, and asserting the lack of need for it. Karst countered with the same reasons Lane had already given, albeit less coherently, sounding very much like a man parroting someone else's words. Why did they even give chase? Halston asked Lane wearily, after this slanging match over the comms had finally defeated any possible chance of further sleep. Why not just let us go, if they know how doomed this whole venture is? It's not just for us too, surely. It's not for you anyway, she riposted. Then she relented. Guyan takes things personally. She said it with an odd twist, so that he wondered just what her experience of this might be. But it's more than that. I accessed the key crew aptitudes once in the Gilgamesh's records. Command access only, Halston noted. I'd be a piss-poor chief engineer if that could stop me. I wrote most of the access scaffolding. You ever wonder what our Lord and Master scored so high on that he got this job? Well, now I'm wondering. Long-term planning, if you can believe it. The ability to take a goal and work towards it through however many intervening steps. He's one of those people who's always 4 moves ahead. So if he's doing this now, it may look just like peak, but he's got a reason. Halston considered that for some while, whilst the mutineers continued ranting at Karst. Competition, he said. If by chance we get past the satellite and on to the planet, and survive the monster spiders. Yeah, maybe, Lane agreed. We sod off to terraform B, or whatever the place is, then come back a few centuries later to find Scholes is well established on the planet. Maybe he even cuts a deal with Kern. Guyan wants the planet, Halston finished. Guyan is looking to beat the satellite and take over the planet, but he doesn't want to have to fight anyone else for it as well. And more if Scholes does set up there and sends a message saying, "Come on down. The spiders are lovely." Then what if a load of people want to join him? So basically, Guyan can't ignore us. And a thought came to Halston on the tail end of that. So basically the best result for him, other than surrender, would be Kern blowing us to bits. Lane's eyebrows went up and her eyes flicked over to the wrangle in progress at the comms. Can we hear if Karst is transmitting to the satellite? Halston asked her. Don't know. I can have a go at finding out if these clowns'll let me try." "I think you should." "Yeah, I think you're right." Lane unclipped her webbing and pushed herself carefully from the seat, attracting the immediate attention of most of the mutineers. "Listen, can I have the comms for a minute? Only." "He's launched a drone," the pilot shouted. "Show me." Scholes lunged forwards, got a hand on Lane's shoulder and simply shoved her, breaking her grip on Halston's seat back and sending her tumbling towards the back of the cabin. "And she doesn't get near anything until we know what's going on." There was a clatter and an oath as Lane hit something and scrabbled for purchase to prevent a rebound. "Since when do these shuttles carry drones?" Nessel was asking. "Some of them are equipped for payload, not cargo," came Lane's voice from behind them. "What can the drones do?" someone demanded. "Might be armed," the pilot explained tensely. "Or they could just ram us with it. A drone can accelerate faster than us, and we're starting deceleration anyway. They must have launched it now, because they're close enough." "Why are we letting them catch us?" Another mutineer yelled at him. "Because we need to slow down if you don't want to make a big hole in the planet when we try to land, you prick," the pilot yelled back. "Now get strapped in." "Amateurs," Halston thought with creeping horror. "I am on a spacecraft intending to make a landing on an unknown planet, and not one of them knows what they're doing." Abruptly, Down was shifting towards the front of the shuttle as the pilot fought to cut their speed. Halston scrabbled with his seat, sliding forwards until he got a grip. "Drones closing fast," Nessel reported. Halston remembered how swiftly the little unmanned craft had closed the distance between the Gilgamesh and the planet the time before. "Listen," came Lane's forlorn voice as she worked her way forward again, hand over hand. "Was there any traffic between Karst and the satellite?" "What?" Scholes demanded, and then an ear-wrenching screech erupted from the comms that had everyone clutching at their ears, Nessel slapping at the controls. Halston saw Scholes's lips shape the words, "Shut it down." It was plain from Nessel's frustration that she couldn't. Then the sound was gone, but it had paved the way for a familiar voice. It came over the speakers with the booming volume of a wrathful god, uttering the elegant, ancient syllables of Imperial Sea as though it was pronouncing the doom of every hearer. Which it was. Halston translated the words as, "This is Dr. Avrana Kern. You have been warned not to return to my planet. I do not care about your spiders. I do not care about your images. This planet is my experiment and I will not have it tainted. If my people and their civilization are gone, then it is Kern's world that is my legacy, not you who merely ape our glories. You claim to be human. Go be human elsewhere." "She's going to destroy us," he shouted. For a long moment the mutineers just stared at one another. Lane hung onto the seat backs, pale and drawn, awaiting developments. "So this is it then," she groaned. "That's not what she was saying," Nessel objected, although precious few people were listening to her. "Welcome to the classicist's lot," Halston thought dryly. He closed his eyes. "The shuttle's changing course," the pilot announced. "Bring it back on. Get us down to the planet, no matter what," Scholes started. The pilot interrupted him. "The other shuttle, the security shuttle, we're still good, but there." He squinted at his instruments. "Drifting, and the drone's off now. It's not following our course adjustments. It's going to overshoot us." "Unless that's what they want. Maybe it's a bomb," Scholes suggested. "Going to have to be an almighty big bomb to get us at the distances we're talking about," the pilot said. "It's Kern," Lane declared. Seeing their baffled faces, she explained, "That warning wasn't just for us, it was for everyone. Kern's got them, she's seized their systems, but she can't seize ours." "Good work there," Halston muttered into the mask radio around his neck. "Shut up," she returned by the same channel. Then Kern's voice was on the radio again, a few sputtering false starts and then words emerging in plain language. for everyone to understand. Do you think that you have escaped me just because you have locked me out of your computers? You have prevented me turning your vessel round and sending it back to your ship. You have prevented me dealing with you in a controlled and merciful manner. I give you this one chance now to open access to your systems, or I will have no option but to destroy you. If she was going to destroy us, she'd have done it already. One of the mutineers decided on the basis of what evidence Halston did not know. Let me get at the comms, Lane said. I've got an idea. Once again she kicked off for the comms panel, and this time Scholes hauled her to him, a gun almost up her nose. Her deceleration weight yanked at him, and the pair of them nearly ended up crashing into the pilot's back. Dr. Mason, your opinion on Kern, Scholes demanded, glaring at Lane. Human was the first word to come to Halston's mind. At Scholes's exasperated glower, he explained, I believe she's human, or she was human once. Perhaps some melding of human and machine. She went through the Gilgamesh's database, therefore she knows who we are, that we're the last of Earth, and I think that means something to her. Also, a laser like she's got must be an almighty energy sink compared to just shutting us down or telling our reactor to go critical. She won't use her actual weapons unless she absolutely has to. Even old Empire tech has limits energy-wise, so she'll shoot us as a last resort, but possibly she'll try to get rid of us without killing us, if she can. Which she can't at the moment because we've sealed her off in the comms. Scholes let Lane go with an angry hiss, and she instantly started explaining something to Nestle and one of the mutineers, something about restoring some of the links to the shipboard computer. Halston only hoped she knew what she was doing. Will she try to kill us? Scholes asked him flatly. What can I say? Depends what mood she's in. Depends which Kern we're talking to at any given moment. Halston unclipped his strapping and slowly crawled towards them, with the idea that perhaps he could talk Kern round. I think she's from a culture that wiped itself out and poisoned the earth. I don't know what she might do. I think that she's even fighting with herself. This is your final warning, Kern's voice came to them. I can see satellite systems warming up, the pilot warned. I reckon it's locked on. Any way of getting round the planet, putting the other shuttle in the way? From Scholes. Not a chance. We're wide open. I'm on our landing approach now, though. It's got a window of about 20 minutes before we'll be in the atmosphere, which might cut down on its lasers. Ready? Lane chimed in. Ready what? Scholes demanded. We've isolated the shipboard database and linked it to the comms, Nestle explained. You've given this Kern access to our database, Scholes translated. You think that'll sway her? No, Lane stated, but I needed access to a transmission. Halston, get over here. There was a horribly undignified piece of ballet, with Halston being manhandled over until he was clipped into a seat at the comms panel, leaning sideways towards the shuttle's nose as the force of their cut speed tugged at him. She's going to burn us up, Lane was telling them as she got Halston settled. The prospect seemed almost to excite her. Halston, you can sweet-talk her, or something. I had an idea. You do yours and I'll do mine, Lane told him. But do it now. Halston checked the panel, opened a channel to the satellite. Assume it hasn't been eavesdropping on everything anyway, and began. Dr. Kern, Dr. Avrana Kern. I am not open to negotiation, came that hard voice. I want to speak to Eliza. There was a brief, clipped moment of Kern speaking, and then Halston's heart leapt as it was overwritten by a transmission in Imperial. See, Eliza was back at the helm. You are currently within the prohibited zone, about a quarantined planet. Any attempt to interact with Kern's world will be met with immediate retaliation. No, Eliza, no, give me back my voice. It's my voice, give me back my mind, it's mine. It's mine enough warnings, destroy them, let me destroy them. As swiftly as he could, Halston had his reply ready and translated. Eliza, we confirm we have no intention of interacting with Kern's world, because he was fairly sure Eliza was a computer, and who knew what the limits of its cognition and programming were. That is not consistent with your current course and speed. This is your final warning. They're lying to me, to you, let me speak. Let me out, help me, someone please help me. Eliza, please may we speak to Dr. Evrana Kern, Halston sent. The expected voice thundered through the enclosed cabin. How dare you? And away, Lane said, and Kern's voice cut off. What was that? Scholes demanded. Distress signal, Lane explained. A repeat transmission of her own distress signal. Even as Halston was sending Dr. Kern, please may I speak to Eliza. The response that came back was garbled almost into white noise. He heard a dozen fragments of sentence from Kern and from the Eliza system, constantly getting chopped out as the satellite systems tried to process the high-priority distress call. Almost to atmosphere, the pilot reported. We've done it, someone said. Never say, Lane started, and then the comms unit went so silent that Halston looked at its readouts to make sure it was still functioning. The satellite had ceased transmitting. Did we shut it down? Nessel asked. Define we, Lane snapped. But look, that means that everyone can come to this planet. Everyone from the Gill, the woman started. But then the comms flared with a new signal and Kern's furious voice whipped out at them. No, you did not shut me down. Lane's hands were immediately at her waist, fastening the crash webbing, and then scrabbling for Halston. Brace, someone shouted ludicrously. Halston looked back at his original seat, towards the rear of the shuttle. He actually had a brief glimpse back into the cargo bay, seeing the desperate flailing about as the mutineers there tried to fully secure themselves. Then there was a searing flash that left its image on his retinas, and the shuttle's smooth progress suddenly became a tumble. And from outside there was a juddering roar and he thought, atmosphere. We've hit atmosphere. The pilot was swearing frantically, fighting for control, and Lane's arms were tight about Halston, holding him to her, because she had not been able to get all his webbing secured. For his part, he gripped the seat as tight as he could even as the world tried to shake him loose. The doors to the cargo hold had closed automatically. At that point, he did not realize it was because the rear half of the shuttle had been shorn away. The front half, the cabin, fell towards the great green expanse of the planet below. 3.8 Asymmetrical warfare. Portia's people have no fingers, but our ancestors were building structures and using tools millions of years before they attained anything like intelligence. They have 2 palps and 8 legs, each of which can grip and manipulate as required. Their whole body is a 10-digit hand with 2 thumbs and instant access to adhesive and thread. Their one real limitation is that they must fashion their work principally by way of touch and scent, periodically bringing it before their eyes to review. They work best suspended in space, thinking and creating in 3 dimensions. 2 strands of creation have given rise to Portia's current mission. One is armor smithing, or the equivalent in a species with access to neither fire nor metal. The ant column has stopped for the night up ahead, forming a vast and uniquely impregnable fortress. Portia and her cohorts are twitching and stamping nervously, aware that there will be plenty of enemy scouts blindly searching the forest, attacking all they come across, and releasing the keen scent of alarm at the same time. A chance encounter now could bring the whole colony down on them. Bianca is fussing over her males as the butchers set to work killing and dismembering her pets. The males will perform their part of the plan, apparently, but they lack the nerve to form the vanguard. It is Portia and her fellows who will undertake the impossible task of infiltrating the colony while it sleeps, taking their secret weapon with them. The collection of possid beetles that Bianca had accumulated have been driven here from Great Nest. They are not hurting animals by nature, and the going has been exasperating, meaning that they have arrived alarmingly late in the night, getting close to the dawn that will see the enemy on the move again. Several of the inventive beetles have escaped, and the rest appear to be communicating via scent and touches of the antennae, so that Portia wonders if some mass action is being planned on their part. She has no idea if the Possids can think, but she reckons their actions are more complex than those of simple animals. Her world is one in which there is no great divide between the thinkers and the thoughtless, only a long continuum. The beetles have left any intended breakout too late, however. Now they are penned in, and Bianca's people kill them quickly and efficiently, and peel off their shells. Great Nest artisans promptly begin fashioning armor from the pieces, cladding Portia and her fellows as completely as possible in heavy, cumbrous suits of chitin mail. They use their fangs and the strength of their legs to twist and crack the individual sections of shell to make a better fit, securing each plate to its wearer with webbing. Bianca explains the theory as they work. The possid beetles seem to use numerous and very complex scents to get the ants to feed them and otherwise provide for them. These scents change constantly as the ants' own chemical defenses change. The beetles' chemical language has proved too complex for Bianca to decode. There is a master scent by which the beetles live, however, and that does not change. It is not a direct attack on the ants themselves, but simply functions to inform the colony nothing here. The beetle does not register with the ants at all, unless it is actively trying to interact with them. It is not an enemy, not an ant, not even an inanimate piece of earth, but nothing. For the blind, scent-driven ants, the beetles utilize a kind of active invisibility, so that even when touched, even when the ant's antennae play over the beetle's ridged carapace, the colony registers a blank, a void to be skipped over. The null scent persists even through death, but not for very long, hence this massacre of the beetles at the 11th hour. Bianca cautions Portia and her fellows that they must be swift. She does not know how long the protection will last, so we can just kill them and they will not know, Portia concludes. Absolutely not. That is not your mission, Bianca replies angrily. How many of them do you think you could possibly destroy? And if you begin attacking them, their own alarm system may eventually override the scent of your armor. Then we will kill their egg-laying caste, Portia tells her. The ant colony on the move is still a growing organism, constantly churning out eggs to replace its losses. You will not. You will distribute yourselves about the colony as planned and wait for your packages to degrade. The packages are the other part of the plan and represent the other end of spider craftsmanship. Bianca makes them herself by brewing up a chemical from prepared compounds and the remains of the possids and sealing it in globules of webbing. Again, it will not keep for long. The alchemy of Portia's people has a long history, evolving at first from the scent markers their distant ancestors used, and then becoming swiftly more elaborate and sophisticated after contact with species like ants, who can be deftly manipulated and enticed by artificial scents. To a spider like Bianca, personally experienced and blessed with past generations of understanding to assist her, mixing chemicals is a visual experience, her senses blending into one another, allowing her to use the formidable ocular parts of her brain to envisage the different substances that she works with, and their compounds in a representational mental language of molecular chemistry. She spurs her alchemical reactions with the use of exothermic catalysts that generate heat without a dangerous open flame. Just as the chemicals themselves have a limited lifespan, so do their webbing containers. Precisely crafted, they will release their payload within moments of each other, which is essential timing as Portia and her fellows will have no way to coordinate with each other. Bianca hands them their weapons, and they know what they must do. The mobile fortress of the enemy is ahead of them, through the dark forest. They must accomplish their task in the short time gifted to them or they will die, and then their civilization will follow them. Still, every part of them that cares for self-preservation balks at it. Nobody enters an ant colony's traveling fortress and survives. The advance of Portia and her fellows is slow and reluctant, despite the chivying of Bianca from behind. A fear of extinction was their birthright long before intelligence, and certainly long before any kind of social altruism. Despite the stakes, it is a hard fear to suppress. Then the night is made day, and the spiders look up at a sky from which the stars have been briefly banished. Something is coming. They can feel the air shake in rage, the ground vibrate in sympathy, and they crouch inside their heavy armor, terrified and bewildered. A ball of fire comes streaking across the sky, with a trail of thunder rushing after it. None of them has any idea what it can possibly be. When it strikes the ground, well within the ant colony's scouting range, it has lost a great deal of its speed, but the impact still resonates through their sensitive feet as though the whole world has just cried out some vast, secret word. For a moment they remain still, petrified in animal terror. But then one of them asks what it was, and Portia reaches within herself and finds that part of her that was ever open to the incomprehensible, the fearful and the wonderful understanding that there is more in the world than her eyes can see, more than her feet can feel. The messenger has come down to us, she tells them. In that moment, out of her fear and her hope, she has quite convinced herself, because what has just happened is from so far beyond her experience that only that quintessential mystery can account for it. Some are awestruck, others skeptical. What does that mean? One of them demands, it means you must be about your work. Bianca hammers out from behind them. You have little time. Go, go. And if the messenger is here with you, then that means she favors you, but only if you succeed. If it is the messenger, show her the strength and ingenuity of the great nest. Portia flags her palps in fierce agreement, and then they all do likewise. Staring at the trail of smoke still blotting out the night stars, Portia knows it is a sign from the sky, the messenger's sky. All her hours spent in reverent contemplation of the mathematical mysteries of temple, on the brink of revelation, seem to her to have led to this. Onward. Portia signals, and she and her cohorts head off towards the enemy, knowing that Bianca and her team will be following behind. The beetle shell armor is heavy, obscures their vision, is awkward to run in and makes jumping impossible. They are like pioneering divers about to descend into a hostile environment from which only their suits can protect them. They hurry along the forest floor as best they can, the armor catching on their joints, hobbling and crippling them. They are determined, though, and when they come close to ant scouts scouring the area, they pass by in their black armor as though they were nothing but the wind. The scouts themselves are agitated, already on the move, heading for that gathering smoke and fire where the messenger has visited, no doubt ready, in their blind and atheistic way, to cut a firebreak to preserve their colony, and, unwittingly, their colony's enemies. Then the fortress of the colony is right in front of Portia and her fellows. The fortress is the colony. The ants have made a vast structure around a tree trunk, covering tens of square meters horizontally and vertically, constructed only from ants. Deep within the heart of it will be hatcheries and nursery chambers, food stores, racks of pupae, where the next generation of soldiers is being cast. And all of these rooms and the tunnels and ducts that connect them are built from ants, hooked on to one another with their legs and mouth parts. The entire edifice, a voracious monster that will devour any intruder who dares enter. The ants are not wholly dormant, either. There is a constant current of workers coursing through the tunnels, removing waste and the bodies of the dead, and the corridors themselves shift and realign to regulate the fortress's internal temperature and airflow. It is a castle of sliding walls and sudden oubliettes. Portia and her fellows have no choice. They are the chosen warriors of Great Nest, tough veteran females who have faced the ants on dozens of battlefields. Their victories have been few and small, though. Too often, all they have achieved is to either lose less or lose more slowly. By now they all know that mere skill at arms, speed, and strength cannot defeat the numbers and singular drive of the super colony of which this fortress is only a single limb. And for all they do not understand it, Bianca's plan is the only plan they have. They split up as they near the fortress, each seeking a different entryway into the mass. Portia elects to climb, lugging her bulky second skin up a ladder of living ant bodies, feeling their limbs and antennae twitch as she crosses them, investigating her plated underside. So far, so good. She is not immediately denounced as an intruder. She is more than able to imagine what would happen if the colony knew her for what she actually was. The very wall would become a blade-lined maw to dissect and consume her. She would have no chance at all. Some distance away, one of her fellows meets exactly this fate. Some gap in her armor has let out the scent of spider, and at once a pair of mandibles clenches on one of her leg joints, severing that limb at the knee. The brief rupture of fluid excites the other nearby ants, and in moments there is a full-scale seething of angry, defensive insects. Whilst those parts of the spider that are still armored are ignored, the ants follow the blood, tunneling into the kicking intruder's innards via the wound, cutting her apart from the inside whilst letting the obscuring armor fall off piece by piece, unseen and unseeable. Portia presses on grimly, finding one of the openings through which the fortress breathes and forcing her bulk into it, clawing at a mat of sluggish bodies for purchase. Her palps hold the slowly disintegrating package close to her to avoid snagging it on the angular shapes that make up every solid surface around her. She burrows on into the mass of the colony, following their airways and walkways, jostling the scuttling workers but attracting no attention. The armor is serving its purpose. And yet she is aware that all is not well. She is invisible, but she causes ripples. When she blocks an airway, the colony notices. When she must pry ant bodies apart to force her way through, she adds to a slow, general sense in the ants' collective, understanding that something is not quite as it should be. As she presses on into the lightless reaches of the living fortress, she is aware of incrementally greater movement and mobility around her, a disturbance that can only be a symptom of her own infiltration. The tunnels behind her are closing, the colony investigating, by its massed sense of touch, what it cannot smell. Ahead of her, she feels a quick movement that is not an ant. For a moment, she is blindly face to face with a possid beetle that investigates her stolen carapace, and then retreats in horrified fright. Instinctively, she pursues, allowing the beetle to show her the inner ways of the nest, while pushing herself to the limit. By now, she is overheating, running out of strength in her muscles, her heart barely able to keep oxygenated fluids moving about the hollow inside of her body. She finds herself losing focus, moment to moment, only ancient instinct keeping her moving. She can feel the whole colony unfolding around her, waking up. Then it happens. A questing antenna finds a gap where her own cuticle is exposed, and at once there is a dead weight at the end of one of her legs as the ant latches on mindlessly, sounding an alarm that has the tunnel about her breaking apart into individual ants, each searching for the intruder they know must be present. Portia wonders if she has progressed far enough. After all, her own survival is not necessary for Bianca's plan to work, even though she would personally prefer it. She tries to bundle herself up, tucking her legs in, but the ants are all over her, and she quickly finds it hard to breathe, too hot to think. They are smothering her with their relentless inquiries. The package she has been carefully guarding seizes this moment to come apart, its webbing fraying by carefully coordinated measures, its pressurized chemical cargo unleashing itself in an explosion of stinking, acrid gas. Portia loses consciousness, nearly suffocated in that initial detonation. On slowly returning to herself after an unknown period of time, she finds herself on her back, legs curled in, still in most of her beetle armor and surrounded by ants. The entire fortress has collapsed and dissolved into a great drift of insect bodies, from which a handful of individual spiders are even now digging themselves free. The ants do not resist them. They are not dead. They wave their antennae hopefully, and some of them make uncertain moves here and there, but something has been struck from the colony as a whole, its purpose. She tries to back away from the quiescent colony, but they are crowding her on all sides, a vast field of fallen insect architecture. It seems to her that at any moment they must surely remember their place in the world. Less than half her infiltration force remain alive, and they stumble and crawl over to her, some of them injured, all of them exhausted by the weight of armor they have been forced to wear. They are in no state to fight. Then one of her fellows touches her to attract her attention. Their footing of dazed ants is too inconstant to hold a conversation upon, so she signals broadly with her palps. She comes. They come. It is true. Bianca and her male assistants have arrived, and they are not alone. Trotting tamely by their side are more ants, smaller than most of the invader castes and presumably reared from the domesticated colonies that Great Nest interacts with. Portia stumbles and drags herself over to the edge of the tumbled fortress, hauling herself from the slew of feebly moving bodies to collapse in front of Bianca. "What is going on?" she asks. "What have we done?" "I have simply saturated the area with a modified form of the paucid beetle chemical that has protected you thus far," Bianca explains with precise motions of her feet, whilst her palps continue signaling instructions to her staff. "You and your sisters had sufficiently infiltrated the colony, and the radius of the gas was sufficiently large that we have caught the entire column, as I had hoped. We have blanketed them in a scent of absence. The males are now priming the tame ants for some manner of action by exposing them to carefully calibrated scents. Portia wonders if these little workers are to be the executioners of that great mass of their hostile brethren. I still do not understand," she confesses. Imagine that most of the ways the ants know about the world, all the ways that they act and react, and most importantly the way that their actions spur other ants on to action, are a web, a very complex web, Bianca explains absently. We have unraveled and consumed that web entirely. We have left them without structure or instruction. Portia regards the vast host of aimless ants on every side. They are defeated then. Or will they reweave their web? Almost certainly, but I do not intend to give them the chance. The tame herd ants are going amongst the larger invaders now, touching antennae urgently, communicating in the way of their kind. Portia watches their progress at first with perplexity, then with awe, then with something closer to fear at what Bianca has unleashed. Each ant that the tame workers speak to is immediately filled with purpose. Moments later it is about its frantic way, just like ants everywhere, but its task is simple. It is talking with other ants, reviving more of its stunned brethren, converting them to its cause. The spread of Bianca's message is exponential, like a disease. A wave of new activity courses across the face of the fallen colony, and in its wake is left a tame army. I am weaving them a new structure, Bianca explains. They will follow the lead of our own ants now. I have given them new minds, and henceforth they are our allies. We have an army of soldiers. We have devised a weapon to defeat the ants, no matter how many of them there are, and make them our allies. You are truly the greatest of us, Portia tells her. Bianca modestly accepts the compliment, and then listens as the warrior goes on. Was it you, then, that made the ground shake? That made the light and the smoke that distracted their scouts? That was not my doing, Bianca admits hesitantly. I am still awaiting news of that, but perhaps, when you have shed that ungainly second skin, you may wish to investigate. I believe that something has fallen from the sky. 3.9 First Contact. They were down. The cabin section of the shuttle had still been passably aerodynamic, and the pilot had deployed braking jets and air scoops and chutes to slow them. Yet still it seemed that the first human footprint on this new green world would be a colossal crater. Somehow, though, the mortally wounded craft had battled through the air, swinging with the turbulence, and yet never quite spinning out of control. Halston learned later that jettisoning the cargo hold was, in fact, something the vessel was supposed to be able to do. The pilot had dumped the last twisted stump of it just before they hit atmosphere, letting the mangled chunk of wreckage streak across the New World's sky as though signifying a new messiah. Not to say that the landing was gentle. They had come down hard enough, and at a sufficiently unwise angle, that one of the mutineers was ripped from his straps to smash bodily, fatally, into the comms panel, while Halston himself felt something give in his chest as physics fought to free him from the restraints Lane had finally managed to get closed over him. He lost consciousness on impact. They all did. When he woke, he realized they were down but blind, the interior of the cabin dark save for a cascade of warning lights telling them all just how bad it was, the view screens dead or smashed. Someone was sobbing, and Halston envied them because he himself was having a hard time just drawing breath. Mason, sounded in his ear Lane speaking over the mask comms, and not for the first time from the sound of it. HHH, he managed. Fuck. He heard her fumbling about next to him, and then she was muttering, come on, we must have emergency power. I can see your fucking lights, you bitch. You don't flash your fucking lights at me to tell me there's no. And then a dim amber illumination seeped in from a strip that encircled the cabin near the ceiling, revealing a surprisingly tidy crash scene. Aside from the one luckless deceased, the rest of them were still strapped into their seats. Scholes, Nessel, the pilot, and one other man and woman of the mutineers, plus Lane and Halston. The fact that the landing had been survivable by mere fragile humans meant that most of the cabin interior was still intact, though almost nothing appeared to be functioning. Even the comms panel appeared to have been exorcised from Avrana Kern's malign ghost. Thank you, whoever that was, Scholes said, then saw it was Lane and scowled. Everyone speak up. Who's hurt? Tevik. Tevik turned out to be the pilot, Halston somewhat belatedly discovered. He had done something to his hand, he said, perhaps broken something. Of the others, nobody had escaped bruises and broken blood vessels. Every eye was red almost to the iris. But only Halston appeared to be seriously injured, with what Lane reckoned was a cracked rib. Scholes hobbled from his seat, fetched medical supplies, and began handing out painkillers, with a double dose for Tevik and Halston. These are emergency grade, he warned. means you won't feel pain much at all, including when you should. You can end up tearing your muscles really easily by overdoing it. I don't feel like overdoing it, Halston said weakly. Lane stripped his shipsuit down to the waist and strapped a pressure bandage about his chest. Tevik got a gel cast to keep his hand together. What's the plan? Lane was asking as she worked. 7 of us to populate a new Earth, is that it? When she looked up, she found Scholes was training a gun on her. Halston saw the thought occur to her to say something sarcastic, but she wisely fought it down. We can do it with 5, the mutineer chief said quietly. His people were watching him uncertainly. And if I can't count on you, we will. If we're going to survive out there, it'll be tough. We'll all need to rely on one another. Either you're part of the team now, or you're a waste of resources that could be allotted to someone more deserving. Lane's eyes flicked between his face and the gun. I don't see that I have a choice, and I don't mean that because you're about to shoot me. We're here now. What else is there? Right, Scholes nodded grudgingly. You're the engineer. Help us salvage everything from this thing that's going to be useful. Anything we can use for heat or light. Any supplies here in the cabin. A tacit acknowledgement that all the gear he had planned to use to build his brave new world had been cut from him along with the bulk of his followers, up at the atmosphere's edge. I've got readings from outside, Tevik reported, having jury-rigged something on his console one-handed. Temperatures 6 over ship standard. Atmosphere is 5% oxygen over ship standard. Nothing poisonous. Biohazard? Nestle asked him. Who knows? What I can tell you, however, is that we have precisely 1 sealed suit between us, because the rest were back in the hold when it blew. And without the scrubbers working, my dial here says we've got about 2 hours breathable air max. Everyone was silent for a while after that, thinking about killer viruses, flesh-eating bacteria, fungal spores. The airlock will work on manual, Lane said at last. While everyone else had been thinking about impending doom, she had just been thinking. The medical kit can run an analysis on the microbial content of the air. If it's alien stuff, we're fucked, because it won't know what to make of it. But this is a terraformed world, so any bugs out there should be Earth-style, let's hope. Someone needs to go out and wave it around. You're volunteering, Scholes asked acidly. Sure I am. Not you, Bales, suit up. He prodded the other female mutineer who nodded grimly, shooting an evil look at Lane. You know how to work the medical analyst? Lane asked her. I was a clinician's assistant, so better than you do. The woman Bales replied tartly, and Halston recalled that she had been the one to case up Tevik's hand. They got her into the suit, with difficulty. It wasn't a hard suit like the security detail had been wearing, just a ribbed white one-piece that hung slack off her frame, given that they wouldn't need to pressurize it. The helm had a selection of visors to guard against anything ranging from abrasive dust to the searing naked glare of the sun, and enough cameras and heads-up displays to let the wearer run around blindfold, if need be. Working patiently, Nestle connected the medical scanner to the suit systems, and Lane managed to use emergency power to resurrect one of the small view screens in the cabin to receive Bales's camera feed. Nobody said anything about the vast scope of unknown dangers that could be waiting out there for this woman, and which her suit could not possibly have been designed for. Scholes hauled open the airlock, and then shut it behind her. With no power to the doors, she would have to do the rest herself. They were watching through her lenses as she got the external door open, whereupon the dark of the airlock was replaced by a dull, amber glare, the camera's viewpoint swinging wildly as Bales stepped down from the hatch. When their vantage point stabilized, the scene revealed looked like some vision of hell. Blackened, smoking, some of it still on fire, the external emergency lamps lighting up the choked air in an unhealthy yellowish fog. "It's a wasteland," someone remarked, and then Bales stopped looking back down the charred furrow the shuttle cabin had raked in the soil and turned her lens, and her eyes on the forest instead. Green was Halston's first helpless thought. In fact, it was mostly shadowed darkness, but he remembered what the planet had looked like from orbit, and this was it. This was that great verdant band that had clad most of the tropical and temperate regions. He examined his memories of Earth, distant, poisoned Earth. By his generation, there had been nothing left like this. No riot of trees towering high, stretching into a vaulted, many-pillared space, out from the splintered hole that the shuttle's fist had broken into it. It was life, and only now did Halston realize that he had never really seen Earth life as it had been intended. The home he remembered was just a dying, browning stub, but this. Gently, almost imperceptibly, Halston felt something breaking up inside him. "Looks better than the inside of the gill," Nestle suggested tentatively. "But is it safe?" Lane pressed. "Safer than suffocating in here, you mean?" Tevik asked derisively. "Anyway, the medical scanner is working. Sampling now, it says here." "Hear me?" came a faint voice from his console, and he jumped. "Comms is fried," Lane said tersely. "There's a lot of crap in here that can be repurposed as a receiver, though. Don't think we can answer yet." "No, if you're getting this." Bales's voice ghosted in and out of audibility. "I can't believe we're—" "How long for the scanner?" Scholes demanded. "It's working," Tevik said noncommittally. "High microbial count already. Some of it recognized, some not. Nothing definitely harmful. Gather the kit and be ready to get out as soon as we get the all clear." Not seeing any sign of biohazard from Bales. "Give it time, come on," Tevik's answering, unheard complaint. "All sorts of crap out there. Still no yellow lights, but—" Bales screamed. They heard it, tinny and distant as though it was some tiny person locked away within the cabin's workings. The camera view was suddenly wavering wildly, then Bales appeared to be fighting with her own suit. "Fuck me, look at that," Lane spat. Halston had only a blurred view of something spiny, leggy, attached to the woman's boot. The screaming continued, and now there were audible words. "Let me in, please." "Open the airlock," Scholes shouted. "Wait, no," from Tevik. "Look, we can't flush the air out. Nothing's working. The air out there is planetaire. If there's shit in it, we get it the moment we open the inner door." "Open the fucking thing." And now Nestle was hauling on the lever, dragging the door open. Halston had a mad moment of holding his breath against the anticipated plague before recognizing the stupidity of it. "Well, we've all got it now. Get the guns, get the gear. We're here now, and it's survive outside or die inside," Scholes snapped. "Everybody out and quick." Nestle was already dragging at the outer door, tearing open their little illusion of security. Beyond was the real world. They could hear Bales screaming as soon as the outer door opened. The woman lay on the ground just outside, smashing both hands against her suit, kicking and flailing as though beset by an invisible attacker. Everyone except Halston and Tevik piled out to help her, trying to get her under control. They were shouting her name now, but she was oblivious, thrashing out at them, then trying to force her helmet off as though she was suffocating. One foot was a red ruin, seeming half cut away. The leg of her suit slashed open with a weird precision. It was Nestle that released the catch and dragged Bales's helmet off, but the screaming had already turned to a ghastly liquid sound before then, and what came out first, after the seal broke, was blood. Bales's head flopped aside, eyes wide, mouth open and running with red. Something moved at her throat. Halston got sight of it just as everyone else suddenly recoiled. A head rising from the ruin of the woman's throat, twin blades brandished at them under a pair of crooked antennae that flicked drops of bales left and right as they fidgeted and danced. Then Scholes shouted and kicked madly, flinging something away from him, and Halston saw that the ground around them was crawling with ants, dozens of ants, each as large as his hand. Monkeys might be merely a memory of old empire, but spiders and ants had paced humanity to the ends of the earth, and now here they were waiting on this distant world. In the leaping, dim light cast by the fires, the insects had gone unnoticed, but now he saw them everywhere he looked. More of them were scissoring their way free of Bales's suit, each emergent head accompanied by a slick of sluggish blood from the wounds the things had carved in her. Scholes began shooting. He was calm, ridiculously calm, as he leveled his pistol to pick out each target carefully, but he still hit only 1 out of 2, unable to track the insects' rapid, random movements. It was a forlorn hope. Everywhere Halston looked on the ground there were ants, not a vast carpet of them but still dozens, and they were converging on their visitors. "Get in," Tevik shouted. "Inside now, all of you." And he went down with a yell, rolling over, tearing at his thigh where an insect was clinging, its scissor jaws embedded in him, tail curling under itself to sting and sting. Nestle and Lane pushed past Halston, almost knocking him out of the hatch in their hurry to get back in. Scholes was right behind them, shoving Tevik forwards, and then frantically fumbling another clip into his gun. The remaining mutineer was trying to drag Bales after them. "Leave her," Scholes shouted at him, but the man didn't seem to hear. The ants were already crawling over him, and yet he was still hauling at the ragged weight that was Bales, as blindly single-minded as the insects themselves. Lane had ripped the ant off Tevik, but the insect's head was left behind, still holding its grip, and the man's leg was visibly swelling where the sting had lanced through his shipsuit. He was screaming, and now the man outside was screaming too. Scholes was trying to force the airlock closed, but there were ants already inside with them, rushing about the enclosed confines of the cabin, seeking out fresh victims. Halston crouched by Tevik, trying to work the ant's head free of his leg, and aware that his ribs should be vociferously complaining right then. In the end, he had to pry it out with pliers, whilst Tevik clutched at the floor, emergency painkillers unequal to the task. Holding up the head, Halston stared at it. The bloodied mandibles looked weirdly heavy, metallic. Scholes now had the airlock shut, and he, Nestle and Lane had been stamping on every insect they found, whilst the cabin slowly filled up with an acrid reek from their crushed bodies. Halston looked over just as they spotted one more ant up on the consoles. "Don't smash the electronics," Lane warned. "We may need." Was that a flame? There was a brief flash and flare at the ant's abdomen, which it was directing aggressively towards them. Aiming was the word that came to Halston's mind. Then that end of the cabin was on fire. The crew reeled back from the sudden jet of flame that sprayed burning chemicals across the confined space. Nestle fell back over Halston and Tevik, beating at her arm. Suddenly, there was a line of fire between them and the airlock, leaping absurdly high, seeming to burn fiercer and faster than there was any reason for. And the ant was still spewing it out. Now the plastics of the consoles were melting, filling the air with throat-catching fumes. Lane lurched to the rear, coughing, and slapped at one of the panels, hunting for an emergency release. Halston realized that she was trying to open the shutters to the hold, or where the hold had been. A moment later, the back wall of the cabin irised out into open space, and Lane almost fell through. Scholes and Nestle went straight out with Tevik between them, and Lane hauled up Halston under the armpits and helped him follow. The ants, he managed. Scholes was already looking around, but somehow the great host of insects they had seen earlier appeared to have disintegrated in just the few moments they were inside. Instead of the purposeful coalescing of an insect horde, there were now just little knots of fighting insects all about, turning on one another or just wandering blankly around. They seemed to have lost all interest in the shuttle. Many were heading back into the trees. "Did we poison them or something?" Scholes asked, stamping on the closest just to be on the safe side. "No idea. Maybe we killed them with our germs." Lane collapsed next to Halston. "What next, Chief? Most of our kit's on fire." Scholes stared about him with the baffled, angry look of a man who has lost control of the last shreds of his own destiny. He started, but no plan followed the word. "Look," said Nestle in a hushed voice. There was something approaching from the tree line, something that was not an ant, bigger and with more legs. It was watching them. There was no other way to put it. It had enormous great dark orbs like the eye sockets of a skull, and it approached in sudden fits of movement, a rapid scuttle. Then it was still and regarding them once more. It was a spider, a monster spider like a bristling, crooked hand. Halston stared at its ragged, hairy body, its splayed legs, the hooked fangs curled beneath it. When his gaze strayed to the two large eyes that made up so much of its front, he felt an unbearable shock of connection, as though it was trespassing on territory he had only ever shared with another human being before. Scholes leveled his pistol, hand shaking. "Like on the drone recording," Lane said slowly. "Fuck me, it's as long as my arm." "Why is it watching us?" Nestle demanded. Scholes swore, and then the gun boomed in his hand, and Halston saw the crouching monster spin away in a sudden flurry of convulsing limbs. The mutineer chief's expression was slowly turning to one of despair, that of a man who, it seemed, would next turn the gun on himself. "What am I hearing?" Nestle asked. Halston had somehow just thought it was a rolling echo of the gunshot, but now he realized that there was something more, something like thunder. He looked up. He didn't quite believe what he was seeing. There was a shape in the sky. It grew larger as he watched, slowly descending towards them. A moment later, a bright wash of light seared down from it, illuminating the entire crash site in its pale radiance. "Karst's shuttle," Lane breathed. "Never thought I'd be glad to see him." Halston looked over to Scholes. The man was staring up at the descending vehicle, and who could guess at what bitter, desperate thoughts were passing through his head. The approaching shuttle got to about 10 feet off the ground, jockeyed a little, and then picked a landing site some way back down the devastated scar that the crash-landing cabin had created. Even as it came down, the side hatch was opening, and Halston saw a trio of figures in security detail armor, two of them with rifles already leveled. "Drop the weapon," boomed Karst's amplified voice. "Surrender and drop the weapon. Prepare to be evacuated." Scholes's hand was shaking, and there were tears at the corners of his eyes, but Nestle put a hand on his arm. "It's over," she told him. "We're done here. There's nothing left for us. I'm sorry, Scholes." The mutineer chief gave a final glance around at the looming forest that no longer seemed so wonderfully vibrant and green and earth-like. The shadows seemed to throng with unseen eyes, with chitinous motion. He dropped the pistol disgustedly, a man whose dreams had been shattered. "Okay, Lane Mason, you come right over here first. I want to check you're unharmed." Lane did not hesitate, and Halston shambled after her, feeling only the faintest deadened sense of pain, yet still having to labor at both breathing and walking, weirdly disconnected from his own body. "Get in," Karst told them. Lane paused in the hatch. "Thank you," she said, without so much of her usual mockery. "You think I'd leave you here?" Karst asked her, visor still looking outwards. "I thought Guyan might." That's what he wanted them to think. Lane didn't look convinced, but she helped Halston up after her. "Come on, Get your prisoners and let's get out of here." "No prisoners," Karst stated. "What?" Halston asked, and then Karst's men started shooting. Both of them had taken Scholes as their first target, and the mutineer leader went down instantly with barely a yell. Then they were turning their guns on the other two. Halston barreled into them, shouting, demanding that they stop. "What are you doing?" "Orders." Karst shoved him back. Halston had a wheeling glimpse of Tevik and Nessel trying to put the crashed cabin between themselves and the rifles. The mutineer pilot fell, struggled to his feet clutching at his injured leg, and then jerked as one of the security men picked him off. Nessel made it to the tree line and vanished into the deeper darkness there. Halston stared after her, feeling a crawling horror. Would I rather be shot? Surely I would. But it wasn't a choice anyone was asking of him. "We have to get her back alive," he insisted. "She's valuable. She's a scholar she's got." "No prisoners. No ringleaders for a future mutiny," Karst told him with a shrug. "And your woman up there doesn't care so long as there's no interference to her precious planet." Halston blinked. "Kern." "We're here to clear up the mess for her," Karst confirmed. "She's listening right now. She's got her finger on the switch of all our systems, so it's straight in, straight out." "You bargained with Kern to come and get us," Lane clarified. Karst shrugged. "She wanted you out of the picture down here. We wanted you back. We cut a deal, but we need to get going now." "You can't." Halston stared out from the hatch at the deep forest beyond. "Call Nessel back just to have her executed." He subsided, realizing only that, at heart, he was just glad to be safe. "So, Kern," Karst called out, "what now? I don't much fancy going into that to get her, and I reckon that would just involve more of that interference you don't want." The clipped, hostile tones of Avrana Kern issued from the comms panel. "Your inefficiency is remarkable." "Whatever," Karst grunted. "We're coming back to orbit, right? Is that okay?" "It would seem the least undesirable option at this point," Kern agreed, still sounding disgusted. "Leave now, and I will destroy the crashed vessel." "Though she can do that," Lane hissed. "You mean she could have?" "It's kind of a one-shot. She's got our drone up there under her control," Karst explained. "She's going to stick it into the crash there, and then do some kind of controlled detonation of its reactor, burn up the wreck without flattening the entire area. Doesn't want her precious monkeys playing with grown-up toys or something." "Yeah, well, we didn't see any fucking monkeys," Lane muttered. "Let's get out of here." 3.1 Giants in the Earth. Portia examines the creature as it sleeps. She was not in time to see any of the momentous, inexplicable events that left a great, burning scar across the face of her world. The fires that are still burning despite the ants' best efforts to contain them. From others of her kind, she has heard a garbled version of events, crippled by the teller's inability to understand what it is they have witnessed. It will all be remembered, though, through the generations to come. This understanding, this contact with the unknowable, will be one of the most analyzed and reinterpreted events of all her species' histories. Something fell from the sky. It was not the messenger, which clearly retains its regular circuit of the heavens, but in the mind of Portia and her kin, it seems linked to that orbiting mote. It is a promise that the skies are host to more than one mobile star, and that even stars may fall. Some hypothesize that it was a herald or forerunner, a message from the messenger, and that if its meaning can only be interpreted, then the messenger will have new lessons to teach. Over the generations, this view that a test has been set beyond the simple, pure manipulation of numbers will gain in popularity, whilst simultaneously being viewed as a kind of heresy. The events themselves seem inarguable, however. Something fell, and now it is a blackened shell of metals and other unknown materials that defy analysis. Something else came to Earth and then returned to the sky. Most crucially, there were living things. There were giants that came from the sky. They were fighting off scouts from the ant colony when Portia's people first saw them. Then, when the scouts had been killed or converted, the giants killed one of Portia's own people, one of Bianca's assistants. After they departed, they left some bodies of their own kind, some killed by the ants, others just dead from mysterious wounds. Swift work by Bianca's team removed these remains from the scene, with fortunate timing given the explosion that occurred soon after, ending any useful inquiry and killing a further handful of Bianca's males. At the time, nobody realized that one of the star creatures had remained alive and entered the forest. Now Portia examines the thing, as it appears to sleep. The shape of a human being sparks no ancestral recollection in her. Even had her distant antecedents any memories to pass on, their tiny keyholes span of vision would have been unable to appreciate the scale of anything so large. Portia herself is having difficulties. The sheer size and bulk of this alien monster give her pause for thought. The creature has already killed two of her kind when it encountered them. They had tried to approach, and the thing had attacked them on sight. Biting it had little or no effect, being designed for use against spiders. Portia's venom has limited effect against vertebrates. If it was just some monstrous, oversized beast, then to trap and kill it would be relatively simple, Portia decides. If the worst came to the worst, they could simply set the ants on it, as they are obviously more than equal to the task. The mystical significance of this creature is a different consideration, however. It has come from the sky, from the messenger ergo. It is not a threat to be confronted, but a mystery to be unraveled. Portia feels the thrumming of destiny beneath her feet. She has a sense that everything that is past and everything that is to come are balanced at this point in time, the fulcrum resting within herself. This moment is one of divinely mandated significance. Here, in its monstrous living form, is some part of the messenger's message. They will trap it. They will capture it and bring it back to Great Nest, using all the artifice and guile at their command. They will find some way to unravel its secret. Portia glances upwards. The canopy of the forest keeps the stars from her view, but she is keenly aware of them. Both the fixed constellations that wheel slowly across the arch of the year and the messenger's swift spark in the darkness. She thinks of them as her people's birthright, if her people can only understand what they are being told. Her kind has won a great victory over the ants, turning enemies into allies, reversing the tide of the war. From here on, colony after colony will fall to them. Surely it is in recognition of this, in reward for their cleverness and endurance and success, that the messenger has sent them this sign. With her body twanging with manifest destiny, Portia now plans the capture of her colossal prize. 3.11 This Island Gulag. From the comms room, Halston watched the last shuttle depart for the moon base, carrying its oblivious human cargo. Guyan's plan was simple. An active crew of 50 had been woken up and briefed on what was expected, or perhaps demanded of them. The base was ready for them, everything constructed by the automatics during the Gilgamesh's last long sleep, and tested fit for habitation. It would be the crew's job to keep it running and operational, so as to turn it into a new home for the human race. They would have another 200 in suspension, ready to call on when they needed them, to replace losses or, more hopefully, to expand their active population when the base was ready for them. They would have children. Their children would inherit what they had built. At some time in the future, generations later, it was anticipated that the Gilgamesh would return from its long voyage to the next terraforming project. hopefully carrying a cargo of pirated old Empire technology that would, as Guyan said, make everyone's lives that much easier. Or enable him to mount an attack on the Kern's satellite and claim her planet, Halston thought. And surely he wasn't alone in thinking that, though nobody was voicing it. If the Gilgamesh did not return, if, say, the next system had a more aggressive guardian than Kern, or some other mishap should befall the Ark ship, then the moon colony would just have to man it, was the word that Guyan had used. Nobody was going behind that. Nobody wanted to think about the limited range of fates possible for such a speck of human dust in the vast face of the cosmos. The newly appointed leader of the colonists was not another Scholes, certainly. That intrepid woman listened to her orders with grim acceptance. Looking into her face, Halston told himself that he could see a terrible, bleak despair hiding in her eyes. What was she being handed after all? At the worst a death sentence, at the best a life sentence. An undeserved penal term that her children would inherit straight from the womb. He started when someone clapped him on the shoulder. Lane. The two of them, along with Karst and his team, had only recently got out of quarantine. The only good out of the whole of Scholes' doomed excursion planetside was that there didn't seem to be any bacteria or viruses down there that posed an immediate danger to human health. And why would there be? As Lane had pointed out, there hadn't seemed to be anything human-like down there to incubate them. Time for bed, the engineer told him. Last shuttle's away, so we're ready to depart. You'll want to be in suspension before we stop rotation. Until we get our acceleration up, gravity's going to be all over the place. What about you? I'm chief engineer. I get to work through it, old man. Catching up on me. Shut up. As she helped him out of the chair, he felt his ribs complain. He had been told the suspension chamber would see him heal up nicely while he slept, and he fervently hoped it was true. Cheer up, Lane told him. There'll be a whole treasure trove of ancient nonsense for you when you wake up. You'll be like a kid with new toys. Not if Guyan has anything to say about it, Halston grumbled. He spared a last look at the view screens, at the cold, pale orb of the prison moon, the colony moon. He corrected himself. His unworthy thought was, rather you than me. Leaning on Lane a little, he walked carefully off down the corridor, heading for the key crew sleep room. 3.12 A Voice in the Wilderness. The fallen giant had died, of course, but not for a long time. Until then Portia and her kin found it difficult to conceive of this thing as anything other than a she had dwelt in captivity, eating that limited selection of foods that she was willing to consume, staring out through the mist-colored walls that kept her in, gazing up at the open top of her pen, where the scholars would gather to observe her. The dead giants were dissected and found to be essentially identical to mice in almost all internal structures, save for a difference of proportion in the limbs and certain organs. Comparative study confirmed their hypothesis that the living giant was probably a female, at least by comparison to its smaller endoskeletal cousins. The debate on its purpose and meaning, on the lesson that the arrival of such a prodigy was intended to teach, lasted for generations, over the whole span of the creature's long life and beyond. Its behavior was strange and complex, but it seemed mute, producing no kind of gesture or vibration that could be considered an attempt at speech. Some noted that, when it opened and closed its mouth, a cleverly designed web could catch a curious murmur, the same that might be felt when objects were pounded together. It was a vibration that traveled through the air, rather than across a strand or through the ground. For some time, this was hypothesized as a means of communication, provoking much intelligent debate, but in the end, the absurdity of such an idea won out. After all, using the same orifice for eating and communication, was manifestly too inefficient. The spiders are not deaf, exactly, but their hearing is deeply tied into their sense of touch and vibration. The giant's utterances, all the frequencies of human speech, are not even whispers to them. Anyway, the airborne vibrations grew fewer and fewer during the thing's captivity, and eventually it ceased to make them. Some suggested this meant the creature had grown content with its captivity. 2 generations after it was taken, when the events surrounding its arrival had already passed into something resembling theology, one attendant noticed that the giant was moving its extremities, the deft sublegs that it used to manipulate objects, in a manner imitative of palp signaling, as though it was trying to mimic the basic visual speech of the spiders. There was a renewed flurry of interest, and a great deal of visits from other nests and trading of understandings to enlighten future generations. Sufficient experimentation suggested that the giant was not simply copying what it saw, but that it could associate meaning with certain symbols, allowing it to request food and water. Attempts to communicate on a more sophisticated level were frustrated by its inability to approximate or comprehend more than a few very simple symbols. The baffled scholars, drawing on their species' accumulated years of study, concluded that the giant was a simple creature, probably designed to undertake labor suitable for a thing of its immense size and strength, but no more intelligent than a possid beetle or a spitter, and perhaps less. Shortly after, the giant died, apparently of some infirmity. Its body was dissected and studied in turn, and compared to the genetically encoded understandings resulting from examinations of the original dead giants from generations earlier. Speculation as to its original purpose and connection with the messenger continued, with the most commonly held theory being that the messenger was served in the sky by a species of such giants, who performed necessary tasks for it. Therefore, in sending down its dumb emissaries so many years before, some manner of approbation had been intended. The inheritance of understandings placed something of a curb on the spiders' ability to mythologize their own history, but already the correlation of their victory over the ants and the arrival of the giants had become firmly accepted as somehow related. However, by the time this last giant died, the world of portion theology was already being rocked by another revelation. There was a second messenger. By that time, the war with the ants was long over. The possid strategy had been successfully prosecuted against colony after colony until the spiders had reduced the insects' influence back to its original territory, where once an ancient Portia had raided their temple, stolen their idol, and unknowingly brought the word of the messenger to her own people. The scholars of Portia's kind had been keen not to reprogram the ant colony, as they had done with its various limbs and expeditionary forces, because, in doing so, its unique abilities would be lost, and the spiders were not blind to the advances that the colony's development had unlocked. So it was that years of complex campaigning had been entered into at some considerable cost in lives, until the ant colony was maneuvered into a position where cooperation with its spider neighbors became the most beneficial course of action, whereupon the ant colony passed, without acrimony or resentment, from an implacable foe to an obliging ally. The spiders were quick to experiment with the uses of metal and glass. Creatures of keen vision, their studies into light, refraction, and optics followed swiftly. They learned to use carefully manufactured glass to extend the reach of their sight to the micro and macroscopic. The older generation of scholars passed the torch seamlessly to a new generation of scientists, who turned their newly augmented eyes to the night skies and viewed the messenger in greater detail, and looked beyond. At first, it was believed that the new message came from the messenger itself, but the astronomers quickly dispelled that notion. Working with the temple priestesses, they found that there was now another mobile point in the sky that could speak, and that its motion was slower and curiously irregular. Slowly, the spiders began to build up a picture of their solar system by reference to their own home, its moon and its messenger, the sun, and that outer planet which itself possessed an orbiting body that was sending out its own separate signal. The one problem with this second message was that it was incomprehensible. Unlike the regular, abstractly beautiful numerical sequences that had become the heart of their religion, the new messenger broadcast only chaos, a shifting, changing, meaningless garble. Priestesses and scientists listened to its patterns, recorded them in their complex notation of knots and nodes, but could draw no meaning from them. Years of fruitless study resulted in a feeling that this new source of signal was some antithesis of the messenger itself, some almost malevolent source of entropy rather than order. In the absence of more information, all manner of curious intentions were credited to it. Then, a few years later, the second signal ceased to vary and settled on a single repeated transmission, over and over, and this again led to a mass of speculation across what had by then become a loose-knit global community of priest-scientists. Again and again, the signal was parsed for meaning, for surely a message repeated over and over so many times must be important. There was one curious school of thought that detected some manner of need in the signal, and quaintly fancied that, out there through the unthinkable space between their world and the source of that second message, something lost and desperate was calling for help. Then the day came when the signal was no more, and the baffled spiders were left staring blankly up into a heaven suddenly impoverished, but unable to understand why. 4. Enlightenment. 4.1 The Cave of Wonders. When he was a child, Halston Mason had been mad about space. The exploration of Earth's orbit had been ongoing for a century and a half by then, and a generation of astronauts had been raiding the fallen colonies, from the lunar base to the gas giant moons. He had immersed himself in dramatic reconstructions of bold explorers entering dangerous derelict space stations, avoiding the remaining automated systems to pillage tech and data from the burnt-out old computers. He had watched actual recordings of the real-life expeditions, often disturbing, often cut off suddenly. He remembered, at no more than 10 years old, seeing a helmet torch play over the vacuum-desiccated corpse of a millennia-old spaceman. By the time he was grown up, his interest had migrated back through time from those bold scavenger pioneers to the lost civilization that they were rediscovering. Those days of discovery. So much had been hauled back down from orbit, but so little of it was understood. Alas, the golden days of the classicist were already on the wane when Halston had begun his career. He had lived to see his discipline steadily tainted by vicarious disgrace. There was less and less still to be gleaned from the scraps and splinters which the old empire had left behind, and it had become evident that those long-dead ancestors were still present, in a malign, intangible way. The old empire was reaching out of deep history to inexorably poison its children. Small wonder that the study of that intricate, murderous people gradually lost its appeal. Now, at an inconceivable distance from his dying home, Halston Mason had been handed the veritable grail of the classicist. He sat in the comms room of the Gilgamesh, completely surrounded by the past, transmission after transmission filling the Ark ship's virtual space with the wisdom of the ancients. As far as he was concerned, they had struck gold. He was one of the few key crew able to participate from the comfort of the Gilgamesh itself. Karst and Vitas had taken a shuttle and some drones to check out the barren-looking planet below them. Lane and her engineers were out on the half-finished station itself, slowly proceeding down its compartmentalized length and recording everything they found. When they found working hardware they could access, they sent Halston the results, and he deciphered and cataloged it wherever he could, or put it aside for further study where he could not. Nobody had ever had access to an old Empire terraforming station before, even an incomplete one. Nobody had ever been sure that such a thing actually existed. Here, at the wrong end of his career, and at the wrong end of the history of the human race, Halston was finally in the undeniable position of being able to call himself the greatest expert ever on the old empire. The thought was intoxicating, but its aftertaste one of bleak depression. Halston was now in possession of a greater trove of communications, fiction, technical manuals, announcements and trivia in several imperial languages, but mostly Kern's Imperial C, than any scholar before him since the end of the empire itself. All he could think was that his own people, an emergent culture that had clawed its way back to its feet after the ice, was nothing but a shadow of that former greatness. It was not simply that the Gilgamesh and all their current space effort was cobbled together from bastardized, half-understood pieces of the ancient world's vastly superior technology. It was everything. From the very beginning his people had known they were inheriting a used world. The ruins and the decayed relics of a former people had been everywhere, underfoot, underground, up mountains, immortalized in stories. Discovering such a wealth of dead metal in orbit had hardly been a surprise, when all recorded history had been a progress over a desert of broken bones. There had been no innovation that the ancients had not already achieved, and done better. How many inventors had been relegated to historical obscurity because some later treasure hunter had unearthed the older, superior method of achieving the same end? Weapons, engines, political systems, philosophies, sources of energy. Halston's people had thought themselves lucky that someone had built such a convenient flight of steps back up from the dark into the sunlight of civilization. They had never quite come to the realization that those steps led only to that one place. Who knows what we might have achieved, had we not been so keen to recreate all their follies, he thought now. Could we have saved the Earth? Would we be living there now on our own green planet? All the knowledge in the universe now at his fingertips, yet to that question he had no answer. The Gilgamesh had translation algorithms now, mostly designed by Halston himself. Previously, the sum total of the ancients' written word had been so scarce that automatic deciphering had been infinitely hit and miss. He would still not have liked to have any conversation with Avrana Kern via a translation by the Gilgamesh, for example. Now, with a library of miscellanea at his fingertips, the computers were working with him to turn out at least halfway comprehensible versions of Imperial. See, most of the treasure trove of knowledge remained locked within ancient languages, though. Even with electronic help, there simply wasn't time to decode it all, and most likely the bulk of it was simply of no interest to anyone but himself. The best he could do was get an idea of what each separate file represented, catalog it for future reference, and then pass on. Sometimes Lane or her people would contact him with questions, mostly about tech they had found, but which seemed to serve no obvious purpose. They would give him vague search terms and send him digging through his own directories for something that might pertain to it. More often than not, his organization and the wealth of material eventually yielded something of use, and he would set out a working translation of it. The fact that they could have looked for themselves was something he occasionally commented on, but it was plain that the engineers felt actually skimming Halston's catalog was far more difficult than just pestering him about it. To be honest, he had hoped to get some talk of a more social nature with Lane, but in the 40 days he had been awake this time round, he had not so much as met her face to face. The engineers were busy, actually living out there on the great hollow cylinder of the station most of the time. They had thought out and awoken an auxiliary crew of 30 trained people from cargo to help them, and still there was more work to be done than they could keep up with. 6 people had died, 4 to what had either been a working security system or a defective maintenance system, 1 to a suit malfunction, and 1 to sheer clumsiness, by managing to get their suit cut open whilst trying to hurry equipment through a jagged gap in the station infrastructure. It was far less than those early exploration recordings would have led him to expect, but then there were no ancient dead here, no suggestion that this installation had fallen victim to the infighting that had brought down the Empire and its entire way of life. The long-ago engineers had simply departed, probably heading back for Earth when everything went wrong. This terraforming project they had begun had been left to the slow, heedless mercy of the stars. It could have been far worse. Lane had said the place had been poisoned, infected with some kind of electronic plague that had destroyed the original life support and a great deal of the station's core systems. The Gilgamesh had turned out to be too much of a poor imitation of the old Empire's elegant technology, though. Their technology had proved stony ground, the virtual attack frustrated by their primitive systems. Whether Kern had known and sent them into a trap was a subject of some debate amongst everyone except engineering, who had been tasked with jury-rigging as much of the station's systems as possible into giving up their secrets. A sound behind Halston brought him abruptly out of his reverie. It had been a quiet, stealthy sound, and for a moment he had a nightmare flash of memory of that distant green world with its giant arthropods. No monster, though. Behind him was only Guyan. "It's all going well, I trust?" the Ark ship commander inquired, regarding Halston as though suspecting him of something disloyal. He was leaner and grayer now than he had been when leaving the moon colony behind. Whilst Halston had slumbered peacefully, the commander had been waking up, on and off, to oversee the operation of his ship. Now he looked down on his chief classicist with an actual seniority and age to match his rank. Steadily, Halston confirmed, wondering what this visit was about. Guyan wasn't a man for pleasantries. "I've been looking over your catalog." Halston fought down the temptation to express surprise at anyone doing such a thing, let alone Guyan. "I've a list of items I want to read," the commander told him. "At your earliest convenience, of course. Engineering requests take precedence." "Of course." Halston tilted his head at the screen. "Do you want to?" Guyan passed over a tablet displaying half a dozen numbers entered neatly there, in the format of Halston's homegrown indexing system. "Direct to me," he pressed. He didn't actually say, "Don't tell anyone else about this," but everything in his manner hinted at it. Halston nodded mutely. The numbers gave him no suggestion as to what it was all about, or why any of this needed to be requested in person. "Oh, and you might want to come listen. Vitas is going to tell us the news about the planet here, and how far along the terraforming got." That would be welcome, and something Halston had been impatiently waiting for. Eagerly, he got up and followed after Guyan. Enough of the secrets of the past for now. He wanted to hear a little more of the present and the future. 4.2 Death comes riding. Portia looks out across the vast, interconnected complexity that was Great Nest and sees a city just beginning to die. In the last few generations, Great Nest's population has swelled to somewhere near 100,000 adult spiders and countless, uncounted young. It spreads through several square miles of forest, reaching from the earth to the canopy, a true metropolis of the spider age. The city Portia sees now is depopulated. Although the dying has only just started, hundreds of females are abandoning Great Nest for other cities. Others simply strike out into the remaining wilderness to take their chances, relying on centuries-old understandings to recapture the lifestyle of their ancient huntress ancestors. Many males have fled too. Already, the delicate structures of the city are showing some disrepair as basic maintenance is disregarded. Plague is coming. In the north, a handful of great cities are already in ruins. A global epidemic is leaping from community to community. Hundreds of thousands are already dead from it, and now Great Nest has seen its own first victims. She knows this was inevitable, for this current Portia is a priestess and a scientist. She has been working to try and understand the virulent disease and to find a cure. She does not quite understand why this disease has had such an impact. Aside from its highly contagious nature and its ability to spread by contact, and somewhat less reliably through the air, the sheer concentration of bodies in the cities of Portia's people have turned a minor, controllable infection into something more virulent than the Black Death. Such great concentrations of bodies have led to all manner of squalor and health problems. Portia's people were only beginning to grasp the need for collective responsibility for such issues when the spread of the plague caught them unawares. Their casual, almost anarchic form of government is not well suited to taking the sort of harsh measures that might be effective. Another factor in the deadliness of the disease is the practice, increasingly common in the last century, of females choosing males born within their own peer group as mates, in an attempt to concentrate and control the spread of their understandings. This practice, well-meaning and enlightened in its way, has led to inbreeding that has weakened the immune systems of many powerful peer houses, meaning that those who might possess the power to take action are often first to come down with the plague when it erupts. Portia is aware of this pattern, though not the cause, and she is also aware that her own peer group fits that pattern all too well. She is aware that there are tiny animalcules associated with disease, but her magnifying lenses are not acute enough to detect the viral culprit for the plague. She has the results of experiments carried out by fellow scientists from other cities, many of whom are dead of the plague themselves, now. Some even arrived at a theory of vaccination, but the immune system of Portia's people is not the efficient and adaptive machine that humans and other mammals can boast. Exposure to a contagion simply does not prepare them for later, kindred infections in the same way. The world is falling apart, and Portia is shocked at how little it has taken for this to occur. She had never realized that her whole civilization was such a fragile entity. She hears the news from other cities where the plague is already rife. Once the population begins to drop from death and desertion, the whole structure of society collapses swiftly. The elegant and sophisticated way of life that the spiders have built for themselves has always been strung over a great abyss of barbarism, cannibalism, and a return to primitive, savage values. After all, they are predators at heart. She retreats to the temple, picking her way past the mass of citizens who have taken refuge therein, seeking some certainty from beyond. There are not as many as the day before. Portia knows this is not just because there are fewer of her people left in the city. She is also aware that there is a slowly growing disillusionment with the messenger and her message. What good does it do us? They ask. Where is the fire sent from heaven to purge the plague? Touching the crystal with her metal stylus, Portia dances to the music of the messenger as it passes overhead, her complex steps describing perfectly the equations and their solutions. As always, she is filled by that measureless assurance that something is out there, that just because she cannot understand something now does not mean that it cannot be understood. One day I will comprehend you, is her thought directed to the messenger, but it rings hollow now. Her days are numbered. All their days are numbered. She finds herself entertaining the heretical thought, if only we could send our own message back to you. The temple acts fiercely against that sort of thinking, but it is not the first time Portia has considered the idea. She is aware that other scientists, even priestess scientists, have been experimenting with some means of reproducing the invisible vibrations by which the message is spread. Publicly, the temple cannot condone such meddling, of course, but the spiders are a curious species, and those who are drawn to the temple are the most curious of all. It was inevitable that the hothouse flower of heresy would end up nurtured by those very guardians of the orthodox. On this day, Portia finds that she believes that if they could somehow speak across that vast and empty space to the messenger, then she would surely have an answer for them, a cure for the plague. Portia finds, just as inexorably, that no such dialogue is possible. No answer will come, and so she must find her own cure before it is too late. After temple, she returns to her pier house, a great, sprawling, many-chambered affair slung between 3 trees, to meet with one of her males. Since the ravages of the plague began, the role of the male in spider society has changed subtly. Traditionally, the best lot in life for a male was to hitch his star to a powerful female and hope to be looked after. Or else, for those born with valuable understandings, to end up a pampered commodity in a seraglio, ready to be traded away or mated off as part of the constantly shifting power games between peer houses. Other than that, the lot of a male came down to being a kind of underclass of urban scavengers constantly fighting each other over scraps of food, and always at risk without female patronage. However, from being a host of the useless and the unnecessary, decorative and fit for menial labor at best, a furtive meal at worst, they have become a desperate resource in time of need. Males are less independent, less able to fend for themselves out in the wilds, and so they tend to stay when females flee. That great nest and many other cities remain functioning at all is due to the number of males who have taken the chance to step into traditionally female roles. There are even male warriors, hunters and guards now, because someone must take up the sling and the shield and the incendiary grenade, and often there is nobody else to do so. Females in Portia's position have long had their pick of male escorts, and while some keep them about merely to dance attendance, literally, and add to a female's apparent importance, others have trained them as skilled assistants. The Bianca of old, with her male laboratory assistants, had uncovered something of a truth about spider gender politics when she complained that working with females involved far too much competition for dominance, and old instincts lie shallowly under the civilized surface. This current Portia, too, has come reluctantly to trust in males. Not long ago she sent out a band of males, a gang of adventurers that she had made frequent use of before. They were all capable, used to working together from their youngest days as abandoned spiderlings on the streets of Great Nest. Their mission was one that Portia felt no female would accept. Their reward was to be the continued support of Portia's peer group. Food, protection, access to education, entertainment, and culture. One of them has returned, just the one. Call him Fabian. He comes to her now at the pier house. Fabian is missing a leg and he looks half-starved and exhausted. Portia's palps flick, sending one of the immature males from the creche to find some food for them both. Well, an impatient twitch as she watches him. Conditions are worse than you thought. Also, I had difficulty re-entering Great Nest. Travelers suspected of coming from the north are being turned away if female, killed out of hand if male. His speech is a slow shuffle of feet, slurred and uneven. Is that what happened to your comrades? No. I am the only one to return. They're all dead. Such a brief eulogy this, for those that he had spent most of his life with. But then it is well known in Portia's society that males do not really feel with the same acuity as females, and certainly they cannot form the same bonds of attachment and respect. The juvenile male returns with food, trussed live crickets and vegetable polyps gathered from the farms. Gratefully, Fabian scoops up one of the bound insects and inserts a fang. Too exhausted to bother using venom, he sucks the spasming creature dry. There are survivors in the plague cities, as you had thought, he continues as he eats, but they retain nothing of our ways. They live like beasts, merely spinning and hunting. There were females and males. My companions were taken and devoured, one by one. Portia stamps anxiously. But were you successful? Fabian's ordeal has sufficiently affected him that he does not immediately respond to her inquiry, but asks back, "Are you not worried that I might have brought the plague to Great Nest?" "It seems likely I must have contracted it. It is already here." His palps flex slowly in a gesture of resignation. "I have succeeded. I have brought 3 spiderlings taken from the plague zone. They are healthy. They are immune, as those others living there must be. You were right, for what good it may do us. Take them to my laboratory," she instructs him. Then, seeing his remaining limbs tremble, she continues, "After that, the pier house is yours to roam. You will be rewarded for this great service. Merely ask for whatever you wish." He regards her eye to eye, a bold move, but he was always a bold male, and why else would he have made such a useful tool? "Once I have rested, I would assist you in your work, if you would let me," he tells her. "You know I have understandings of the biochemical sciences, and I have studied also." The offer surprises Portia, who shows it in her posture. "Great Nest is my home, too," Fabian reminds her. "All I am is contained here. Do you truly believe that you can defeat the plague?" "I believe that I must try, or we are all lost anyway." A somber thought, but the logic is undeniable. 4.3 Notes from a Gray Planet. Halston was taken aback by the number of people who had gathered to hear the news. The Gilgamesh was short of auditoriums, so the venue was a converted shuttle bay, bare and echoing. He wondered if the absent shuttles were currently clamped to the derelict station, or whether this was where he and Lane had been kidnapped and brought to by the mutineers. All the bays looked the same, and any damage had presumably been repaired by now. In his solitary labors, he had lost track of just how many people had been woken up to assist with the reclamation effort. At least 100 were sitting around the hangar, and he was struck with an almost phobic response to them. Too many, too close, too enclosed. He ended up hovering next to the doorway, realizing that some part of his mind had resigned itself to a future of dealing only with a few other humans, and had perhaps preferred that. And why are we all here, anyway? There was no actual requirement for physical attendance, after all. He himself could have continued his work and watched Vita's presentation on a screen, or had her warbling away in his ear. Nobody needed to shift their pounds of flesh over here just to trust to their antiquated eyes and ears. Vita's herself had no practical need to give a presentation in person. Even back home, this sort of academic status-mongering had been conducted at a distance, most of the time. So why? And why did I come? Looking over the crowd gathered there, hearing the murmur of their excited conversation, he could speculate that many of them must have come just to be sociable, to be with their fellows. But that's not me, is it? And he realized that it was, of course. He was tethered inextricably to a social species, however much he might fancy himself as a loner. There was, even in Halston, a desire to interact with other human beings, preserving a bond between himself and everyone else here. Even Vita's was present not for scholarly prestige or for status amongst the crew, but because she needed to reach out and know there was something she could reach out to. Looking over the crowd, Halston could see few familiar faces. Aside from Vita's own science team, most of key crew were occupied on the station, and almost everyone here had last opened their eyes way back on Earth, so could know nothing of Kern or the Green Planet or its terrible inhabitants save what they were told, or from what unclassified material was available in the Guild's records. Whilst it was true that a lot of them were young, it was the knowledge gap that made him feel old, as though he had been awake for centuries longer than they, rather than just a few strung-out days passed in another solar system. Guyan had found a place at the back, keeping similarly aloof, and now Vita's stepped forward, precise and fastidious, looking over her audience as though not entirely sure she had come into the right room. The screen her team had installed, taking up much of the wall behind her, shifted from a dead to a lambent gray. Vita's regarded it critically, and then managed a thin smile. As you know, I have been overseeing a survey of the planet that we are currently in orbit around. It seems unarguable now, and she was good enough to throw a tiny nod Halston's way, that we have arrived at one of a string of terraforming projects that the old empire was pursuing immediately before its dissolution. The previous project we saw was complete, and under a quarantine imposed for unknown purposes by an advanced satellite. As we are discovering, work at our current location appears to have been arrested during the terraforming process itself, and the control facility abandoned. I am aware that engineering has been undertaking the formidable task of investigating that facility, whilst I have been investigating the planet itself to see if it might serve us in any fashion as a home. There was nothing in this clipped, dry delivery to give any clue as to her conclusions, if conclusions there were. This was not showmanship or a desire for suspense. Simply that Vita's considered herself a pure scientist first and foremost, and would report positive and negative results with equal candor, without judging the value or desirability of the outcome. Halston was familiar with that particular academic school, which had grown more and more popular towards the end on Earth, as positive results became harder to find. Vita's looked out over the gathering, and Halston tried to interpret her expression, her body language, anything to get an idea of where this was going. Do we stay here? Are we heading onwards? Are we going back? That last possibility was his major concern, for he was one of the very small number who had first-hand experience of Kern's green world. The screen brightened, gray to gray to gray, and then there was the curve of a dark horizon, and they were now looking at the gray planet. As you'll have remarked, the surface of this planet seems curiously uniform. Spectrographic analysis, however, shows abundant organic chemistry, all the elements we might need to survive, Vita's told them. We dropped a pair of drones as soon as we had established a high orbit. The images that you will be seeing are all taken from drone camera. The colors are the true colors, with no touching up or artistic license. Halston wasn't seeing any colors, unless gray counted, but as sunrise crept across the orb displayed before him, he saw contours, shadows, indications of mountains, basins, channels. As you can see, this planet is geologically active, which may have been a prerequisite for the Empire's terraforming. We don't know whether this is simply because, of all the Earth-like qualities they wish to find in a new world, that would be the most difficult to fabricate, perhaps outright impossible, or alternatively that they have indeed instilled that quality into the planet at an early stage. Hopefully, the recovered information from the station will give us an idea of how they went about the process. It is within the bounds of possibility that one day we ourselves may be able to duplicate the feat. And there was at least a hint there that Vitas was feeling a little excited by the thought. Halston was sure her voice lifted a semitone, that one of her eyebrows even twitched. You can see here the drone readings of the basic conditions planetside, Vitas continued. So, gravity around 80% of Earth's, a slow rotation giving around a 400-hour diurnal cycle. Temperature is high, bearable around the poles, survivable in northern latitudes, but probably not within human tolerance towards the equator. You'll note that oxygen levels are only around 5%, so no easy home here, I'm afraid. A salutary lesson nonetheless, as you will see. The image shifted to a much closer view of the surface, with the drones flying far lower, and a ripple went through the audience, one of bafflement, disquiet. The gray was alive. The entire surface, as far as the drone camera could register, was covered in a dense interlaced vegetation, gray as ashes. It feathered out into fern-like fronds that arched over each other, spreading hand-like folds to catch the sunlight. It erupted into phallic towers that were warty with buds or fruiting bodies. It covered the mountains to their very tips. It formed a thick gray fur on every visible surface. The image shifted, and Vitas noted different locations, with an inset global map showing where the views were taken from. The details of the view, however, barely changed. What you are looking at is best thought of as a fungus, the science chief explained. This solitary species has colonized the entire planet, pole to pole, and at every altitude. Scans of the underlying ground, as overlain here, show that the actual topography of the planet is as varied as one might expect of a substitute Earth. There are sea basins, but no seas, river valleys, but no rivers. Investigation suggests that there is a planet's worth of water bound up in that organism you see before you, and it may even be a single organism. There's no obvious division observable. It appears capable of some manner of photosynthesis, despite the color, but the low oxygen levels suggest this is chemically distinct from anything we're familiar with. It's not known whether this pervasive species is somehow an intended part of the terraforming process, or if it was the result of an error, and its irremovable presence led the engineers to abandon their work, or whether it has arisen after that abandonment, the natural byproduct of a part-completed job. In any event, I think it's safe to say that the stuff is there to stay. This is now its world. Can it be cleared? Someone asked. Can we burn it back or something? Vita's outward calm had at last been ruffled. Good luck burning anything with that little oxygen, she tutted. Besides, I am recommending no further investigation of this planet. By the time we had established the position down there and conducted some exploratory research, the drones were beginning to show signs of reduced functionality. We kept them going for as long as we were able, but both of them eventually ceased working altogether. The air down there is virtually a spore soup, new fungal colonies looking to sprout on any fresh surface that becomes exposed. Which reminds me, with all the excitement within this system and the last, we need to construct more drones in the workshops once the resources are available. We have very few of them left. Granted, Guyan replied from the back. Get on to it. I think we can assume this place isn't going to be our home anytime soon, he added. But that's not going to be a problem. Our priority is to gather everything we can from the station, file it, translate it, and work out what we can put into action. At the same time, we're undertaking a major overhaul of the Gilgamesh's own systems, repairing and replacing where we can. There's a lot of usable tech on that station, if we can find a way to splice it to our own. And don't worry about not being able to go live on Fungus World. I have a plan. There is a plan. With what we found here, we can go and take our birthright. The speech veered into the messianic so abruptly that even Guyan himself seemed surprised for a moment. But then he turned and departed, curious conversation welling up in his wake. 4.4 Inquiring Minds. The plague is insidious at first, then tyrannous, and at last truly terrifying. Its symptoms are by now well recorded, reliably predictable, everything, in fact, except preventable. The first sure signs are a feeling of heat in the joints, a rawness at the eyes, mouth parts, spinnerets, anus, and book lungs. Muscle spasms, especially in the legs, follow. At first just a few, a stammering in speech, a nervous dance not quite accounted for. Then more and more the victim's limbs are not her own, leading her in babbling, staggering, whole frantic meaningless journeys. Around this time, from 10 to 40 days after the first involuntary twitch, the virus reaches the brain. The victim then relinquishes her grasp on who and where she is. She perceives those around her in irrational ways. Paranoia, aggression, and fugue states are common during this phase. Death follows in another 5 to 15 days, immediately preceded by an irresistible desire to climb as high as possible. Fabian has recounted in some detail the dead city that he has visited once more. The highest reaches of the trees and the decaying webbing were crowded with the rigid carapaces of the dead, glassy eyes fixed upwards on nothing. Prior to those first definitive symptoms, the virus is present in the victim's system for an unknown period, but often as long as 200 days, while slowly infiltrating the patient's system without any obvious harm. The victim feels occasional periods of heat or dizziness, but there are other potential causes for this, and the episodes usually go unreported. All the more so because, prior to the disease taking hold in Great Nest, as it now has, any suspected sufferers were exiled on pain of death. Those incubating the disease were part of an inadvertent conspiracy to mask the signs of outbreak for as long as possible. During this early, innocent-seeming phase, the disease is moderately contagious. Being close to a sufferer for an extended period of time is very likely to lead to oneself contracting the disease, although bites from deranged victims in their last phases are the surest way to become infected. There have been half a dozen late-stage victims in Great Nest. They are killed on sight and at range. There are 3 times as many lingering in the mid-stage, and so far no consensus has been reached regarding them. Portia and others are insistent that a cure is possible. There is a tacit agreement amongst the temple scientists to conceal just how little idea they have of what can be done. Portia is making the best uses of Fabian's prizes that she can. The spiderlings came from the plague city, and she can only hope that this means they are immune to the plague, and that this immunity will somehow be amenable to study. She has tested them, and taken samples of their hemolymph, their arachnid blood, to examine, but all her lenses and analyses have so far discovered nothing. She has ordered that fluids from the spiderlings be fed or injected into mid-stage victims, a manner of transfusion having been pioneered just a few years before. The limited immune system of the spiders means that blood type rejection is far less of an issue. In this case, the attempt has had no effect. In working with sufferers, in order to preserve herself as long as possible from the inevitable moment when she becomes her own test subject, she has used Fabian, and he has liaised with the males within those pier houses where the plague has taken hold. It is known that males are a little hardier than females where the plague is concerned. Ironically, ancient genetics link the elegance and stamina of their wooing dances with the strength of their immune systems, keeping a constant pressure on natural selection. Everything that Portia has tried has so far failed, and none of her fellows has obtained any better results. She is beginning to drift into ever more speculative sciences, desperate for that one lateral thought that will save her civilization from a collapse into dispersed barbarism. She has now been working in her laboratory for the best part of a day. Fabian has departed with a new batch of solutions to pass to his counterparts within the sealed Lazar houses that the dwellings of infected peer groups have become. She has no particular belief that these solutions will work. She feels she has reached the end of her capabilities, frustrated with the great void of ignorance that she has found, while standing out here at the very edge of her people's comprehension. She now has a visitor. Under other circumstances, she would turn this one away, but she is tired, so very tired, and she desperately needs some new perspective. And new, disturbingly new perspectives are what this visitor is all about. Her name is Bianca, and she was formerly one of Portia's peer group. She is a large, oval spider with pale brindling all over her body, who moves with a fidgety, nervous energy that makes Portia wonder whether, if Bianca caught the disease, anyone would actually notice. Bianca was formerly of the temple too, but she did not fulfill her duties with the proper respect. Her curiosity as a scientist overwhelmed her reverence as a priestess. She had begun experiments with the crystal, and when this was discovered, she came very close to being exiled for her disrespect. Portia and her other peers interceded on her behalf, but she effectively fell from those lofty levels of society, losing both her status and her friends. It was assumed that she would leave Great Nest, or perhaps die. Instead, somehow Bianca has clung on and even thrived. She has always been a brilliant mind. Perhaps that is another reason Portia, at the end of her own mental resources, lets her in. And she has bartered her skills like a male, by serving lesser peer houses, and eventually forming a new peer group of her own, drawn from other disaffected scholars. In better times, the major peer houses were always on the point of censuring or exiling the entire clutch of them, but now nobody cares. Portia's people have other matters to concern them. They say you are close to a cure. However, Bianca's stance and the slight delay in her movements convey skepticism very neatly. I work. We all work. Portia would normally exaggerate her prospects, but she is feeling too weary. Why are you here? Bianca shuffles slyly, eyeing Portia. Why, sister, why am I ever anywhere? This is not the time. So Bianca is after her usual then. Portia huddles miserably, the other spider stepping close to hear her muted speech. From what I hear, there may be no other time, Bianca says, half goading. I know what messages come down the lines from the other cities. I know how many other cities have no messages left in them. You and I both know what we are facing. If I had wanted to think further on that just now, I would have remained in my laboratory, Portia tells her with an angry stamp. I will not give you access to the messenger's crystal. Bianca's palps quiver. I even had my own crystal, did you know? And the temple found out and took it away. I was close. Portia does not need to know what she was close to. Bianca has one obsession, and that is speaking to the messenger, sending a message back to that swift-moving star. It is a subject of debate within the temple every generation, and in every generation there is one like Bianca who will not take no for an answer. They are watched always. Portia's position is wretched because, left to herself, she would probably support Bianca. She is swayed by the majority, however, in the way that most large decisions fall out when the great and the good stand on the same web and debate. The temple old guard, the priestesses of the former generation, hold the message sacrosanct and perfect. The path of Portia's people is to better appreciate it, to learn the hidden depths of the message that have yet to be unlocked. It is not for them to try and howl into the darkness to attract the messenger's attention. Passing overhead, the messenger observes all. There is an order to the universe, and the messenger is proof of that. Each generation a few more voices are raised in dispute, but so far that enduring meme has won out. After all, did the messenger not intervene during the Great War with the ants, with no need for anyone to ask for help? If it is within the messenger's plan to help Portia's kind, then such help will come without being solicited. Why come to me? I will not go against Temple, Portia tells her as dismissively as she can manage, because I remember you from when we were still truly sisters. You want the same thing as me, only not quite enough. I will not help you, Portia declares, her weariness adding a finality to the phrase. There is no speaking back to the messenger anyway. Our people need the temple as a source of reassurance. Your experiments would likely take that from them, and for what? You cannot achieve what you wish, nor is it a thing to be achieved. I have something to show you. Suddenly Bianca is signaling, and some males are bringing in a heavy device slung between them, stepping in sideways to lower it to the taut floor, which stretches a little more to take the weight. It has long been known that certain chemicals react with metals in curious ways, Bianca noted. When combined, linked properly, there is a force that passes along the metals and through the liquids. You remember such experiments from when we were learning together. A curiosity, nothing more, Portia recalled. It is used for coating metals with other metals. I recall there was an ant colony induced to make the task work, and they produced remarkable goods. This memory from her comparatively innocent youth lends her a little strength. Many noxious fumes, though, work fit for ants only. What of it? Bianca is attending to her device, which resembles the experiments that Portia recalls in that it has compartments of chemicals within other chemicals, linked by rods of metal, but it has other metal parts too. Metal painstakingly teased out until it is as fine as thick silk, coiled densely in a column. Something changes in the air and Portia feels her hair prickle, as though a storm is coming, an event that always inspires a very reasonable fear because of the damage that natural fires can cause to a city. This toy of mine is at the heart of an invisible web, Bianca tells her. By careful adjustment, I can use it to pluck the strands of that web. Is that not remarkable? Portia wants to say that it is nonsensical, but she is intrigued, and the idea of some all-encompassing web is attractive, intuitive. How else could they be connected with? What you say is that this web is what the messenger speaks to us through. Bianca skitters about her novel device. Well, there must be some connection, or how could we receive the message? And yet the temple does not speculate. The message simply is. Yes, I have found the great web of the universe, the web that the messenger plucks its message upon. Yes, I can send our reply. Even for Bianca this is a bold and fearful boast. I do not believe you, Portia decides. You would have done it already if it could be done. Bianca stamps angrily. What point in calling to the messenger if I cannot hear her words? I need access to the temple. You wish the messenger to recognize you, to speak to you. So it is Bianca's ego that really drives this experiment. She was always thus, always ready to measure legs with the whole of creation. This is not the time. Portia feels exhausted once more. Sister, we have no more time. You know that, Bianca wheedles. Let me fulfill my plan. I cannot leave this to future generations. Even if I could pass the understanding on, there will be no future generations worth speaking of. Now is the only time. There will be future generations. Portia does not step out those words, only thinks them. Fabian has seen them, living like beasts in the ruins of our cities, heads crowded with understandings that they cannot use, because all the architecture of their mother's world has gone. What use is science then? What use the temple? What use art when there are so few left that all they can do is feed and mate? Our great understandings will die off, generation to generation, until none of those left alive will remember who we were. But the thought is incomplete. something nagging at her. She finds herself thinking of the selection of understandings. Those lost survivors will presumably have some long-ago understandings to assist them in their hunting, and those offspring that inherit such primal understandings would become the new lords of the world. But that will not be all that they inherit. Portia leaps up, electrified into wakefulness, as though she had inadvertently touched the wrong end of Bianca's machine. A mad thought has come to her, an impossible thought, a thought of science. She signals one of her attendant males and demands to know if Fabian has returned. He has, and she has him sent for. I must work in my laboratory, she tells Bianca, and then hesitates. Bianca is half-mad already, a dangerous maverick, a potential revolutionary, but her brilliant intellect was never in doubt. Will you assist me? I need all the help I can get. Bianca's surprise is evident. It would be an honor to work with my sisters once more, but she does not quite articulate the thought, but she tilts her eyes over towards her machine, now inactive and no longer stressing the air with its invisible web. If we succeed, if we survive, I will do all I can to take your plea to Temple. And a rebellious thought of Portia's own. If we survive, it will be by our own merits, not because of the messenger's aid. We are now on our own. 4.5 Dreams of the Ancients. Mason. Halston started, half asleep over his work, and almost fell off his chair. Guyan was standing right behind him. Was there something? For a moment he was racking his brains to remember whether he had already finished the translations that the commander had been asking after. But yes, he'd sent those over for Guyan's personal inspection yesterday, hadn't he? Had the man read them already? Guyan's face gave no clues. I need you to come with me. The tone could quite easily have accommodated the inference that Halston was about to be shot for some treason committed against Guyan's one-man regime. Only the lack of an accompanying security detail was reassuring. Well, Halston made a vague gesture towards the console before him, but in truth, the work had lost much of its interest for him over the last few days. It was repetitive, it was grueling, and in a curiously personal way it was depressing. The chance to get a break from it, even in Guyan's company, was inexpressibly attractive. What do you need, Chief? Guyan motioned for him to follow, and after a few turns along the Gilgamesh's corridors, Halston could guess that they were heading for the shuttle bays. This was not exactly a path that he remembered fondly. Here and there he even saw the odd bullet scar that the maintenance crews had yet to get around to dealing with. He almost resurrected those long-ago recent days then, almost made the mistake of talking about old times with Guyan. He restrained himself just in time. Odds on, Guyan would just have stared at him blankly, but there was an outside chance that he actually would want to talk about the failed mutiny, and where would that leave Halston? With that one question that had obsessed his thoughts for those long days after he and Lane were brought back to the Gill. As he sat in solitary decontamination, just like Lane and all of Karst's crew, he had turned those events over and over, trying to work out which of Guyan's words and deeds had been bluff, and what had been cold-heartedly meant. He had wanted to talk to Karst about it at the time, but had not been given the chance. How much of the way that desperate rescue mission had gone was Guyan's plan? How much was Karst's improvisation? He had always thought the security chief was a thug, and yet, in the end, the man had gone to ridiculous lengths to get the hostages back alive. I owe you, Karst, Halston acknowledged, but he did not know whether he owed Guyan. Are we? He asked the commanders back. We are going to the station, Guyan confirmed. I need you to look at something. Some text there, or he envisaged spending the day translating warning notices and labels for an increasingly opaque Guyan. You're a classicist. You do more than translations, don't you? Guyan rounded on him. Artifacts, yes. Well, yes, but surely engineering. Halston was aware that Guyan had wrong-footed him often enough that he hadn't really finished voicing a properly articulated thought since the man arrived. Engineering, want a second opinion. I want a second opinion. They came out into a shuttle bay to find a craft ready and waiting, with open hatch and a pilot kicking her heels beside it, reading something on a pad. Halston guessed it was one of those approved works that Guyan had released from the Guild's capacious library, although there was also a brisk trade in covert copies of unauthorized books, writing and footage supposedly locked down in the system. Guyan would get angry over it, but never seemed able to stem it, and Halston privately suspected that was because the censorship he had ordered Lane to put in place was never going to be able to keep out the chief culprit, to wit, Lane herself. You must be grateful for a chance to actually walk the satellite yourself, Guyan suggested, as the two of them took their seats and strapped in. Footsteps of the ancients and all, a classicist's dream, I'd have thought. In Halston's experience, a classicist's dream was far more about letting someone else do the dangerous work, and then sitting back to write erudite analyses of the works of the ancients, or, increasingly as his career had progressed, of other academics' writings. Beyond that, and far beyond anything he might tell Guyan, he had come to a depressing realization. He did not like the ancients anymore. The more he learned of them, the more he saw them not as spacefaring godlike exemplars, as his culture had originally cast them, but as monsters, clumsy, bickering, short-sighted monsters. Yes, they had developed a technology that was still beyond anything Halston's people had achieved, but it was just as he had already known. The shining example of the old empire had tricked Halston's entire civilization into the error of mimicry. In trying to be the ancients, they had sealed their own fate, neither to reach those heights, nor any others, doomed instead to a history of mediocrity and envy. Their flight to the station was brief, moving from acceleration to deceleration almost immediately, the pilot jockeying with physics as she liaised with the Gill, and whatever impromptu docking control had been set up on the station. The station was a series of rings about a gravityless central cylinder that still housed the most complete old Empire fusion reactor that anyone had ever seen. Lane's team had managed to restore power to the station with remarkably little difficulty, finding the ancient machines still ready to resume functioning after their millennia-long sleep. It was this seamless and elegant technology that had, by imitation and iteration, spawned the systems of the Gilgamesh, which had got them this far into space, at the cost of only a few % of their human cargo. With some ring sections rotating again, there was something approaching normal gravity within parts of the station, for which Halston was profoundly grateful. He had not been sure what he would find on stepping out of the shuttle, but this first ring of the station had been thoroughly explored and catalogued, and subsequently colonized by Lane's greatly expanded team of engineers. He and Guyan came out into a wave of energy, bustle, and noise to see the corridors and rooms crowded with off-duty engineers. There was an impromptu canteen serving food, rec rooms where screens had been rigged up to show footage from the Guild's archives. Halston saw games being played, intimate embraces, and even what might have been some sort of dramatic rendition that was cut very short when Guyan was sighted. Under Lane's custodianship, the engineers had become a hard-working but irreverent bunch, and Halston suspected that their great leader was not universally respected. "So where's this thing of yours?" Halston asked. He was increasingly curious about Guyan's motivations, because it seemed that there was surely nothing a classicist could advise upon that could not have been dealt with just as easily over a remote link. "So why has Guyan hauled me all the way over here?" There were some possible answers, but none he liked. Chief amongst them was the idea that no communications between the station and the Gilgamesh were particularly secure. Anyone with a little savvy could theoretically be listening in. Of course, nobody was likely to have anything to say that was of a sensitive nature, were they? Perhaps they were. A shiver ran through Halston as he dogged Guyan's heels through that first ring section, until they arrived at a hatch linking to the next. Has he found something? He imagined the commander piecing through reports with an eye for who knew what. Something had caught his eye, though, surely, something that perhaps nobody else had perceived in quite the same way. And now it was evident that Guyan was keen on keeping it this way, which makes me his confidant. It was not a comfortable thought. They progressed further through the station, from ring to ring, airlock to airlock, the bustle of relaxing engineers giving place to a different, more focused flurry of activity. They were now stepping carefully through those areas of the station that were still being thoroughly investigated. The first sections were reckoned safe now, therefore left to the most junior of Lane's people, often recent awakenees of limited experience, to restore a few final systems or finish the last of the cataloging. After that, Guyan directed Halston to get himself into an environment suit and to keep his helmet on at all times. They would be entering parts of the station where air and gravity were not necessarily guaranteed commodities. From that point on, everyone they passed was similarly suited up, and Halston knew that the pace of breaking new ground was limited by the reserves of such equipment that the Gilgamesh carried or could manufacture. He and Guyan passed a dwindling number of engineers working on key systems, trying to restore the station's basic life support to the extent where they could declare this ring section safe for unprotected work. The banter and easy nature of the previous sections were gone, the work efficient and focused. The next section they reached had gravity but no air, and they walked through a nightmare of intermittent lights and flashing warnings that threatened dire consequences in Imperial Sea engineers. Faceless in their environment suits, fought to cure the ravages of time and work out where the old systems had failed, and how to work a repair around the ancient and intimidatingly advanced technology. We're walking back in time, Halston thought, not back to the days of the old empire, but back through the engineers' efforts to restore the station. Once there would have been nothing here, no light, no atmosphere, no power, no gravity at all. Then came Lane, Mother Goddess in miniature, to bring definition to the void. We're crossing to the next ring. It has some power, but they've not got the section rotating, Guyan cautioned, his voice crisp over the helmet radio. Halston fumbled for a moment before remembering how to transmit. That's where we're going. Indeed, Lane. Halston started, wondering which of the three suited figures now in sight was the chief engineer. When Lane's voice came over the comm, though, it seemed to sync with none of their movements, and he guessed that she was probably elsewhere on the station. "Hola, Chief. You're sure you want to do this? You've already had people go over the section for active dangers," Guyan pointed out. That would be the first step, Halston knew, the step he himself would never witness firsthand. Before anyone could start patching up the key systems, a crew would have to go into that lightless, airless place and check to make sure that nothing the ancients had left behind was going to try and kill them. At least the station hasn't been deliberately rigged to be like that. That had been the bane of the old astronaut explorers of the past, of course. The ancients had gone down fighting each other. They had not been idle when it came to making their orbital installations difficult to get into, and often the traps were the last things still functioning on an otherwise dead hunk of spinning metal. "Chief, you're going somewhere without basic life support. It doesn't need to be actively dangerous," Lane replied. "No end of things can go wrong. Who's that with you, anyway?" "He's not one of mine, is he?" Halston wondered where she was observing him from. But then, presumably, the internal surveillance had proved easier to restore than breathable air. Mason, the classicist. A pause then. "Oh, hi, Halston." "Hello, Issa." "Look, Chief," Lane sounded bothered. "I said you needed someone to go with you, but I assumed you'd be taking someone who was trained for it." "I'm trained for it," Guyan pointed out. "He's not. I've seen him in zero-G. Look, sit tight and I'll come over." "You will not," Guyan snapped angrily. "Stick by your post. I know you've got half a dozen people in the next section. Any difficulties and we'll signal them." He sounded a little too insistent to Halston. "Chief." "That's an order." "Right," came Lane's voice, and then, "Fuck, I don't know what the bastard's up to, but you look after yourself." It took Halston a startled moment to work out that she must be transmitting only to him. "Look, I'll send to the Tripwire crew and tell them to keep an eye out. Call out if there's any trouble, all right. Yes, the place has been gone over, and they're working to restore full power and all the rest. But just be careful, and whatever you do, don't turn anything on. We've sent in a team for a first-stage survey of it, but we don't know what most of it actually does. That ring looks like it's set up for some sort of command and control, or maybe it's just terraforming central. Either way, no pressing buttons, and you warn me if Guyan looks like he's about to. You remember how to get a dedicated channel." To his surprise, Halston found that he did, prodding at tongue controls that worked just like those in the mask the mutineers had put on him. "Testing. Good man. Now you look after yourself, right?" "I'll try to." It did not take long for the classicist's dreams of becoming a space explorer to be cruelly dashed. The environment suits had magnetic boots, which was an idea that Halston had just sort of accepted when he was a child watching films of bold space explorers, but which proved frustrating and exhausting to actually use. Simply gliding through the chambers of the station like a diver in the ocean also proved considerably more difficult than he had anticipated. In the end, Guyan, who could apparently clamber about the depthless spaces like a monkey, had to run a lanyard from belt to belt so that he could haul Halston back when the classicist drifted helplessly away. The interior of that ring, the furthest limit of their expansion through the station, was not properly lit up yet, but there were countless dormant panels and slumbering banks of readouts that glowed their dormancy softly to themselves, and the suit lights were enough to navigate by. Guyan was setting as swift a pace as he could, plainly knowing just where he was going. Halston's own ignorance in that regard was never far from his mind. "I have hijacked your suit camera," came Lane's voice inside his helmet, "because I want to know what the old man is after." At that point, Halston was dangling after Guyan like a balloon, and so he felt he could spare some time for conversation. "I thought I was the old man." "Not anymore. You've seen him. I don't know what he was doing on the way here, but it looks like he's been around for years more than us." He heard her draw a breath to say more, but then Guyan was slowing down, hauling Halston closer, and then touching him down to the wall so that his boots could get purchase. Lane's voice said, "Oh, it's that thing he likes, is it?" There was a coffin there, like a suspension chamber with its head end built into the wall. Halston knew that the station had come with a very limited suspension facility, as far as they had explored it, so it had not been intended for anyone to spend a few lifetimes here. Besides, what would be the point of all this room, all of the complex, sleeping machinery, just to preserve a single human body for posterity? The pad on Halston's suit signaled that it had received new information, so he took it out, fumbling in his gloves, and managed to get the data up, seeing the first-pass survey of this room and its contents. The engineers had not known what it was, therefore had noted its basic features: recorded pictures, and moved on. They had also activated some of the consoles in the room, dumped some data for later analysis by someone like Halston, then thought no more about it. These had been some of the files Guyan had wanted translated. Halston called them up now, wondering how good his work on them had been. It had been complex technical stuff, even though it had been just a surface fragment of the knowledge locked in here. Now he scanned those files again, the dense originals and his own computer-assisted translations, along with everything else the original cursory survey had recorded about this room. Guyan was looking at him expectantly. What am I supposed to be doing? You're supposed to be telling me what this thing is. For this you need me here. Halston's rare temper sparked a little. Chief, I could just... Your translation is mostly incomprehensible, Guyan began. Well, technical details. No, that's all to the good. This way it can be just between you and me. So I want you to go through this again and confirm, tell me just what this is. And we're here specifically so the device can help you understand it. Guyan turned back to the coffin and hunched over it, reaching into the tool belt that he had slung from his suit harness. Halston's anxiety spiked, and he very nearly broadcast his worries directly to Guyan, before remembering to switch channel over to Lane. He's turning something on, he got out, and then the whole array around the coffin lit up like a festival, screens and panels flaring and stuttering into life, and the humanoid space at its heart ghosting with a pale blue glow. I see it. Lane's voice blurred with static, then stabilized. Look, I've got my people right outside. Any trouble, they'll be all over you, but I want to see. So do I, Halston realized, leaning closer to the displays. These are error messages, Guyan murmured. Missing connections. The engineers think the main computer was gutted by the virus, Halston speculated, so all we've got are isolated systems. And that all we've got was still an overstuffed library of esoteric knowledge. It looks like it's trying to link up to something that's not there. It's basically listing a whole load of somethings that it can't find. Guyan examined the control panels, his bulky, gloved hands approaching the surfaces occasionally but not committing to a touch. Get it to tell me what it is, he said. He had left the channel open, and Halston was not sure whether those words had been intended for export. Listen carefully, Lane said clearly in Halston's ear. I want you to try something with the panel. It's a routine we developed when we started up here for cutting through this sort of shit. Seems to work on most of the kit here. You'll have to blag it to Guyan that it's your idea, or that you read it somewhere on our reports or something. Sure. Guyan let him take over at the panel, bathed in the pale illumination from the coffin, and he followed each of Lane's commands carefully, hesitating every time to let her correct him where necessary. The sequence was only 15 steps, touching the screen carefully to unlock new cascades of options and complaints, until he had somehow stripped away all of the device's plaintive demands for its lost links and pared it down to what was left. Which was emergency upload facility, Halston translated, a little uncertainly. He stared at that human-shaped absence at the heart of the machine. Upload of what? He glanced at Guyan then and saw a swiftly hidden expression on the man's face, clear even within the gloom of his helmet. The commander's face had been all triumph and hunger. Whatever he was really looking for, he had found it here. 4.6. The Messenger Within. Plague has worked its way thoroughly into the heart of Great Nest, until physical contact between peer houses has almost ceased. Only the desperate and the starving roam the streets. There have been attacks, the healthy assaulting those they believe to be sick, the hungry stealing food, the incurably deranged attacking whatever their inner demons prompt them to. And yet the straining strands of the community have not quite parted, The trickling exodus has not become a flood due in no small part to Portia and her peers. They are working on a cure. They can save Great Nest and, by extension, civilization itself. Portia has enlisted not only Bianca, but every scientist, temple and otherwise, that she has faith in. This is no time for reserving the glory to her peer group, after all. And in contacting them all, she has made sure that they all know who she is, and that she, as instigator, is their leader. Her dictates twang out across Great Nest on taut wires, received and relayed by diligent male attendants. Normally, cooperation between peer houses does not work smoothly at this level. Too many egos, too many females vying for dominance. The emergency has focused them wonderfully. This is my new understanding, Portia had explained to them. There is a quality that these immune children have that marks them out from their fallen peers. They were born into a plagued city, but they survived. It seems likely, given how long the plague had been rife in their home, that they must have been born from eggs laid by progenitors likewise resistant to the infection. In short, it is a resistance that they inherited. It is an understanding. This prompted a storm of objection. The process by which new understandings were laid down was not fully understood, but those understandings related only to knowledge, a recollection of how to do things, or how things were. Where was the evidence that a reaction to a disease could also be passed on to offspring? These spiderlings are the evidence, Portia had informed them. If you doubt that, then I have no use for you. Reply to me only if you will help. She lost perhaps a third of her correspondents, who have since sought answers elsewhere, and with no success. Portia herself, however, whilst having made advances enough to justify her area of research, is running into the very limits of her people's technology and also the boundaries of their comprehension. One of the other scientists who chose to support Portia, call her Viola, has studied the mechanism of understandings for years and passed on to Portia all she knew, great tangled nets of notes setting out her procedures and results. The spiders are very reliant on the effortless generational spread of knowledge that their understandings produce. Their written language, a system of knots and ties, is awkward, long-winded and hard to preserve and store, and this has slowed Portia's progress greatly. She cannot wait for offspring to inherit her colleagues' grasp of the subject. She needs that acumen now. Viola herself was initially unwilling to even cross the city, for fear of infection. Today, confirmation arrived that Viola has entered the second stage of the plague, and knowing that is a keen incentive in Portia's mind. Her colleagues are falling one by one to the enemy they seek to defeat. It can only be a matter of time before Portia feels the stirring of it within her own joints. Bianca is already infected, she believes. In private, the maverick scientist has confessed to Portia that she is feeling those elusive first-stage symptoms. Portia has kept her close anyway, knowing that by now there may be no spider in the whole of Great Nest that is not incubating the same disease, except for those maddeningly few who are somehow immune. Thanks to her failing colleague, however, she has a tool formerly denied her. Viola's peer group operates an ant colony that has been nurtured to the task of analyzing the physiological stigmata of understandings. This is another great advance that Portia's society is built on, and yet one that has become a serious limiter of their further advancement. There are hundreds of tamed ant colonies within Great Nest, not counting those in the surrounds that undertake the day-to-day business of producing food, clearing ground, or fending off incursions of wild species. Each colony has been carefully trained, by subtle manipulation of punishment, reward, and chemical stimulus, to perform a specific service, giving the great minds of the spiders access to a curious kind of analytical engine, using the cascading decision trees of the colony's own governance as gearing. Each colony is good for a very limited set of related calculations. A vastly skilled yet vastly specialized idiot savant. And retraining a community of ants is a long and painstaking task. However, Viola has already put in the work, and Portia sent her samples from the 3 captive spiderlings for comparison to the studies Viola had already undertaken of other members of their species. The results were delivered in a veritable rolled carpet of writing, along with Viola's admission of her own infirmity. Since then, Portia and Bianca have been poring over her copious reasoning, stopping frequently to confer over what Viola may or may not have meant. Their system of writing was originally brought into being to express transient, artistic thoughts, elegant, elaborate, and pictorial. It is not ideal for setting down empirical scientific ideas. Fabian is often in evidence, bringing food and drink and offering his own interpretations when asked. He has a keen mind for a male and brings a different perspective. Moreover, he seems to have lost nothing of his vigor and dedication, despite showing a few first-stage symptoms himself. Usually, when any spider comes to believe that she or he is infected, the quality of their service steadily erodes. The problem is so great that even the most undesirable male can find patronage if he has the will to work. Great Nest Society is undergoing curious, painful shifts. Viola's studies are in another language still, inexpertly rendered in that knotwork script. In her writings, she calls it the language of the body. She explains that every spider's body contains this writing, and that it varies from individual to individual, but not randomly. Viola has experimented on spiderlings out of eggs isolated from clutches where the parentage is known, and has discovered that their internal language is closely related to the parents'. This was to have been her grand revelation in the looked-for years to come, when the completed study would allow her to dominate Great Nest's intellectual life. Portia herself is quite aware of the humbling genius that she is looking at. Viola has uncovered the secret language of understandings, if it could only be translated. That is the sticking point. Viola knows enough to state confidently that what her ants can sequence from biopsy samples is the hidden book that resides within each and every spider, but she cannot read it. However, her ants have a final gift for Portia. There is a passage in the book of the spiderlings retrieved by Fabian, which is new. Ants of another of Viola's colonies have been trained to compare these hidden books and highlight differences. The same paragraph, never before seen, turns up in each of the 3 immune infants. This, Viola hypothesizes, may represent their understanding of how to ward off the plague. Portia and her fellows are briefly ecstatic, finding themselves on the very brink of success, the epidemic as good as beaten. Viola has one last comment, though, and her spinning is noticeably harder to read by this point. She points out that, just as she has no way of reading the inner book, so she has no means by which to write on it. Other than allowing the spiderlings to grow and breed a new generation that will grow into a wild and barbaric immunity, this new knowledge is theoretically fascinating, yet practically useless. There follow some days while the city decays about them, each hour sending the communication strands dancing with the grim news of yet more victims, of pier houses sealed, of the esteemed names of Great Nest who have gone mad and been put down, or who have taken their own lives by poison, because to surrender that hard-earned gift of intelligence is worse still. Portia and Bianca are in shock, as if the plague has come early to cripple their minds. They were so close. It is Bianca who returns to the work first. Her steps stutter and shudder with uncontrollable utterance. She is closer to death, therefore she has less to lose. She pores over Viola's notes while Portia regains her mental fortitude, and then one morning Bianca is gone. She returns late that night and has a brief, trembling standoff with the guardians of the pier house before Portia convinces them to let her back in. How is it out there? Portia herself does not venture forth anymore. Madness is Bianca's brief reply. I saw Viola. She will not last much longer, but she was able to tell me. I must show you, while I SSSSS still can. The disease is jumping from leg to leg, sending her speech into sudden, involuntary repeats. She is never still, prowling about the pier house while she fights to form the words, as though trying to escape the thing that is killing her. She claws her way up the taut silk of the walls, and somewhere within her body lies that keening desire to climb and then to die. Tell me, Portia insists, following her meandering trail. She sees Fabian following at a respectful distance and signals him closer because another perspective on whatever Bianca will say can only be useful. What comes out is pared down to the minimal, the essential, and Portia thinks Bianca has been pondering it on her return journey through the city, knowing that her ability to describe is constantly being eroded by a pestilential tide. There is a deeper book, she hammers out, stamping each word onto the yielding floor in a shout of footwork. Viola identifies it. There is a second book in a second code, short and yet full of information, and different, so different. I asked Viola what it was. She says it is the messenger within us. She says the messenger is always to be found when new understandings are laid down. She says it dwells with us in the egg and grows with us, our invisible guardian, each one of us, she says. Bianca turns on the spot, her wide, round eyes staring at everything around her, palps trembling in a frenzy of broken ideas. Where is Viola's treatise? Portia guides her to the great unrolled skein that is Viola's life's work, and Bianca, after several false starts, finds this deeper book. It is barely an appendix, a complex tangle of material that Viola has been unable to unravel, because it is written within the body in a wholly alien manner, far more compact, efficient, and densely organized than the rest. The spiders cannot know, but there are good reasons for the contrast. This is not the product of natural evolution, or even evolution assisted. This is that which assists. Viola and her ant farm have isolated the nanovirus. Portia spends a long time, after Bianca has staggered away, in reading and rereading and doing what her kind have always done best, making a plan. The next day she sends word to Viola's pier house. She needs the use of their specialized colonies. At the same time, she is begging and borrowing the expertise of another half-dozen scientists still willing and able to assist her. She sends Fabian with instructions to her own colonies as well, those that can perform a range of functions, including doing their level best to duplicate any chemicals that they are given a sample of. Viola's pier house, though their erudite mistress is past helping now, isolate the fragment of the body's book unique to the immune spiderlings, but they do more than this. They isolate the nanovirus as well, the messenger within. Precious days later, their males stagger across to Portia's pier house with vats of the stuff, or at least some do. Others are killed on the streets or simply flee. Great Nest's survival stands on a knife edge. Portia spends her time in the temple, hearing the voice of the messenger above and trying to listen to the messenger that is within herself. Was it just a conceit of Viola's to use that term? No, she had her reasons. She grasped that whatever that alien, artificial tangle of language is doing, it has a divine function, drawing them out of the bestial and into the sublime. It is the hand that places understandings within the mind and tissue of life, so that each generation may become greater than the last. So that we may know you, Portia reflects, as she watches that far-away light arc across the sky. It seems self-evident now that Bianca has been right all this time. Of course the messenger is waiting for their reply. This was heresy such a short time ago, but Portia has since looked within herself. Why should we be made thus, to improve and improve, unless it is to aspire? To Portia, as always with her species, her conclusions are a matter of extrapolated logic based on her best comprehension of the principles the universe has revealed to her. Days later, the ants have produced the first batch of her serum, a complex mixture of the immune spiderlings, genetic fragment, and the nanovirus, messenger and message circling and circling within that solution. By this time, over half of Portia's peer house are well into the second stage. Bianca and several others have entered the third and are confined, each to a separate cell, where they will starve. What else is to be done with them? Portia knows what else. Fabian offers to go in her place, but she knows that the late-stage infected will kill a little male like him effortlessly. She rounds up a handful of desperate, determined females, and she takes up her artificial fang with which she will inject her serum at the point where the patient's legs meet the body, close to the brain. Bianca fights against them. She bites one of Portia's orderlies and injects 2 full fangs of venom, paralyzing her victim instantly. She kicks and staggers and rears up, challenging them all. They rope her and bind her ungently, turning her onto her back even as her mouth parts flex furiously at them. All language is gone from her, and Portia acknowledges that she does not know if this stage of the plague can even be reversed. Still, Bianca will be the proof or disproof of that. Portia drives her syringe in. 4.7 Not Prince Hamlet. The influx of new material from the abandoned station had slowed dramatically, every database and store having been raided and transferred over to the Gilgamesh. Halston's cataloging duties were mostly done, and now he was merely an on-call translator for when the engineers needed help in getting something working. Most of his time he spent on Vry Guyan's private project, and if he didn't, Guyan would soon be round wanting to know why. The Ark ship was crawling with unaccustomed life, given that several hundred of its cargo had found themselves prodded back into a waking state light years away from their last memories, given hasty, unsatisfactory explanations of where they were and what needed doing, and then set to work. The ship was noisy, and Halston found himself constantly baffled by the din. Not only was there the shudder and bang of the actual works, but there was the unceasing murmur of people doing things like living and talking, and not to put too fine a point on it, having a good time in a variety of ways. It seemed that everywhere Halston when he saw impromptu couples, could they be anything but impromptu, given their circumstances? Clinched in some manner of embrace, they made him feel very old sometimes. They were all so young, just like all the Gill's cargo, save for a few tired old specialists like himself. They were refitting the Ark ship, and if I feel like this, how old does the Gilgamesh feel, eh? With all manner of toys ripped out of the station. Not least was a new fusion reactor, which Vedas reckoned would prove more than twice as efficient as the far more recently built original, and be able to sustain economic acceleration for far longer with the fuel available. Other technology was merely being extrapolated, the Gill's systems being fine-tuned after the ancient model. In Halston's mind ran that same litany, coat-tails, coat-tails. They were still clutching at the receding train of the old empire, still twisting themselves into knots to stay securely in its shadow. Even as his compatriots celebrated their newfound bounty, all he saw was a people condemning their descendants to evermore be less than they might have been. Then the message came from Lane. She wanted him over on the satellite. Some sort of dangerous translation or something, to be precise. Between Guyan's constant pressure and the aggressively exclusive youth of the rest of the human race, Halston was feeling quite sorry for himself by that time. He was not particularly looking forward to being made fun of, which was apparently what engineering thought he was there for. He seriously considered ignoring Lane if she wasn't even prepared to ask him properly. In the end, it was Guyan that decided him, because a trip to the station would give Halston some blessed relief from the commander's vulture-like presence. He signaled to her that he was coming, and found a shuttle and pilot were ready for him in the bay. On the journey over, he turned the external cameras towards the planet and stared moodily at the fungal gray orb, imagining it reaching upwards, vast building-sized towers of fruiting bodies bloating into the upper atmosphere to seize the tiny intruders that had dared to dispute its complete mastery of the world. A pair of engineers from Lane's original key crew, he reckoned, were waiting for him at the station end, assuring him that he wouldn't need to suit up. All the parts we're still bothered about are stable, they explained. When Halston asked them what the problem actually was, they just shrugged, blithely unconcerned. "Chief will tell you herself," was all he got from them. And finally, he was almost unceremoniously shoved into a chamber in the second rotating ring segment, where Lane was waiting. She was sitting at a table, apparently about to start on a meal, and for a moment he hovered in the hatchway, assuming that his timing was off as usual, before noticing that there were utensils for two. She raised her eyebrows challengingly. "Come on in, old man. Got some tens of thousands of years old food here. Come and do history to it." That actually got him into the room, staring at the unfamiliar food. Thick soups or sauces, and grayish chunks that looked uncomfortably, as if they might have been hacked from the planet below them. "You're joking." "Nope, food of the ancients, Halston. Food of the gods." "But surely it can't still be edible." He sat himself across from her, staring down in fascination. "We've been living on it for almost a month now over here," she told him. "Better than the pap the gill churns out." A loaded pause came and went, and Halston looked up sharply as she gave a bitter little laugh. "My starter gambit worked too well. You're not supposed to actually be that interested in the food, old man." He blinked at her, studying her face, seeing in it the extra hours she had put in, both here on the station and in sporadic waking days during the journey from Kern's world, while making sure the ship didn't consume more of its precious cargo by malfunction and error. "We're a good match now," Halston realized. "Look at the two of us." "So this is—" He made a gesture at the assortment of bowls on the table and ended up getting some sort of orange goo on his finger. "What?" Lane demanded. "It's nice here, isn't it? All the conveniences, light, heat, air, and rotational gravity. This is the lap of luxury, believe me. Hold on, wait a moment." She fiddled with something at the table edge, and the wall to Halston's left began to fall away. For a heart-stopping moment, he had no idea what was happening, save that the dissolution of the entire station appeared to be imminent. But there was a somewhat clouded transparency left behind after the outer shutters groaned open, and beyond it, the vastness of the rest of creation. And one more thing. Halston was staring out at the Gilgamesh. He had not seen it from the outside before, not properly. Even when being returned to it after the mutiny, he had passed from shuttle interior to Ark ship interior without even thinking about the great outdoors. After all, in space, the great outdoors existed mostly to kill you. "Look, you can see where we're putting the new stuff in. All looks a bit tatty, doesn't it? All those micro-impacts on the way, all that vacuum erosion. The old boy's certainly not what he was," Lane remarked softly. Halston said nothing. "I thought it would be," Lane started. She tried a smile, then began another one. He realized that she was unsure of him, nervous even. He navigated his way across the table to touch her hand, because frankly neither of them was good with those sort of words, nor were they young enough to have the patience to fumble through them. I can't believe how fragile he looks. The future, or lack of it, decided by the fate of that metal egg Taddy patched, and from this vantage point, how small the Gilgamesh looked. They ate thoughtfully, Lane progressing from brief moments where she talked far too fast, trying to force on a conversation for the patent reason that she felt they should be having one, then subsiding into longer stretches of companionable quiet. At last, Halston grinned at her, out of one of those periodic silences, feeling the youth of the expression stretch his face. "This is good." "I hope it is. We're shipping tons of the stuff over to the Gill." "I don't mean the food, not just that, thank you." After they had eaten, and with the rest of Lane's crew tactfully out of sight and out of mind, they retired to another room she had carefully prepared. It had been a long time since their previous liaison on the Gilgamesh. It had been centuries, of course, long, cold, spacefaring centuries. But it seemed a long time also. They were part of a species that had become unmoored from time, only their personal clocks left with any meaning for them, while the rest of the universe turned to its own rhythms, and cared nothing for whether they lived or died. There had been those back on Earth who claimed the universe cared, and that the survival of humanity was important, destined, meant. They had mostly stayed behind, holding to their corroding faith that some great power would weigh in on their behalf if only things became so very bad. Perhaps it had. Those on the Ark ship could never know for sure. Halston had his own beliefs, though, and they did not encompass salvation by any means other than the hand of mankind itself. "What's he after?" Lane asked him later, as they lay side by side beneath a coverlet that had perhaps been some ancient terraformer's counterpane thousands of years before. "I don't know." "I don't know either," she frowned. "That worries me, Halston. He's even got his own engineers doing all the work, you know that." He took his pick from the cargo, woke up a bunch of second stringers, and made them his own personal tech crew. Now they're installing all that stuff you're helping him with, fitting the Gill with it. And I don't know what it does. I don't like having things on my ship that do things I don't know about. "Are you asking me to betray the commander's trust?" Halston was joking as he said it, but then he was suddenly stung by the thought. Is that what this is about? Lane stared at him. "Do you think that?" "I don't know what to think. What this is about, old man, is me wanting to scratch an itch without messing up the way my crew works," and he could hear her trying to harden the edge in her voice and hear it crack a little, even as she did so. "And you know what? I've been on my own a lot over the last, what, 200 fucking years is what? I've been on my own, walking around the Gill and keeping him together. Or with some of my crew sometimes to fix stuff. Or sometimes Guyan was there, like that's better than being on your own. And there was all that mad stuff. The mutiny, the planet. And I feel like I forget how to talk to people sometimes when it's not the job. But you." Halston raised an eyebrow. "You're fucking awful at talking to people too," she finished viciously. "So maybe when you're around it doesn't feel so bad." "Thank you very much." "You're welcome." Guyan's thing, it's for uploading people's brains into a computer. It felt oddly good for him to no longer be the sole custodian of that information. Otherwise, only Guyan knew, as far as Halston was aware. Even his tame engineers were just working to rote, each on their own piece. Lane considered that. "I'm not sure if that's a great thing." "It could be very useful." Halston's tone of voice did not even convince himself. Lane merely made a sound, not a word, not anything really, just to show him she'd heard him. It left Halston turning over in his mind what little he had learned about the device from the technical manuals Guyan had set him to work on. They had all been written for people who already knew what the device did, of course. There was no handy moment when the authors had stopped and gone back to explain the basics for their unthinkably distant monkey descendants. Halston was becoming sure that he now knew what the upload facility was, though. More, he thought that he might have seen the result of one, and what happened when someone was mad enough to make themselves its subject. For out there, in the distant dark around another world, in her silent metal coffin, was Dr. Avrana Kern. 4.8 Age of Progress. Ever afterwards, Bianca has suffered from momentary fits, stumblings in speech and gait, sudden epilepsies when she is cut adrift from her surroundings for varying periods of time, her legs drumming and spasming as if trying urgently to impart a message in some idiotic code. But she has survived the plague, and when a fit is not upon her, retained her mind. For Viola, whose biochemical genius furnished the means, the cure came too late. Many others, great minds, great warriors, leading females of peer houses, starving males in the gutter, all have been struck down. Great Nest has been saved, but thousands of its inhabitants were not so lucky. Other cities were similarly affected, even with production of the cure taking over the work of every suitable ant colony, and the theoretical basis being sung down the lines that link the spider communities together. The disaster has been averted, but narrowly. It is now a new world, and Portia's people recognize the fragility of their place in it. A great many things are poised on the point of change. It is not Portia herself who first grasps the wider import of her cure. It is hard to say which scientist was first to the mark. It is one of those ideas that seems simultaneously to be everywhere, exciting every inquiring mind. Portia's treatment has allowed living adult spiders to benefit from a foreign understanding. Yes, what was transferred was an immunity, but surely the process would work with other understandings, if they can only be separated out, and their page noted in Viola's great book of the body. No longer will the spread of knowledge be held down by the slow march of generations or by laborious teaching. The need for this technology is great. The depredations of the plague have made understandings hard to find. Where once a given idea might be held within scores of minds, now there are just a handful at best. Knowledge has become more precious than ever. It is only a few years after the plague that the first idea is transferred between adults. A somewhat garbled understanding of astronomy is imparted to a male test subject, as are all such, given some failures in earlier experiments. From there on, any spider may learn anything. Every scientist of Portia's generation and beyond will stand on the shoulders of the giants that she chooses to reside within her. What one knows, any can know, for a price. An economy of modular, tradable knowledge will swiftly develop. But that is not all. After she is recovered, Portia presents Bianca to the temple. She explains about her fellow's contribution to the cure. Bianca is permitted to address the assembled priestesses. There has been a shift of orthodoxy in the wake of the plague. Everyone is having to stretch their minds to fill the gaping void left by all those who did not survive. Old ideas are being revisited, old prohibitions reconsidered. There is a great feeling of destiny, but it is a self-made destiny. They have passed the test. They are their own saviors. They wish to communicate something to that one point of intellect outside their sphere, the most basic, essential signal. They wish to tell the messenger, "We are here." Bianca's battery, in and of itself, does not make a radio transmitter. Whilst the experiments with the transmission of understandings between spiders progress, so does the investigation into the transmission of vibrations across the invisible web that is strung from their world to the distant satellite and beyond. Years later, an aging Bianca and Portia are amongst a crowd of the intimates of the temple. now ready to speak to the unknown, to cast their electromagnetic voice into the ether. The replies to the messenger's mathematical problems that every spider knows and understands are ready for transmission. They wait for the messenger to appear in the night sky above, and then they send that unequivocal first transmission. We are here. Within a second of the last solution being sent, the messenger ceases its own transmissions, throwing the whole of Portia's civilization into a panic that their hubris has angered the universe. Several fraught days later, the messenger speaks again. 4.9 XMACHINA. The signal from the green planet resonated through the Bryn 2's sentry pod like an earthquake. The ancient systems had been waiting for just this moment. It seemed forever. Protocols laid down in the days of the old empire had gathered dust through the ages, through the entire lifespan of the new species that was even now announcing its presence. They had grown corrupted. They had lost their relevance, been overwritten, been infiltrated by the diseased spread of the uploaded kern persona that the sentry pod had been incubating like a culture all these years. The systems received the signal, checked over the sums and found them within tolerance, recognized that a critical threshold had been passed with respect to the planet below. Its purpose, rusty with eons-long disuse, was abruptly relevant again. For a recursive, untimed moment, the systems of the sentry pod, the sea of calculation that boiled behind the human mask of Eliza, were unable to make a decision. Too much had been lost, misfiled, edited out of existence within its mind. It attacked the discontinuities within its own systems. Whilst it was not truly a self-aware artificial intelligence, it nevertheless knew itself. It restored itself, worked around insoluble problems, reached the right conclusion by estimate and circuitous logic. It did its best to awaken Avrana Kern. The distinction between living woman, uploaded personality construct and pod systems was not finely drawn. They bled into one another so that the frozen sleep of the one leaked nightmarish dreams into the cold logic of the others. A lot of time had passed. Not all of Avrana Kern remained viable. Still, the pod did its best. Dr. Kern awoke, or she dreamt of waking, and in her dream, Eliza hovered at her bedside like an angel and provided a miraculous annunciation. This day is a new star seen in the heavens. This day is born a savior of life on earth. Avrana fought with the trailing weeds of her horrors, struggling to resurface enough to understand what was really being told to her. She had not been truly conscious for some time, had she ever been. She had confused recollections of some dark presence, intruders attacking her charge, the planet below that had become her purpose, the sum total of her legacy. A traveler had come to steal the secret of her project, to rob her of the immortality represented by her new life, by her progeny, by her monkey children. Had it, or had she dreamed it? She could not separate the fact from the long, cold years of sleep. I was supposed to be dead, she told the watchful pod. I was supposed to be locked away, oblivious. I was never supposed to dream. Doctor, the passage of time appears to have led to a homogenization of information systems within the sentry pod. I apologize for this, but we are operating beyond our intended parameters. The sentry pod was designed to lie dormant for centuries. Avrana remembered that much. How long would it take the virus to spark intellect into generations of monkeys? Did that mean that her experiment was a failure? No, they had signaled at last. They had reached out and touched the ineffable, and time was suddenly no longer the currency it once had been. She remembered now why she was in the sentry pod at all, performing this function that had been meant for someone far more disposable. Time didn't matter. Only the monkeys mattered, because the future was theirs now. Yet those troubling half-dreams recurred to her. In her dream, There had come a primitive boat of travelers claiming to be her kin, but she had looked at them and seen them for what they truly were. She had scanned through their histories and their understandings. They were the mold that had grown on the corpse of her own people. They were hopelessly corrupted with the same sickness that had killed Kern's own civilization. Better to start anew with monkeys. What do you want of me? She demanded of the entities that surrounded her. She looked into their faces and saw an infinite progression of stages between her and the cold logic of the pod systems, and nowhere could she say where she herself ended and where the machine began. Phase 2 of the Uplift project is now ready, Eliza explained. Your authority is required to commence. What if I died? Evrana choked out. What if I'd rotted? What if you couldn't wake me? Then your uploaded persona would inherit your responsibilities and authority, Eliza replied. And then, as if remembering that it was supposed to show a human face, but I am glad that has not occurred. You don't know what glad means. But even as she said this, Kern was not sure that it was true. There was enough of her smeared up that continuum towards the life electronic that perhaps Eliza knew more of human emotion than Kern herself was now left with. Proceed with the next phase. Of course, proceed with the next phase, she snapped into the silence that followed. What else are we here for? What else is there? In a very real sense indeed, what else is there? She remembered when the false humans, that disease that had outlived her people, had approached the planet. Had they? Had that actually happened? She had spoken to them. The her that had interacted with them must have recognized enough humanity in them to bargain, to spare them, to allow them to rescue their own. Each time she was awoken, it seemed some different assortment of thoughts took the helm of her mind. She had been in a giving vein then. She had recognized them to be human enough to show mercy to. She had been sentimental that day. Thinking back on it, she regained those memories of how it had felt, and they had been as good as their word, she assumed, and they had gone. There was no sign of them or of any transmissions within the solar system. She had an uncomfortable feeling that it was not that simple. She had a feeling that they would be back. And now she had so much more to lose. What devastation would those false humans wreak on her nascent monkey civilization? She would have to harden her heart. Phase 2 of the Uplift program was a contact exercise. Once the monkeys had developed their own singular culture to the extent that they could send radio transmissions, they were ready for contact with the wider universe. And now, I am the wider universe. The Sentry Pod would begin developing a means of communication, starting with the simplest binary notation, and using each stage to bootstrap up to a more complex language, just as if a computer was being programmed from scratch. It would take time, depending on the willingness and ability of the monkeys to learn, generation to generation. But first send them a message, Avrana decided. For all that the inhabitants of the planet could not possibly understand her right now, she wanted to set the tone. She wanted them to understand what they were in for when she and they could finally communicate. Awaiting your message, Eliza prompted. Tell them this, Avrana declared. Perhaps in their simian ignorance they would record it and later reread it and understand it all. Tell them this, I am your creator. I am your God. 5. Schism. 5.1 The Prisoner. Halston was pondering his relationship with time. Not long ago, it seemed that time was becoming something that happened to other people, or, as other people had then been in short supply, to other parts of the universe. Time was a weight that he seemed to have been cut free from. He stepped in and out of the forward path of its arrow and was somehow never struck down. Lane might call him old man, but in truth, the span of objective time that had passed between his nativity and this present moment was ridiculous, unreal. No human ever bestrode time as he had done, in his journey of thousands of years. Now, in his cell, time weighed him down and dragged at his heels, chaining him to the grindingly slow pace of the cosmos, where before he had leapt ahead across the centuries, skipping between the bright points of human history. They had hauled him from the suspension chamber and thrown him in this cage. It had been 27 days before anyone gave him even an indication of what was going on. At first, he'd thought it was a dream of the mutineers kidnapping him. He had been quite sanguine before he realized that the people dragging him through the Gilgamesh were not the long-dead Skulls and company, but total strangers. Then he had entered the living quarters. The smell had assailed him, an utterly unfamiliar, sick reek that even the gill's ventilation had not been able to purge. It was the scent of close-packed human habitation. He had a blurred recollection of a former operations room now festooned with gray cloth, a veritable shanty town of makeshift drapes and hangings and close partitions. And people, lots of people. The sight had shocked him. Some part of him had grown comfortably used to being part of a small and select population, but he registered at least 100 unfamiliar faces in that brief moment. The press of them, the closeness of their living conditions, the smell, the sheer raucous noise, all of it merged into the sense of confronting a hostile creature, something fierce and inimical and all-consuming. There had been children. His wits had started to come to him by then, with the thought, the cargoes got loose. His captors all wore robes of the same sheer, gray material that the squatters were also using for their amateurish tents, something that the Gilgamesh had presumably been storing for some other purpose entirely, or that had been synthesized in the workshops. Halston had spotted a few shipsuits during his hurried passage through the living quarters, but most of the strangers had been wearing these shapeless, sagging garments. They were all thin, malnourished, underdeveloped. They wore their hair long, very long, past the shoulders. The whole scene had a weirdly primal feel to it, a resurgence of the primitive days of mankind. They had seized him, locked him up. This was not just some room in the gill that they had secured. Within one of the shuttle bays they had welded together a cage, and this had become his home. His captors had fed him and sporadically removed the pail provided for his other functions, but for 27 days that was all he had. They seemed to be waiting for something. For his part, Halston had eyed the shuttle airlock and begun to wonder if his future did not include some kind of space god sacrifice. Certainly, the manner of his captors was not simply that of oppressors or kidnappers. There was a curious respect, almost reverence to be observed amongst some of them. They did not like to touch him. Those who had manhandled him to the cage had worn gloves, and they refused to meet his eyes. All this reinforced his growing belief that they were a cult, and he was some sort of sacred offering, and that the last hope for humanity was even now vanishing away beneath a tide of superstition. Then they set him to work, and he realized that he must surely be dreaming. One day he woke up in his cell to find that his captors had brought in a mobile terminal, a poor, lobotomized sort of a thing, but at least a computer of sorts. He leapt on it eagerly, only to find it linked with nothing, entirely self-contained. There was data there, though, files of familiar proportions written in a dead language that he was frankly coming to loathe. He looked up to find one of his captors peering in, a thin-faced man, at least a decade younger than Halston but small-framed like most of them, and with pockmarked skin suggesting the aftermath of some manner of disease. As with all these bizarre strangers, he had long hair, but it was carefully plaited and then coiled at the back of his neck in an intricate knot. "You must explain it." It was the first time any of them had spoken to Halston. He had begun to think that he and they shared no common language. "Explain it," Halston repeated neutrally. "Explain it so it can be understood. Make it into words. This is your gift. Oh, you want me to translate it. Even so, I need access to the Guild's main systems, Halston stated. No. There are translation algorithms I wrote. There are my earlier transcriptions I'll need to refer to. No, you have all you need in here. With great ceremony, the robed man pointed at Halston's head. Work. It is commanded. Commanded by whom? Halston demanded. Your master. The robed man stared coldly at Halston for a moment, then suddenly broke off his gaze as though embarrassed. You will work or you shall not eat. This is commanded, he muttered. There is no other way. Halston had sat down at the terminal and looked at what they wanted from him. That was the beginning of his understanding. Obviously, he was dreaming. He was trapped within a dream. Here was a nightmarish environment, both familiar and unfamiliar. Here was a task without logic that was nonetheless the cracked mirror of what he had undertaken when last awake, when the Gilgamesh had been in orbit over the gray planet. He was in the suspension chamber still, and dreaming. But of course, one did not dream in suspension. Even Halston remembered enough about the science to know that. One did not dream because the cooling process brought brain activity to an absolute minimum, a suspension of even the subconscious movements of the mind. This was necessary because unchecked brain activity during the enforced idleness of a long sleep would drive the sleeper insane. Such a situation arose out of faulty machinery. Halston remembered clearly that they had lost human cargo already. Perhaps this is how it had been for those martyrs. It was a strangely calming revelation to know that his suspension capsule must be failing at some deep, mechanical level, and that he was lost inside his own mind. He tried to imagine himself fighting with the sleeping chamber, crawling up the steep incline of ice and medication so as to wake up, beating on the unyielding inside of the coffin, buried alive within a ship-shaped monument to mankind's absurd refusal to give up. None of it got the adrenaline going. His mind stubbornly refused to leave that makeshift cell in the shuttle bay as he worked slowly through the files he had been left with. And of course it was a dream because they were more of the same, more information about Gaian's machine, the upload facility the man had wrenched whole from the abandoned terraform station. Halston was dreaming an administrative purgatory for himself. Days went by, or at least he ate and slept, and they slopped out his pail. He had no sense of anything functional happening outside the cage. He could not see what these people were for, save living day to day and forcing him to translate, and producing more of themselves. They seemed a weirdly orphan population, like lice infesting the Ark ship, that the Gill might any moment purge from its interiors. They must have begun life as cargo, but how long ago? How many generations? They continued to regard him with that curious reverence, as though they had caged a demigod. It was only when they came to shave his head that he fully understood that. They none of them seemed to cut their hair, but it was important to them that his scalp was cropped back to fuzz. It was a sign of his status, his difference. He was a man of an earlier time, one of the originals, as is Vry Gaian. The unhappy thought finally dispelled his somewhat fond thought that this might all be some hibernation nightmare. Wading his way through tangled philosophical treatises concerning the implications of the upload process, he had a window into Gaian's tightly clenched, control-hungry mind. He began to assemble the sketchiest possible picture of what might be going on, of what might have gone wrong, therefore. Then one day they opened his cage, a handful of robed figures, and let him out. He was not finished on his current project, and there was a tension about his keepers that was new. His mind immediately boiled with all manner of potential fates they could be intending for him. They moved him out of the hangar and into the corridors of the Gilgamesh, still not speaking. They seemed to lack the show of reverence in which they had previously held him, which he reckoned could not bode well. Then he saw the first bodies. A man and a woman collapsed in their path like string-cut marionettes, the textured flooring sticky with a slick of blood. They had been hacked at with knives, or at least that was Halston's impression. He was hurried on past them, his escorts, captors, paying no obvious heed to the dead. He tried to question them, but they just hauled him along quicker. He considered struggling, shouting, protesting, but he was scared. They were all solidly made people, bigger than most of the gray ship lice he had observed so far. They had knives in their belts, and one had a long plastic rod with a blade melted into the end. These were the ancient tools of the hunter-gatherers remade from components torn from a spaceship. It had all been handled so swiftly and confidently that only right at the end did he realize that he had been kidnapped, wrested from one faction by another. At once, everything became worse than he had thought. The Gilgamesh was not just crawling with crazy descendants of awoken cargo, but they had already begun fighting each other. It was the curse of the old empire, that division of man against man that was the continual brake on human progress. He was hustled past sentries and guards, or so he took them to be. Men and women, some in ship suits, some in makeshift robes, others in piecemeal homemade armor, as though at any moment someone would be arriving to judge the world's least impressive costume competition. It should have been ridiculous. It should have been pathetic. But looking into their eyes, Halston was chilled by their steely purpose. They brought him into one of the ship's workshop rooms, housing a score of terminals, half of them dead, the rest flickering fitfully. There were people working on them, real technical work befitting real civilized people, and it looked to Halston as though they were fighting for control, engaged in some colossal virtual battle on an invisible plane. At the far end of the room was a woman with short-cut hair, a little older than Halston. She wore a shipsuit that had been fitted out with plastic scales and plates, like somebody's joke idea of a warrior queen, if only she had not looked so very serious. There was a ragged, healed scar about her chin, and a long pistol was thrust through her belt, the first modern weapon Halston had seen. "Hello, Halston," she said, and his interpretation of what he was seeing suddenly flipped like a card turning over. "Lane," he demanded. "Now you've got that look on your face," she observed, after giving him enough time to get over his surprise. "That one that's sort of, I have no idea what's going on, and frankly I can't seriously believe that. You're supposed to be the smart guy after all. So how about you tell me what you know, Halston?" She sounded partly like the woman Halston remembered, but only if that woman had been living hard and rough for some time. He gave the request due consideration. A lot of him genuinely wanted to disavow any knowledge, but she was right. That would be self-serving mendacity. "I'm just a poor academic doing what I'm told. I'm not responsible." He was beginning to think that he was indeed in part responsible for whatever was happening now. "Gaian taken over," he hazarded. "Gaian's the commander. He's already what over? Come on, Halston. He's woken up a whole load of cargo." Halston glanced at Lane's villainous-looking crew. Some of them he thought he recognized as her engineers. Others could well be more of the same cargo that Gaian had apparently now pressed into service. "I'd guess he started on that a while ago. Looks like there may be 2, 3 generations down the line. Is that even possible?" "People are good at making more people," Lane confirmed. "Fuckwit never thought that one through, or maybe he did. They're like a cult he's got. They know fuck all but what he's told them, yeah. Any of the originals from Cargo who might have argued they're long gone. These skinny little creeps were basically raised on stories of Gaian. I've heard some of them talking and they're fucked up seriously. He's their savior. Every time he went back into suspension, they had a legend about his return. It's all kinds of messianic shit with them. She spat disgustedly. So tell me for why Halston. He had me working on the upload facility taken from the station. A little of the academic crept back into Halston's unsteady tones. There was always a suggestion that the ancients had found out how to store their minds electronically, but the EMP phase of their war must have wiped the caches out, or at least we never found any of them. It's not clear what they actually used it for, though. There's very little that's even peripheral reference. It didn't seem to be a standard immortality trick. Spare us, Lane broke in. So yes, Guyan wants to live forever. Halston nodded. I take it you're not in favor. Halston, it's Guyan, forever. Guyan forever. Two words that do not sit well together. He glanced at her confederates, wondering if things here in Lane's camp had got to the point where dissent was punishable. Look, I understand it's not the most pleasant idea, but he's got us this far. If he wants to load his mind into some piece of ancient computing, then are we definitely sure that's something worth, killing people over? Because Halston was still thinking a little about those crumpled bodies he had seen, the price of his freedom. Lane put on an expression to show that she was considering this viewpoint. Sure, fine, right, except two things. One, I only got one look at his new toy before he and I had our falling out, but I don't reckon that thing's a receptacle for minds. It's just the translator. The only place he can go is the Gilgamesh's main system, and I seriously do not think that it's set up to keep doing all of its ship running with a human mind shoved into it. Right. Halston considered his relatively extensive understanding of the upload facility. Actually, yes. It's not a storage device, the thing we took from the station, but I'd thought he'd got something else from there. And have you seen any of your old files that suggest he has? A grimace, no. Right, Lane shook her head. Seriously, old man, did you not think about what it was all meant for when you were doing his work? Halston spread his hands. That's unfair. It was all. I had no reason to think that there was anything wrong. Anyway, what's your second thing? What? Two things, you said, two reasons. Oh yes, he's completely nutbucket crazy. So that's what you're diligently working to preserve. An utter God-complex lunatic. Guyan, yes, a bit of a tyrant, but he had the whole human race in his hands. Yes, not an easy man to work with, someone who kept his plans to himself. Lane, I know that you and he don't get on. Well, Halston, he's been busy. He's been busy for a very long time since we left the gray planet. He set up his fucking cult and brainwashed them into believing he's the great hope of the universe. He's got this machine mostly up and running. He's tested it on his own people, and believe me, that's not gone well, which is why it's still only mostly up and running. But he's close now. He has to be. Why has to be? Because he looks like he's a fucking 100, Halston. He's been up and about for maybe 50 years, on and off. He told his cultists he was God, and when he woke up next time they told him he was God, and that little loop has gone round and round until he himself believes it. You see him, after they woke you. Just his people. Well, believe me, any part of his brain that you might recognize abandoned ship a long time ago. Lane looked into Halston's face, hunting out any residual sympathy there for the commander. Seriously, Halston, this is his plan. He wants to put a copy of his brain into the gill. He wants to become the gill. And you know what? When he's done it, he won't need the cargo. He won't need most of the ship. He won't need life support or anything like that. He's always had the best interests of the ship at heart, said Halston defensively. How do you know? Because it's already happening. Do you know what this ship was not designed for? Several hundred people living on it for about a century. Wear and tear, Halston, like you wouldn't believe. A tribe of people who don't know how anything actually works getting into places they're not supposed to be, buoyed up by their sincere belief that they're doing God's work. Things are falling apart. We're running out of supplies even with what we took from the station. And they just go on eating and fucking, because they believe Gaian will lead them to the promised land. The green planet, Halston said softly. Maybe he will. Oh, sure, Lane scoffed. And that's where we're heading all right. But unless things get back under control and people go back to the freezer, Gaian'll be the only one to get there, him and a ship full of corpses. Even if he does manage to upload himself, he'll need people to fix him. Halston wasn't sure precisely why he was defending Gaian, unless it was that he had long made a profession out of disagreeing with just about every proposition put in front of him. Yeah, well, Lane rubbed at the back of her neck. There was all that auto repair system business we took from the station. I didn't know about that. It was priority for my team. Seemed like a good idea at the time. I know, conniving at our own obsolescence. It's up and running, too, or looks like it. But from what I saw, it's not dealing with the cargo or even most of the systems we need. It's only set up for those parts of the ship Gaian's interested in. The non-living parts. Or that's the best impression I got before I took my leave. After Gaian woke you, he wanted me to be part of his grand plan. Only when he gave me access to the Gilgamesh, I found out too much way too fast. Some seriously cold stuff, Halston. I'll show you. You're still in the system. It's all over the ship, and Gaian's not good enough to lock me out. Now you're wondering why I haven't screwed him over from inside the computer. Halston shrugged. Well, yes, actually. I told you he's been testing the upload thing. Well, he's had some partial successes. There are things in the system. When I try and cut Gaian out or fuck with him, they notice me. They come and start fucking right back. Gaian I could handle, but these are like retarded little AI programs that think they're still people. And they're Gaian's, most of them. Most of them. Lane looked unhappy, or rather unhappier. Everything's going to crap, Halston. The Gill's already starting to come apart at the system level. We're on a spaceship, Halston. Have you any idea how fucking complex that is? How many different subsystems need to work properly just to keep us alive? At the moment, it's actually the auto repair that's keeping everything ticking over, rerouting around the corrupted parts, patching what it can, but it's got limits. Gaian's pushing those limits, diverting resources to his grand immortality project. So we're going to stop him. So, Halston looked from Lane to her crew, the old faces and the new. So I know about the upload facility. So you got me out. Lane just looked at him for a long moment, fragments of expression burning fitfully across her face. What? She said at last. I'm not allowed to just rescue you because you're my friend. She held his gaze long enough that he had to look away, obscurely ashamed of what was objectively an entirely reasonable paranoia he felt about her, about Gaian, and about near enough everything else. Anyway, get yourself cleaned up. Get yourself fed, she instructed him. Then you and I have an appointment. Halston's eyebrows went up. With who? Old friends. Lane smiled sourly. The whole gang's together again, old man. How about that? 5.2 In Goddess Country. Portia stretches and flexes her limbs, feeling the newly hardened sheen of her exoskeleton and the constricting net of the cocoon she has woven about herself. The urge came at an inconvenient time, and she put it off as long as she could. But the cramping tightness at every joint had eventually become unbearable, and she was forced to go into retirement. A moonspan of days out of the public eye, fretting and fidgeting as she split her way out of her cramped old skin and let her new skeleton dry out and find its shape. During her lying in, she has been attended by various members of her peer house, which is a dominant force now in Great Nest. There are 2 or 3 others who, as a union, could challenge the hold of Portia's family, but they are seldom friends with one another. Portia's agents provocateurs ensure that they are kept constantly fighting over second place. The political realities of Great Nest are finely balanced just now, however. Despite the reports brought to her daily during her lying in, Portia knows there will be dozens of key pieces of information that she will have to catch up with. Thankfully, there is a ready mechanism for doing that. Portia is the greatest priestess of the messenger that Great Nest has, but a month out of circulation will have given many of her sisters ideas. They will have been talking to that fleet, all-important light in the sky, receiving the bizarre, garbled wisdom of the universe, and using it for their own benefit. They will have been taking over the grand, often incomprehensible projects ordered by the voice of God. Portia will have to jostle to recover her old prominence. She descends to the next chamber, a gaggle of younger females attending her. A flicker of her palps and a male is brought in. He has lived a busy month and been present at gatherings that his gender are usually banned from. Everywhere that Portia might have gone, he was brought by her adherents. He has had every missive, every discovery and reversal, every proclamation of God patiently explained to him. He has been well fed, pampered. He has wanted for nothing. Now, one of the females brings forward a bulging bulb of silk. Within is the distilled understanding that the last month has added to this male. It comprises an intelligence report which, if delivered in any conventional way, would be interminable in its detail. That single draft contains enough secrets of Portia's peer house to hand Great Nest on a platter to any of her enemies. She drinks, the fluid thick with learning, the bulb held within her palps as she carefully drains its contents, before passing it to her subordinates to be destroyed. Already she feels a flutter of discord inside her, as the nanovirus she has just ingested begins to fit the purloined knowledge into place within her own mind, accessing the structure of her brain and copying in the male's memories. Within a day and a night she will know all that he knows, and likely she will have lost some unfrequented mental pathways too, some obsolete skill or distant recollection reconfigured into the new and the necessary. I will send word about him. She indicates the male. Once she is sure that the new understandings have taken, the male will be disposed of, killed and eaten by one of Portia's clique. He knows too much, quite literally. Portia's society has come some way since the primitive days when the females ate their mates as often as not, but perhaps not so very far. The killing of males under the protection of another peer house is a crime that demands restitution. The needless killing of any male garners sufficient social disapprobation that it is seldom practiced, and the culprits, usually shunned as wasteful and lacking that golden virtue of self-control. However, to kill a male for a good reason, or after coitus, remains acceptable, despite occasional debates on the subject. This is simply the way things are, and the conservation of tradition is important in Great Nest these days. Great Nest is a vast forest metropolis. Hundreds of square kilometers of great trees are festooned with the angled silk dwellings of Portia's kin, constantly being added to and remodeled as each peer house's fortunes advance or decline. The greatest of the spider clans dwell in the mid-level, shielded from the extremes of weather, but suitably distant from the lowly ground where those females without a peer group must fight for leg room with a swarm of half-savage feral males. In between the pier houses are the workshops of artisans who produce that dwindling stock of items that ants cannot be bred to manufacture, the studios of artists who weave and craft and construct elegant knot script, and the laboratories of scientists of a score of disciplines. Beneath the ground, amongst the roots, crawl the interlocking networks of ants, each nest to its own specialized task. Other larger nests radiate out from the metropolis's limits, engaged in lumberjacking, mining, smelting, and industrial manufacture. And on occasion, war. To fight the other is something that every ant colony can remember how to do, if the need arises, although Great Nest, like its rivals, has specialist soldiers as well. Portia, on her way to temple, feels fragments of current affairs falling into place within her. Yes, there have been further troubles with Great Nest's neighbors. The lesser nests, Seven Trees, River Chasm, Burning Mountain, they are testing the boundaries of territory once again, jealous of the supremacy of Portia's home. It is likely that there will be a new war, but Portia is not concerned about the result. Her people can muster far more ants and far better designed ants for the fight ahead. The sheer size of Great Nest necessitates a public transport system in the higher reaches. The central temple where Portia holds sway is some distance from the site of her lying in. She is aware that the transporting of things is the province of God, and among God's troubling, hard-to-understand plans are various means of moving from place to place at great speed. But so far no pier house, no city, has succeeded in realizing any of them. The spiders have made their own arrangements in the interim, albeit with a cringing awareness that they are inadequate compared to the divine plan. Portia boards a cylindrical capsule that is strung along a thick, braided strand, and lets it carry her at a rushing speed through the arboreal glory that is her home. The motive power is partly stored energy in silk springs, a macro-engineered development drawn from the structure of spider silk itself, and partly cultured muscle, a mindless slab of contracting tissue running along the dorsal rib of the capsule, obliviously hauling itself over and over, efficient, self-repairing, and easy to feed. Great Nest is a complex interconnecting web of such capsule runs, a network amongst networks, like the vibrational communication strands that go everywhere, since the temple maintains a rigorous monopoly on the invisible traces of radio waves. Shortly thereafter, she steps into the temple, carefully marking the reactions of those she finds there, sniffing out potential challengers. What is the position of the messenger? She asks, and is told that the voice of God is in the skies, invisible against the daylight. Let me speak to her. The lesser priestesses clear out of her way somewhat resentfully, having had the run of this place for a month. The old crystal receiver has been improved steadily since the messages of God became comprehensible, that being the first lesson of God and one of the most successful. Now there is a whole machine of metal and wood and silk that acts as a terminus for a sightless strand of the great and unseen web of the universe that links all such termini, allowing Portia to speak direct to other temples across half the world, and to speak to and hear the words of God. After God originally began speaking, it took the combined great minds of several generations to finally learn the divine language, or perhaps to negotiate that language, meeting the comprehension of God halfway. Even now, a certain amount of what God has to say is simply not something that Portia or anyone can understand. It is all set down, though, and sometimes a particularly knotted piece of scripture will yield to the teasing of later theologians. Slowly, however, a rapport with the Godhead was established by Portia's forebears, and a story was thus told. Late in the development of their culture, therefore, Portia's people inherited a creation myth, and had their destiny dictated to them by a being of a power and an origin that passed all their understandings. The messenger was the last survivor of an earlier age of the universe, they were told. In the final throes of that age, it was the messenger who was chosen to come to this world and engender life out of the barren earth. The messenger, the goddess of the green planet, remade the world so that it would give rise to that life, next seeded it with plants and trees, and then with the lesser animals. On the last day of the previous age, at the apex of creation, the messenger dispatched Portia's distant ancestors to this world and settled back to await their voices. And after so many generations of silence in which the messenger's voice alone touched the strands of that invisible world-spanning web, the temples now sing back, and the balance of God's plan is parceled out in piecemeal revelations that almost nobody can yet understand. The messenger is trying to teach them how to live, and this involves building machines to accomplish purposes that Portia's people can hardly grasp. It involves dangerous forces, such as the spark that sends signals up the strands of the ether to the messenger, but of a vastly greater power. It involves bizarre, mind-hurting concepts of nested wheels and eyes, fires and channeled lightning. The messenger is trying to help them, but its people are unworthy, so preaches the temple. Why else would they fail their God so often? They must improve and become what God has planned for them, but their manner of life and building and invention is wholly at odds with the vision that the messenger relates to them. Portia and her sisters are often in contact with the temples of other cities, but they are nevertheless drawing apart. God speaks to each of them, each temple being assigned its own frequency, but the message substantially the same, for Portia has eavesdropped on God's dictates to others before. Each temple translates the good news differently, interprets the words, and co-opts them to fit with existing mental structures. Worse, some temples are losing their faith entirely, beginning to recast the words of the messenger as something other than divine. This is a heresy, and already there has been conflict. After all, that tiny point of moving light is their only connection to a greater universe which, they are told, they are destined to inherit. To question and alienate that swift star could leave them abandoned and alone in the cosmos. By the end of the day, between reports and the understanding the mail has just gifted to her, she has caught up with what has transpired in her absence. Friction with the apostate Seven Trees temple is high, and there has been serious infringement at the mine sites. The demands of God mean that raw materials, metals especially, are in high demand. Great Nest has maintained a monopoly of all good veins of iron and copper, gold and silver, anywhere near its ever-extending reach. But other cities constantly dispute this, by sending their own ant colonies out in column to raid the workings. It is a war where the weapons, so far, have been more efficiently bred miners rather than fiercer warriors, but Portia is aware that this cannot continue. God herself has stated, in one of those long philosophical diatribes she is partial to, that there is always a single end point to conflict if neither side will pull back from the brink. Spider has always killed spider. From the start, the species has had a streak of cannibalism, especially female against male, and they have often struggled for territory, for local dominance. Such killings have never been casual or common, however. The nanovirus that runs through each of them forms another web of connections, reminding each of the sentience of the other. Even males partake. Even their little deaths have a meaning and a significance that cannot be denied. Certainly, the spiders have never fallen so far as to practice widespread slaughter. They have reserved their wars for defending themselves against extra-species threats, such as that long-ago war against the ant supercolony that in the end proved such a boost for their technology. For a species that thinks naturally in terms of interconnected networks and systems, the idea of a war of conquest and extermination, rather than a campaign of conversion, subversion, and co-option, does not come easily. God has other ideas, however, and the superiority of God's ideas has become a major point of dogma for the temple. After all, why would anyone need a temple otherwise? When she is finally on top of developments both theological and political, when she has been capsuled out of the city limits to visit the divine workshops where her priest engineers labor to try and make real something, anything, from God's perplexing designs, only then does she find time for a personal errand. For Portia, personal and priestly are almost always interwoven, but in this she is indulging herself, finding time to meet with one little mind amongst so many, and yet such a jewel of clarity. Several of the key moments of epiphany in which God's message was untangled even slightly have originated with this remarkable brain. And yet she feels a tug of shame in spending her time in traveling to this little remarked laboratory, where her unacknowledged protege is given the chance to experiment and build without the rigid control that the temple traditionally exerts. She enters without fanfare, finding the object of her curiosity studying the latest results, a complex notation of chemical analysis woven automatically by one of the ant colonies of the city. Interrupted by her presence, the scientist turns and waves palps in complex genuflection, a dance of respect, subservience, and pleading. Fabian, she addresses him, and the male shivers and bobs. Before coming here, Portia has been to the outer laboratories to view the progress on God's plan, and she is not heartened. The history of the messenger's contact with her chosen is the enactment of a plan. Once the language barrier was breached, as it is still being breached, missive to missive, God wasted no time in establishing her place in the cosmos. There was, at the time, some debate amongst the scholars, but against a voice from the stars that promised them a universe grander than anything they had imagined, what could the skeptics suggest? The fact of God was inarguable. That it served the temple to argue God's corner is something Portia is aware of. She is aware that the first reaching out to God was a defying of temple edicts of the time. Now she finds herself wondering what might happen if the Great Nest Temple itself once again defied God. Unfortunately, the most obvious answer is that God would simply gift more of her message to other temples, and not to Great Nest. A unity of religion has led to a rivalry and factionalism between the nests. In all their long histories they have worked together, kindred nodes on a world-spanning continuum. Now divine attention has become a resource that they must squabble for. Of course, Great Nest is preeminent amongst the foremost favorites of God, with its own knot of frequencies with which it monopolizes much of the message. Pilgrims of other nests must come begging for word of what it is that God wants. Only those of the inner temple are uncomfortably aware that the message they distribute to those petitioners is merely a best guess. God is at once specific and obscure. Portia has viewed the best efforts in those high-risk laboratories outside the city. They are distant because they must be surrounded by a fire break. God is in love with the same force that burns in the radios. The ants there smelt vast lengths of copper that carry pulses of that tame lightning, just as silk can carry simple speech. Except that the lightning is not so easily tamed. A spark is often all it takes to birth a conflagration. The temple scientists try to build a network of lightning according to God's designs, but it achieves nothing, save occasionally to destroy its own creators. Somewhere out there, Portia fears, some other community may be closer than Great Nest to achieving God's intent. God's work is not to be entrusted to males, but Fabian is special. Over the last few years, Portia has become curiously reliant on his abilities. He is a chemical architect of surpassing skill. It is the age-old limiting factor. The ants are slow. The scientific endeavor of each spider nest rests on its ability to train its ant colonies to perform needed tasks: manufacturing, engineering, analysis. Whilst each generation has become more adept, pushing the boundaries of their organic technology, each fresh task requires a new colony, or else for a colony's existing behavior to be overwritten. Spiders like Fabian create chemical texts that give an ant colony its purpose, its complex cascade of instinct that allows it to perform the given task. Although in truth there are few like Fabian, who accomplishes more elegantly and in less time than any other. Fabian possesses everything a male might desire, and yet he is unhappy. Portia finds him a bizarre mix, a male whose value has made him forthright enough that she sometimes feels she is dealing with a competing female. Before she retired to molt, he was hinting that he was on the brink of a great advance, and yet a month later he has not broached the subject further with any of her subordinates. She wonders if he has saved it all for her. They have a complex relationship, she and Fabian. He danced for her once, and she took the gift of his genetic material to add to her own, so as to gift their combined genius to posterity. He has learned a great deal more since then that he has not passed on. In truth, she should wait for him to petition her, but now she is here, the subject has come up. I am not ready, he replies dismissively. There is more to learn. Your great discovery, she prompts. Fabian is a volatile genius. He must be handled with a care normally unbecoming in dealing with a male. Later. It is not ready. He is agitated, twitchy in her presence. Her scent receptors suggest that he is quite ready to mate, so it is his mind that is holding him back. Let us get it over with now, she suggests, or perhaps simply distill your new understandings. Whilst I do not want anything to happen to you, there are always accidents. She had not intended a threat, but males are always cautious around females. He becomes quite still for a moment, save for a nervous fidgeting of his palps, an unconscious plea for his life that goes back through the generations to before their kind ever developed language. Osric is dead, he tells her, which she was not expecting. She cannot place the name, and so he adds, he was one of my assistants. He was killed after a mating. Tell me who was involved, and I shall reprimand her. Your people are too precious to consume in such a way, and Portia is genuinely displeased. There remains a tight faction of ultra-conservatives in Great Nest that believe males can have no genuine qualities, that are not simply a reflection of the females around them. But that hardline philosophy has been dying out ever since the plague, when a simple lack of numbers saw males assume all manner of roles normally reserved for the stronger sex. Other city-states, like Seven Trees, have gone even further, given the far greater ravages of plague there. Great Nest, originator of the cure, has combined cultural dominance with a greater social rigidity than many of its peers. The improved mining architecture has been completed. Fabian drums out distractedly. You are aware that I myself may be killed any day. Portia freezes. Who would dare so tempt my disapproval? I don't know, but it may happen. If the meanest female is killed, that is a matter for investigation and punishment, just as if someone were to damage the common ground of the city or to speak out against the temple. If I am killed, then the only crime the perpetrator commits is to displease you. And I would be displeased greatly, and that is why it will not happen. You need not fear, Portia explains patiently, thinking. Males can be so highly strung, but Fabian seems oddly calm. I know it will not happen, so long as I retain your favor, but I am concerned that it can happen, that such things are permitted. Do you know how many males are killed every month in Great Nest? They die like animals down in the lower reaches, Portia tells him. They are of no use to anyone save as mates, and not even as mates of any substance most of the time. That is not something you need to concern yourself with. And yet, I do. Fabian has more he wants to communicate, she can tell, but he stills his feet. You are worried that you may lose my favor. Keep working as you are, and there is nothing in Great Nest you will not have, Portia assures the fragile male. No comfort and no delicacy shall be denied you. You know this. He starts to phrase a response. She sees the emerging concept strangled, stillborn, as he overrides the trembling of his palps. For a moment she thinks he will enumerate the things he cannot have, no matter how favored, or that he will raise the point again. That all he can have, he can attain only through her or some other dominant female. She feels frustrated with him. What does he want exactly? Does he not realize how fortunate he is compared to so many of his brothers? If only he was not so useful. But it is more than that. Fabian is a curiously appealing little creature, even aside from his concrete achievements. That combination of understandings, impudence and vulnerability makes him a knot that she cannot stop pondering. She must someday tease him out straight or cut him through. After that unsatisfactory confrontation with Fabian, she returns to her official duties. As a senior priestess, she has been asked to examine a heretic. From radio communications with other temples, she is aware that other nests display varying tolerances for outspoken heresy, depending on the strength of the local priesthood. There are even those nests, some worryingly close, where the temple is a shadow of its former strength, so that the city's governance depends on a collusion of heretics, lapsed priests, and maverick scholars. Great Nest itself remains a cornerstone of orthodoxy, and Portia is aware that even now there are plans to exert some measure of forceful persuasion on its recusant neighbors. This is a new thing, but God's message can be interpreted as supporting it. The messenger grows frustrated when her words are ignored. Within Great Nest itself, the seed of heresy has recently taken root within the very scientists the temple relies on. The mutterings of artisan females who have lost temple favor, or vagrant males fearful for their worthless lives, are easy to ignore. When great nests, great minds start to question the dictates of temple, important magnates such as Portia must become involved. Bianca is one such. A scientist, a member of Portia's peer group, a former ally. She has probably entertained heretical views for a long time. Implicated by another wayward scholar, an unannounced search of Bianca's laboratories demonstrated how her personal studies had veered on to astronomy, a science particularly prone to breeding heretics. Portia's kind are hard to imprison, but Bianca is currently confined to a chamber within the tunnels of a specialist ant colony bred for this purpose. There is no lock or key, but, without adopting a certain scent, changed daily, she would be torn apart by the insects if she tried to leave. The ant gatekeepers of the colony receive the correct code pheromone from Portia and douse her with today's past scent. She has a certain period of time in which to conduct her business, after which she will become as much a prisoner as Bianca. She feels a stab of guilt over what she is about. Bianca should have been sentenced by now, but Portia is steeped in memories of her sister's company and assistance. To lose Bianca would be to lose a part of her own world. Portia has abused her authority just to gain this chance to redeem the heretic. Bianca is a large spider, her palps and forelegs dyed in abstract patterns of blue and ultraviolet. The pigments are rare, slow, and expensive to fashion, so to sport them displays the considerable influence, an intangible but unarguable currency, that Bianca until recently could muster. Hail, sister. Bianca's stance and precise footwork give the message a barbed emphasis. Here to bid me farewell. Portia, already ground down by the vicissitudes of the day so far, hunches low, foregoing all the usual physical posturing and bluster. Don't drive me away. You have few allies in Great Nest now. Only you, only me. Portia studies Bianca's body language, seeing the larger female change stance slightly, reconsidering. I have no names to reveal, no others to betray to you, the accused warns the inquisitor. My beliefs are my own. I do not need a brood around me to tell me how right I am. Leaving aside the fact that many of Bianca's accomplices have already been seized and sentenced under the temple's authority, Portia has already decided to abandon that line of inquiry. There remains only one thing at stake. I am here to save you. Only you, sister. Bianca's palps move slightly, an unconscious expression of interest, but she says nothing. I do not wish a home that I cannot share with you, Portia tells her, her steps and gestures careful, weighty with consideration. If you are gone, there will be a hole torn in my world, so that all else falls out of shape. If you recant, I will go to my fellows at temple, and they will listen to me. You will fall from favor, but you will remain free. Recant, Bianca echoes. If you explain to temple that you were mistaken or misled, then I can spare you. I shall have you for my own to work alongside me. But I am not mistaken. Bianca's movements were categorical and firm. You must be. If you turn lenses on the night sky, lenses of the strength and purity that we can now produce, you will see it too, Bianca explains calmly. That is a mystery that cannot be comprehended by those outside temple, Portia reprimands her. So say those inside temple. But I have looked. I have seen the face of the messenger, and measured and studied it as it passes above. I have set out my plates and analyzed the light that it seems to shed. Light reflected from the sun only. And the mystery is that there is no mystery. I can tell you the size and speed of the messenger. I can even guess at what it is constructed from. The messenger is a rock of metal, no more. They will exile you, Portia tells her. You know what that means. For females do not kill other females anymore, and the harshest sentence of Great Nest is to deny the accused that Metropolis's wonders. Such felons receive a chemical branding that marks them out for death if they approach any of the city's ant colonies, and many other colonies beyond, as the mark does not discriminate. To be exiled all too often means a return to solitary barbarism in the depths of the wilds, forever retreating before civilization's steady spread. I have taken on many understandings in my life, Bianca clearly might as well not have heard. I have listened to another messenger's incomprehensible signals in the night. The thing you call God is not even alone in the sky. It is a thing of metal that demands we make more things of metal, and I have seen it, how small it is. Portia skitters nervously, if only because, in her lowest hours, she herself has played host to similar thoughts. Bianca, you cannot turn away from temple. Our people have followed the words of the messenger since our earliest days, from long before we could understand her purpose. Even if you have your personal doubts, you cannot deny that the traditions that have built Great Nest have allowed us to survive many threats. They have made us what we are. Bianca seems sad. And now they prevent us from being all that we could be, she suggests. And that is at the heart of me. If I were to cut myself away from it, there would be nothing left of me. I do not just feel temple is mistaken, I believe that temple has become a burden. And you know that I am not alone. You will have spoken with the temples in other cities, even those cities that Great Nest is hostile to. You know that others feel as I do, and they will be punished in turn, Portia tells her. As will you. 5.3 Old Friends. 4 of them met in an old service room that seemed to represent neutral ground in the midst of those parts of the ship claimed by the various cliques. Lane and the other 2 all had retinues who waited outside, eyeing each other nervously like hostile soldiers in a Cold War. Inside, it was a reunion. Vita's hadn't changed. Halston suspected that overall she had not been out of the freezer much longer than he had. or perhaps she just wore the extra time well. A neat, trim woman with her feelings buried sufficiently deep that her face remained a cipher. She wore a shipsuit still, as though she had stepped straight from Halston's memories, without being touched by the chaos that the Gilgamesh was apparently falling into. Lane had already explained how Vitas had been enlisted by Guyan to help with the uploader. The woman's thoughts on this were unknown, but she had come when Lane got a message to her, slipping through the circles of Guyan's cult like smoke, shadowed by a handful of her assistants. Karst looked older, closing in on Halston's age. His beard had returned patchy, graying in uneven degrees, and he wore his hair tied back. A rifle was slung over his shoulder, barrel downwards, and he had come in armor, a full suit of the kind that Halston remembered him favoring before good against Lane's gun, perhaps not so much against a knife. His technological advantage was being eroded by the backwards nature of the times. He was also working with Guyan, but Lane had explained that Karst was something of a law unto himself these days. He controlled the ship's armory, and only he had ready access to firearms in any quantity. His security detail and whatever conscripts he had enlisted were loyal to him first and foremost. And so was he, of course. Karst was Karst's chief priority, or so Lane believed. Now the security chief let out a loud bark of what sounded like derision. "You even broke the old man out of his grave for us. That's sick for nostalgia, Lane, or maybe for something else." "I broke him from a cage in Guyan's sector," Lane stated. "He's been there for days. I guess you didn't know." Karst glowered at her, then at Halston himself, who confirmed it with a nod. Even Vitas seemed to be unsurprised, and the security chief threw up his hands. "Nobody tells me fucking anything," he spat. Well, here we all are. How fucking pleasant. So how about you speak your piece?" "How have you been, Karst?" Halston asked quietly, wrong-footing everyone, including Lane. "Seriously." The security chief's eyebrows disappeared into his shaggy hairline. "You actually want to do the small-talk thing?" "I want to know how this can possibly work, what Lane S. told me is going on." Halston had decided on the way over that he was not merely going to be the engineer's yes-man. "I mean, how long's this been going on for? It just seems insane. Guyan's got a cult. He's been futtering with this upload thing for what, decades? Generations. Why? He could just have brought this business before the key crew and talked it over." He caught an awkward look shared between the three others. Or, right, okay, so maybe that did happen. I suppose I wasn't key crew enough to be invited. "It wasn't as though anyone needed anything translated," Karst said, with a shrug. "At the time there was some considerable debate," Vitas added crisply. "However, on balance it was decided that there was too much unknown about the process, especially its effect on the Gilgamesh's systems. Personally, I was in favor of experimentation and trial." "What Guyan just set himself to wake early, got a replacement tech crew out of cargo and started work," Halston hazarded. "All in place when he woke me. And frankly, I don't pretend to understand the technical arguments." Karst shrugged. "So he needed me to track down people who were escaping from his little prison camp cult thing. I figured the best thing I could do was look after my own people and make sure nobody else got hold of the guns. So Lane, you want the guns now. Is that it?" Lane cast a glance at Halston to see if he was about to go off on another tangent, then nodded shortly. "I want the help of your people. I want to stop Guyan. The ship's falling apart. Any more and the main systems are going to be irretrievably compromised." "Says you," Karst replied. "Guyan says that once he actually does the thing, then everything goes back to normal, that he'll be in the computer or some copy of him, and everything'll run as sweet as you like." "And this is possible," Vitas added. Not certain, but possible. So we must compare the potential danger of Guyan completing his project with that of an attempt to interrupt him. It is not an easy judgment to make. Lane looked from face to face. And yet here you both are, and I'll bet Guyan doesn't know. Knowledge is never wasted, Vitas observed calmly. And what if I told you that Guyan's withholding knowledge from you? Lane pressed. How about transmissions from the moon colony we left behind? Heard any of those lately? Karst looked sidelong at Vitas. Yeah, what have they got to say? Fucking little, they're all dead. Lane smiled grimly into the silence that generated. They died while we were still on our way to the gray planet system. They called the ship. Guyan intercepted their messages. Did he tell any of you? He certainly didn't tell me. I found the signals archived by chance. What happened to them? Karst said reluctantly. I've put the messages up on the system where you can both access them. I'll direct you to them. Be quick, though. Unprotected data gets corrupted quickly nowadays, thanks to Guyan's leftovers. Yeah, well, he blames you for that. Or Kern sometimes, Karst pointed out. Kern, Halston demanded. The satellite thing. It was in our systems, Vitas remarked. It's possible it left some sort of ghost construct to monitor us. Guyan believes so. Her face wrinkled up just a little. Guyan has become somewhat obsessed. He believes that Kern is trying to stop him. She nodded cordially to Lane. Kern and you. Lane folded her arms. Cards on the table. I see no fucking benefit to Guyan becoming an immortal presence in our computer system. In fact, I see all manner of possible drawbacks, some of them fatal for us, the ship, and the entire human race. Ergo, we stop him. Who's in? Halston S. with me. Well, shit, if you've got him, why'd you need the rest of us? Karst drawled. He's key crew. Karst's expression was eloquent as to his opinion of that. And is that it for me? I'm just here to add my minuscule weight unasked. To Lane's argument, Halston considered morosely. I confess that I am curious as to the result of the commander's experiment. The ability to preserve human minds electronically would certainly be advantageous, Vitas stated. Planning to become bride of Guyan? Karst asked, startling a glare from her. Karst, Lane prompted. The security chief threw his hands up. Nobody tells me anything, not really. People just want me to do stuff and they're never straight with me. Me. I'm for my people. Right now, Guyan's got a whole bunch of weirdos who have been raised from the cradle on him being the fucking messiah. You've got a handful of decently tooled and trained lads and lasses here, but you're not exactly the fighting elite. Take on Guyan and you'll lose. Now, I'm not a fucking scientist or anything, but my math says why should I help you when I'll likely just get my people hurt? Because you've got the guns to counter Guyan's numbers. Not a good reason, Karst stated. Because I'm right, and Guyan's going to wreck the ship's systems by trying to force his fucking ego into our computers. Says you, he says differently, Karst replied stubbornly. Look, you reckon you've got an actual plan, as in an actual plan that would have a chance of success and not just let Karst do all the work. Come to me with that and maybe I'll listen. Until then. He made a dismissive gesture. You've not got enough, Lane. Not chances, nor arguments either. Then just give me enough guns, Lane insisted. Karst sighed massively. I only really got as far as making one rule. Nobody gets the guns. You're worried about the damage Guyan'll do with this thing he wants to do. Well, I don't get any of that. But the damage when everyone starts shooting everyone else and all sorts of bits of the ship, too. Yeah, that I understand. The mutiny was bad enough. Like I say, come back when you've got more. Give me disruptors then. The security chief shook his head. Look, sorry to say it, but I still don't think that'll even the odds enough for you to actually win. And then Gaian's not exactly going to be scratching his head about where all your dead people got their toys from. Get me a proper idea. Show me you can actually pull it off. So you'll help me if I can show I don't actually need you. He shrugged. We're done here, aren't we? Let me know when you've got a plan, Lane. He turned and lumbered off, the plates of his armored suit scraping together slightly. Lane was icily furious as Karst and Vitas left, fists clenching and reclenching. Pair of self-deluding fuckwits, she spat. They know I'm right, but it's Gaian. They're so used to doing what that mad son of a bitch says. She glared at Halston as if daring him to gainsay her. In fact, the historian had felt a certain sympathy with Karst's position, but plainly that was not what Lane wanted to hear. So what will you do? He asked. Oh, we'll act, Lane swore. Let Karst keep his precious guns locked up. We've got one workshop up and running, and I've already started weapons production. They won't be pretty, but they're better than knives and clubs. And Gaian. If he's got any sense, he's doing the same, but I'm better at it. I'm engineering, after all. Lane, are you sure you want a war? She stopped. The regard she turned on Halston was a look from another time, that of a martyr, a warrior queen of legend. Halston, this isn't just about me not liking Gaian. It isn't because I want his job or I think he's a bad person. I have taken my own best professional judgment, and I believe that if he goes ahead with uploading his mind, then he will overload the Gilgamesh's system, causing a fatal clash of both our tech and the Empire stuff we've salvaged. And when that happens, everyone dies. And I mean everyone. I don't care if Vitas wants to make notes for some non-existent posterity or if Karst won't get off the fucking fence. It's up to me and my crew. You're lucky. You woke late and then you got to sit in a box for a bit. Some of us have been pushing every which way for a long time, trying to turn this around. And now I'm basically an outlaw on my own ship, at open war with my commander, whose crazy fanatic followers will kill me on sight. And I'm going to lead my engineers into fucking battle and actually kill people, because if someone doesn't, then Gaian kills everyone. Now are you with me? You know I am. The words sounded tremulous and hollow to Halston himself, but Lane seemed to accept them. They were attacked as they were crossing into what Lane seemed to consider her territory. The interior of the Gilgamesh made for odd tactics. A network of small chambers and passages fitted into the torus of the crew area, bent and twisted like an afterthought around the essential machinery that had been put in first. They had just reached a heavy safety door that Lane, in the lead, obviously expected to open automatically. When it slid a shuddering inch, then stopped, there was no obvious suspicion amongst the engineers. It seemed to Halston that, under the present regime, little things must be going wrong all the time. With a tool case already in hand, one of them pried off a service plate, and Halston heard the words, "Chief, this has been tampered with," before a hatch above them was kicked open, and 3 ragged figures dropped upon them with ear-splitting howls. They had long knives, surely nothing from the armory, so Gaian's people had been improvising, and they were absolutely berserk. Halston saw one of Lane's people reel back, blood spitting from a broad wound across her body, and the rest were down to grappling hand-to-hand almost immediately. Lane had her gun out but was denied a target, a lack that was rectified when another half-dozen appeared, running full tilt from the direction they had come. The weapon barked 3 times, colossally loud in the confined space. One of the robed figures spun away, his battle cry abruptly turning into a scream. Halston just ducked, hands over his head, his view of the fight reduced to a chaos of knees and feet. Historian to the last, his thought was, This is what it must have been like on Earth at the very end when all else was lost. This is what we left Earth to avoid. It's been following after us all this time. Then someone kicked him in the chin, probably entirely without malice, and he was sent sprawling, trampled and stamped on, under the thrashing feet of the melee. He saw Lane's gun smashed from her hand. Someone fell across his legs heavily, and he felt one knee being wrenched as far as it would go, a shockingly distinct and insistent pain amidst all the confusion. He struggled to get free and found himself furiously kicking at the expiring weight of one of Gaian's mad monks. His mind, which had temporarily given up any illusion of control, was wondering whether the commander had promised some sort of posthumous reward for his minions, and whether that promise was any consolation with a torn-open stomach. Suddenly he was clear, and scrabbling at the wall to regain his feet. His twisted knee savagely resisted bearing any of his weight, but he was adrenaline to the eyeballs right then, and overrode it. That got him all of 2 steps away from the skirmish, whereupon he was grabbed. Without warning, 2 of Gaian's bigger goons were on him, and he saw a knife glinting in one hand. He screamed, something to the tune of begging for his life, and then they bounced him off the wall for good measure. He was convinced he was about to die, his imagination leaping ahead, trying to brace him against the coming thrust by picturing the blade already in him in agonizing detail. He lived through the sickening lurch of impact, the cold keening of the knife, the warm upsurge of blood as those parts of him that his skin had kept imprisoned for so very, very long finally took their chance at freedom. He was living it in his head. Only belatedly did he realize that they had not stabbed him at all. Instead, the 2 of them were hurrying him away from the fight, heedless of his staggering, limping gait. With a start of horror, as though this was worse than a stabbing, he realized that this was not just random gang warfare, Gaian vs. Lane. This was the high priest of the Gilgamesh recovering his property. 5.4 The Right to Life. Fabian is brought into Portia's presence after his escorts return him to the pier house. Her reaction on seeing him is a mixture of relief and frustration. He has been missing for most of the day. Now, he is brought into a room of angled sides deep within the pier group's domain, where Portia hangs from the ceiling and frets. This is not the first time that he has evaded his custodians and gone walkabout, but today he was retrieved from the lower reaches of Great Nest, closest to the ground, a haunt of hungry females who either lack or have left their peer groups. The habitat of the busy multitudes of maintenance colonies whose insect bodies keep the city free from refuse, an abode of the numberless, hopeless, unwanted males. For someone like Fabian, it is a good place to go to die. Portia is furious, but there is a genuine streak of fear for his well-being that he can read in her jittery body language. You could have been killed. Fabian himself is very calm. Yes, I could. Why would you do such a thing? She demands. Have you ever been there? He is crouching by the room's entrance, his round eyes staring up at her, still as stones when he is not actually speaking. With her elevated stance that would let her leap on him and pin him in an instant, there is a curious tension between them. Hunter and prey, female and male. The ground down there is a tattered mess of broken silk, he tells her, of hastily built shacks where dozens of males sleep each night. They live like animals, day to day. They prey on the ants and are preyed on in turn. The ground is littered with the drained husks where the females have made meals of them. Portia's words thrum towards him through the boundaries of the room. All the more reason to be grateful for what you have and not risk yourself. Her palps flash white anger. I could have been killed, he echoes, matching her stance and therefore her intonation perfectly. I could have lived my entire life there and died without memory or achievement. What separates me from them? You are of value, Portia insists. You are a male of exceptional ability, one to be celebrated, to be protected, and encouraged to prosper. What have you ever been denied that you have asked for? Only one thing. He walks forwards a few careful steps, as though he is feeling out the strands of a web that only he can see. His palps move lazily. His progress is almost a dance, something of the courtship but laced with bitterness. Theirs is a voiceless language of many subtle shades. They are like us, and you know it. You cannot know what they might have achieved if they had been allowed to live and to prosper. For a moment, she does not even know what he means, but she sees his mind is still focused on that detritus of doomed males whose lives will take them no further than the foot of the trees. They are of no value or worth, but you cannot know that. There could be a dozen geniuses dying every day who have never had an opportunity to demonstrate their aptitude. They think as we do. They plan and hope and fear. Merely see them and that connection would strum between you. They are my brothers. No less so, they are yours. Portia disagrees vehemently. If they were of any quality or caliber, then they would ascend by their own virtues. Not if there was no structure that they could possibly climb. Not if all the structure that exists was designed to disenfranchise them. Portia, I could have been killed. You yourself said it. I could have been taken by some starving female, and nothing in that would be seen as wrong, save that it might anger you. He has stepped closer, and she feels the predator in her twitch, as if he were some blind insect blundering too close, inviting the strike. Portia's rear legs close up, building muscle tension for the spring that she is fighting against. And still you are not grateful that I think enough of you that your life is preserved. His palps twitch with frustration. You know how many males busy themselves around great nest. You know that we fulfill thousands of small roles, and even some few great ones. If we were to leave the city all at once, or if some plague were to rid you of all your males, the nest would collapse. And yet every one of us has nothing more than we are given, and that can be taken away from us just as swiftly. Each one of us lives in constant fear that our usefulness will come to an end, and that we will be replaced by some more elegant dancer, some new favorite, or that we will please too much and mate, and then be too slow to escape the throes of your passion. That is the way things are. Following her argument with Bianca, Portia is finding this polemic too much to deal with. She feels as though her beloved great nest is under assault from all sides, and most from those who ought to be her allies. Things are the way we make them. Abruptly his pose changes, and he is stepping sideways away from her, loosening that taut bond of predation that was building between them. You asked about my discovery before, my grand project. Playing his game, Portia comes down from her roost, one leg at a time, while still keeping that careful distance. Yes, she signals with her palps. I have devised a new form of chemical architecture. His manner has changed completely from the intensity of a moment before. Now he seems disinterested, cerebral. To what end? She creeps closer and he steps away again, not fleeing her but following that unseen web of his own invention. To any end, to no end. In and of itself, my new architecture carries no instructions, no commands. It sets the ants no tasks or behaviors. Then what good is it? He stops, looking up at her again, having lured her this close. It can do anything. A secondary architecture can be distributed to the colony to work within the primary. And another, and another. A colony could be given a new task instantly, and its members would change with the speed of the scent, as it passes from ant to ant. Different castes could be made receptive to different instructions, allowing the colony to pursue multiple tasks all at once. A single colony could follow sequences of separate tasks without the need for lengthy reconditioning. Once my base architecture is in place, every colony can be reconfigured for every new task, as often as needed. The efficiency of mechanical tasks would increase tenfold. Our ability to undertake calculations would increase at least 100-fold, perhaps 1,000-fold, depending on the economy of the secondary architecture. Portia has stopped still, stunned. She understands enough of how her kind's organic technology works to grasp the magnitude of what he is proposing. If it can be done, then Fabian will have surpassed the chief limiting factor that is frustrating the temple even now, and that is preventing them from giving true reality to the messenger's plan. The break will come off the advancement of their species. You have this understanding now. I do. The primary architecture is actually surprisingly simple. Building complex things out of simple things is the basis of the idea. It's like building a web. I also have a system for constructing any secondary architecture fit for any task required. It is like a language, a concise mathematical language. He stalks forwards a few steps, as if teasing her. You will appreciate it. It is as beautiful as the first message. You must pass this understanding to me immediately. For a moment, Portia feels the strong desire to mate with him, to take his genetic material into herself, with its newfound understanding, to set down immediately the first of the next generation who will rule the world. Perhaps she should instead have him distill his new knowledge so that she can drink it and understand it herself, rather than leave it to her offspring, but the thought seems intimidating. How will the world look when he gives her the secret of unlocking the future? He does not speak. His shuffling feet and trembling palps suggest an odd coyness. Fabian, you must pass on this understanding, she repeats. I cannot imagine how you thought risking yourself could be acceptable if you hold this knowledge. He has ventured quite close, almost within the span of her forelegs. He is a little more than half her size, weaker, slower, more fragile, and yet so valuable, so unlike the rest of my kind. It is as if he has read her mind. But I am not, or you cannot know if I am or am not. How many understandings are extinguished every day? None like yours, she tells him promptly. You can never know. That is the problem with ignorance. You can never truly know the extent of what you are ignorant about. I will not do it. She physically recoils. Explain yourself. It dies with me. I will not distill this understanding. I will take steps to prevent it being taken by force. For of course there were chemical countermeasures for that now as well. Why would you do such a thing? Fabian looks direct into her eyes. Unless, she prompts. You are the preeminent priestess of Great Nest. I think there is no female more influential than you, Fabian observes, still watching her intently. You wish to mate. She begins tentatively, because Portia is finding some difficulty in knowing what he, a pampered male, can really want that he does not already have for the asking. No. I wish you to go to your peer group, and to Temple, and to the other great matriarchs of Great Nest, and tell them that there will be a new law. Tell them that to kill a male shall be as abhorrent to them as to kill another female. Tell them that my brothers deserve to live. She freezes because, yes, there have been deranged philosophers in the past who might put up such an idea as an intellectual exercise, and there are those other cities where the males assumed more of the work after the ravages of the plague, and have never quite let go. But that is not Great Nest, and Great Nest's way is the true way, the preferred path of the messenger. Within her, biology and custom are at war. There is a place in her mind where the nanovirus lurks, and it tells her that all her species are kin, are like her in a way that other creatures are not, and yet the weight of society crushes its voice. Males have their place, she knows this. Don't be foolish. You cannot equate every ignorant, crawling male with one such as yourself. Of course you are protected and valued for your accomplishments. That is only natural, that merit be rewarded. The great host of males beneath us, though, the surplus, what use are they? What good are they? You are an exceptional male. Something female got into you in the egg to make you thus. But you cannot expect my sisters to blindly extend such consideration to every male in the city just because of you. What would we do with them? Put them to work, find their strengths, train them, use them. Apparently Fabian has given this matter some thought. Use them as what? What use can they be? You can never know because you do not try. She rears up in frustration, sending him scuttling back, momentarily terrified. She would not have struck, but for a moment she wonders if that sudden injection of fear might assist her argument. When he settles himself across the chamber from her, though, he seems even more resolved. What you ask is unnatural, she tells him sternly, controlling herself. There is nothing about what we do that is natural. If we prized the natural, we would still be hunting spitters in the wilderness, or falling prey to the jaws of ants instead of mastering our world. We have made a virtue of the unnatural. She does not trust herself to answer, so she scurries past him, almost knocking him aside. You will reconsider, she tells him, pausing in the doorway to beat out the rhythms of her anger. You will give up this foolish dream. Fabian watches her go, eyes glinting with rebellion. He cannot simply walk out of the pier house. From a genuine concern for his safety, Portia has given instructions that Fabian is not to leave. She does not see it as an imprisonment. It is simply not fitting for any male to wander freely. Valued males who have secured the patronage of powerful females are expected to be at their beck and call, or to labor out of sight for their betters. Other males are preferably out of sight as well as out of mind. Fabian paces the boundaries of his laboratory chamber, knowing that he must manufacture an exit, but fearful of taking that irreversible step. If he leaves now, after that confrontation with Portia, he will be leaving behind everything he has known. Curiosity is built into the spider genome, but in males it is not encouraged. Fabian is fighting centuries of conditioning. Finally, he conquers his timidity and sends out a chemical signal. Shortly afterwards, the scent is picked up by a handful of ants from the city maintenance colonies, passing nearby on their endless round of duties. Their entire colony has been reprogrammed by Fabian, his master architecture already set in place. Nobody has noticed, because the secondary structures that guide the colony about its task are functionally identical to those that were originally bred into the ants' generations before, if a little more elegantly designed. Now, though, the pheromones that Fabian has released instill new behaviors in these individuals, bringing them to the silk side of his chamber, where they cut a neat exit wound for him to depart through. After they are done, he resets them, and they go about their duties with no sign that they were ever subverted. Fabian has been busy these last months in testing his discovery, with the whole of Great Nest as his experimental subject. He has listened to the news constantly recycled by the peer group. He knows who is causing Portia distress, who has tried to challenge the order of the world, other than himself. He is a male, vulnerable from the moment he slips from the pier house. He knows where he needs to go, but he fears journeying alone. He needs a guardian. He needs a female, in fact, however much he might regret that. Fabian's ideal female has 3 characteristics. She must be intellectually useful, so a commodity in her own right. She must be in a position of weakness that will allow even a male to bargain with her. She must have no interest in mating with him or otherwise harming him. Regarding the last, he knows he must trust to chance. The first 2 criteria have already suggested a traveling companion. He knows who has caused Portia to fret most. Fabian is going to see Bianca. He pauses halfway down the tree trunk from the pier house, gazing back up at its complex collection of suspended chambers and tents. For a moment he is uncertain. Should he not trust the safety of its walls and give up his ambitions? And what will Portia think once she finds him gone? She represents all that he intends to overthrow, and yet he likes and respects her, and she has always done her best for him. Everything he has accomplished has been made possible only by what Portia has given him. But no, it is that kind of gifting that he must break away from. A life lived entirely at the whim of another is no life at all. He has always been surprised at the large number of other males who see matters differently, reveling in their own cosseted captivity. Previous excursions outside have given him the opportunity to lay groundwork, and where he has not traveled himself, he has sent his proxies instead. His new chemical architecture allows him to use ants as the delivery agent of his instructions, with colonies programming other colonies. Nobody suspects just how far this has all gone. He suborned the prison colony relatively recently, paving the way for his insurrection. When he arrives, the ants at the tunnel mouth start forwards, antennae waving, mandibles wide in challenge. He releases a distinct, simple scent, a back door into their societal structures, and they are instantly his. With a rapid cycling of olfactory clues, he alters their behavior in specific, precise ways. The tunnel guards turn and enter their colony, unleashing a cascade of his amended architecture throughout their fellows. Fabian follows them in, as though they are his honor guard. It takes him time to find Bianca's chamber amongst all the others held in custody. Great Nest holds no prisoners for long, executing the males and exiling females. But as the temple tightens its dogmatic grip, the number of those crushed within its grasp only increases. With no way of getting the ants to locate an individual, Fabian is aware of time passing. Already he will have been missed, but nobody should guess that here would be his destination. Part of his mind is already considering that he should have arranged for a tissue sample somehow, with which he could program an ant to track its original. Fabian often thinks about more than one thing at once, just to save time. Then he stumbles into Bianca's cell, and for a moment she rears up, frightened and angry, and he thinks she might strike him down without even hearing what he has to say. "I am here with an offer," he hammers out hurriedly. "Portia sent you. Bianca is suspicious. Portia and I have taken different paths, I know you. You are her creature, one of her males." Fabian gathers his courage. He must say it so as to make it real. "I am not hers. I am my own." Bianca watches him carefully, as though he is some prey animal behaving in an unexpected way. "Is that so? I am intending to leave Great Nest tonight," he tells her. "I will travel to 7 Trees. Why?" But she is interested, inching closer. He is very aware of her fangs in this confined space. He does not know Bianca like he knows Portia. He cannot judge her limits and tolerances so well. Because 7 Trees was rebuilt by males, because they have been forced to accord males a value there. The flurry of her palps is a gesture of cynicism. 7 Trees is a poor city. The males there would give all the value they are held in to be looked after by a strong Great Nest Pier house, just as you have been. Life is hard there, I have heard. Yes, you have heard, he echoes. And yet I would make the opposite exchange. I would have my own pier house, however poor. I would give away all of Portia's in exchange for some small territory of my own. She makes a disgusted gesture. "How happy I am that you came here merely to tell me this. I wish you a swift journey. Perhaps you will accompany me. You will have to wait until Portia exiles me then, and hope that whatever they taint me with will not see the ants of 7 Trees becoming as hostile to me as those of our home." Bianca taps out bitterly. "You have been in communication with 7 Trees already." Fabian feels he must come out and say it. For a moment, Bianca is still. Then a short gesture prompts him to continue. "I went to your chambers after you were exposed as a heretic, after they took you captive. I read some of the notebooks you had made your notes in. They fit with philosophies and ideas that Portia's agents report are current in 7 trees. I saw many parts and pieces in your workshop. It occurred to me that one could construct many useful things with them, and not just the telescopes that you were known for. A radio, perhaps. Bianca regards him stonily. Her words are stepped out stiffly. You are a dangerous little monster. I am just a male who has been allowed to use his brain. Will you come with me? You have some trick to come and go if you are not here at Portia's orders. Bianca understands. I have some tricks, yes. I have some tricks that 7 trees may be glad of if we reach there. 7 trees, Bianca considers. 7 trees will be the first city to feel the bite of Great Nest. I know what Portia has been planning, even down here. You may not enjoy your new home long. Then I will go somewhere else. Anywhere else but here. Fabian skips a little dance at the time wasting, feeling that eventually someone will come to look for him, or simply to look in on Bianca. Perhaps it will even be Portia. What would she make of these 2 conspirators together? Come then, Bianca confirms. Great Nest has lost its appeal for me now it has shrunk to the confines of this chamber. Show me your trick. He shows her more than that, for rather than exit upwards into Great Nest, he reprograms 20 of the guards into miners. Bianca's own insect custodians dig her escape tunnel, and by morning the 2 of them are well on the way to 7 trees. 5.5. The oldest man in the universe. Halston had assumed it would be the cage for him, but apparently things had moved on somewhat in Crazyville. The weird shanty town of makeshift partitions and tents that he had glimpsed briefly before was now all around him. It baffled him really. There was no weather in the Gilgamesh, and any extremes of temperature were likely to prove fatal. And yet everywhere people here had put up makeshift cover against the non-existent elements, draped lines and blankets, and cannibalized wall panels to demarcate personal territories that were barely big enough to lie down in. It was as if, after so many centuries spent in cold coffins, the human race was unwilling to be freed from their confines. He had previously only got a decent look at those votaries who had overseen his captivity. Now he was being held under guard in what he recognized as the communications suite. How long ago, how short a remembered time ago, he had sat here trying to initiate contact with the Bryn's sentry habitat. Now the consoles were folded away or ripped out, and the very walls were invisible beneath layers of encrusting humanity. They peered out at him, these long-haired, grimy inheritors of the Ark. They talked to one another. They stank. He was ready to loathe them and be loathed right back, observing these degenerate savages locked in the bowels of a ship that they were slowly destroying. He could not do it, though. It was the children that dissuaded him. He had almost forgotten children. The adults all seemed to possess some disconcerting quality, people who had been fed a narrow range of lies that had slowly locked their faces into expressions of desperate tranquility, as though to admit to the despair and deprivation that so clearly weighed on them would risk losing them the favor of God. The children, though, the children were still children. They fought and chased each other and shouted, and behaved in all the ways he remembered children doing, even back on toxic Earth, where their generation had no future but a slow death. Sitting there, he watched them peeping out, running at the sight of him, then creeping back. He saw them fabricate their little half-worlds between them, malnourished and frail and human, in a way that Halston felt neither their parents nor he himself still were. It had been a long road to here from Earth, but not as far as he himself had traveled from their state of innocence. The burden of knowledge in his head burned like an intolerable coal, the certainty of dead Earth, of frozen colonies, a star-spanning empire shrunk to one mad brain in a cold satellite, and the Ark overrun by the monkeys. Halston felt himself coming adrift, cut loose from any emotional anchor. He had found a point where he could look forward futurewards and see nothing that he could possibly want, no hoped-for outcome that was remotely conceivable. He felt as though he had reached the end of all useful time. When the tears came, when his shoulders unexpectedly began shaking and he could not stop himself, it felt like 2,000 years of grief taking hold of him and twisting at him, wringing out his exhausted body over and over until there was nothing left. When two large men eventually came for him, one of them touched his shoulder almost gently to get his attention. That same reverence he had noticed when he had been their caged pet was still present, and his outburst seemed only to have deepened it, as though his tears and his misery were worth vastly more than any of theirs. I should make a speech, he thought wryly. I should stand up and urge them, throw off your chains. You don't have to live like this. Except what do I know about it? They shouldn't be here at all, not 3 generations of shiprats living in all the spare space of the ship, breathing all the air, eating all the food. He had no promised land he could lead them to, not even the green planet. Full of spiders and monsters, and would the ship even survive the journey there? Not according to Lane. He wondered whether Guyan had thought past the point of his own ascension. Once some corrupted, half-demented copy of his mind was uploaded into the Gilgamesh's systems, would he watch the suffering and death of his gray followers with equanimity? Had he promised that he would take them along with him to life everlasting? Would he care when the adults that these children grew into starved, or were cut short by the failure of the Gil's life support? "Take me to him," he said, and they helped him hobble away. The denizens of the tent city watched him as though he was going to intercede for them with a malign deity, perhaps one whose supplicants could only carry the messages of the faithful after their hearts had been torn out. Shuttle bays were some of the largest accessible spaces on board. His cage had been in one, and now here was another. The shuttle was missing again, but more than half the space was cluttered with a vast bank of machinery, a bastard chimera comprised of salvage from the Gil and ancient relics from the terraform station. At least half of what Halston was looking at did not seem to be connected to anything or fulfilling any purpose, just scrap that had been superseded but not disposed of. At the heart of it, actually up on a step dais constructed unevenly of metal and plastic, was the upload facility, the center of a web of cables and ducts that spilled from its coffin space, and the focus of a great deal of the supporting machinery. But not all of it. Some of it appeared now to be keeping Guyan alive. He sat on the steps before the uploader, as though he was a steward awaiting a vanished king, or a priest before a throne fit only for the celestial. But he was steward and king both, minister of his own divinity. His appearance was plain proof that the ragged cult he had surrounded himself with was still capable of working with the Gil's technology, most especially the medical bay. Guyan sat there quite naturally, as though at any moment he might get up and go off for a stroll. But just as the upload facility was threaded through with connections to the ship, so was Guyan. He wore robes that lay open over a shipsuit that seemed to have been patched together from several older garments, but none of it hid the fact that 2 thick, ridged tubes had been shunted up under his ribs, and that one of the machines beside him seemed to be doing his breathing for him, its flaccid, rubbery sacs rising and falling calmly. A handful of thinner pipes issued from just past his left collarbone, like the flowering bodies of some fungal infection, before running into the mess of medical devices and presumably cleansing his blood. It was all familiar to Halston from back home, and he was aware that the Gil must store equipment like this for the extension of life in extreme cases. He had not expected to witness an extreme case, though. He was the oldest man in existence, after all, and if anyone was going to need this stuff, it would be him. Guyan was an extreme case. Guyan had beaten him to that title by a comfortable margin. Lane had said he was old, but Halston had not really processed the concept. He had thought he knew what old meant. Guyan was old. The commander's skin was a shade of gray Halston had never seen before, bagged and wrinkled about his face where his cheeks and eye sockets had sunk in. Those almost hidden eyes did not seem to focus, and Halston was suddenly sure that somewhere there was a machine that was seeing for Guyan as well, as though the man had just started outsourcing his biology wholesale. Commander. Absurdly, Halston felt a curious reverence creeping in on him as he spoke, as though he was about to be born again into Guyan's ridiculous cult. The man's sheer antiquity placed him beyond the realm of human affairs, and instead into that of the classicist. Guyan's lips twitched, and a voice came from somewhere amid that nest of botched technology. "Who is it? Is it Mason?" It was not Guyan's voice particularly. It was not really anyone's voice, but something dreamt up by a computer that thought it was being clever. "Commander, it's me, Halston Mason." The mechanical sound that followed was not encouraging, as though Guyan's reaction was too foul-minded for his mechanical translator to pass on. Halston was suddenly reminded that the commander had never particularly liked him. "I see you've got the uploader." Halston petered out. He had no idea what the uploader was doing. "No thanks to you," Guyan croaked. Abruptly he stood up, some sort of servos or exoskeleton lifting him bonelessly to his feet and perching him there incongruously, almost on his toes. "Running off with your slut. I might have known I couldn't depend on you. All the traveling I've been doing since your clowns woke me up has been entirely the idea of other people," Halston shot back hotly. "But seriously, you don't expect me to ask questions, given what I've seen here. You've had people just, what, living out their lives here over the last 100 years. You've set yourself up like some kind of crazy god-emperor and conned all those poor bastards into being your slaves. Crazy, is it?" For a moment Halston thought Guyan would rush at him, pulling all those tubes out of himself on the way, but then the old man seemed to deflate a little. "Yes, well, I can see how it might look crazy. It was the only way, though. There was so much work. I couldn't just burn through science and engineering, using up their lives like I've used up my own." But Halston waved a hand towards the cluttered mass of machinery at Guyan's back. "How can this even happen? Okay, the uploader, it's old tech. It's going to need fixing up, troubleshooting, testing, that much I understand. But not a century of it, Guyan. How can you have been doing this for so long and got nowhere?" "This," Guyan spluttered. "You think the uploader took all that time?" "Well, no, yes," Halston frowned, wrong-footed. "What did then?" "I've gone over the whole damn ship, Halston. The drive's been upgraded, the system security, the hull shielding. I'd say you do not recognize the specs of the Gilgamesh, if I thought you had any idea what they looked like before." But Halston waved his hands as if trying to encompass the magnitude of what the other man was saying. "Why?" "Because we're going to war, and it's important that we are ready for it when we arrive." To war with sudden understanding struck, with Kern, with the satellite. "Yes," spat Guyan, his lips quivering, the artificial sound of the single word far grander than anything he could surely make on his own. "Because we've seen it now, the ice worlds and that gray abomination we've left behind. And then there's the green planet, the life planet, the planet our ancestors made for us, and we all thought the same when we saw that. We thought, that's going to be our home. And it is. We'll go back and take out the satellite, and we'll finally be able to stop journeying. And then what you see here, that so offends you with how unnatural it is, all these people living and breeding, that will be right again. Normal service will resume. The human race can pick up at last after a hiatus of 2,000 years. Isn't that something to strive for? Halston nodded slowly. Yes, I suppose it is. And when that's all done, after I've worked a generation of specialists from cargo to death, Mason, to death from sheer old age, after I've taken their descendants and had them taught and brought them in on my vision, brought them up on it, and then prepared ourselves to defend against the satellite's weapons and its attacks, why would I not go back to the upload facility and try to get it to work? Do you think any of this would have happened without me? Do you understand how important having a single vision is? This isn't something to delegate to some committee. This is the survival of the human race. And I'm old, Mason. I've worked nobody harder than I've worked myself, and I'm on the brink of collapse. Every scrap of medicine we have is needed just to keep my organs working, and it's still not done. It's not finished. I need to see it through. I'm going to upload myself into the machine, Mason. It's the only way I have of being sure. You want to be immortal. It had been intended as an accusation, but it came out as something else, something with a hint of respect. There was a ghastly choking sound, and for a moment Halston thought that Guyan was actually dying. But no, he was laughing. You think that's what this is? Mason, I'm dying. The uploader doesn't change that. The me I live inside will die, and soon before we see the green planet again. I can't even go back to the coffins now. There's no way I'd ever wake up. But now that I've got the uploader working, I can preserve a copy of me to make sure things work out. I'm not some mad dictator, Halston. I'm not some crazy man with delusions of divinity. I was given this task, to shepherd humanity to its new home. There's nothing more important than that. Not my life, not yours. Halston realized unhappily that his own moral compass was spinning by now. Lane thinks you'll wreck the Guild's systems if you try that. She says there are copies of your test subjects running riot through the software. I'm my own test subject, Guyan growled. Anything in the system is just cast-offs of me, but none of them worked. None of them were me, not enough of me. But what little work I could squeeze out of you before you went gallivanting has served. Perhaps that's irony. It's ready now. I can complete an upload and then it doesn't matter if I die. When I die, it won't matter. And as for Lane, Vitas doesn't think it'll destroy the computer. Vitas wants me to do it. On Halston's list of reassuring things to say, that phrase did not feature. Lane seems pretty sure it's going to be a bad thing. Lane doesn't know. Lane thinks small, she lacks dedication. Guyan glowered, his face screwing up like a piece of paper. Only I can plan long enough to save us, Mason. That's why they chose me. Halston stared up at him. The guards were some distance back, and it came to him that he could leap on decrepit old Guyan and just start pulling things out until nature took its course, and also that he had no intention of doing so. Then, why did you grab me back if you didn't need me? Guyan took a few stalking, mechanical steps, pulled up by the leash of his life support. You're our star historian, aren't you? Well, now you get to do the other part of your job, Mason. You get to write the histories. When they tell each other how we came to live on that green world, that other Earth, I want them to tell it right. So tell it right. Tell them what we did, Mason. Write it down. What we do here creates the future, the only possible future that will see our species survive. 5.6 Resource War. The Spider City states operate a variety of mining concerns, but they themselves do not dig. They have insects for that. One of the tasks that comes more naturally to the ant colonies they use in so many different ways. For centuries, there has been enough for all, since spider technology is not metal-heavy, and the organic chemicals more important to them are fabricated from the common building blocks of life itself. This is where it starts. An ant from a colony run by 7 trees is now making its way deeper into a set of galleries at some distance from the city itself. Its colony extends all around it. The mine workings are its home, and its siblings, excavations, just a modified form of the same tunneling they would use to expand their nest. True, much of the colony extends into solid rock, and the ants use modern techniques to conquer that element. Their mandibles are fitted with metal picks, assisted by a selection of acids and other substances to weaken the stone. The colony plans its own mine, including drainage and ventilation, to make the place a conducive workplace for the hundreds of blind miners who toil there. This particular ant is exploring for new seams of copper within the rock. The metal ore leaves traces that its sensitive antennae can detect, and it gnaws and works patiently where a trace is strongest, digging inch by inch towards the next deposit. This time, instead, it suddenly breaks through into another tunnel. There is a moment of baffled indecision as the digger teeters on the brink, trying to process this new and unexpected information. After that, scent and touch have built up a sufficient picture of its surroundings. The message is clear. Other ants have been here recently, ants belonging to an unknown colony. Barring other conditioning, unknown colonies are enemies by default. The ant spreads the alarm immediately and then goes forth to investigate. Soon enough it encounters the miners of the other colony and outnumbered is swiftly killed. No matter, its siblings are right behind it, summoned by its alert. A cramped, vicious fight takes place, with no quarter given by either side. Neither colony has received instructions from its spider masters to cross this particular line in the sand, but nature will take its course. The second colony, that had literally undermined the 7 trees' workings, has been sent out by Great Nest to seek for new sources of copper. Shortly thereafter, centuries of diplomacy begin to break down. Since contact with the messenger was first established, metal's consumption has increased exponentially in an attempt to keep up with the complex blueprints that form the divine plan. Those cities like Great Nest that are most fervent in pursuing God's design must push outwards constantly. Supply cannot keep up with demand unless new mines are opened or appropriated. Consequently, more mining works are being contested between rival colonies. Elsewhere, caravans of mineral wealth fail to reach their proper destination. In a few cases, entire mining colonies are uprooted, driven away, or suborned. Those who lose out are all relatively small cities, and none of them strong adherents of the message. A storm of diplomacy follows, amidst considerable uncertainty as to what has actually happened. Open conflict between spider cities is almost unknown, since every city is bound to its neighbors by hundreds of ties. There are struggles for dominance, but thus far in their history, the point has always been that there must be something to be dominant over. Perhaps it is due to the nanovirus still working towards unity between those that bear its particular mark of Cain. Perhaps it is simply that the descendants of Portia labiata have developed a worldview in which open brute conflict is best avoided. All this will change. Eventually, when the truth becomes sufficiently evident to all parties, the transmitters of Great Nest issue an ultimatum to its weaker neighbors. It denounces them as straying from the purity of the message, and claims for itself the right to take whatever steps it must to put into effect the will of God. Transmissions from the messenger, though always obscure and open to interpretation, are taken to endorse Great Nest's proclamation. Slowly at first, and then more and more rapidly, this outright division spreads from local differences into a global fragmentation of ideology. Some faithful cities have thrown in their lot with Great Nest's vision, whilst others, distant others, have set up rival claims based on different interpretations of the messenger's commands. Certain cities that had already begun to turn away from the message have pledged support to those cities that Great Nest has threatened, but those cities themselves are not united in their response. Other cities have declared independence and neutrality, some even severing all contact with the outside world. Sister conflicts have sparked up between states which perhaps have always rubbed along with a little too much friction, always jostling for leg room, for food, for living space. At the disputed mining sites, many of which have changed hands several times by this point, Great Nest sends in dedicated troops. Another task that ant colonies will perform without special conditioning is to fight unfamiliar ants, and a mining colony is no match for an invading army column equipped with special castes and technologies. In 2 months of hard warfare, not a spider has died, but their insect servants have been slaughtered in their thousands. Great Nest can draw upon a vastly larger and more coordinated army than its opponents, and one that is better designed and bred for war. But those first months are still inconclusive. When Portia and her fellows gather together to review their progress, they are faced with an unwanted revelation. We had thought to find matters settled, Portia considers, listening to her peers weave together their next moves, a sequence of steps that will lead them to where, when the original actions over the disputed mining sites were agreed, their purpose had seemed very plain. They all knew they were in the right. The messengers must be done, and they needed copper in great quantities, copper that 7 trees and the other apostate cities would have little use for, save to trade to Great Nest at a ruinous cost. So, seize the mines. That had been a simple aim in itself, and it has been accomplished relatively quickly and efficiently, all things considered. And yet it seems that building the future is never so simple. Each thread always leads to another, and there is no easy way to stop spinning. Already Portia's agents in 7 trees and the other cities know that Great Nest's enemies are building and training forces to take back the mines, and perhaps to do even more. Meanwhile, the peer group magnates of her enemies are engaging in similar debates over what is to be done. Every council has its extremists who push for more than mere restitution. Abruptly, to call for moderation is to seem weak. All around Portia, there are those saying that more must be done to secure Great Nest from its new-minted enemies, and thereby to secure the will of their divine creator. They are performing that oldest of tricks, constructing a path by which to reach a destination. Only in this case the destination is permanent security. With each step they take towards it, that security recedes. And with each step they take, the cost of progressing towards such security grows, and the actions required to move forward become more and more extreme. Where will it end? Portia wonders, but she cannot bring herself to voice her doubts. An ugly mood has come to the web-walled chamber. Great Nest has its spies in other cities, individuals and whole peer groups who have been bought or who are sympathetic to the dominant city's ideology. Equally, those other cities will have their agents in Great Nest. Previously, this interconnectedness of cities has always been a virtue, a way of life. Now it is a cause for suspicion, straining the bonds between peer groups, awakening division and distrust. Nothing is being decided here, so she heads for Temple. It seems plain to her that guidance is needed. She transmits as good a report of the situation and her concerns as she can, knowing that, while her speech to the messenger will be private, God's response will be received by anyone listening on Great Nest's frequency, which will certainly include some residing in 7 trees. The record of the messenger in dispensing practical advice is not good, as Portia is painfully aware. She knows she cannot expect something so much grander than her, to spare much consideration for the lowly affairs of her creations. God is intent on her machines that will apparently solve many problems, not least that of the maddeningly imperfect communication between the messenger and those she has set below her. Portia is not expecting a clear response, therefore, but the messenger seems to understand her better than she realized. The intended meaning is not precisely clear, for despite a painstakingly negotiated common language, the messenger and her congregation are separated by a gulf of common ground and concepts that is only slowly being filled. However, Portia understands enough. The messenger is aware that there are differences of opinion amongst her creation. She knows that some, like Portia, work hard to fulfill her directives. She knows that others, such as the temple in 7 Trees, do not, and indeed have lost much of their reverence for the messenger and her message. She instructs Portia now that the very future of her people is dependent on her will being executed precisely and promptly. She states that a time of great danger is coming, and only by obeying her may this be averted. She says, in words clear enough for Portia to understand without a trace of uncertainty, that Portia should take any and all steps to reach her goal, and that there is no higher goal than this. Portia retreats from the temple, prey to a whirl of mixed emotions. Spider feelings are not human feelings, but there is something in her of shock, also something of elation. Never before has the messenger spoken so clearly. Great Nest's hand has now been forced. Not only has their duty to God been personally reaffirmed, but spies in 7 Trees and the other enemy cities will also have heard God's latest words, and they will hardly have to wonder hard about what question could have yielded that dogmatic answer. Life in 7 Trees has not turned out to be as free and effortless as Fabian hoped. Bianca, at least, has fitted in well enough. Her contacts amongst the astronomical sorority have seen her installed comfortably into a respected peer group, although a powerful peer house in 7 Trees is still considerably smaller and poorer than even a mediocre house in Great Nest. She did offer to find Fabian a favored position there, and indeed worked quite hard to import him with her, perhaps to quit a debt of gratitude, or perhaps because she has seen how useful that dangerous little mind of his can be. He refused. Life has been difficult for Fabian during the months since, but he has a plan. He has begun to ascend the thread of life, and this time as nobody's pet or favorite, acting without patronage and without sacrificing his vaunted freedoms. Males in 7 Trees may have more freedom and influence than in Great Nest, but they can still be killed out of hand. They still have no more rights than any momentary usefulness grants them. 7 Trees also has its gutters, though there is less of an underclass than Great Nest, just as there is less of everything else. But there are still surplus males and females down on their luck, each prey for another, just fallen corpses to be cleared away by the maintenance ants. Fabian was nearly killed several times before he was able to take the first steps in establishing himself as a diminutive power within 7 Trees. Hungry females stalked him, delinquent males chased him from their territories, and he grew shrunken from starvation and exposure. At last, though, he was able to make contact with some females who had lost everything, yet had not quite descended into unthinking cannibalism. He managed to catch them on the very cusp of savagery. They are 3 haggard sisters, aging scions of a peer group that is now nothing but a memory in the higher reaches of the city. When Fabian found them, they still kept a little tent of a peer house in good repair, at the very base of one of the trees that regrew here after that great and ancient war when the ants burned down the originals. They listened to him speak, taking turns to vanish from his sight, purportedly, to instruct the house males concerning his meager entertainment. He knew there were no males, and what hospitality they could muster was mere crumbs, tiny insects and an old, half-mummified mouse that they had been feeding off for days. "I will reverse your fortunes," he told them. "But you must do what I say." He needed them. It was a bitter admission, but any social group must be fronted by females. For now, what must we do? They had asked him. Any flavor of hope was nectar to them, even that offered by a scruffy foreign male. "Just be yourselves," he had assured them. "I will do the rest." Having attached himself to them, he had gone out with more confidence to begin recruiting. There were hundreds of abandoned males scratching a living on the ground level around 7 Trees. They lacked training, education, or useful experience, but they all had inherited understandings of one kind or another. Now Fabian sought them out, interviewed them, adopting those who had abilities he could use. Acting as merely the servant of one of the old crones he ostensibly worked for, he began to undertake jobs for more powerful peer houses, employing the chemical architecture of the ant colonies. With his unique system, it was not long before word of his prowess began to spread. The peer house of the 3 old females accumulated favors and barter. Soon, they were spinning themselves a new house higher up on the tree, reaching for the same dizzying heights they had once known. When they tried to take it all away from him, as Fabian had known they would, he had simply stopped working. By then the other males had grown to understand his ambition, and they downed tools as well. A new arrangement was reached. The females were free to enjoy the status that Fabian's work brought them, but his would be the mind that directed the house, and most importantly, his people were to be sacrosanct. The males of his house must not be touched. Still, it has been a long, slow road to get anywhere. As a result, Fabian's unorthodox methods have just begun to bear fruit within the social network of 7 Trees at around the time that the mining skirmishes erupt. Once the rumors reach him, he is quick to re-establish contact with Bianca. Her position has shifted from independent scientist to political advisor, as the major peer houses of 7 Trees and its neighbors try to come up with a suitable response. Great Nest has almost contemptuously stripped them of all their minds, but nobody is keen to be the first to suggest a straight-out violent response. When diplomats contact Great Nest to try and negotiate, however, they come up against the new world that Portia has constructed after talking to God. Instead of simply beginning to exploit its own strength in return for concessions, as is traditional, Great Nest's position is uncompromising. Demands are made for other resources belonging to 7 Trees and the allied cities, farms, colonies, laboratories. When 7 Trees protests, the speakers for Great Nest label them heretics. The messenger has spoken. She has chosen her champions. This is not war. It is a crusade. Then and only then does 7 Trees send out a large force of fighting ants to retake the mines. They are met by a similar force from Great Nest, and a battle ensues that is only a faint echo of the tumult promised for the future. The ants fight with mandibles, with blades, with acids and fire. They fight with chemicals that confuse the enemy, drive them berserk, attack their respiratory surfaces, suborn them and change their allegiance. The force sent from Great Nest readily obliterates the attackers. A simple radio message is received in 7 Trees and in all of its allies' cities the next day. "Now we will come for you. Surrender yourselves to our understandings or we will do what we must." The messenger wills it. There is chaos then, with the loose-knit, non-hierarchical spider society threatening to tear itself apart, as it has before under intense pressure. Ruling councils rise and fall. Some advocate surrender and appeasement, others outright resistance, others simply suggest flight. None of these carries the majority, instead each fragments and factionalizes in turn. The stakes are higher every day. Then, one day, with an army from Great Nest already dispatched, and on its way, Bianca asks to be allowed to address the great and the good of the city. She finds herself positioned in the center of a web with almost 40 powerful females crouching at its edges, legs forward attentively to catch her words as the individual strands relay them. They listen intently. Everyone knows that they need a masterstroke now to save themselves, but nobody can agree on what it might be. But Bianca herself has nothing to say. Instead, she tells them, "I will bring one to you now who has found a way to combat this threat. You must listen until the end. You must hear what he has to say." The reaction is instant derision, shock, and anger. The powers that be of 7 trees do not have time for such foolishness. There is nothing a male could have to say that they themselves have not already considered a dozen times over. Bianca presses on. "This male is from Great Nest," she explains. "It is only through his assistance that I was able to escape from there. He possesses a curious facility with ants. Even in Great Nest his work was highly respected, but I believe he has discovered something secret, something new, something Great Nest does not yet have." At last, by such means, she is able to gather their attention, soothe them, persuade them to hear Fabian out. The male creeps out to be pinned by their collective gaze. Fabian has given this moment some thought based on his earlier failure with Portia. He will not ask for too much. He will show rather than tell. He will woo them, but as a female does, with success, rather than as a male, with flattery. "Give me a force of ants and I shall defeat their army," he declares. Their response is not as negative as he had expected. They know he is a turncoat from Great Nest, after all. They question him carefully, whilst he gives evasive, cautious answers, in a fencing match of subtle vibration and noncommittal gesture. He hints at having some secret knowledge of the Great Nest ant colonies, but he gives them nothing more. He watches them confer, plucking discreetly the radial strands of the web to send messages around their circle without their conference reaching the center where he crouches. "How many ants?" one asks him at last. "Just a few hundred." He only hopes that this will be sufficient. He is risking everything on this one venture, but the smaller the force he takes with him, the more valuable will seem his victory. It is a ridiculously small force compared to the army that is encroaching on 7 trees' territory, and in the end the females feel that there is little to lose. The only other serious alternative is to surrender and give up all they own to the peer groups of Great Nest. Fabian heads with all speed back to his own peer house and chooses a score of his most able assistants, all males. They know much of his secret, the new architecture. He and they set at once to the most laborious task, reconditioning the ants he has been gifted with to obey his primary architecture, so that they can be given instructions while on the run. The next day they leave 7 trees for, Fabian hopes, the annals of history. He travels with his cadre of apprentices, with his meager force of insect soldiers, and with Bianca. The leaders of 7 trees could not countenance a force devoid of any female guidance, and so she is its figurehead, the respectable face of Fabianism. For her part, Bianca has not been let in on Fabian's secret, but she remembers their miraculous escape from Great Nest and knows his reputation as a chemical architect. She has yoked her future to his, and now must hope that he is as good as he thinks he is. The old weapons that allowed their species to fully dominate the ants, and thereby vastly enrich and complicate their society, are no longer viable weapons of war. The deconditioning effect of the possid beetle master scent is something that most ants are now conditioned to resist, both because of interspider rivalries and simply because the possid beetles themselves are constantly hacking colony architecture for their own purposes, remaining a persistent ghost in the organic machine. The spiders can only strive to minimize their effects. Fabian's plan is more complex, therefore more risky. The first phase is a frontal assault. The path that the Great Nest Column is likely to take has already been densely strewn with a complex maze of deadfalls, spring traps, webs, and fire traps. No spider would be fooled by them, but ants' senses are easier to deceive, especially as they have little ability to sense anything at a distance. The Great Nest Force is screened by a large, dispersed cloud of scouts to find and trigger these traps, and it is on to these that Fabian sets his own troops. The response is immediate, alarm sense drawing more and more of the invaders. Positioned upwind of the skirmish, Fabian releases scent after scent into the air. Each one contains a fresh set of instructions, chemically encoded, allowing his small force to react swiftly, to change tactics and outmaneuver the enemy, whilst the Great Nest ants are simply following a basic battle architecture little changed from the insects' ancient fighting instincts. Within minutes, Fabian's forces have pulled out with minimal losses, and with prisoners, a handful of scouts cut off, immobilized and carried away. Fabian and his fellows retreat, and keep retreating until the pursuing scouts from Great Nest break off and follow their own scent trails back to the advancing column. Left in peace, Fabian's team set up their laboratory and use samples from the captured scouts to brew up a fresh set of instructions for their soldiers. Their ants are given their initial orders. Their little force splits up, each ant to its own, and heads for the enemy. "What are you doing?" Bianca demands. "You have thrown away your army." Everyone knows that ants are only effective in force. A lone ant counts for nothing. "We must move," is all Fabian will say. We must be upwind of them. It is an annoying limitation of his technique, but one he will solve in time. He is already working out systems in his head, using possid beetles as carriers of new information, or somehow triggering chemical releases by distant visual cues. But for now, he must work with what he has. The host of individual ants reach the enemy column and pass through the far-flung screen of scouts without any alarm being raised. They touch antennae with the invaders, a quick fidget of appendages, and are let through, recognized as friends. From a viewpoint in the branches, Fabian tensely watches his ants accumulating unnoticed within the Great Nest ranks. Now comes the hardest step for Fabian himself. He has never been responsible for the death of another of his species. He knows that there are those who live lives of deprivation where to fight, kill, and even consume another spider is simple survival. But he feels strongly that he is working directly against such deprivation, and that to kill one's own belongs in the past. The nanovirus in him resists the necessity of what he intends, recognizing the sibling strains in his potential victims. His plan is delicately balanced, however, and he cannot let anything endanger it. There are a dozen or so observers from Great Nest moving amidst the 1,000-strong column. Surely they will notice the foreign ants amongst their ranks. Although the Great Nest army will already have its rigid architecture in place, there will be a series of preset protocols that the spider officers will trigger, no doubt including one to order the attack on 7 trees itself. It is possible that one of these pre-prepared positions will be some manner of emergency response. Fabian releases his next set of instructions with some foreboding. His infiltrators systematically seek out and murder the Great Nest spiders accompanying the army. They attack fearlessly, releasing alarm scents that throw the nearby loyalist ants into a frenzy. It is a calculated, merciless act painstakingly planned out in advance. Watching the result, which leaves knots of ants grappling over loose limbs and scraps of carapace, Fabian's people and Bianca are quiet and subdued. Of course, it is not the first time that spider has killed spider, or even that male has killed female, but this is different. It represents a gateway to a new war. From there on, The Great Nest column is doomed. Fabian's soldiers eat it from the inside out. The invading army has some defenses, preset conditioning to defend itself against unexpected attack, plus shifting scent codes that change in a prearranged sequence over time. But Fabian's new architecture allows him to shift swiftly to adapt. The lumbering composite engine that is the Great Nest Army has detected that something is going wrong, but it simply cannot adjust quickly enough to understand the threat. A trail of dead ants stretches for kilometers by the time Fabian is through. His own losses are less than a dozen. His Thermopylae has been not a physical, but a mental constriction that the enemy simply could not pass through while he held it against them. Great Nest is not defeated yet. The column Fabian has destroyed is merely a fraction of the military machine that the temple there can set in motion. Seven Trees' victory will be answered by further aggression, no doubt. Fabian returns home and presents himself to the ruling females. They demand to know his secret. He will not tell them, and he confirms that he and all of his peer group have taken precautions to ensure that their new understandings cannot be extracted by force from their dead bodies. One of the females, call her Viola, takes the lead. So what will you do? Fabian suspects that she has thought further ahead than her sisters, having used his services before the war came. She has some idea how he thinks. I will defeat Great Nest and its allies, he declares. If necessary, I will take an army from Seven Trees all the way to their city and show them the error of their ways. The reactions he sees are a fascinating mix. Horror that a male can speak so boldly of such large matters, ambition to see their stronger rival humbled, desperation because what option do they have? Viola prompts him to go on. She knows there is more. I have a condition, he admits. Before that masked and hostile gaze, he outlines for them what he wants, what he wishes them to commit Seven Trees to in return for its survival. It is the same deal he put before Portia. They are scarcely more inclined towards it, but then Portia was not in their current precarious position. I want the right to live, he tells them, as firmly as he dares. I want the death of a male to be punishable, just as the death of a female is even a death after mating. I want the right to build my own pier house and to speak for it. A million-year prejudice stares back at him. The ancient cannibal spider whose old instincts still form the shell within which their culture is nestled, recoils in horror. He sees the conflict within them, tradition against progress, the known past against the unknown future. They have come so far as a species. They have the intellect to break from the shackles of yesterday. But it will be hard. He turns slowly on the spot in a series of short, jerky moves, looking from eye to eye to eye. They weigh him up, and they weigh the cost of his demands against the cost of having to acquiesce to Great Nest. They consider what his victory has bought them, and how it has improved their bargaining position. They ponder what Great Nest will exact from them if they surrender. Certainly, the temple at Seven Trees will be emptied and filled with foreign priestesses, all enforcing their orthodox vision of the messenger's will. Control of Seven Trees will be removed from these females here. Their city will become a puppet worked by strings from afar, dancing to the pulse of Great Nest's radioed instructions. They confer, they agonize, they threaten each other and scuffle for dominance. At last they formulate their answer. 5.7 Ascension. It wasn't meant to happen like this. It wasn't meant to take so much time. Halston was dining with Guyan. The commander's cultists, or highly trained engineers or whatever they really were, had brought him some of the rations that he remembered being pillaged wholesale from the terraforming station. It was heated and thawed to a warm slurry, and he spooned this slop unenthusiastically into his mouth as the old man talked. What Guyan ate these days was unclear, but he probably had a tube for that. and another one at the other end to deal with what his desiccated insides couldn't process. I woke up a crew that looked good according to the records. They all had tech experience, Guyan went on, or at least the machines that spoke for him did. We had all the kit we'd taken from the station. Preparing the ship was supposed to be quick. Just another few days, just another few months, just another year, always just another year. And then I'd go to sleep for a bit and wake up and they'd still be at work. His withered face went slack with remembering. And you know what? One day I woke up and all those young faces. I realized that half the people doing the work had been born outside suspension. I'd taken up people's whole lives, Mason. They'd been trying to make it work for that long. And the new generation, they didn't know as much. They had learned what they could but. And then came another generation, devolving, understanding less than before. Everyone was too busy doing the work to pass on the knowledge. They knew nothing but the ship and me. I had to lead them because they had work to do, no matter how inferior they were, how much longer it would take. Because you need to fight the Kern satellite, the Bryn habitat thing, Halston filled in for him between mouthfuls. I have to save the species, Guyan confirmed, as though that meant the same thing. And we did it. We did it, all of us. All those lives weren't wasted after all. We have Empire tech defenses, physical and electronic. There's not a weak point left where Kern can sneak in and switch us all off. But by then I realized that I was old, and I realized how much the ship needed me, and so we got the upload facility and started work on that. I've given everything, Mason. I've given so many years to the Gilgamesh project. I really want to just close my eyes and let go. The artificial voice fell to a static whisper. Halston recognized this as a sacrosanct pause, and he didn't try to insert any words. If I thought there was no need of me, Guyan murmured. If I thought you could manage without my guidance, then I would go. I don't want to be here. Who would want to be this dying, intubated thing? But there's nobody else. The human race stands on my shoulders, Mason. I am the shepherd. Only through me will our people find their true home. Mason nodded, and thought that Guyan might or might not believe all of that, but knew that he detected a thread of mendacity nonetheless. Guyan had never been a man to take advice or to share command. Why should he now be a man who would hand it over, especially when a kind of immortality was his for the taking if this upload business worked, if the uploader didn't wreck the Gilgamesh's systems? Why not Lane? He asked Guyan. The old man twitched at the name. What about Lane? She's chief engineer. You wanted all this work doing, so why not pop her out sooner? I've seen her. She's older, but not as much as you, not that much older. You can't have sprung her from the chambers that long ago. Why not start with her? Guyan glowered at him for a moment, or perhaps some machine glowered at him on Guyan's blind behalf. I don't trust Lane, he snapped. She has ideas. There was no real answer to that. By now Halston had already formed distinct ideas about whether Guyan was crazy and whether Lane was sane. Unfortunately, that did not seem to translate into an equal certainty about which of them was right. He had one arrow left in the quiver. There was a sequence of recordings that Lane had played for him before that meeting with Karst and Vitas, the last transmissions of the moon colony they had set up back in Kern's system. It had been Lane's secret weapon to persuade him that something must be done. It had worked at the time. She had been merciless, and Halston had been left as depressed and miserable as he ever had been. He had heard the desperate, panicking voices of the people Guyan had left behind, their pleas, their reports. Everything had been failing. The infrastructure of the colony had simply not been self-sustaining. Long decades after the base was established, it began to die. Guyan had left a community there, some awake, some in suspension. He had abandoned them to live there, and to raise their children to replace them at the helm of that doomed venture. Then the guild's commander had listened to their dying cries, their frantic begging, enduring the cold, the foul air. The lucky ones would have just rotted in their cold coffins once the power failed. The last message had been a distress beacon, automated, repeated over and over, the successor, humanity's version of Kern's thousand-year call. Finally, even that had ceased. Even that had not stood the test of that little span of time. "I heard the recordings from the moon base," he told Guyan. The commander's leathery visage swung towards him. "Did you?" "Lane played them to me." "I'm sure she did." Halston waited, but there was nothing more forthcoming. What? You're denying it. You're saying Lane faked it." Guyan shook his head, or something else shook it for him. "What was I supposed to do?" he demanded. "Go back for them." Halston was about to say that, yes, that was exactly what Guyan should have done. Instead, a little scientific awareness colored his passion, and he began. "The time." "We were decades away," Guyan agreed. "It would have taken decades to return to them. By the time they found there was a problem, they didn't have anywhere near that long. You wanted me to go through the colossal exercise and waste of turning this ship around, just to bury them." Guyan almost managed it then. Halston's perceptions of right and wrong flipped and flopped, and he found he could look into that gray, dying face and see the savior of mankind, a man who had been trained to make tough decisions, and had made them with regret but without hesitation. Then a real expression finally clawed its way on to Guyan's face. "And besides," he added, "they were traitors." Halston sat quite still, staring at the horrible rearrangement of the commander's features. A kind of childish, idiot satisfaction had gripped the old man, perhaps entirely without his knowledge. There had been mutineers, of course, as Halston had more cause than most to remember. He recalled Scholes, Nessel, and all that rhetoric about being sacrificed to an icy grave. And they were right. And of course, most of the actual mutineers had been killed. The cargo decanted out to form the moon base crew had not been traitors. In fact, they would have had very little idea of what was going on before learning of their fate. "Traitors," Guyan repeated, as if savoring the word. "In the end, they got what they deserved." The transition from earnest, martyred leader to raving psychopath had simply happened without any discernible boundary being crossed. Then people started entering the chamber, Guyan's people. They shuffled about in their robes and swirled and milled into a ragged congregation before the great mechanical majesty of Guyan's dais. Halston saw them arrive in their hundreds, men, women, children. "What's happening?" he demanded. "We're ready," Guyan breathed. "The time has come." "Your upload." "My ascension, my eternal duty that will enable me to guide my people forever in this world and the next." He began to take the steps stiffly, one at a time. From somewhere, Vita's and a handful of her team had appeared, hovering about the machines like a priesthood. The science chief glanced once at Halston, but incuriously. Around the edges of the wider chamber,